The last gate opened and the main opponent came out of it, but the protagonist Baek Jin Woo can handle him. All citizens need to evacuate from the site of the fight. Then those words were repeated again on the automatic global broadcast. The last gate opened and the main opponent came out of it. All citizens need to evacuate from the fight scene. There was some sort of explosion in the high-rise building. The gate opened and windows flew out. A crack went upwards through the building, and some sort of voice like white noise was heard. The main monster came out of the gate. It was an incredibly large skeleton. Probably it was even bigger than the high-rise building it had just crushed. He was wearing a grey robe, through which his bones and armor peeked through. From below, his opponent was already looking down at him. "Warrior?" the skeleton asked. In front of him was a tall guy with brave eyes. This was the last hero, Baek Jin Woo. He wasn't wearing any armor, only a sword. "What do I have to fear? Death?" the guy asked. Baek began. "I have long ago lost that fear." And the brave hero threw a blue whirlwind at the monster. Baek Jin Woo flew to meet death with incredible speed. "All I need to do is kill you and finally close this gate." He was already very close to the skeleton and managed to swing in flight. Death only put out his bony hand, trying to supposedly stop his savior. "It's your end," yelled Beck. The skeleton wasn't frightened or even tensed up at all. He thought it was funny, and the blue vortex carried him far away. Will the last hero find his death here? Finish the skeleton. Suddenly Beck appeared right in front of Death's nose. He flew at the skeleton, and his sword had long been at the ready. This time the monster did not expect such a turn of events, and the guy swung his sword, and the skeleton was blown to pieces by the shockwave. The victory of the hero over the villain, a very banal denouement. Yes, you are a hero of all mankind. You will close the gate and will certainly become a legend of mankind, and fame awaits you," said the skeleton. "A hero is a legend. I don't care," Baek Jin Woo replied indifferently. A memory came back to Beck. "I'm going to die, but I want you to save this world. You are a special warrior," the woman said to Beck. There was blood on his hands. He held the woman choking on his own tears. It was deep night and a full moon. There were countless dead people and swords sticking out of the ground. "I realized that I was a burden. Hero, you have to protect everyone." The hero succeeded. Some office worker was cheering. "If it wasn't for him, we'd all be dead by now," supported by his female co-worker. "We need you, warrior," shouted someone. "I'm a hero and I'm a warrior and I'm tired," said our hero. Baek Jin Woo's face did not show joy after killing the enemy. No, there was no face on it, and the hero was depressed. He was tired. "Let's kill each other," he suggested Death. "And I will finally be free from this fate. I couldn't protect the person I cared most about anyway. Now I have fulfilled my destiny and can die in peace," Beck thought. The long-awaited end is near. Beck closed his eyes. Finally he wouldn't have to hold a sword anymore. "Cuckoo, is our glorious little master awake?" A male voice spoke and continued to shout. Beck opened his eyes and saw the giant face of a long-haired, gray-haired man staring down at him with his small green eyes. Beck was frightened. "Am I being attacked by a giant?" thought the boy. A white-gloved hand touched his cheek. "Did I die closing the gate? Okay, we'll figure it out later. We have to kill this giant first." Beck took the giant's finger, which he used to touch his cheek. "Ha ha, ma'am, look at that," said the gray-haired giant. "Little Riley was holding on so tightly to my finger. Such a firm grip on the little one." The same gray-haired giant and a blonde smiling girl in a bright orange dress stood in front of Beck, and the boy stretched out his arms in front of him. "Yan, you woke up the baby. That's why he's like this," explained the blonde girl. "You see, Riley isn't even crying." Stretching his arms out in front of him, Beck wondered, "What are these little hands of mine and Riley?" He was getting scared. "How cute, he's already starting to show his talents," the girl gasped. "Maybe it's just my childhood memories?" Beck tried to reassure himself. After all, he was the youngest son of the great swordsman, Count Ippolit. Beck was a baby. He was lying in a cradle, covered with a soft pink blanket. "Am I in some strange world?" The hero continued to panic. Yes, he was in a strange world. So this woman said something about some Ippolit? The warrior continued to ponder. "Riley seems to be awake. Are you ready to accept the blessing of the sword?" The new strange man turned to Beck. "I am the master of the sword. You are my youngest son. We are Ippolita. a family of great sword masters. And the blessing of the sword is a very important and long-awaited ritual for each of our children, the man told him. He seemed to be the Earl of Ippolit. He was tall. His hair was ash-colored, and his eyes were brown. Beck's face meanwhile was irresistible. He was shocked. Various people began to voice their opinions and ask questions. Yes, I can already see him picking up his first sword. Have you polished a sword for Riley yet? Another heir will become a master swordsman and his father's pride. Beck was horrified. He had promised himself in his past life that he would never pick up a sword again, and now he was reborn into a family of sword masters? How do I make sense of this, and what's this for? Swords came flying at little Beck from above. Swords? What the hell are you doing? 3 swords were thrown at Riley at once, and Beck got PTSD. Those are real fucking swords. Oh, the young master seems excited. He can't wait to get his first sword in his hands, said a red-haired man. Beck waved his small hands in denial. What are you talking about? He thought. Your lordship, look at young Riley, said one of the girls excitedly. He already likes the sword. These fools don't understand. I don't like him at all. I hate swords, Beck countered. Little Riley burst into tears. So upset was he by the thought of the sword. I swore I'd never pick up a sword again, he said. I was reborn in the body of a child and kept my memory of my past life. When will death ever defeat me again? Beck cried. 19 years later. Is the Ippolit family choosing an heir? Someone asked. At last, answered someone else. A celebration was going on. People were drinking, chatting, and just having a good time. Ippolit's family has the blessing of the sword on their family. So far none of the sons have attained proficiency. Just look at them. Everything is immediately clear. The first candidate is Finn Ippolit's eldest son, Lion. A tall young man who looks an awful lot like his father, serious and calm, empty gray eyes. He walks the path of pure power. He is a famous monster slayer. The middle son of the Ippolit family is Lloyd, a young smiling guy with red hair color and deep blue eyes. Lloyd is incomparable in agility and speed. He can chop water droplets on the fly, said the boy. What's the third son? You said he had 3 sons, asked the man. Yes, 3. But I do not talk about the third son, only because he grew up completely worthless, explained the guy. How so? The son of the Count of Ippolita, who has no sword skills. The interlocutor marveled. He's just lazy. Dishonoring the Count, replied the guy. There was a man sitting near the 2 guys drinking a beer. He heard their conversation. He was not at all pleased to hear what was being said about the third prince, and the man had long gray hair. They say when they were doing the ritual of blessing the sword, he reached for it, objected the man. It's probably just a story. You can't even tell he's going to make it in this life, he said. The gray-haired man sitting next to him put his beer mug sharply on the table after hearing this, so that the boy was frightened when he heard it. How dare you, plebeians, said the man. Now it was clear that it was the same green-eyed man who 19 years ago woke up little Riley, only now he was not so big. What's wrong? The third son of Count Ippolit is really a bum and inept. Everyone knows it, shouted the boy. He is a disgrace to the Ippolit family. Don't ever say that, the old man replied. The young lord is practicing with a sword, and all you do is use a broom. Meanwhile, the prince was resting by a tree, humming a tune. He will show his talents and potential. No worse than his older brothers, the gray-haired man shouted. At that moment, the prince was pondering what clouds looked like, and for example, one of them looked like a hamburger. Don't talk about things you don't understand at all, Ian continued. That's first of all. And secondly, he's trying his best and he's an honest man. I want a cola. I've been having flashbacks lately, Beck was thinking out loud, lying on the grass. Remembering the past, I thought that I would forget the past life when I reached a certain age. When I was as old there as I am here now, I never thought it would happen to me. I accidentally picked up a sacred sword that no one else could pick up. The bearer of the sword must save humanity from the demon king. At that moment I, as such, did not exist. Now there was only me, warrior, and I no longer had the right to choose. My fate was predetermined. So in this life, I will never pick up a sword, Beck promised himself. With his hands he fumbled on the grass and got on all fours, his eyes blazing. Never, absolutely never, will I ever pick up a sword. God, Riley, someone called out to him. And it was Ian, the gray-haired, Green-eyed old man. Ian, Beck answered. I knew I'd find you here, Jan said. Have you practiced with the sword today? Very soon there will be an election for the heir, and other families are invited. They will look at your skills, young master. Come on, they still say I'm an ugly duckling and lazy among my brothers. Why should I try for them? Riley yawned. Young master, so you know about this? The old man wondered. Then why aren't you trying to prove to everyone that you're not a sloth at all? Why? They're right, Riley replied casually. But how can you? How can you just listen to that? Ian couldn't stop being amazed. Don't you want to prove to everyone that you are stronger than your brothers? Riley was about to leave and Ian tried to stop him. Stronger than what? Flax? Riley asked. You're smart. But your reputation. Jan's jaw dropped after hearing that. Ian turned to the old man hero. I am sick and will never be able to hold a sword. Riley made an unhappy face and let out a tear. Ian couldn't take it anymore and was terribly angry with the guy. And the old man was very angry and shouted at Beck. Ian, yes, don't pay attention to what people say. Here I've learned by bitter experience. Riley strode merrily towards the manor, and Ian was already holding his head. With all due respect, sir, you're only 19 years old, shouted the exhausted old man. Madam, the process of choosing an heir should begin soon. The table was set with many dishes and snacks, and in the center stood a beautiful candlestick with 5 candles. Master Riley needs to compete with his brothers. He does realize that water doesn't flow by stone, right? Exactly, Jan. Riley also deserves the honor of being the heir. We should give him a chance, answered Madam. Riley, our family is famous for the greatest swordsman. You are the son of the great Finn. Ippolita, the blonde-haired girl in the bright orange dress, addressed Riley. Oh well, now my mother's going to be all over my ears with this, Beck said, frustrated. But I want my son to be happy. I want him not to be burdened by the fate of Ippolita's family and to seek his own happiness. Riley was overjoyed. Mammy, he rejoiced. Madam, doesn't that make you angry? Ian asked. Why should it make me angry? Asked the woman. The eldest and middle sons and Mr. Riley. There is a difference between them. Wouldn't you like to talk to young Mr. Riley about it? Jan asks. Jan, well, don't pay attention to what people say, replies Riley calmly. Madam, you know how clever he is, continued the old man. He spoke when he was still a baby, didn't he? At last I can talk, said little Riley in his diaper. Madam, come here quickly. Riley has spoken, shouted the servant. Riley is 1 year old and he is the most talented in the family. I have seen many things in my 60 years, but Mr. Riley is the most gifted child I have ever seen. Riley is 2 years old. He learned to read early and immediately read the most challenging literature. Jan, are there more challenging books? Riley asked. But you've just read a series of treatises on medicine. Riley's already small. Children inclined to science usually take up the pen, not the sword, answered his mother. But still, you are the great family of Ippolita. Madam, please take my side, Ian said, still not calming down. Riley sat at the table satisfied. I'm satisfied. Ian and my mother love me, and they will always protect me. He was happy. I will never have to hold a sword. Suddenly blood came out of the woman's mouth. It was on her hand and lips. She didn't realize what was happening. Riley? She turned to her son. Mom was scared. A pool of blood had already accumulated on her chest. The woman fainted and flew from her seat. Madam. What's wrong? Madam, Ian was worried. Mom, Riley said monotonously, because he was shocked. Madam, can you hear me? Shouted January. Mom, a scream burst out of Beck's chest. Madam, shouted January. The white tablecloth on the table, at which just sat cheerful loving mother, was smeared with the blood of a woman. Why? I've had such a good life, thought Beck. Madam, you're bleeding, continued January. Everyone around me was happy, and I didn't need a sword for that. What's wrong with my mom? Riley asked. Beck got up from the table and walked over to his mother. She was lying on the floor, Ian propping her back up with his hands. Young master, Madam is coughing up blood, shouted an agitated old man. We should call for her, though no, we should give her first aid first, said Riley. Outside the door stood a girl with red hair and a purple dress. The palace was dark, and it was impossible to see her eyes. At last a woman's voice sounded quietly. I'm sure I heard it, though the voice sounded very quiet, Beck thought. The woman behind the door was smiling wryly. The one who poisoned my mother and deprived me of a peaceful life forever. My father's first wife, Orly Ipoletta. The boy realized. Now he recognized her for sure. It was a woman with red hair and narrow blue eyes. And the second prince looked very much like her in appearance. That wretch, Riley hissed. His whole body was shaking with anger and hatred. He clenched his fists. Young master, I stopped the blood, Ian soothed him. Ian, leave your mother to me. And go get a healer, ordered the third prince. But how can you help her? The old man asked uncertainly. Have you forgotten? When I was 5 years old, I read all the treatises on medicine. I will give her first aid and take her to her chambers, Riley explained. The woman was sweating, with terrible bruises under her eyes and bloodstains around her mouth and on her chest. Good, I'll get a healer as soon as possible, agreed Ian. And one more thing. Bring me my wooden sword, Riley said confidently. Ian was shocked by such a request from the third prince, who had never picked up a sword in his life. Beck wrung out the soaked cloth and placed it on his mother's forehead to bring down the temperature. Seemed to have done all that. Perhaps now all will be well, Riley began. Young master, I've brought a healer, shouted Yang from the other room. Come here, asked the prince. It happened after the lady tasted the soup and told the healer. Good sir, I will take a look now, replied the doctor. Fortunately the poisoning was not fatal, and there is a chance that the lady will recover, and it seems the poison is spreading through the body. The doctor put 2 fingers on the inside of the madam's wrist. What? Ian rejoiced. Thank God her health is not in danger. He says that she is not in danger, while that she was bleeding from the mouth? Beck reasoned. Ian, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Riley asked Ian a question. Yes, young master. I am also thinking that there is a high probability of a deliberate attempt on mistress's life. The maid responsible for serving you and Madam food has already been arrested. I believe her interrogation will begin soon. It will be necessary to investigate and find out who is responsible. We don't know anything yet, and forgive me, young master, I should have been more careful. If I had noticed something suspicious, it wouldn't have happened, Ian repented. Ian, remember I told you about the other world that I sometimes dream about? Riley began. Well, there's a saying in that world. What is it? The old man asked in surprise. Don't let it go while it's still quiet, the hero said smugly. Thank you for the sword, I'll go. I need to talk to someone now. Young master, before Ian could finish. Take care of your mother, please. Beck walked out of his mother's chambers. In this life I dreamed of only one thing, to live happily and carefree near the person I cared about. Riley's favorite smile of a healthy mother came to my mind. But someone dared to take away my last wish. Beck was angry. Now he saw his own mother's dazed face and a trickle of blood from her mouth. Oh, who do I see? He turned to the woman in the purple dress. Then I'll have to pick up my sword again. I've been looking for you, he said cheerfully to Orly. But this time I will not take up the sword as a warrior and not for the good. Mistress Orly, Beck called out to the woman ahead of him. She turned around grudgingly, but for her one and only wish. Hello, Riley. How are you doing? The woman playfully turned around. Master of the lazy sword, she gloated. My business is as good as ever, good, replied the third prince casually. And thanks to you, I'm not the only one doing well. Orly visibly tensed, her face not giving off a pleasant grimace, and now even more so. My mother, too, for example, and we'd like to thank you, Riley continued. My boy, Orly laughed playfully. I am the mistress of the castle. I do my best for all of you. I am very worried about Iris. Her son has a bad reputation, and everyone laughs at him and calls him the master of the lazy sword. I see the master of the lazy sword has grown up. Now you are holding a wooden sword, the woman mocked. Something has changed. I can smell from you the aroma of the soup that my mother ate. Is there anything you want to tell me? Riley asked with a sneaky smirk on his face. And you have a keen sense. You're right, I was in the kitchen before dinner, smiled the rascal. Haha, that's not like you, mistress, the boy laughed. It's funny that it's you who's telling me this, because you're the one who's behaving strangely now. Orly looked away. There is such a sign when you try to change. He will suddenly die. It is better to sit quietly and do not try to muddy the waters. As you actually and behaved all the time. The woman left. It's night. So what did you find out about Riley? Orly asked. After meeting you, madam, he went to the courtyard to train, answered the servant. "To the courtyard, that means good thing I sent you to keep an eye on him," said the wretch sipping her tea. "Yes, I noticed that he doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly." "Of course, what else would you expect from the master of the lazy sword?" gloated Orly. "A pathetic puppy. And he dares to talk to me so disrespectfully. There is no point in waiting any longer. Finish what you started tonight," she ordered her servant. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Try to remain unnoticed." "Would that be so easy?" The servant pondered. "At first he seemed completely harmless, but later I got the feeling as if he realized that he was being watched. As if he was patiently waiting for my actions to trap me." "What are you standing there for?" Orly got angry. "Go and do it." "Yes, mistress." "Riley's room is just around the corner," the servant swept up, "and I was already waiting." Riley sat upstairs and watched the servant intently. He looked up at the sound and was horrified to see the fire in the boy's eyes. "I practiced and then waited for you in the hallway for a long time," Riley said with a smile. "How could I not have sensed his presence?" The servant was horrified. Riley jumped from the ceiling, but the servant bounced away. "But he hasn't changed," he thought. "Maybe he's deliberately tracking me," the servant thought. And then the servant was horrified. He saw a break in the floor where the third prince had just struck. "That's from one blow?" The servant was amazed. "Wake up," Riley said to him. "You're not paying attention." Riley flew at him with a wild fire in his eyes and a smug smile. "Come to kill me?" Riley asked, swinging his wooden sword at the servant on Mistress Orly's orders. The wooden and iron swords met. Riley's wild face and the servant's frightened eyes were literally a few centimeters apart. "How are you?" began the servant. "Oh," the prince interrupted him. "Mistress has spent so much money and all for nothing. A mercenary who can't even stand up to a wooden sword." "A wooden sword?" the servant only remarked. Beck knocked the sword out of the servant's hands with a light movement, and he fell to the floor with a loud crash. "Damn it," the servant panicked, and Riley swung his puny sword at him again. He stood by the window, against the light. Now only his red eyes and silhouette were visible. The quiet night house. Ian opened the door and walked in to see Riley. "Young master, so you are here." Riley was resting. He had a book resting on his face. Apparently he had been reading before. The third prince lazily mumbled. "What is it again?" "Sir, a corpse has been found in the manor," Ian replied tensely. Riley looked out from under the book tiredly. "I thought it was something serious." "Count Ippolit has many enemies," the old man shouted. "But this is not the case. It's not just a corpse, it's the corpse of an assassin, and he somehow got into the castle." "How did he die?" asked a servant, another servant. "His neck was broken," she answered. They were standing not far from the corpse. Next to them was also Mrs. Orly. She was irritably biting her gloves. And right in front of the ladies' room, added one of the servants. "News of Lady Iris's poisoning has reached the county and spoke. You have done very well in helping Lady Iris. Young master, I just want to say that this is not the time to be lazing around. You shouldn't be alone. We don't know if there are other assassins in the manor." "I don't know about the others, but you," Riley began. "I'm not sure you can defend yourself." Riley stood up. "Ian, I can defend myself. But you'd better keep an eye on my mother," he said to the old man. But before Ian could begin. "And take this," Riley interrupted him. Riley handed him a piece of paper. "I wrote down a list of herbs to make a potion for my mother. It should help her." "But when are you?" Ian wondered. "Do you also think that I only know how to chill?" smiled the prince. "I wasted no time and check on your mother, please." "And you are the young master?" Ian asked. "I too will come soon. But for now I have things to do," answered the prince. A wooden and aluminum sword peeked out under the prince's couch. "Have you searched the entire estate?" the earl said. "Yes, father, searched everything." "But," began the first prince. "No one was found," finished the second prince. "He came unarmed to the sword master's manor." What arrogance! Finn Ippolit was angry. Could it be that someone from the manor helped him? Judging by his clothes, he could be from a thieves' guild or an assassin's guild. Maybe he should be investigated. In the same room, with her back to her ex-husband and sons, Mrs. Orly was sitting. "Check the village of Yupa first," the count asked his sons. "I will find those who dared to challenge our great family. I will them." He did not hold back his anger. "Damn it, how did it turn out like this?" Orly was nervous. And where did the assassin's dagger go? Someone on the estate now has that dagger. Who? How is mother feeling? Riley asked. It was morning, and Riley was standing by the tree where he always rested, stretching sleepily. Good, Jan answered. Thanks to the potion you prescribed for her, Madam is feeling much better today. I'm glad to hear that she's getting better, but in that case I'll go back to sleep. Riley was already laying down on the grass, but the old man interrupted him. Young master, listen to me, please. Now is the time for you to pick up your sword. You can't just swing it a couple times and give up. Ian sank down on the grass, closer to the prince. You have to know how to lose, too, don't you? I can fight with a cane, for instance. The third prince was lying on the grass, looking up at the branch. I noticed that the fruit is ripe. Pluck one for me, please, and one for yourself too. Yang. What are you talking about, young lord? We have plenty of fruit in the manor. You will be served whenever you want. Ian looked up and noticed that Riley was not talking about fruit at all, but about a dagger which was gleaming on one of the branches. You were quick to notice, Riley said, pleased. Did you want fruit, too? The prince asked cheerfully. No, I don't have time for that now, young lord. Ian picked up a stone from the ground, and then with a flick of his fingers, he knocked the cold weapon off the tree and caught the falling sword with his other hand. I don't think that's a fruit, Riley said playfully. How did it get here? Ian wondered. And what is it? Wondered the third prince. A dagger, the old man answered. It bears the same symbolism as the one on the dead assassin's knives. Under the moonlight of the deep night, the carriages were driving along. The clatter of horses' hooves was all that could be heard, and a hand in a white glove peeked out of one carriage. Number 3 is dead. Has he killed himself? Asked the white-gloved man. We don't know yet, answered the blonde-haired boy in the black robe. And the body? Asked the man in the carriage, who had purple hair, stubble, and a menacing look. It was left at Ippolit Manor. Lady Orly might be in trouble, the man hesitated. We're going to the village of Yippa. Are you really going to take care of this personally? Wondered the man in the black robe. Of course I mustn't be seen, the man smiled. We'll do it quickly and discreetly. The man put on the same black robe and covered his face. Now only his eyes were visible. I must help my daughter. Ippolit Manor, Mistress Orly continued to bite her gloves in one of the rooms of the castle. She was getting very nervous. Damn it. Why did that goon lose his dagger? She thought. Earlier Ian and Riley had given the sword they found to the Count Umbus number 3. Couldn't even die properly. Well, why the fuck did he give his dagger away? Orly raged. Canalia. You bastard, she shouted. Who's there? Mother. It's me, Lloyd, she said from behind the door. Come in, the woman exhaled. I was afraid Riley was here, that bastard. You must be so busy, son. What are you doing here? Orly asked. So you already know, Lloyd replied. Nothing much. Mother, I just wanted to make sure you were all right, and I found out that the assassin was found outside your room. Oh, well, thank you for your concern, sweetheart, the lady said. Mother, you're really okay. You don't look so good. You're worried too, because he was killed right in front of your door. You're probably tired. Get some rest. Mother, I'll guard your chambers. Well, son, in fact, you came and made me feel better. Did you hear that? Grandfather's manufactory has come to the village of Ipa, the second prince told. Orly smiled wryly. The test manufactory? She asked. Yes, so said the servants who had been to the village, and it seems the workers of the manufactory came in large numbers. Man, I hadn't even heard of it. I wonder, are they already aware of number 3's demise? Orly pondered. Thank you for telling me, dear Lloyd, the woman smiled gently. You go, you probably have things to do. And I'll be fine, son. There's a lot of work, isn't there? Maybe my father has come too. Orly rejoiced. If so, it means that he intends so properly. Wonderful, pondered the wretch. These two, the second wife and her bastard. It will be very difficult to survive this time. Evening came. Riley was still lying under the tree. The plan is the same. Number 2 will go first, then number 4 and number 5, the unknowns whispered. Everyone's making life difficult for themselves again, he wasn't satisfied. Prepare and act clearly. I thought that showing the dagger to my father would be enough to solve the problem, but everything leads to the fact that the assassins will strike first. Ready? Here we go again. Riley closed his eyes as three men in black robes sat in the branches of the tree. "Our mission is to capture body number 3 and get him out of the manor. Be careful. Almost all of the residents of the manor are current or former warriors," said the main one of the three in the tree. "Yes, sir," agreed the two. Then began the main one. "Wait," someone said. "I apologize for interrupting. But I have to tell you something." They saw Riley walking merrily toward the manor. "I don't care what you want to do in the manor. I only have one condition: don't make me interfere," the voice said. Riley glared at them with blazing eyes. "Don't cross me," the voice finished. "And as much as you can avoid entering the manor. That's all. Think." "Did you hear that too?" asked one of the tree sitters. "Not just us. All the guild members heard it," replied another. "I don't know about the presence of assassins in Ippolit's family," said the main one. "Where is he? Should we give the order to retreat?" asked one. "No. We need to end this once and for all," the chief replied. "I'll take the dagger. Everyone from number 2 to number 10. Your task is to capture and recover the body. Assassins can transmit information to each other telepathically. The others must distract the people of the estate. If anything goes wrong, do not surrender alive and destroy the evidence. She may be the second, but she's still Count Stein Ippolit's wife. She might have guards after all," one of the guys in black robes spoke. "Let's just do the deed and try to go unnoticed," replied the other. "It's Lady Orly's personal request. We can't leave without doing it. Her son is completely harmless. I heard he doesn't even know how to handle a sword." And the first guy was silent. "It'll all work out if we just stay out of sight. This is our chance to go for promotion. I'm sick of following orders. Didn't I tell you not to come in?" Someone telepathically addressed the assassins again. The two boys in black robes were very frightened. There was a corridor in front of them into which only the moonlight penetrated, and in front of them was a big beautiful door. "And you went in. And right in where you can't go. I warned you," Riley told them. The third prince stood before them. "But you made your choice," the prince smiled wildly. Riley was winding the rope tied to his sword around his arm. He asked the two boys in robes if they knew what adults who broke the taboos did to children, if they thought their methods were right. The assassins relaxed, realizing that this was the third prince, the master of the lazy sword. They were glad that at least they would not have to search for him for a long time. In gratitude for this, they promised the third prince a quick death. One of them was immediately behind Riley's back, the other was nowhere to be seen. Riley, looking back, immediately realized that the second one was invisible. In the same invisible movement, he stabbed the first guy through the sword, right in the heart. Blood rushed from the guy's chest. He didn't realize how he could have missed the prince's movement. Riley reminded them that he had warned them not to cross him. He spoke the words calmly and emotionlessly. The prince, pulling the rope tied to the sword beforehand, deftly pulled it from the assassin. "You will die at the hands of the one mistakenly called the master of the lazy sword," Riley said, trying to hurt their feelings as much as possible. The other assassin was horrified. "How is that possible? How could the master of the lazy sword kill a warrior in one move?" They were told he was the weakest target in the palace. Meanwhile, Riley calmly twirled the sword on the rope, and the second assassin wondered, had they been tricked? The third prince smiled contentedly. "Hey, I can hear you all very well. Come out already. Unfortunately, you won't get out of this house alive," Riley addressed the assassins. He could hear their telepathic conversations. Riley's statement was considered rude by the second guy in the black robe. He didn't understand how someone like him could say such things about the Great Assassin Guild. The guy lunged at Riley from above, but the latter cut off his opponent's arm in one movement and kindly asked him to keep quiet. It was night. The people of the manor were sleeping. When the assassin realized that his hand was on the floor, he was horrified and began to cry for his lost limb. He was about to run. He didn't want to die. But no sooner had he taken a step than a sword flew into his back. The assassin bent triple. But Riley just smiled his feral grin and repeated that he had warned them beforehand. The third prince asked the still living assassin, was it so hard to just stay out of his way and not force him to engage them in battle? The last thing the second boy in the black robe heard was Riley saying that they had asked for it. The prince swung and killed the assassin in a leap, and there was assassin blood on the walls, on the carpets, on the floor, on the ceiling. Riley said as he left he thought it would be at least interesting But alas no, and now he was wondering where he could find the others. Meanwhile, in another part of the manor, Jan and one of the maids were fighting with other assassins. The maid addressed Ian, saying that there were too many enemies. They were not doing well. The girl also wondered how the assassins managed to sneak into the guarded manor. Ian yelled at the guys in robes, calling them creatures and asking how they even dared to enter Ippolit's house. He slashed the warriors one by one, and after cutting 2 of them in half, he finally exhaled and called those lowly knights bipeds. Sarah turned to the old man again. She reminded him that they had seen 15 assassins already and said that if it goes on like this. But Ian did not let her finish and simply ordered to fight to the end. She understood and said that she would go to guard Lady Iris's room and ask Jan to find the 3rd prince. The old man agreed and promised to return soon. Jan ran with all his legs to the young lord. He tried to calm himself with thoughts that Riley always knew how to hide well. Jan hoped that the prince managed to find a safe place. The old man had no time to run to the 3rd prince's room. He was blocked by another assassin. When he saw him, he knew he was a bigger fish. The old man warned him that he didn't want to be rude, but said that if he didn't get the hell out of here at once, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. The assassin didn't answer anything. He only pointed his sword at Jan. However, Jan had no time for him at all. He just drew his sword and flew at his opponent. It was fine, but the assassin blocked his attack with his sword. But the old man still managed to cut off his enemy's finger. This didn't please Yang at all though, because this brat dared to challenge the great family of Ippolit with such puny skills. Now he was guilty of family death. Ian's eyes were blazing. He swung a second time, but the assassin stabbed him in the stomach. However, his opponent wasn't doing well either. Someone stabbed him as well. The boy looked at his chest and noticed that he had been stabbed with a dagger from their guild. He also didn't understand how he could have not felt such an attack. And for Ian it was a great chance. He had cut the enemy in half, just like the previous 2. Now he could reach the young lord, and Ian rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Riley thought it was strange that he missed. He was aiming for the heart, after all. Later the prince thought that it was absolutely expected. So many years had passed, and his body was already quite different. Riley wiped his hands and concluded that he had done a good job that night. Now he was walking down the corridor, and behind him lay a couple of assassin corpses. The prince decided that it was time to return to the role of a naive aristocrat who was not aware of the attack at all. Soon the old man came running into the forest to the very tree Riley often chilled at. He called out to him and eventually found the prince, and the prince was sitting in the tree on a large branch that would hold 2 more of these 3rd princes. Ian, seeing the prince, asked if he had been here all the time and if he was all right. Riley pretended not to know and asked what Ian was doing there in the middle of the night, and also that he was sweating. The old man didn't answer his questions, but told him to get out of there immediately and follow him. Riley asked cheerfully if the assassin was back again, and the 3rd prince jumped down from the branch. Ian wondered how the prince knew about the assassins, and then confirmed his words by saying that the assassins had gotten into the manor. Riley tried to recreate the surprise, but the hero once saved the world is not able to act surprised. Now Ian understood why the young lord was hiding in the tree. The old man exhaled. He said what if something happened to Riley and he didn't finish. However, he then said that it was very dangerous right now, and this time, he had to insist that the young master not be left alone. The old man also informed the prince that he and Sarah had killed over 15 assassins. Ian headed towards the manor, but Riley stopped him with a question about his mother. He wondered what was wrong with her. The old man smiled, for even in such a difficult time, Riley worried not only about himself, but also about his mother. Ian didn't understand how people could say that the prince was worthless, but he was actually very caring. Ian was overjoyed and happy. His eyes were shining, because when he pointed his finger up, it looked like roses were waving around him. However, Riley didn't understand at all why the old man was looking at him with the eyes of a young groupie. Ian informed the prince that his mother was being watched by Sarah, a brave and strong girl. Riley exhaled. If his mother was in good hands then he was calm. He said in that case they should hurry to them. Riley and Ian were already at the manor, where Ian told him that his sword warned him of the coming danger, and asked if the prince knew that it was his father's sword. Riley didn't think much of it, because he'd cleaned the place up earlier and the old man didn't need to be so dramatic about it. Meanwhile, Ian rushed from wall to wall like a spy and said that the young lord was the most defenseless member of the family, so he should be especially careful. The old man asked the third prince to keep behind him, for they did not yet know what danger might await them. Riley of course tried to pretend that he really needed it and thanked him. Beck is the strongest hero in the entire universe, who is down with being considered the weakest. Riley asked Ian to wait, he said something is suspicious and he wants to show it to him. Ian questioned and Riley just rummaged in his pocket and found an old piece of paper. He held it out to Ian and asked if it might have something to do with assassins. "Young master, this is it," Ian shouted, looking at the piece of paper Riley held out. The third prince tensed up, but soon the old man continued his shouting with words about how that paper looked like someone had just wiped themselves with it. The old man covered his nose and waved his hands. Riley was shocked. The prince refuted the old man's words by saying that even though he was lazy, he was definitely not dirty. Calming down, Riley asked the old man to take a closer look and held out the paper to him again. Not eager, but Ian still took it. When the old man took a closer look, he managed to make out the words their list of what to put in the soup block as leaf powder, moon grass, cockatane mushroom and so on. Ian paid special attention to the word put, and that underline seemed familiar. Just before the meal, Ian didn't want to believe it at all. However, it appeared that Lady Orly had put poison in Lady Iris's soup. Meanwhile, the Count of Ippolit was also fighting an assassin. He was telling his enemy that he was just like all assassins, running from him like a rat. The wounded and tired assassin did not answer, and the Count kept saying that he could not defeat him, and later the Count swung for the umpteenth time. The assassin thought that Count Ippolita was absolutely right, and Count Finn kept humiliating his opponent with words that if there were more of them, it would be at least interesting, and he alone was too easy prey for him. In general, the assassin did not pay much attention to his words. He thought only about how to retreat. He had already taken the dagger. His smoke bomb should be lit in 2 minutes. The assassin decided that if he could stall for a little time, they would save Lady Orly. "You can beg on your knees. I will not spare you," Finn Ippolit said as he flew at the enemy with murderous fire in his eyes and sword in his hands. The battle began brightly, sparks flying around from the clashes of cold weapons. Finn called his opponent a coward, for he was just dodging his attacks. The Count said he had intended to take him alive, but he had left him no choice. Now the assassin has already given meaning to the words of the head of the great family of Ippolit. Now he realizes that he is in great danger. Finn Ippolit, pointing his mighty sword at his enemy, promised to let him speak his last words. But someone bursting into the Count's office prevented him from finishing off his enemy. It was Ian. He ran into the room with the words that he had terrible news for the Count. He had found out who tried to poison Lady Iris. The Earl of Ippolit could not believe his eyes. Ian was holding Lady Orly by the shoulder. Mrs. Orly was terrified. The Count was also terrified. And of course her savior, the assassin. Jan was worried who was the man in the black robe standing in front of the Count. Finn replied that it was just a lowly assassin and he would kill him at any moment. The Count also asked why Ian thought Ms. Orly was the one responsible. Ian didn't explain, he just held out the sheet he had received to the Count and asked him to take a look. Lady Orly was practically hysterical, and Finn began to reread the text on the piece of paper. Hearing about the fox Lacasov and the cockatane mushroom made the assassin and Orly tense up more than a little. The Count clenched his fist with the piece of paper and also, like Ian, paid special attention to the word put and further to the text just before eating. After realizing what had happened, the veins on Finn Ippolit's face popped up, and it seemed that his eyes were gradually filling with blood. Ian said, as the Earl had probably already realized the handwriting was Lady Orly's, and the woman was ready to sob. She was in a panic. Riley sat on the floor beside his sleeping mother's bed and thought about what had happened in his father's study. He thought that Ian had already given his father the evidence and that Orly's guilt would soon be proven. It seemed to the prince that an eternity had passed in chasing after the wretch. Lady Eirik awoke to find Riley lying beside her bed and asked if he was all right and if he was hurt. The third prince reassured her, saying that everything was fine and she had no reason to worry. Madame put her palm to her son's forehead. She thought, where did these assassins come from? She said that she was very glad that her boy was safe, and now it seemed that roses were blooming around Riley. His mother stroked her son, and he said he was glad his mother wasn't hurt. Maid Sarah was also reveling in this marvelous scene of mother and son. There was a knock at the door. Sarah said that it was Ian and Riley, told him to come in. When the old man entered, the prince began to question him. Sarah didn't understand what they were talking about. She didn't understand what Ian had to be right about, and later asked where she and the young lord were. She explained that they had left and said nothing, so she wondered. "You see, Lady Orly," the old man began. The girls interjected, and Ian continued by saying that Lady Iris's soup had been poisoned, and they had finally found the culprit. Lady Orly had done it. Lady Iris was dumbfounded. She asked Ian again if it could be a joke. Jan told that Riley had found a note that had a recipe for poison written in Lady Orly's handwriting. Iris was disappointed. She wondered why Orly had done it. She didn't understand why she would have poisoned her. Madame felt sick again. She fell off the bed and bent over. And instantly Sarah flew over to her, and Riley crouched down to her on the other side. The third prince's mother said that she knew that Orly couldn't stand her, but she couldn't understand how Madame could do that to her. Riley asked his mother to calm down and asked Ian where his father was, and Ian replied that the Earl was now talking to his first wife, but they were joined by an uninvited guest. The father turned to his daughter with words that it was over. They had managed to get the dagger, but had failed the mission. What he saw horrified Finn. His father-in-law was in front of him. Now he understood why the enemy was dodging. But how could he dishonor his daughter like that? Orly was angry. She said that the only one who had dishonored her was him, Finn Ippolit. She cried about how awful she felt when he decided to marry another woman. She said that he'd grown cold to her then, and all his eyes were on Iris. Finn didn't like that either, and said that Orly didn't want him, but his last name. He said that when they married, he had actually married Tessa's manufactory. He went on to say that all she cared about was bearing the surname of Ippolit, and at first it satisfied her, only now. She'd brought a gang of assassins into his house. Now Finn was finally angry. "And after that you still dare to say it's all my fault?" Count Ippolit was angry. Everyone was silent, and Finn ordered both of them to get the hell out. He and his father walked through the woods. Orly's face was gone. She turned to her father with words about how all their dreams had come to an end. Orly wished that it was all just a dream. The woman wished that she could just take it and wake up in her bed at the manor. True, the father thought that sooner or later it was bound to happen. He was glad that in all this nightmare, there was at least one relief: Orly had survived the blow. Her father was soothing his daughter, telling her not to get so upset, telling her to think about the fact that at least Lion and Lloyd would be better off than they were, that the Tess manufactory would live and we would live, and someone's knife glinted in the air. Orly's father was still talking that they could live again, but his daughter was no longer listening to him. She was looking angrily to her left and called someone a bastard. The father asked who was there, and then he saw it: Riley sitting on a branch. "Is the fun over?" the third prince asked snidely. Orly's father didn't expect to see Riley there. He asked why the prince was doing that. Riley answered that he was brought here by curiosity and revenge for his mother. The boy turned to Mrs. Orly. She was so angry that it looked like she had steam coming out of her ears. She called the prince the lowest and laziest in the Ippolit family, and then took a swing at him, yelling at him about how he dared to address her like that. Riley asked if she was going to hit him, and the prince stopped the embittered woman with his hand and asked how she thought his father would react if his son returned to the manor beaten. Orly started yelling at the second wife's son again, but her father stopped her. "Arrogant puppy. I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I will put you in your place," the woman's father addressed the boy. He drew his dagger, and a host of assassins appeared behind him. He asked Riley why he thought he would return to the castle alive. Orly decided it was even better if she brought the third prince as a hostage. All problems would be solved. Riley replied to his step-grandfather that since he had not attacked him today, he would let it go, but Lady Orly could not hope for the same mercy. He reasoned that Lady Orly had made an attempt on his mother's life, trying to poison her, and then also sent the assassins. Riley added that a double assassination attempt is not something to be forgiven. Because of that, the prince believes she should pay for her crimes. Orly's father tried to attack the third prince, but Riley deftly dodged and added that they would not be able to avenge today's defeat. Father and Orly were horrified. They did not understand how someone like Riley could dodge the attack of the head of the assassins. In shock, Orly ordered the assassins to kill Riley. She screamed to wipe the prince off the face of the earth. Riley, seeing what was happening behind him, smiled. It reminded him of the good old days. Just then, he easily blocked the attack of one of the enemies with his wooden sword. In his past life, Beck had pardoned the assassins, saying they were human too. Now Riley thought that in his previous life, he had been a naive, altruistic fool. In the end, the third prince decided it was a legitimate self-defense and kindly asked the assassins not to complain later. Riley stood motionless while opponents flew at him from all sides, and in one move Riley killed everyone in the immediate radius. The prince turned to the previously pardoned assassins, saying that to their regret, he was no longer the man he had been in his previous life. Above him, beneath him and on him was a pool of blood, and red rain rained down from the dead bodies that had yet to fall to the ground. Arlie's father had been hit too, but he wasn't dead, just thrown to the floor. He was shocked, because how could he be? He'd said he'd only trained with a sword once in his life. Riley was already walking towards him, and it seemed that a deadly red aura had formed around the young lord. Arlie's father was equally surprised that the boy was holding only a wooden sword. Riley walked right up to the head of the assassins and reminded him that this was their second time. However, she also told him that Arlie's father had once been a warrior, so he was giving him a quick death. Riley drew his sword from behind his back, and his step-grandfather begged for mercy. Then he started yelling that Riley could kill him instead of Arlie. He said he didn't disagree that his daughter had done wrong, but she wasn't a bad person. She was just a bad influence. He begged Riley to believe him. He sobbed for mercy for his beloved daughter, but all he got in response was a cold-blooded no, and blood spurted. There was a red mass all around, on trees and on bushes, on every plant in the county. Riley reflected on the fact that his body was very different in this life. He had been resting for 19 years. There was blood on his hands. When he saw it, he decided that he would never give in to his emotions again. Maybe now it was time to go back. To himself, Riley turned to Jan with words about things getting out of control. It was getting light. Ian was called by Sir. She asked if the old man had managed to find the young master, and Ian answered in the negative. The maid immediately began to pity the prince, because he is defenseless, and Jan asked the girl not to dramatize and said that Riley is probably hiding somewhere. The worried girl shouted that he wasn't here, that he was in Lady Iris's room, and then suddenly disappeared. She said that she is aware how he likes to play hide and seek, but this is not the time for games at all. The girl is sure it was the assassins who did it, and that's where Ian got more worried. He asked what now, will they just stand and talk? And the old man said that he will go to make a new round of the estate. Sarah hesitated to go with him, to see if she could find the third prince, but Finn called out to her. He was standing on one of the manor's balconies watching the servants from above, and hearing the lord's voice, Sarah tensed. The earl concluded aloud that Riley was missing and they hadn't told him. Ian became even more worried that the young lord was already out of honor because of his laziness and lack of achievement. What would the count do to him if he told him that Riley had now been kidnapped by the assassins as well? In Jan's mind, he saw a picture of the count saying that it was a disgrace and that Riley should disappear, forbidding them to look for him. He was saying that the house of Ippolit didn't need such idlers and slackers as the third prince. The old man started to explain what had happened, but Riley came out of nowhere. Ian attacked the prince with a hug, and Sarah asked him where he'd been. Riley didn't answer in a complicated way, saying he'd just come and heard what they were saying about him. Sarah gave the prince a slap on the wrist and scolded him with words about how he had no idea how worried she and Jan were about him. And in turn, Riley asked why only Jan was hugging him. Now, Riley was addressed by his father. The third prince responded monotonously. Finn beckoned his son to come with him to his father's study, and the prince obediently followed. Lloyd was already in the study. He did not look very pleased. The father said that he had been told that it was Riley who had found the note, and he had asked about it, and Riley had confirmed it. Lloyd shouted that his mother had ordered Riley to get off the estate. How could he have the paper? Riley interjected with an innocent look, and that infuriated the second prince. He spoke so Riley didn't pretend he didn't know what he was talking about. In a calm tone, Lloyd suggested that his brother admit that he forged the note. This shocked Riley. Lloyd was very angry, for Riley was the reason his mother was banished. The second prince swung and almost hit his brother, but he dodged. The second son shouted for Riley to confess what game he had decided to play with them. Riley tensed. He didn't think that Lloyd had noticed that he really was very angry. The third prince's fist clenched. He doesn't like to be provoked. And his father decided to stop them both. Lloyd started to protest. But Finn said that he didn't intend to repeat himself twice. In any case, it was already proven that Orly had poisoned Iris's soup and also let the assassins into the house. Now he turned to his youngest son. He said that this was not an interrogation. He just needed to know where Riley had gotten the paper, and the count added that it had not fallen from the sky. Riley decided to confess and said that they might not believe him, but he had killed the assassin who had come after his mom. It wasn't at all what Lloyd expected to hear, and he interjected. Riley went on, saying what they probably already knew, that a couple days ago he'd gone down to the yard to practice with his sword. He was told that he did, and was also told that Riley had said that he didn't even know how to use a sword properly. Riley didn't respond, but continued by saying that right after the training, the assassin had caught him in the hallway. And then he said that he had barely fought him off with the wooden sword he had on him. Riley said that he managed to escape, and when he returned, the assassin was already dead, and in his hand he found the note. Finn Ippolit didn't let him finish. He concluded that Orly had sent the assassin. Lloyd didn't like such statements against his mother. He shouted that his mother would never do such a thing. His father said that he understood that Lloyd found it hard to believe, but that Orly had let the assassins into the house. He explained that that was why he'd had to banish her, and the conversation ended. Finn telling his sons that it was time to split up because it was late in bedtime. The sons obeyed, and they were both about to leave, but their father asked Riley to come to his office tomorrow, saying he had something he needed to tell his son alone, and the younger son agreed. As he closed the door behind him, Riley saw Lion standing next to him, his older brother pointedly ignoring him. Apparently he doesn't talk to his younger brother anymore, but Riley doesn't really care. Riley thinks they are two pontificators. Lion asked Lloyd what he thought about it, and Lloyd said he didn't think that Riley was lying. Lion said indifferently that it was tragic about Mom, of course, but there was nothing they could do about it. Lion said that you can't get emotional in such a complicated case, and he started talking about assassins and said he was even grateful to Riley. It made Lloyd angry, and he didn't understand how his brother could say such things. But Lion only asked where was he wrong, and if she was their mother, could she be forgiven for killing them? Lloyd shouted back that she was still their mother, and Lion again said that contract killing was a crime and there was no excuse for it. The second son was upset, and he asked his brother if he really thought their mother was a criminal. Lion gently stroked his younger brother and said that they would leave it at that for now. Then he reminded his brother that the time was coming to elect an heir to the house of Ippolit, and it dawned on Lloyd what Lion was getting at. The first prince had said that if the heir was chosen, they could avenge their mother. He promised that when he won the right to inherit Ippolit's estate, he would put the house back in order. But Lion reminded his brother that even though Riley was a lazy bum and a slacker, his father still had hopes for him. Lion finished by saying that they would avenge their mother, but that it would have to wait. Lloyd cried and said he understood, and Lion suggested that his brother trust each other, and a sneaky smile broke out on his face. At last morning, clear sky. It seemed all the nightmares of the night had gone with it. Ian was already by the young master's side. He was equipped with beauty products. He was grooming the third prince in every way possible before his audience with the count. Finished, the old man said that Riley now looked a dozen years younger, despite being only 19. Riley had his hair slicked to the side and his suit ironed. Hearing Ian's compliment, Riley asked did he really look a 10? Ian ignored it. He said that this could be a chance for the young lord. For now that Lady Orly had been banished, the prince could finally talk to his father about the inheritance. He was incredibly happy. The old man considered it a momentous moment. Riley didn't react much to the old man's song, only lazily said that he would go already. Ian went with him. He kept talking about how could Riley not understand. Maybe his lordship called him because he wants to see the prince's skills and talents. The old man boasted that he always said that Riley was the most talented and outstanding of the brothers. The third prince knocked on the red door and said that it was Riley. His father invited him in. Before entering, the prince was called out by Ian. He clenched his fists and wished him good luck. The count, without further explanation, told Riley to pack for the road. Riley was shocked by what he heard, but his father handed him the invitation card. The prince still didn't understand what the earl was getting at and asked where exactly his father was suggesting he go. Taking the paper his father had handed him, Riley read that it was a memo to the participants of the royal tournament. It said that this was the 17th royal tournament, which would be held in a month's time, and that it would bring together the best swordsmen. However, it said that it was an invitation for Finn and that he was very welcome there. Riley realized that no one else could participate, but his father could just say that the third prince would be in the tournament. Riley thought it was a bit much to start a dialogue by saying, "Get ready to go." Riley asked uncertainly why he wanted to go, and his father said that Riley knew the answer for the experience because his brothers had been to similar tournaments before. The third prince said that it was wonderful and that they had a great chance to go again. However, the Earl of Ippolit said that the letter was addressed specifically to Riley and then asked, didn't the third prince catch that it was a declaration of love? Father made a heart shape with his hands. The last three words Riley took especially brightly. A declaration of love? The third prince waved his hands in the negative and said he wouldn't go. He thought he would just close his eyes and cry, as he had done in the first chapter. Riley kept saying he wouldn't go, that he wouldn't participate in the tournament, that he couldn't do anything. His father tiredly closed his eyes with his hand. He asked the prince how long he could be lazy and asked his son not to test his father's patience. The son tried to dissuade him by telling him that he had once decided to use a wooden sword to twirl his mother's sword, and Jan, listening to all this outside the door, gradually turned pale. In the end, Riley asked his father not to force him, because it wouldn't work anyway. He asked him not to force him to pick up the sword. His father said with a benevolent, fatherly voice and gaze that Riley could do it. But Riley was not at all encouraged by these words. He was flooded with memories from his past life. "You can do it, soldier," and everything around him was cherry red with blood. The prince's mind was filled with the phrases, "You can't do it without you. You can do it. You can do it, you're a fighter. It's your duty. Fight, soldier." Now he couldn't shift his attention from the word soldier. Riley stood like a dumbfounded man for a while and then said that she was looking at him like that. Riley shouted worriedly to his father not to look at him like that. He repeated again that he would not participate. Finn left the table and went to his son. The Earl said that it was impossible to refuse. He said that Riley was not a little boy anymore and he had responsibilities, but there was no choice and he would participate. And Count Ippolita finished by saying that Riley should defend their family's honor in the tournament. Riley was truly horrified. He questioned why would he have to defend his family's honor. He practically lunged out the door, but Ian was standing there. Realizing that he had been noticed, the old man began to justify that he hadn't been eavesdropping at all, saying that he had been cleaning up. Before Ian knew it, Riley was running away. Finn ordered Ian to go after the third prince, but he didn't understand, and the count yelled his orders again. Riley hid in some woman's closet, wondering why he remembered his past life, and wondering how he, longing never to pick up a sword again, was born into a family of swordsmen. He understood that he was the son of a master, and it was natural that his father would want to pass the skill on to his son, but he didn't understand why everyone in the manor, down to the maids, was a swordsman. Riley realized how much he had changed. Just a couple of phrases confused him. And why did it all go to him? Riley's mother's native voice asked what Sarah needed, and the maid replied that she was looking for a young master. She explained that it was because his lordship didn't agree with Riley. The royal tournament was about to begin. Iris understood and asked if Riley was hiding, and Sarah answered positively and said that his lordship had hoped that the third prince would agree to participate, but the young lord had simply run away. Riley meanwhile listened intently to their conversation from his mother's closet. The maid asked if my lady was worried about what everyone was saying about her, that her son would not be the heir. Madame Iris answered that she did, but she was sure that they would be fine. She said that sometimes Riley looks at her like that, so sad and sad. And she asks him what's wrong, but he immediately pretends that everything is normal and nothing to worry about and says, "Don't worry. Everything is fine, Mom." Lady Iris said that the prince has changed a lot. The mother of the third prince said that she doesn't understand him, but since she is his mother, she will do everything to understand her son. She said that even when everyone gets tired of his inaction, she will still continue to love him and support him because she wants Riley to just be happy. Sarah was struck by such warm words from the lady about her son. But Iris lightened the mood by asking if Riley was boring Sarah with his laziness, and the girls laughed. Sarah replied that she couldn't afford it, and soon Madame Iris asked if Sarah could help her, since she wanted to move to another room, and Sarah of course agreed. The blonde-haired woman turned to the closet near which she and the maid were standing. She knocked on it and asked if Riley was hiding in there again. The third prince did not expect to be found so quickly and easily. The closet doors swung open, and the prince saw his mother in front of him, a beautiful woman in a lovely orange dress. Riley started to excuse himself, saying that he just wanted to be alone. The third prince guiltily apologized to his mom, and she smiled and said that he knew he shouldn't do that. She said that when he was hiding when the assassins came, they were all worried because they didn't know where he was. And then she asked him if he wanted to be alone because of the tournament. Riley shook his head affirmatively, and his mom wondered why. Riley explained that even the thought of picking up a sword terrified him. Lady Iris asked cheerfully if he were accompanied by a beautiful lady. Would he go? Riley wondered, and Mama simply said smugly that she would go with him to the tournament. Ian adjusted the carriage and wondered if Madame Iris had taken everything. She said yes and asked if Jan had forgotten anything. The old man assured her that both he and Sarah had everything. He also asked if they had enough help, if they should take someone else. Sarah said that it would be worth taking at least 2 more, and Riley shrugged and said that of course it would be enough. He knew how fast they both were. Ian was angry that of course a prince was a prince, but he thought it was too much. Finn Ippolit came out to them and asked if they were leaving already, and Iris told her lover that yes, and Ian just greeted the Lord. The Count began to say goodbye to his wife. He almost cried that she did not have to go with her son. Iris gently said that they had already agreed. The third prince's mother said that this was her first trip alone with her son. She sweetly asked her husband to refrain from long goodbyes, or he might upset someone inadvertently. Finn said if only someone wouldn't upset him. His lovely wife asked him to be honest about whether he was jealous. The Earl coughed and said that she was going with Riley, and that was the only condition under which he would agree to participate in the tournament. My lady's face frowned. She reminded her darling that they had agreed not to talk about bad things. She stepped away from her husband and said that it was her advice to him, and the Earl of Ippolit and the servants said goodbye. The Count said sternly that the safety of his son and his beloved wife was in their hands, said that if anything happened to them, he would tear their heads off. Ian swore on his life that he would protect the young lord and lady to the last drop of blood, and Sarah also said that she swore. At parting, Lady Iris smiled from the carriage, and the young lord looked coldly and indifferently at his father. On the way the woman shouted a word Sololo. She explained it by that it had been a long time since she had had to shout that word. Madam was very happy to say those syllables again. Riley asked what was the word, and now the mother realized that her boy was leaving the estate for the first time. She said that Sololo was the name of the Ippolit family's estate. The prince said that he did not know that it had a name, and Madam proudly declared that her father had built the estate and therefore, it was named after him. Miss Iris now turned to Sarah. She asked if she had been born in Solia and in what locality. The maid replied that it was in the right. The right Solia was on the right of the manor. There was also a left and front Solia. Sarah told the prince that the northernmost part of Solia was just the Sololo manor and the wall protecting them from strangers. Riley said that was cool and asked if Solia was big. The maid said that Solia is big and it's a whole kingdom in one city. The girl also said that there was something similar to Solia that the young master had often mentioned. She couldn't remember the name, and at those words Riley perked up. Sarah said that it was a drink that gave a pleasant tingle on the tongue, and with ice it tasted even better. She said that it was a Heaven Zero refreshing drink, just like the third prince said. Riley jumped up and hovered over the maid. He demanded details. The young girl was confused. She said that cola was sweet like wine, but not intoxicating, and reminded him that the young lord swore that it was the drink of the gods. She said that its color, its main feature, is blacker than black. Riley finally lost his mind. The guy stabbed his fingers into the ceiling and yelled the name of the drink, Coke. The women in the transport called out to him. They asked if he was okay. Riley didn't answer, but asked if the drink was really available in Solia. The maid asked if the gentleman meant non-alcoholic wine. Iris interjected and then asked, did Sarah try to teach Riley how to drink? Ian intervened. He said that the drink that the young lord is talking about is non-alcoholic. Even small children drink it. Riley rejoiced, for if this drink is available in Solia, then he should definitely go there. It has been his dream for 19 years. The carriage jerked. Not wasting any time, Sarah determined that it was an attack. She jumped out of the carriage and asked Ian who attacked them. He pointed to the goblins. Goblins are stunted green massive creatures with ears similar to elven and human faces. These goblins were equipped with wooden bats and shields. Riley said that if they were goblins, Sarah would deal with them in 3 seconds. Sarah yelled outside that they should split up and that the goblins might try to surround the carriage and asked Ian to protect her. Riley was nervous. Ian said for the young lord to trust the maid. The prince didn't understand why Sarah was working so slowly. After all, she has strong balance and powerful kicks. The third prince couldn't wait to drink the cola. Now he thought that maybe he really should have brought more people with him. There was already a lot of blood around the girl, but there were many more goblins. Ian shouted for her to be careful, for the young lord was cheering her on. In the end, Riley couldn't stand it and shouted that he had had enough. He would do it himself. While fighting the monsters, Sarah turned around and saw the lord. She was surprised and asked what he was doing here. She also said that it was dangerous here and for him to go back to the carriage. Riley snatched her weapon from her and asked why she didn't work her legs during the fight. The girl yelled for the prince to stop, and during a pause, Riley said that just when he had a chance for a coke, these things came out and held them up. Now Riley can't buy it. Then the third prince turned to Sarah. He said that if you draw a circle and do not go beyond it, the movements will be precipitous and the fight will drag on. Meanwhile, he cut another goblin in half. Riley told him to keep his distance and hit the enemy with sudden, short attacks. The prince shouted that if they didn't kill their enemies quickly, he wouldn't have time for a coke today. The angry prince killed his enemies one by one. It seemed to be no effort at all. The remaining goblins weren't so eager to participate anymore. Riley told Sarah to watch and learn how to take the initiative in battle. With the words that it was quick and easy, Riley sliced the remaining monsters in half with a single swing. Everyone was silent. Sarah and Ian couldn't get a single word out of themselves. And the old man didn't understand what he had just seen. And the third prince, with a relaxed smile, offered to continue on his way, blood on his cheeks and hands. The carriage had already pulled out. Ian asked Madame Iris if she knew about her son's skills. Lady Iris gently stroked Riley. She replied that it was hard for her to say, as she didn't know about swords at all. The third prince meanwhile was sleeping sweetly. Apparently he was very tired. The prince's mother said she was just glad her son was all right and uninjured, saying her heart went out when he went to the goblins. Ian was still shocked by what had happened, but Iris told him to keep the incident a secret. She asked him not to tell anyone in the manor, not even the count, and the old man agreed. The morning came. They had already arrived at their destination, and Sarah was happy. She cheerfully welcomed them to Solia. Riley noticed that she looked very happy, which could not be said of him. The maid replied that it was natural, for it had been a long time since she had been to her homeland. Lady Iris said she was not comfortable in front of Ian. She was worried that she had to send Ian to the castle all alone. But Sarah assured her that it was for the best, for otherwise he would have told them all about what had happened on the road yesterday. The maid said that it was necessary to respect the local rules and customs, in other words, to eat, drink and be merry. Riley agreed with the girl, though it was hard to tell from him that it sounded tempting to him. Sarah asked what they would start with, and the prince confidently said cola, but sharply corrected himself, saying that they would start with sweet, black, non-alcoholic wine. And the prince said that was how he imagined it. In front of them was a huge castle and a bunch of houses in the same style. Sarah told them that there was a cafe that she often visited and that they would probably sell what the young lord wanted. She was glad that they could get out of the sunlight at the same time. Someone, apparently a poor man, said saw 2 targets. He stood around the corner and watched Riley and his mother intently. Then he turned to the girl standing next to him. He said that it was time to earn his bread. He also rudely called her a scum of the magic tower. She was a pretty slender girl. She had pale skin and black hair. But there was one thing. It wasn't all that beautiful. Half of her face was covered with a horrible scar. She didn't refuse to be told or ordered. She just agreed. Riley stared fascinated at some barrel. He said that it really existed, and he was upset that he would never try it again. It seemed to him that he was already swimming in Coca-Cola. The prince shouted what a fantastic cool, tingling foam burning his throat. The third prince was literally going crazy with happiness, and those around him looked at him as if he were an idiot, although the prince cared little. But Lady Iris and Sarah were burning with shame, and happy Riley asked his mother for another glass. She didn't understand what he said at first, but then agreed. As the prince drank another glass of Coke, Sarah told him that he was acting like an old drunk. The same girl with black hair was grabbed by two men. She resisted and screamed that she did nothing. But they did not believe her. She shouted for help. But those who grabbed her said that passers-by should not worry because they caught her stealing. Of course the girl denied their words. Sarah wanted to go to the girl's aid and rolled up her sleeves. But Riley stopped her and said it was staged. And so the prince advised the maid to relax and ignore it. Riley calmly sat down and was about to continue enjoying the enviable drink. Sarah asked what he was talking about. She didn't understand what staging meant. But Riley replied that they were looking at her sword. Meanwhile, the actors were actively tugging the dark-haired girl back and forth. One of them was even smiling. By the way, the girl was an order of magnitude smaller than the two men who had her caught stealing. The third prince explained that if this girl needed help, she would be looking for it with her eyes looking in all directions. But their eyes were fixed only on the maid's sword. He asked Sarah what she thought it meant. But not waiting for an answer, the prince suggested that they stay out of other people's problems. They were already indoors, and Riley walked into the room and saw Ian there. The old man was clearly not himself. Seeing the condition of the servant, Riley asked what happened, and Ian said that, to be honest, he wanted to do things his way. He cried that had it been his will, he would have taken the right to participate in the duel. The old man drank standing next to him a drink in a volley and asked if the prince knew what had happened to him today at Solia Castle. At the entrance of the castle, Jan asked for 4 tickets to the fencing competition. The girl asked where they came from, and Jan informed her that they were from Count Ippolit's estate. The girl was very excited. She asked if it was true. Jan didn't understand why she was questioning, but answered positively and handed her the clan letter with the count's seal. The girl checked it and said that there were 4 tickets for the competition and asked if everything was correct, but the old man asked her for tickets to the auditorium. Jan sobbed into his pillow and said that the girl was very surprised to hear about the tickets for the auditorium and not for the contestants. Riley awkwardly asked if she'd just said that and later added that she hadn't even known what to say. However, Jan shouted that the problem was that it wasn't over yet, and the prince asked if he couldn't finish already, but he was ignored. There was an awkward silence between Ian and the girl in charge of tickets, but then someone called out to Ian and spoke as it really him. Jan turned around. He was greeted by a blonde-haired, tall and pumped-up middle-aged man. He called the old man a mercenary hero and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Jan realized that it was Schneider, he asked a couple more times and finally, convinced, shouted that how many years had passed. The man asked how Jan was doing, whether he had also come to the fencing competition. Later he said more calmly that it seemed that Jan had never married, and Jan told him that he was just a butler at the Ippolit estate. The old acquaintance asked that if he was a butler there, which of them he served. The old man's heart sank into his heels, and the man began to question, was it the sharp sword Lion or the swift sword Lloyd? With every word Jan's face grew more and more gloomy, but then the fair-haired fellow laughed and asked could it be the Earl of Stane himself. He confirmed his own words and said that at Ian's age, it was most likely the latter option. Jan didn't answer the acquaintance's question and asked the girl when there would be audience tickets and how long he had to wait. The man was very surprised to hear the word spectator and asked again. However, without waiting for an answer, he continued the questioning and remembered that the count had a 3rd child. The man tried to remember what his name was, eventually remembered Riley. All sons have a 2nd name, for example a sharp sword or a swift sword. So Schneider decided to remember the 3rd prince's middle name too. He carefully said which is kind of lazy sword, because of his nature. Jan choked on his tears and hugged the blanket. He cried out that he was very ashamed for humiliating himself in front of his old comrade. Jan was pouring all the water out of his system, and Riley couldn't listen to it anymore, and so he covered his ears with his hands. The old man was crying about the pity with which Schneider looked at him, the mercenary hero. He cried out that if only Lady Iris had not questioned him to keep secret what had happened yesterday. If only she had not said so. Ian was crying very loudly. He thought that it was also unfair. Riley and Ian went downstairs to the table. Madame Iris and Sarah were waiting for them. Sarah asked how they had slept, and Madame covered her mouth with her hands seeing the old man's appearance. Ian was swollen to death. Riley answered the girl that badly. It seemed to him that he shouldn't have gotten in here at all. The maid was glowing. She was looking forward to tomorrow's competition, which she was looking forward to. She also said it was her first time at a tournament like this, so she was excited. Riley, lying on the table, said he just wanted to go home. Looking at her son, Lady Iris chuckled. She said that apparently Ian really was too sensitive. The third prince waved a white flag and agreed with his mother. She said that Ian got drunk and every half an hour repeated the same thing. Jan coughed and awkwardly greeted everyone with a good morning. Sarah greeted him and immediately turned her attention to the young lord. The prince asked her where they would be going today, and Sarah cheerfully replied that they would be traveling to Solia today. Riley asked why they were going there, and the girl explained that they would not have the opportunity to go any other day. She said that already from tomorrow the 3-day competition begins. The prince asked if they would not go to Lower Solia, and the maid said uncertainly that it was better not to go there. Ian, already awake, added that it was unsafe and dirty, and Sarah confirmed his words, saying that even though she had lived there, Lower Solia was not a good place. Riley said that he had no particular desire to go there now. The maid clapped her hands and said it was the right thing to do, and Sarah heroically offered to start exploring the town. Lady Iris told her to lead them, and they left the house they had slept in. Sarah and Riley were both kind of droopy. The Temple of Solia is the place where the goddess Ironessa is worshipped and receives blessings from her. Here the sick and wounded are healed, and also here the goddess blesses oracles to make predictions of important events, positive and destructive. Lady Iris had once suffered from a serious illness, and she had come to thank the priest to whom she owed her healing, and to see the city. Riley looked around and decided that the sacred temple was not much different from other places. He remembered that people often said that the goddess gave people the gift of prophecy. Riley wondered if someone would be willing to spend their life as a monk for that gift. The priest looked at Lady Iris and later said that Lady Iris's recovery had been difficult, but she had made it. The priest congratulated the madam on the fact that she seemed to be protected by the goddess Ironessa herself, and the mother of the third prince thanked Father Libers. Riley was slowly drifting away. Sarah asked where he was going, to which the prince replied that he thought his mother would still be talking for a long time, and so he decided to go look around, and Ian followed him. The old man noticed that this temple has beautiful architecture. He said that many people come here to see the Temple of Solia. Riley recalled that in his past life he had met a statue from such a temple by chance, and as soon as she saw him, she immediately said that he was the chosen one of the sacred sword. Since then his life began to change. The third prince said that this place reminded him of his past life, how he met a saint and drew the sacred sword. Up ahead near the huge statue stood a figure in a white robe. Ian wondered who it was, but Riley didn't care as usual. It was a girl of small stature and purple long hair. She greeted the old man and the prince and added that she was honored to meet someone who was gifted by the gods, and the girl also greeted them as guests of the temple. Ian stammered a greeting in response, but Riley just remained silent. The old man didn't like that kind of rudeness from the prince and said that Riley should say hello too. The third prince asked why him, and Riley told Jan that if she wanted him to say hello to her, let her open her face first, and everyone around came in shock at what the prince said. Ian said that by the looks of it, it was an important person, but the prince didn't care much. He snapped back that he was an important person too. The girl in the robe called him funny and started to slowly take off her hood. When she finally took it off, a beautiful yellow-eyed girl appeared in front of everyone. Jan bowed to her and said that she was Saint Frisia. The old man was embarrassed, apologizing for not recognizing her, and Riley seemed to look down on everyone. Ian did not ignore him, however, and said that the prince should say hello soon, for he was looking at a saint. He added that it was also the Saint of Solia, the youngest of the Holy Virgins. Riley said that it seems there is a strange custom of worshipping living saints here too, and Ian didn't understand what it was about. The prince said nothing and he was just talking to himself. In fact, Riley didn't like saints. On the contrary, one could say he disliked them and even disgusted them. He saw the picture of the saint saying that he had been chosen by the sacred sword itself. She told him to take it and destroy the demon king. So Beck took the sword. And the saint added that only a warrior chosen by a god could do that. She said that he was their only savior. And then Beck calmly agreed. But now Riley didn't understand why he did it. The third prince waved his hand, turned around and started to walk away. Ian tried to stop him. He whispered in the prince's ear that he should at least show her his face so she would remember him. The prince asked why he would do that, plus the more he looked at her, the more quickly his appetite would drop. Saint was not happy with such remarks in her direction from the third prince. Riley said it was time to leave. Mom was probably done talking by now. And from behind them a female voice came to them asking to listen. They turned around and saw a saint hurrying towards them. And the girl asked them to stop. The prince eventually turned around too. The girl looked into the guy's eyes. It seemed she remembered him and wanted to start talking. But wasn't sure. Riley wondered what she was going to say to him. If she was going to say, like in his past life, that he was unusual and that he made a good impression. He sincerely hoped that she wouldn't say that he should take the sacred sword and destroy the demon king. However, the miniature girl asked him to bend over a little. She asked if he didn't by chance. And further was hurt only by the third prince. The dumbfounded prince asked with horror why a saint asks about such things. She did not answer that. With a smug look she said that judging by the prince's face, she did. She also said that she understood everything and in general, she thought so. Riley still didn't understand why she would bring that up, and she explained that it was because he had a very sluggish reaction when he saw her. Riley asked insultingly if, after something like that, she still considered herself a saint. As far as he knew, it wasn't common for saints to say such stupid things, and everyone in the temple was horrified, and Ian included. The girl was not hurt by his words. She said that despite this, she is still the youngest saint maiden of Solia. She explained that it was natural to be proud of it, and it was clear from Riley's face that he was extremely disgusted. But he sarcastically replied that she was good for her, also adding that in that case, she could think whatever she wanted. The girl was surprised that the prince addressed her on you and said that she was a saint after all. The third prince asked so what if she was a saint. The girl hesitated. The prince continued. He asked if he should fall on his knees and weep in front of her. He asked Jan if it was the right thing to do. The old man in shock said no, and Riley was squirming with frustration. He said he was terribly angry. He apologized and said he couldn't stand the saints because one of them had once made him feel very uncomfortable. The priests and Ian had cold sweat running down his face. Riley suggested that the girl go her separate ways and not annoy each other. The girl clutched the hem of her white robe harder and harder. She was starting to cry and couldn't say anything anymore. A couple of priests ran up to her, and one of them held out a handkerchief to her. Riley in the meantime continued to harass the saint. He asked her what was wrong and why she was crying. She had started at first. In turn, the petite girl with a sharp movement refused the handkerchief and told Riley to listen that such treatment of the saint is sacrilege. The third prince did not care at all. He told his interlocutor that he had no religion. He called her ridiculous, saying that she was the first to start talking nonsense and now she was making him look bad. The prince explained that was why he didn't want to come here to the temple. He'd asked Ian to go and he'd ask her back, and Riley had said that he didn't think they should stay here. They were leaving and the saint was watching them, and soon she began to cry about how unpleasant the situation was. She was angry and criticized the prince, saying she could not stand it. Tears flowed from Frisia's eyes. The priests tried their best to cheer her up, saying that there may be people who do not like saints. The girl cried out if this is what they call comfort, but the guy explained that it's just not worth giving such importance to his words, because it's just some rude gentleman. The girl replied that it was true, and then asked if the priest had ever thought that about her. He shook his head in the negative. He shouted and asked how he could think that of her. He sucked up. He said that she was the holiest person after the goddess Ironessa herself. He said that sometimes he even thought she was the goddess incarnate. The priest reiterated again that she should not attach such importance to this gentleman's words, and the other two priests supported the first. The girl seemed to calm down at last. Frisia told herself that it was enough to think about this young gentleman. she should go and pray. Suddenly something struck her. She turned sharply to Riley leaving and said aloud that it could not be. She asked, was it really him? Jan asked the prince what the saint had said in his ear, and Riley wondered. He remembered that the girl had asked him if he was the kind of man who liked men. However, to Jan he answered that she asked him what type he liked, and Jan didn't understand and asked what it meant. The prince answered that he meant the same thing, but it didn't matter. Riley said that she pisses him off, but he is kind and will tolerate everything. The third prince also said that there is nothing good in being called a saint, and a saint was glaring at him from behind. Already outside, Lady Iris asked her son what happened at the temple. Sarah stood beside her and looked questioningly at the prince, but Riley only shrugged and said it was nothing, and a black aura seemed to float around Ian. The maid cheered up and said that now they would go to the magic tower. The third prince was interested in such a suggestion, and Sarah remembered that the master had told her that he had an interest in magic and she had asked him about it. Riley was excited. He said that he wanted to learn how to move objects without using his hands. The prince thought that it is very convenient, and the shabby Ian told him that magic is not used for such purposes. The old man's brain was boiling. After all, there had never been a mage in the Ippolit lineage. What else is this fiction? Sarah and Iris chuckled at the servants, and Riley clucked unhappily. They were already approaching the tower. It was a high-rise that looked like Big Ben, and around it was a blue light, similar to the one that Riley, or rather Beck, had used to destroy the head of the monsters in the first chapter. Riley stared at the tower mesmerized. He said it had a slightly different atmosphere than the one on Solia's left. The maid said that was true, and if you got closer, you could see that the air was different. She said that some say it's because of the high levels of pure mana in the air around the tower. Then she asked the prince if he could see the circle and pointed her finger at the blue light. Sarah explained that this was the device, and Riley listened attentively, then thought. For him, as someone who hadn't heard much about magic, such stories were always very interesting. And when it came to his extraordinary ability in his past life, all he had was a curse and a blessing, and more specifically, the sacred sword he had received. Riley thought that he was much better off here than in that world, where he'd been forcibly shoved into a burden of responsibilities he didn't even want. He needed to live the life of a chosen one, and it was weighing heavily on Beck. The third prince was not at all eager to experience such a thing again, but it was different with magic after all. In this life, Riley's choices determined his future. The prince looked at his hand. He wondered if he could deal with the trauma from his past life if he practiced magic. Sarah asked if Riley would like to try the very device in the magic tower. She also said that it allows to measure mana, and whoever wants to become a magician must go through that procedure. The third prince thought again, and Sarah insisted that if given the chance, Riley should take it too. Ippolit's two first sons, Lion and Lloyd, had also measured their mana levels to learn the sword technique, the magic blade. They were just children at the time, and Lion's mana manifested at the age of 12 and Lloyd's at 14. Sarah kept going on and on, saying that he didn't have that chance, for various reasons. Lady Iris joined in, too, and said that Riley should try. Ian, listening to all this, just burning with anger. It seemed around him growing deadly flames. He thought about the fact that Riley had finally come to show everyone his abilities, because he, the mercenary hero Ian, was the best in battle magic during the Great War, and also he was the first to feel Mr. Riley's potential. Now the old man looked enthusiastic. He was energized by the thought that everyone would finally know about the young master's unusual abilities, and Ian thought that it was the day to get rid of the title Lazy Sword. Riley's mother and the servants were already inside the tower, all looking around in admiration. Riley asked if this was the magic tower, and Lady Iris said it was very spacious. There were lots of flying jars or books, lots of information about magic, everything was glowing, and the most interesting thing was the flying stairs to the top. Sarah explained that due to some device the inside is much wider and, as Madam said, more spacious than it looks from the outside. She said she didn't know the details, but that's what they said, and Riley said it was amazing. He kept noticing the liminal gems or magical stones in the air, and those very stone steps. The maid said that still a tower is a tower and other people in it are different. They look somehow special. There were mages inside. They were wearing blue robes, but they did not wear hoods. One of the mages addressed them. It was a handsome ash-haired guy with round glasses. He asked politely what they were here for, and Ian told the guy that they were here to see the tower. The guy politely said that not everyone could enter the magic tower. He asked them to provide documents confirming their identity. The old man handed him the papers, and the blonde-haired mage smiled when he saw that they were from Ippolit. And then he said he gave them permission to inspect the first floor, but not to go up to the second floor or touch the items. Before he could finish, Riley was already standing mesmerized near a large magical stone and touching it with his hand. The mage ran up to the prince in a flash and took his hand away. He yelled that this stone was not to be touched. Riley apologized and said that he was just curious because this stone was so blue. The boy was examining the rock, seeing if everything was okay. He was still nervously saying that even a lord of the Earl family should not touch this stone. He also asked if Riley even knew what it was. The prince asked what such a stone was, however the mage didn't tell him, but only replied that he couldn't tell him. The boy finally exhaled and said that there was a sign with items that could be touched and politely asked them to be more careful from now on. He also added that everything else could not be touched, only looked at. Lady Iris came up to them and politely asked the mage to show them where the place was, because they didn't know what it was all about. The magician smiled and said that he would be happy to do so, and now he introduced himself. His name was Ferda. Ferda told them that there were many kinds of magicians, wizards, sorcerers and alchemists. He said that if you list their properties, a whole day would not be enough. He stood heroically near a huge cabinet with various books. He said that most magicians wrote magical books like this. He showed one of them. It looked quite ordinary, but magical blue light was pouring out of it. Now Ferda was standing at an interesting device with flasks. He said that water could be poured into it, and when a certain time passed, it would turn into ice. The principle was that the magic circle in contact with water, and Riley interrupted him by saying that it is like a refrigerator. The magician was surprised. He asked what a refrigerator was, and the third prince turned away and said that it was nothing. He made up the word himself. Ferda told them to look around, and if they wanted to go up to the second floor, they would have to go through a certain procedure. The prince asked what they could see on the second floor, and Ferda said that there they could see the trainees practicing magic. For example, in throwing the fireball that Riley was so interested in. The prince said that was interesting, and Sarah called him and said that it was here. The prince and the mage went into the room where the others were waiting for them. The girls were smiling as usual, and Ian still had his black aura. Sarah told the prince that it was a mana meter, and Riley wanted to try it. Riley hesitantly confirmed his words, and Ian's gaze clearly made him uncomfortable. He wanted to refuse, but when the old man looked at him again, he agreed. The prince, looking at the yellow ball in front of him, asked Ferda how to use it. The prince replied that all he had to do was raise his hands over the ball and it would glow and then fill with water, depending on the mana the prince had. The third prince decided that there is nothing difficult in it. You just need to raise your hands and it will start to measure. Jan asked the magician Ferda to listen to him. Ferda responded. The old man asked what happens if the amount of mana is large, if the balloon bursts because of it. Ferda hesitated, but replied that such a person would then be invited to study in a tower or other educational institution, especially if it was a child. He said that so far the ball has never burst, and Ferda also said that if the ball at least cracks, then they are dealing with a genius, but bursting such a thing is hardly possible. Now the magician laughed and said that he is not a dragon, and therefore do not worry about the safety of the ball. The only one who caused the crack is the great magician of Astroy. Ferda said that during the Great War that Mage even defeated a great mercenary hero, however the guy couldn't remember his name. Jan looked at him silently, and Ferda still could not remember, but once again repeated that Astroy had defeated that hero. The girls laughed. They also asked whether Jan expected much from the young lord. The old man coughed, and Riley addressed the balloon with the words, "Shall we begin?" The prince put one hand on the ball and it began to glow. Something happened. He even had to squint because of the bright light. Everyone was tense and watching the process carefully. Ian was especially excited. Soon the light faded. Riley relaxed. He asked, was this really the end of it? Everyone except the mage ran to see what had happened. There was very little mana in the orb, but the mage commented that it was normal, average. Ian's heart, it seemed, stopped. He interjected. The old man was heartbroken. He thought, why the norm? Why not an excess and why not a measurement error? The prince was not upset at all. On the contrary, he was happy that he had the norm and thought that maybe he should become a magician after all. His mother supported him by saying that maybe he should really take up magic. Ferda laughed and said that was not a bad option, but he still thought the prince should study everyday magic. A gloomy aura formed around Ian again, only this time not of anger, but of dejection. Ferda continued to tell him that it was quite enough for magic. Jan mumbled that it couldn't be. He still couldn't believe it. Ferda asked if Mr. Jan was alright. The man became furious and yelled that this couldn't be happening. The old man grabbed the ball and was ready to smash it to pieces, and the magician tried to stop him, shouting that a magic ball should not be treated like that. However, Jan stood his ground and told Ferda that he was sure that something was wrong with it, but he kept crying that there was some mistake. The third prince in turn whistled some song, pretending that he did not hear anyone. He told the girls that he was hungry and asked what they would eat today. He also asked if they would go to the right Solia for lunch. Lady Iris assured her son that Sarah had prepared everything, and the maid confirmed the words of her mistress by saying that she had already booked a table in the restaurant and that was where they would go today. She also shouted to Ian that he had had enough and it was time to go. The old man was crying, holding a golden magic ball in his hands, and Ferda was crying too. You could read on his face help. Such eyes he looked at the maid. Suddenly Sarah shouted for Mr. Yan to turn around, for there Mr. Riley is using magic. She pointed her hand to the right, and Ian turned around sharply, thinking that the prince had directed his power to another object, for here the immense power and strength could transfer into another object. Ferda took advantage of the moment and snatched the orb from the old man's hands. Jan shouted a long no, blushed and fell on Sarah. The girl deftly caught the broken Jan and said that now it was time for them to go to dinner. She did not forget to remind Jan that she had booked a table in a nice restaurant. However, Jan stood his ground. He thought that he could not just leave like that. After all the great talent of the master, all those disappointed looks. Jan thought about the nickname Lazy Swordsman. He did not understand what it is even. Everyone was about to leave and so, Sarah had to drag the crying servant by the scruff of the neck. When the door to the room closed, Ferda finally exhaled. He was finally gone. The mage was sweeping the floor of the magic tower. Today had exhausted him, and Ferda looked tired. He didn't understand how the old man had so much strength, and Ferda whined to himself that that gentleman was touching everything. A couple of mages came down to the first floor, and the man, seeing Ferda, said it looked like he was on duty today. Ferda responded positively and greeted the magician, and the man said that Ferda looked tired and asked what was wrong. Ferda wanted to tell him, but their attention was diverted by the mages who were scrutinizing something. The older mage asked what was wrong and told the boy he would go look at it. Ferda agreed. The man, seeing what was there, turned pale and turned to the guy. He literally had no face on him. He was dumbfounded. Ferda ran up to the pandemonium and asked what was the big deal. He was an order of magnitude shorter than the others, and therefore no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything. One green-haired mage asked if Ferda had been on duty on the first floor today. Ferda said yes and asked why he was asking. The green-haired mage asked what was wrong. Ferda still didn't understand what he was talking about, but now he saw that the big blue magic stone was cracked. Ferda was shocked and he didn't understand how, because this stone is used only by the strongest mages. And then he asked who did it. The man said that since he didn't know either, it was a problem. He said that he didn't know who it was, but if Astroy's mage found out about it, he would raise everyone's ears. All the mages on the first floor turned even paler, and the green-haired mage said in a trembling voice that he needed to find the culprit. Another red-haired mage supported him and said that otherwise he might think that they had done it and they would be in trouble. One of them asked how they could find the culprit. They had no evidence. Another said that it was not an ordinary person at all, and Ferda was literally shaking with fear. Someone asked who had been on the first floor today and if there were any witnesses. One of them turned to Ferda and said that he had been on duty here today and asked if he had seen any suspicious persons. They were going crazy because they didn't have a single clue. All the mages in the room had their backs turned to the damaged stone. At one point the stone was simply torn to pieces and the mages were terrified, especially the man Ferda and the green-haired mage. A woman's voice called out to Riley and Prince turned around. It was his mom addressing him. She asked if he was having a hard time. They were walking through the town holding hands, and he said no and asked why his mother was asking. Lady Iris said there was a lot to see, but it didn't seem to interest Riley, so she asked. Riley looked up and explained that there was so much going on today. It was the first time he had ever been to the temple. Riley remembered that he had also seen a sacred maiden there that he didn't want to see at all. Even then, he had been worried about what to do if she gave him an oracle, as she had in his previous life. The third prince said that he had been in the tower as well. He didn't mention in front of his mother that there he collected mana in a slightly different way than before. He had to proceed carefully so that no one would notice anything. The prince laughed and told his mother that it was generally good that nothing like that had happened. Madam replied what could happen, since they have Ian and Sarah with them. The prince only laughed in response. Meanwhile, Sarah was calming Ian down and telling him to pull himself together. Ian didn't understand how this was possible. He couldn't have imagined it. He was still shocked. Lady Iris told Riley that something serious seemed to have happened to Ian. Riley turned calmly to his mother and asked if she was disappointed to learn that her son was a commoner. She thought for a second and then smiled affectionately and said that she was just relieved that she had him. Riley was touched. He asked if it was true. He and his mother stood silently holding hands, and behind them stood the servants, or rather Sarah was holding Ian. The prince suggested they look in there and Mom agreed. The street was full of people, and around the next corner were the same two men who had staged the theft capture earlier. The brunette turned to the blonde man. He called him Beta and said that it seemed that if they continued they would be caught. Beta grudgingly replied that secret things would still come out someday, and he was aware of that. But he did say that today was all for nothing and they should get down to business for real. The brunette was shocked. He asked was Beta really suggesting going through his pockets on the day of the festival in Solia. However, it didn't bother Bat that much. He said that it's okay, it's fine. And if they miss this chance, they'll be sucking their thumb until the next festival. He turned his attention to some guy. He said that he looked a little different, even dressed differently. It was an ash-haired guy in a uniform and with a red scarf around his neck. The brunette asked if Beta couldn't see the guards behind him and added that this guy was at least a count. Beta was not at all happy with this news. He turned sharply to the second man, calling him Hamel. He asked how he liked this one. Beta spoke of Riley, Lady Iris and Sarah. They stood out a bit from the crowd. Hamel asked that these people were the same visitors. Beta shouted that yes, they were definitely them, the ones who pretended not to notice the girl being attacked nearby. Beta licked his lips snidely and said that apparently there was one goofy young gentleman, his mother and one maid among them. Soon he spotted the old man's servant and remarked that there were 4 in all. Hamel asked if he had really chosen them, and the blonde man cheerfully said that of course, for such heartless ones must be punished. He assured himself and Hamel that they were not committing a crime, but punishing them, and therefore the goddess Ironessa would forgive them. Hamel was not very happy with his partner's idea, but he thought that there should be no problem, because there are 2 aristocrats and only 2 servants, it should be easy. Despite all this, Hamel told Beta that he had a bad feeling. Beta replied that they were in no position to choose, and finally asked whether Hamel agreed or not. In the end the brunette did agree, and Beta shouted cheerfully that it was the right thing to do, and they rushed into the crowd, their target a few rows ahead. Beta and Hamili looked at each other, counted to 3, and when Hamili was very close to Jan, they noticed him. The old man silently elbowed him in the chest, though the brunette had not even managed to land on his feet yet. Hamel was stunned. Jan, without wasting time, kicked him in the knee. The thief fell to the ground, his leg hurting like hell. Hamel tried to get up, and an old manservant looked at him from above. He asked who they were and where they came from. Hamel was sweating. He was in pain and his mouth was bleeding. He screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Sarah had already grabbed Bat. He was shaking. He covered his mouth with his hand and thought he had a bad feeling. Ian said they were silent, only wagging their eyes. The old man towered heroically over the thieves, asking if they thought they could get away with touching the young Mr. Ippolit. The name rang in Hamel's head, and he wondered if it was the same aristocrat who'd earned his status as Earl with his sword. Bat was thrown back to the stone floor. Sarah said that she had wondered where she could have seen them, but now she remembered that they were the same ones from yesterday's gang. She said that the Lord was right. She stood over the blonde and looked at him questioningly, not as menacingly as January. The girl asked where they were from, And Beta was still shaking and covering his face. Sarah leaned over a little and asked if they were from Lower Solia and added that they smelled like slop. Beta shrieked that it couldn't be, for he had spritzed himself with perfume, and the thief began to sniff himself. Sarah asked did he really think that the odor of a commoner could be so easily overpowered by perfume. However, the girl also said that this was her homeland, so she would let them live, but in return they would have to pay for trying to harm her master. The maid crouched down on one knee beside Bat, and he begged her not to. She stepped her foot on his arm. Her eyes didn't look so kind now. She said that they should choose their target more carefully next time, for her master didn't like being pestered. Lady Iris and the third prince were eating sweets on sticks. Riley noticed Jan and asked where Sarah was. The old man said she told him she was going to the restroom and would be back soon. He also asked if the young master wanted to leave as well, and Riley turned around and said not really, and explained that he was asking because he couldn't find her. Turning away, Riley said that since they had taken the job, let them do it properly. Ian was a little surprised and asked again. And the third prince said cheerfully that it was nothing and told his mother that this sweetness looked appetizing. Madame answered positively and said that she had to wipe his mouth first. The prince's whole face was in the food. Riley raised his head. Above him was a salute of red and majestic. The whole crowd froze and just stared at the beauty from above. Riley and his mom were mesmerized. Sarah said that it had finally started. Madame couldn't hear the girl and asked her to come up and say what she was talking about. The maid smiled and said she was about the fencing competition. Finally today the fencing festival would start in this place. Riley and her mother and servants were already in the stands, as well as the rest of the spectators. Everyone was excited. The third prince asked had Sarah brought food and drinks. The maid was holding a tray with legs, potatoes, burgers and coke. Cheerfully replied to the lord that everything was ready. Riley took to eating the meat, and Ian noticed that this time there would be some good contestants. The prince asked if it was true and the old man said yes, and also reminded that they had seen the program of the competition at the entrance. Riley said he hadn't looked at it, and Ian sighed tiredly. Sarah said that according to the program, there would be 3 competitions today. The old man indifferently said that he thought the competitions would be over before dinner. He thought the competitors were outstanding, but not so good by Ipolat's standards. Riley noticed a couple sitting nearby, and that the area around them was empty. There were fewer people here than outside, he thought. Lady Iris noticed it too, and the maid said there were not very many people. Madame agreed and said she thought it would be packed. But Sarah explained that it was difficult for commoners to get in, and that ordinary people had to get a letter of invitation, because the competition was between streams of aristocratic families. Lady Iris asked what she meant in that case common people would not be able to watch the competition. The maid said that was not the case at all. The girl pointed her finger to a blue flying stone with a small ball on top. The lady asked what is it? And then the maid explained that with this thing you can see everything that will happen here. Riley said unkindly that surely some nobleman would do something stupid and embarrass himself. Sarah disappointed him by saying that it couldn't happen because there was a time difference. She said they could see what was happening here a day earlier. Riley thought it was some sort of delayed broadcast, but Sarah kept talking, saying that the magic tower was in charge of the video, and if you asked them, they could cut out the unwanted footage. The prince again came to the conclusion that this magic tower was quite an interesting place. He thought that even though it was a different era, but just like in his previous life, all the conveniences are arranged by magic, and his mom said that it seems it's already starting. From behind the wall behind which the participants are, there were shouts and loud noises. Someone shouted for others to listen and not to shout in the mana room. Another shouted to shut up, and where did he even come from? Someone on the podium shouted that his son was coming out and that everyone should be quiet. Ian noticed that the aristocrats had a very loud voice. He said that he could not understand why everyone was so excited. Riley, Madame and the maid looked at him in bewilderment. In her turn, Sarah thought that if their young master came out, and imagined as an agitated Jan shouted for everyone to shut up because the master was coming out, she thought that Jan would shout the loudest. The old man calmly informed them that 2 participants were coming out, one from the Warren family and the other from the Dries family. He told them that both of them were known for their swordsmanship, though not as much as Ipoletta. One guy raised his hand. Sarah even jumped on the spot. She was glad that it had finally started. Lady Iris was also in a bit of anticipation. And the third prince just watched silently. A bright battle was going on. A dark-haired boy was being flown at by a blonde-haired young man. Their swords meeting time after time. The brunette fended off his opponent's attack, and he flew back a little. But it wouldn't end there. The metal of their swords clinking over and over again. Riley said that was it. Nothing like that interesting to an extent. Ian looked at the prince, asking if he was definitely interested. The third prince leaned back in the seat and said that yes, because you can see techniques that he had not seen before. He sincerely thought that there were no techniques that he didn't know, but he had seen new techniques and thought it was unusual. Sipping his black drink, Riley added that it was interesting, except for the fact that it looked like cute kids playing with toys. Ian listened to him carefully. The third prince said that even though it sounded a little strange, he had that interest. He said that it was a bit nerdy but interesting at the same time. Riley thought it looked nice, and Sarah shrugged and said that their lord could kill even goblins in one fell swoop, so it was possible. The old man did not miss the opportunity and said that in that case, the young master should have participated. But Riley repeated that he was lazy, and Ian was horrified. Riley said that they liked his nickname the Lazy Swordsman, and later added that it was true. Jan asked so it's not a joke. He stood up a bit. The old man didn't understand why he likes it, because he has such a talent, and also why the expression on the prince's face looks so tired. Now he understood that the third son hides his talents and his real face. But why does he go around with this terrible nickname of Lazy Swordsman? Ian kept wondering what was the real reason. Lady Iris turned to the servant and said that she thought that in order to make their Riley's life more interesting, they should find him a bride here, and then ask his opinion on the matter. The third prince even choked on his expensive cola. Both Ian and the prince were shocked. They both asked if she was serious. Finally Madame smiled and replied that of course she was joking. It was just that Jan had such a focused look on his face. The prince's mother laughed, and the prince himself exhaled in relief. Sweating profusely, he stood up and said he would leave. His mother agreed, and the maid was a little scared for some reason. In the hallway, Riley paced back and forth and held his head, saying how long it had been since he'd been taken by surprise, asking what all this talk about the bride was about. Ian stood nearby and watched, and suddenly someone called out to them. Riley turned around questioningly. There stood a blue-haired man in a suit and a red-haired worker. The man said rudely that he was addressing the third prince specifically. He said that just now Riley had allowed himself to be rather rude. Ian was a little shocked, and Riley asked what was so impertinent to say. The man said that what was impertinent was that the prince said that it all seemed like childish jokes, and asked maybe Riley didn't know how much effort the contestants put into their preparation. Now he said he didn't know a fraction of that, and if he took it back, he would forgive him. Riley apologized indifferently and said that he was wrong. It sounded extremely insincere. Riley motioned for Ian to go, because it had already probably started there. The prince took Ian under his arm and led the way out of there, the man glaring at them unhappily. He shouted for Riley to wait, and when the young man stopped, he said that it was insincere. He kept saying that there was no sincerity in the prince's words, and the man asked if that was an apology. Riley looked haughtily and seemingly down at his interlocutor and asked what else was needed. Now the nobleman couldn't stand it any longer. He was blazing with anger and shouted that he, Aplok, the eldest son of the Orenzium family, would teach him a lesson on behalf of all the contestants, and the third prince was beginning to get fed up with it. Aplok said that if the prince was here, he was also of a certain clan. He pointed his finger at him and ordered him to say which clan he belonged to. The prince already thought that he was wrong to say that and he should have been quiet. It was his problem in his past life. Ian turned to the young lord and with his eyes asked what he was going to do. Riley looked at him as if it was obvious he was going to run. The prince rushed out of there with a bullet. Ian didn't even have time to react fully. Aplok and the girl rushed in pursuit, the man asking where he was going. But Jan blocked their way and asked them to wait. The old man started to say that he couldn't let them. He didn't finish as Aplok attacked him, but Ian managed to block the blow. The man said that for an old man, Ian's skill level was pretty good. And then regretted him by saying what a pity that it was 2 against 1. Aplok still managed to reach the prince. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would punish the one who does not respect the honor of the nobility. Riley turned on him with eyes as blank and indifferent as possible, indifferent enough that it made the man uncomfortable. Riley grabbed the other man's wrist firmly and lifted his hand. He towered over Aplock, and so his serious words about that he had already apologized seemed especially intimidating. Aplock couldn't get out. He didn't understand what was wrong or why this guy was so strong. Blue magic flowed down Aplock's arm. It swirled in a whirlwind. He still thought that everything was pointless against his mana. The third prince prevented his attack and squeezed his hand harder. Aplock shrank back in pain. The girl who was busy with Jan at that moment was afraid for her lord, and Jan watched silently. Aplock wondered who the lad was. He pondered it didn't look like he was using mana at all. But then how was he doing it? Riley looked at the man's hand and wondered what he was picking on him for. Aplock moaned about his arm. He was in a lot of pain, and the girl tried to run to his aid. Riley didn't wait for an answer and just threw Aplock at the girl in anger with words about that he just wanted a quiet life. Ian was still silently, but with a bit of surprise, watching all of this. A large hole had formed in the wall in which the opponents had flown into. The prince approached the man and asked if the man had said his name was Aplock. He again did not wait for an answer from the man, but started on his own and told him to listen carefully. Riley asked if he was taking pills because he stank. Ian watched from the sidelines. The third prince told Aplock that if he didn't want to be discovered, he should be quiet. Aplock obediently agreed, terror in his eyes. Riley said with a murderous look that if he told anyone what had happened, whether he was a Renzium or a Ranzium, he would get him out of the ground, and this time Aplock agreed more readily. Jan was asking Mr. Riley in his mind what he had said what this man was, and Riley called Jan over and put his hand on his shoulder. He ordered him to sort this place out, and if anyone asked, to say that he had done it himself. Ian was not happy about such a request. He blanched. The prince waved him goodbye and calling Ian a mercenary hero, said that he would take full responsibility and asked him for a favor. Riley left, and a shocked Ian was left standing with the battered aggressors. Riley returned to the hall and told the girls about it. His mom said that he'd been there for quite some time. Sarah asked her lord where Mr. Ian was. The prince casually replied that it looked like Ian had gone for a big one. And then said that he waited for the old man and then left. It seems it's a long time. It was clear from the faces of the girls that this was not what they expected to hear. The maid asked if they had heard anything like the sound of an explosion just now. Riley turned away and answered that he didn't even know and hadn't heard anything. But maybe it was Ian. He also said that Sarah had good hearing, and the girl hesitated, while Riley took up his precious drink again. Taking a sip, he was glad for the coolness. The prince looked like a drunk again, and so his mother and the maid didn't like his reaction very much. Riley noticed that just as it was starting and asked what the trick was to this contest, two aristocrats and a judge entered the ring. Sarah told that they say one of the sides is claiming supremacy and therefore many expect a high score, and she is among them. Riley interjected about the supremacy candidate, and the maid asked him if he saw a man with two swords. It was a young man with a blue plume, white hair and blue eyes. The third prince decided that the lad looked good and remembered that Brother Lloyd looked about the same at that age. Sarah laughed and said that he is the only one who uses two swords in this competition. That's why she expects a good party. The girl told that he was from the Gineer family and it was rumored that this was his first competition. Riley was interested. He asked is this his first joust, and he is already claiming the first place. He also said he seems to be quite famous. The prince asked if he was overrated. Sarah told him that there were secret competitions between the competitors and they said that he had shown extraordinary technique. She remembered that there was something else that intrigued the prince. The maid had said that he was said to be superior even to the Ippolit clan. At least that was what the tickets said, and Lady Iris and Riley had been amazed. Lady Iris said that still, when it comes to the sword, the Ippolit clan comes first. Riley pointed a finger at him and said that in that case, it was not to their advantage to expect good results from him. Sarah had a very different attitude towards him. She hugged herself and said what a nice way to look at his masculinity and boldness. The referee told her that the fight would continue until one of the contestants was thrown off the field or until the action stopped. He said that they are allowed to use mana and threatening the opponent's life should be disqualified. The referee also added that it was up to him and asked if it was clear. The hopeful guy nodded confidently, but his opponent was already a bit confused. Sarah yelped and said it looks like this time the victory is already predetermined. This poor boy was shaking with fear, while his strong opponent was standing confidently in the stand. The spectators realized that the winner was already known. The poor thin boy was shaking with fear. It seemed he was about to drop his sword. Riley, watching all this, said he didn't even know. The prince turned to Sarah and asked her if she knew anything about this boy. She asked if he spoke at the opponent of the candidate for the championship. The maid could not remember the boy's name at first. In the meantime, the judge waved his hand to signal the start. Sarah remembered that this aristocrat was from the Orenzium family. Swords were knocked out of the famous swordsman's hands. He was a bit stunned, everyone in the hall aghast. The prince from the Gynier family flew off, and his opponent attacked him with a blue plume. He looked a little more confident now. Riley watched the contest with fascination and interjected about Orenzium. The image of the first prince of the family, the same man the one the prince had left Ian with, popped into his mind. The third son mumbled, which meant he had used the thing then too. The boy froze after the blow. He looked at his opponent in surprise. Had he really succeeded? The prince from the Gynier family curled up on the floor. The judge came up to the boy and grabbed his arm, then sharply raised up and shouted that this was their winner, the second son of the Orenzium family, Aplion. Colored streamers sprinkled from somewhere, and applause erupted from the audience. Aplion looked happy, still not fully believing that he had won. Riley thought to himself that if he compared Aplion to his brother, the smell of pills was not as strong, but Riley thought that he had not won on his own. Now the prince remembered Jan. He wondered why the old man was taking so long. Sarah was shocked, and Lady Iris was stroking her to calm her down. Riley kept thinking about Ian. Maybe something had happened to him. He should have been back long ago, and there was no reaction to the mana. Sarah brought more burgers and said that the mistress and the lord had eaten. Riley thanked the maid. The third prince tried to calm himself with thoughts that nothing could have happened to Ian, that there was no way such a thing could happen. Meanwhile, Ian was gently lifting the red-haired girl up. However, she said to help her master first. Yan replied to her that due to his mana defense, he had less internal damage and therefore needed to help her first. The girl hung on Jan's shoulder. The old man's mind was filled with images of the young lord screaming that all he wanted was a quiet life. Jan thought that this Aplok is also quite strong. He has not bad abilities, but he said that no matter how talented everyone, his master already, and further he did not say out loud, but decided that the master has already shown his level of skill. Now the old man wondered if that during the mana measurement, he had purposely released only a little bit on purpose. Was it possible that the young master was a dragon that had descended to earth? Dragons are supreme beings. Their lifespan is 10,000 years. Sometimes dragons turned into humans for fun. Yan couldn't give his strength any other explanation, with the prince still being very young. But Ian exhaled. It couldn't be, because he was there at the moment of his birth and saw everything with his own eyes. He remembered how Lady Iris had held her son in her arms for the first time. Now the old man thought of the mistress, in which case it was clear. Then it is clear how the lord has abnormally huge power. But last time Madame spit blood when she was poisoned. Ian wondered if a majestic dragon could go blind from some poison, or if it was because of the human body, or if it could. Foolish thoughts haunted the old man, and coming to his senses, Ian forced himself to wake up and come to his senses. He said most importantly the lord. He didn't finish but walked over to Prince Aplok and lifted him up. When he already had 2 wounded men on him, he said proudly that as he thought, Mr. Riley turned out to be the greatest man. The girl and Aplok could no longer listen to this and did not understand why Jan was holding them. The old man kept reasoning what a great lord he had. He stepped forward confidently and broadly. He said to wait and what if to reflect. Jan remembered the prince's mother's request to keep it a secret and remembered he shivered a little. They had agreed to keep it a secret. Suddenly someone called them. Jan turned around and saw a group of people and started to ask what they wanted. But then he realized that they were people from the temple and Saint Frisia herself. Jan was not expecting them here. Frisia said that there was a guest who had come to the temple, so they were told. Jan was a little frightened if they had come because of the Lord's antics yesterday. The saint said that surely Jan must have known about it too. Sarah stretched. She said that she had a strange feeling. She was dumbfounded because the one she was rooting for had lost literally in an instant. Lady Iris answered her nothing, but asked if there would be any additional contests. The maid replied that probably not. It was forbidden by the rules. Lady Iris said that means that the competition is over for today. She said that they went much faster than she expected. Sarah said that they say that there are far fewer participants this year than last year. She said that they had the opening ceremony today, so tomorrow they will be able to see more of the competition. And maybe the day after tomorrow they will have the semi-finals and finals. Sarah took the edge of the balcony and added that by the way she didn't expect such a result from a member of the Orenzium family. Lady Iris asked, was the kick really that good? The maid stood up and said of course it was, because the power of his strike could match the power of Prince Lion's strike. Madam asked what if we compare it to Riley's punching power? Sarah did not expect such a question from her mistress. She thought about it and said that if she did not know about the real abilities of the Lord, she would say that Mr. Riley does not compare to him. She was very surprised that time when the Lord fought with goblins. She remembered what she saw that time. Sarah corrected herself in a flash. She said she was surprised that wasn't a right word, for she was completely and utterly amazed. Because unlike the second son of the Orenzium family, the Lord didn't hesitate for a second in his strikes. He held himself with confidence. She decided to herself what surprised her most was his unperturbed, cold-blooded gaze. But eventually Sarah coughed and said that she couldn't tell who was stronger. They won't know until they fight. She turned to Riley and asked what he thought about it. But she didn't find the prince on the spot, which she was very surprised about. Lady Iris had told her that since Ian had been away for a long time, the prince had decided to go and fetch him. Now the girl noticed that indeed, Lord Ian was still gone. She put her hands at her sides and said that was news. The young lord was walking around alone. Sarah decided that she would have to warn Mr. Ian about this when he returned. The prince's mother laughed and said that if Riley had decided to look for his fiancée as well as Ian, who knows? Sarah was a little confused by this and asked if Madam was not joking about the bride. She asked if it meant that Madam really wanted the prince to settle down. All the aristocrats had already left the hall, and no one was talking or discussing the contest in the corridor. Lady Iris quietly told Sarah that something must have happened here. She also said that someone was blocking the path, and that person was Ian. This time Sarah was shocked. She even pushed the aristocrats ahead of her. She saw that there were two people hanging on Jan, unable to stand on their own. The girl shouted that it was him. Man asked why he was standing there, and also noticed that Mr. Riley was not with him. The lady asked why the abbots from Solia's temple and the knights were gathered here. They turned to the nobles and apologized for blocking their way so unceremoniously on the way out. Saint Frisia said that they were now looking for people of the Ippolit family. Sarah was even more horrified to see Saint Frisia. Riley was standing outside and leaning against a castle wall. He was holding some sort of cloth object in his hand. The prince looked at him and said that he hadn't bought those things yesterday for nothing. He had a gold-colored mask in his hand, and black cloth was sewn to it around the perimeter to cover other parts of his head. The prince was telling himself that this Orenzium jerk had to keep his mouth shut or things would take a serious turn, and Riley didn't want that at all. The third prince noticed a blue light at his side. Magic. He realized that Ian had apparently just now sent the Orenzium family men away. He looked in the direction the blue light was coming from and thought, isn't that where the Lower Solia is? Riley chuckled and remembered that it was a long way from here to Lower Solia. The third prince climbed to the top of the castle with ease, jumping on the opposite walls. He called Orenzium's men scoundrels and said that he had warned them. In flight, he said, they'd gone pill-popping again. The cave was lit by the faint light of the lamps. Someone was moaning in pain. It was the brunette thief Hamel. He moaned that he was still alive. Hamel looked at his hands and said he didn't think that those four people would be Ippolit's people. He wanted to say how unlucky he was, but quickly corrected himself and said that he was lucky to be alive. Hamel looked up and thought it was morning or evening. At first he thought it was morning, but then when he saw the light of the lamps he decided it was evening. Hamel cried that they had come there last night, and now he woke up and it was evening again. He didn't like it that he had slept all day, though it wasn't surprising. It had happened yesterday. He called out to Beth and asked if he was okay. The blonde was lying on his side, leaning against a wall, and Hamel was shouting that he had brought him here in his arms. Beta was crying and cursing the scum, the girl who had tied him up. Hamel jumped up from his seat and asked if Beta was all right. He turned to him and shouted that he was all right. Beta didn't forget to call Hamel a jerk. The look on the blonde man's face was nightmarish. Hamel looked dumbfounded at his ally. Beta cried for his arm, for it was broken, and now it was over. The brunette crouched beside the blonde and shouted it was over. He told him that he would go to the temple once to see a healer, and that would be the end of it. Beta asked did he really think that these noble upstarts would treat a man from Lower Solia. Beta said that Hamel made him laugh and he hugged the guy and told him to calm down. Beta cried that what they did to him. But he was not finished, but stood up and said that they should be avenged for this. Hamel asked what he was going to do. The brunette got up and ran after him. He asked was he going to go to that girl. Beta shouted back that he was using the scum of the magic tower. Hamel was telling Beta to stop immediately. However, Beta ignored him. But Hamel kept begging him to leave this venture. Beta walked over to someone lying under a blanket on the floor and told them to get up. He tore off the blanket and calling the girl Nini, shouted to her to get up already louder. She woke up and asked him what was wrong. It was the black-haired girl with the scar. Beta said he had a request for her and without her, there was no way he could carry out a plan. Nini asked if he could do it without her, and contrary to her hopes, Beta said that he could not do it without her. He said that he believed in her, and that was why he was asking for a favor. The girl agreed to help. Beta smiled contentedly. Nini finally stood up and Beta laughed again. He said that he was counting on her. A carriage was driving through the night city. Someone was telling that here he was pouncing on him, and with one blow he knocked out that second sword. And at that moment as it would come at him, it was Prince Aplion of Arenzium, who had won the contest. He was riding in the carriage with his brother, the first Prince Aplok. Aplok was still shaking. Aplion asked what happened to his brother. Aplok finally turned his attention to his brother and said that no, nothing had happened. However, Aplion shouted that the look on his brother's face said otherwise. He said that he could tell him everything. He was worried that Aplion never got nervous even in competitions. Aplion threw his brother back in his seat. He yelled that he had already said that everything was fine. Aplion was shocked by his brother's actions. The red-haired girl was also out of breath. She sat outside the carriage and watched the brothers. Riley sat on top of the carriage. He said what a relief that he could keep his mouth shut. He sat sideways on the roof of the carriage, and so no one could see him. The third prince praised the boy for not blabbing, and he wanted to rush in and set him straight if Aplok hesitated. Riley started to take off his mask and said okay, in that case it was time to go back. However, someone didn't let him do it quietly. Some magic hit him in the back. The prince thought what insolent person dared him to get in his way. On the road in front of a dozen meters from the carriage stood Beta and Nini. One of them asked the other if he was the guy the Lord was talking about. They were talking about Ryle and he heard it. He was a little shocked. Beta asked Nini if it was the one in the mask. He said he didn't know and remembered him a bit different. Besides he was unguarded, and why would he climb on someone else's family's carriage? Nini replied indifferently that she didn't know why he was unguarded and why he would climb on top of another family's carriage. But she was sure of one thing. She was sure that he knew who they were after. The girl shouted to get the two men out of the way, and Nini asked Bat what they should do. With a wild grin on his face, Beta interjected and said that it was known to kill him. Riley said that he can't already. Now that's them being funny. The girl grouped her magic in her hand and shouted lightning strike. She aimed her hand straight at the red-haired girl. The one crouched in pain and the lightning struck his body. The horses who were pulling the carriage scattered, and so the carriage itself overturned and the brothers fell out of there. Riley jumped onto the roof of the nearest house. He thought it was unbelievable, because he had never seen such magical powers even in his previous life. Nini said that he had dodged. Someone shouted that it was black magic, that someone was using black magic. Riley said that he had definitely seen this girl somewhere, and looking at her again, he remembered the moment when people on the street staged a theft and this girl was supposedly the thief. He realized that they had seen her when they arrived in Solia. The girl smiled as wildly as Beta had. She said that Beta had entrusted her with the case. He had asked her to handle it. Beta looked at her suspiciously, and she kept going that he said he needed her, said that she could handle it. Blue magic swirled around her, and Nini said that was why she couldn't let him down. Lightning bolts flew towards Riley. He said that things were heating up and it could be dangerous. Sarah said he was sitting with them. Saint Frisia asked if he was sitting right there, and the maid said yes. Frisia asked if they knew where he had gone now. Sarah was already a little annoyed. She said that he said he was going to the bathroom. Ian was a little touched too. All because of the embittered look on the maid's face. She was angry that Riley had gone to look for that old man. She knew she should have taken a chaperone. Lady Iris asked Saint Frisia what she would do and if she was going to wait for him here. She hesitated and then took the glass that Riley had been drinking from earlier. Lady Iris called out to her again. Ian didn't understand what she was doing. He thought maybe she was using her divine powers. Now he thought that the saint had gotten her powers from the goddess Ironessa herself, and she was using them to find their lord. Saint Frisia was gazing into the third prince's glass. Ian looked questioningly at the saint. Frisia squeezed the beaker with anger, and the contents flowed down her hand. The priests were worried what was wrong with the saint, and she finally came to her senses and asked Lady Iris what she was saying. Madame covered her mouth with her hand and asked if the saint was all right, and Ian in the background was absolutely terrified. He thought it was all because of yesterday's incident. The old man was sure that she was still resentful because of it. Perhaps it would be better if the master avoided seeing Saint Frisia. The saint was called by someone. She asked what was the matter. It was a blue-haired priest. He told that news had come from the central district. They said something terrible had happened there. There was some kind of red light in the sky. Frisia asked what happened there. And then they saw the sky. And everyone was shocked by such a sight. Nine's lightning hit one of the roofs. There was a lot of dust and purple light of electricity. And the townspeople were screaming and begging for help and rescue. However, the attack didn't affect the masked guy Riley at all. The prince was now standing in a different place and watching what was happening. He realized that he had only read about such things in books or heard about them from other people. But this was the first time he had ever seen such things. The girl was already very angry. She was going to attack the masked guy again and shouted that it was all for Bat's sake. She didn't hit again because Riley, once again, cleverly jumped back. They both wished each other dead. The third prince thought that she was just a little girl. And how could she be so skillful at magic at that age? A couple of warriors were already standing in front of Nine. They were asking who she was and saying that if she surrendered now. But she didn't let them talk. One of the knights was already struck by Nine's lightning. Meanwhile, Riley, watching this, was thinking what he should do. Sarah can't be called. He said that unlike the girl, Ian would be useful here. Then he thought that perhaps he should call at least the brothers of the Orenzium family. The Plock and Aplian were lying unconscious on the road, and a ball of lightning was already flying at them. Riley was horrified, for why were they lying there like logs when their help was needed? The prince was upset that now he would have to intervene. Nine shouted fireball and launched another attack at the masked guy. Now Riley had to run a little farther away because the girl launched a couple attacks at a time. The third prince was surprised that she was using magic so easily. The girl was pointing her finger at him, and Riley was thinking maybe he should try to master this toy too. He thought that it looked much easier than sword art, where physical strength was needed, and besides, in addition to various techniques, teleportation was possible with magic. Nine set into space ice spear and sharp rocks flew at Riley. The third prince said did she still not realize who she was messing with, and Riley reflected all the ice spears in one fell swoop. A man's voice shouted at Nine and asked what she was doing. He was ordering the girl to kill him. It was Beta, and he was very angry. Riley didn't realize who the man was at first. Then he remembered that he was the asshole who wanted to steal from him. Riley thought Yanai Sarah was being too compassionate, because if they had done away with them back then, this whole thing wouldn't have happened. But Riley had also decided that there was nothing he could do about it. Since it had happened, he'd have to clean up his own mess. Nine was a little startled by Beta's screams. The prince glanced at his sword and suggested he do it. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, a man in a blue robe was yelling at Ferda to bring the culprit who had smashed the precious mana measuring instrument before the master of the mood noticed a disappearance. Ferda was scared out of his wits, whining to himself that he'd be kicked out of the magic tower if he didn't find it. But he didn't know anything about it. He had no idea who had done it. Ferda thought and realized that he had one suspect. He remembered how he had caught Prince Ippolit with the now damaged stone. Ferda asked himself what was his name. He remembered that it was Riley. the lazy sword of the Ippolit family. He was on the roof of some building. The magician was about to leave. On the way he assured himself that it could not be the third prince, because it is impossible. Ferda thought that it is simply unthinkable, because even the great master Astru from this instrument of mana measurement could not even break off a piece. Therefore, he thought that this slacker lazy sword, once he attacked him, had split him apart. Frida shouted that if you asked anyone on the street, they would say it was nonsense. He said he had to look for the culprit, but he was making up nonsense. Ferda was walking along the road and saw an explosion above one of the roofs of the houses. He asked himself if it was a fireball. The magician crouched down on the ground and touched it with his hand. He realized that crackling sound, and that explosion was definitely a fireball. A crowd of people ran around him, shouting to save themselves. Someone shouted that the wizard had gone mad, that he was going to blow the place apart. Ferda started to get angry. He asked what kind of madman dared to use magic to attack without permission, and even in the central square. He thought that now he must stop this mage, and Ferda rushed towards the explosion. Almost the entire town around the tower was on fire. Everything was blazing with purple flames. Ferda, as he ran in, took a breath and asked why she was here. Meanwhile, the girl was preparing another strike. Ferda wondered if she hadn't been banished from the magic tower. Nini sent another fireball, and the masked guy was already ready to repel the attack, and he did so with his sword. Ferda was shocked. He thought, how did this guy cut the magic ball with his sword? Riley blocked another lightning strike. Nini was furious, for once again she had failed to at least hit him. She's sure it's just a steel sword, but it deflects all her attacks. She knew it was theoretically possible, but she didn't understand how he could do it so easily. Nini was angry, and then she covered her mouth with her hand and bent down. Blood flowed from her mouth. She thought that this was not the right moment at all, because Beta had confided in her. Beta looked at his ally with extreme displeasure. Nini felt that she had to justify his trust. She had to endure it. She decided, instead of putting all her strength into one powerful strike, one could continuously attack him with small blows and still save energy. The girl shouted magical arrows, and her power gathered around her again. Nini bit her lip, and the mana transformed into arrows and flew towards the direction the girl's hand was pointing. They flew straight at the third prince. Riley tensed. He noticed that she was the one using a different technique. The prince jumped off the roof of the building, smashing the arrows in his path. He shouted that it was so-so, and said that it was easy for him to dodge the blows before, but now they were getting quite weak. He couldn't see if she was aiming or something else. Nini looked eerily sad and depressed, a trail of blood on her chin. Beta mockingly asked if Nini could even beat him. Realizing that the girl was not answering positively, Beta became furious. He shouted for her to answer sooner. Beta yelled that she could defeat the guy. The response was a quiet and short yes, but then the girl still asked Beta to believe in her, saying that she would accomplish the mission by all means. It was her only friend's request. The girl finally looked up with confident eyes and said that she would fulfill it, even if it cost her life. Riley suspected something was wrong. He saw that the color of her mana was very rare. The houses in the neighborhood were still blazing with purple flames. The smoke was purple. In general, the whole street reflected purple. Even the girl's ice spears, thrust into the stone pebbles, were dark purple. The prince thought that perhaps this was some special type. He recalled that he had encountered such mana before in a past life, and back then it meant unique abilities. However, Riley said that despite that, there was still something bothering him. He pondered that normally the purple-black color meant that the person was using powerful black magic. However, this mana, it was as if it was unstable and carries danger. The girl was curling up in pain, and Beta couldn't find her place. Then Riley realized that she couldn't even control it. The girl wiped the blood from her cheek and didn't realize why there was so much of it. Nini realized that now the blood would not only rush from her mouth, but also from her right eye, around which there was a mosquito scar, looked at Bat with horror. The third prince realized that she was definitely not herself, and this matter should not be let go. Someone in the back shouted to look over there. Another shouted that someone had joined the fight. A third asked if they should run already, and someone in the crowd shouted that he would probably deal with that mage. Another shouted that they were finally safe. He exhaled loudly. Riley turned on them in horror. Shouts from his past life came back to his mind. People cheering that he was a warrior, that he was here, and how they would live, that the warrior would save them all. They were shouting to Beck that he was bound to win. It was as if the finger of the universe itself was pointing at Beck because he was a warrior. Riley was consumed by the memories and traumas of his past life, and he stood like a stiff. Nini told Bat to run away. He asked what she was talking about. And she replied she said to make him believe that this man will kill everyone here. Nini said she would stop him and let him run away from here, because at least he could survive. Beta denied everything, and Nini said that it was okay and even if she dies. Beta interrupted her by yelling that she, that useless bitch, didn't dare die. The blonde grabbed the girl by the scruff of her robe. He kept yelling, but now it was about her not daring to die until she killed him. Beta said that if she died now, she would be a pile of garbage with bones. Then asked louder did she understand him. The girl was shocked. Nini mumbled that he had said he trusted her. That's why. And before she could finish, Beta interrupted her with words about that they had let her, the plucked one, in and fed her. And now she had to work off the bread. He asked why he should take her so ugly. And said he was sick of her. Beta couldn't calm down, shouting that it was disgusting to even look at her. And that's probably why she was banished from the magic tower. Then the boy turned his attention to, standing next to him, Riley. There was a terrifying black aura around the prince. It seemed only his eyes were glowing. Seeing this, Beta couldn't stay on his feet. He fell on the road and hysterically asked what it was. Riley said that was it. The show was over. He pointed his sword at Bat and asked how he could call her trash. The prince also said that he himself could not listen to him anymore. He was sick of his words. Beta was terrified. His whole body was shaking. Meanwhile, the girl shouted pillar of fire and Riley was enveloped in purple mana. The prince called the blonde man a stupid donkey. Afterwards, he easily chopped the mana that was about to attack him. Nini got in the way of the masked guy and forbade him from approaching Beta. Riley didn't understand how even after that she was still on his side. He thought she was too. And now he called them both fools. He thought she was even stupider than he was when he was a warrior and protected people. The girl, wasting no time, yelled to Beta to make him run. Riley knocked the girl out in one motion and told her that she was too noisy and she should get some rest. And he also had a beef not with her, but with the creep. Nini fell to the road, and Riley turned his attention to Bat, and the latter was already crying with fear. The third prince had told him that he wasn't so kind, and if attacked, he'd have one hand on him. But now he was asking for it. Riley shouted that that was enough and prepared to cut off the thief's head, but the boy's protective field prevented him. Riley looked up. He saw an elderly mage limping there, proudly holding his majestic staff. The old man asked Riley who he was. The prince wasn't at all pleased by his appearance. He didn't want any more trouble. He realized that he had procrastinated too long, and now a man with strong mana had arrived. Streams of the old man's energy gathered from Solia's left and even from the fortress. The third prince saw that this energy is different from the usual energy, and therefore it is definitely not a guard. It's a different level here and it doesn't look like a person from the temple either. The old man did not wait long and said that if the guy does not deign to say who he is, then there is only one way out to use the power. From his magic staff came out a flame. It grew. The magician raised it up and said that he was the great master of Astroy. He would deal with him personally. Ferda said that they should go to the central square. Around the mage was blood on the stone walls and floor. The guy was addressing Grandmaster Astroy. The old man told Ferda to listen, that he should only be summoned for some really important matters. He injected the bald young man with something purple in his arm, but kept saying that his greatest magister, representing Solia, should not be summoned so easily. The magister took the gold from the bag. Astroy reminded him once again that he asked not to be disturbed by trifles. He sat at a table full of herbs and potions. Ferda shouted that it wasn't the drugs for sale that mattered now. He was telling that there, in the square, one of the exiles from the tower was now rampaging. Now, Astroy queried. He said that he thought that they were all dead by now. And he said alive and raging. The old man laughed and said that was amazing. In that case, he decided to go and see it after all. And have some fun at the same time. Ferda remembered that he had one more thing to say. He told the Grand Master that there was another person there and he was fighting with their former test subject. Later, the Grand Master remembered these words while looking at the masked guy. He asked if Ferda was talking about him. The master said he didn't know where Riley had come from. But he asked how he dared to make a disturbance in the territory of the Grand Master of Astraya. He said he would not let him get away with it. Riley rolled his eyes and asked if the old man called himself Grand Master. Wouldn't he be disgusted? People on the street were discussing that it could be dangerous and if they would hurt them. Someone finally noticed Master Astroy and couldn't believe their eyes. The third prince looked at the old man and wondered to himself if they would test his skills. He decided to see how powerful he was. The magister said there was nothing to be done in that case and he himself would personally imprison the guy. Astru struck his staff and said the word Mateo. Riley got into a fighting stance and he realized there were 3 places he could hit. The prince decided to split the fire into 3 and with one swing of his sword, he did so. Now he would need to send them back at once. Astroy was not ready for this. He shouted that he was crazy. In response to his own attack, which was already flying at him, he sent a water balloon. The water eventually extinguished the flames. The master couldn't believe that this dead man was able to repel his magical attacks. Astroy realized he was in the smoke and couldn't see what was going on outside. He yelled and asked where the masked puppy was. He quietly asked himself where he was hiding. He was lucky to feel a sword flying straight at him from above. Astra put up a protective barrier, hoping to repel the attack. However, he failed. The sword was launched so hard that it easily shattered the protective mana. The sword stabbed straight into the magister's shoulder and he cringed in slashing pain. This time, he was terribly angry, shouting how this insolent man dared to touch him. He walked down closer to the road and didn't realize where the guy had disappeared to. The knights, priests and the saint were walking along the stone road in their snow-white robes. They saw smoke ahead, which it seemed was heading in their direction. Everyone stopped and Saint Frisia ordered everyone to step back. She created a divine barrier in front of them, then realizing it was Mr. Astroy's magic, removed it. One of the knights asked one of the priests how could Master Astroy from the magic tower attack the saint. He thought it was an outrage. Frisia, looking at the Grand Master, realized that he was not looking at them. His gaze fixed on the central square. The girl told the attendants that for starters, they should get out of here as quickly as possible. She remembered that according to the prophecy of the goddess Ironessa, she should find him first, but it seems there were more important things to do. Meanwhile, Sarah, Lady Iris and Ian were still in the building where the competition was being held, even though it was already night. Lady Iris said that the people from the temple had left too quickly. She said it was nothing but trouble. The maid asked why the saint was looking for Riley. Ian coughed. She turned to Ian and asked if he knew anything. She didn't finish, but jumped to another question. Sarah didn't understand at first and then asked was Ian really here. Ian noticed Riley behind him and called out to him. The prince looked tired and asked if they were here already. The old man worriedly asked where the third prince was. The prince cheerfully replied that his mother told him that Ian was in the restroom, and so he went to look for him. Lady Iris replied understandingly that they must have missed each other. Ian was horrified if the prince had seen that the saint was looking for him and had run away. Ian thought that could not be. Sarah clapped her hands and said that since the young lord had returned, she thought it was safe to go. They walked down the stone path again. Riley turned to Ian, who answered. He asked if the old man had solved the case. Jan replied that if he meant the Arenzium people, then yes, but halfway through they had encountered the Holy One, so he did not know their fate. The prince smiled and said that he was good. Finished talking. The smile fell from Riley's face. He thought about the girl in rags. We'll have to check her out. Ever since he was a warrior, he still had that bad habit. Nini sat leaning against a wall, eyes closed. The knight asked why they were going down to Lower Solia. Aplian replied that they had to meet a man. A clock standing next to him was silent and trembling. The knight asked what kind of person, however Aplian replied that they did not have to report. The knight exhaled tiredly and asked what the hell are they even, but Aplian replied that they were not obligated to report. A woman's voice interrupted him, shouting for him to stop. It was a red-haired maid, and she was covering her brothers with her hand. She told the knight that he himself knew they had nothing to do with this case, after all. While Aplok looked horrified, Aplian was full of confidence. The knight was not pleased with the girl's appearance. She kept asking how long can they be questioned. After all, these gentlemen are busy men. Aplian asked how his brother was feeling. Then he noticed that his brother was trembling and unresponsive. The girl shouted at the knight and said that it was the mages who caused the trouble and asked him if he thought the same. The knight grudgingly replied that yes, it was true. The girl was extremely angry. She asked, does he mean to say that honorable people of the Orenzium family, who are masters of the sword, are involved in a case with magic? She shouted that it was just the nonsense of a blue mare, and the knight thought. The girl kept yelling how annoyed she was with him. She was ready to attack the knight, shouting that they too were victims, that they too had suffered because one of their companions had died in the disaster. The knight held her hand back and agreed with her, but told her to calm down for starters. He said that if they sent in their statements later, they would need to visit the station again. Knight held out a piece of paper to her. The girl snatched the paper from him sharply and roughly and laughed at how meticulous he was. Now she turned to the aristocrat brothers and smilingly apologized for the long wait. She said that she thought that it would be better to go back today. The girl suggested they have a hearty meal beforehand. Aplian agreed and said hurry up and go. They moved and Aplian patted his brother on the back. The knight looked at them and decided that she was a two-faced creature, and her gentlemen were no better. It was deep night, and the moon was full in the sky. Nini groaned on the floor. She did not understand what this place was, for she had been in the square with Beta. She remembered telling Beta that everything was fine, and that even if she died, he had interrupted her and told her not to die, calling her a useless bitch. How he shouted that she shouldn't dare die until she killed the masked guy. Beta yelled that if she died now, she would just be a useless handful of bones. The girl got upset and wondered if she had been abandoned again. Suddenly Nini grabbed her chest and screamed in pain. She cried that she was in a lot of pain. The girl curled up and remembered the words of Bat, her only friend, that she was a useless bitch, that it disgusted him to look at her. That's why she was expelled from the magic tower. She said that she just didn't want to be alone. The doors opened and a man's silhouette stood in the passage. He asked if she was up already. In front of Nini stood Riley. The girl hadn't expected to see him here, but it seemed she recognized him. Riley said that she hadn't woken up and he thought she was dead. Nini asked what was wrong with Beta. The third prince looked down at the girl and said he had no idea. Nini remained silent. The prince said he wouldn't beat around the bush and would ask her directly. He asked what she had used to attack him. Riley said that even his friends couldn't do that, so he asked how she had done it. Nini turned away and replied that she didn't have to tell him. In that case, Riley told her to tell him what kind of creature she was, but she again said nothing. He said that she wasn't just a wizard after all. After all, the color of her mana was different. The prince asked if it was idiosyncrasy. Idiosyncrasy is an increased, painful sensitivity of the body to products, drugs or certain influences, a sharp rejection of something. The girl asked why he needed this information. Riley grabbed his sword and said that she didn't seem to realize the position she was in. He put the sword to the girl's neck. The prince threateningly said that he hates it when a wimp like her wastes his precious time. Nini was scared. She thought, would she end up dying like this? The window was slightly frosted over. There wasn't a single leaf on the branches. A child's voice shouted to the mother that it was snowing. The child said that it was white like their hair and asked if it wasn't beautiful. The mother was a beautiful woman with snow-white hair and gray eyes. She replied that of course, because she was beautiful. The girl laughed and tenderly called her child her daughter. The girl was really beautiful. She had the same snow-white hair and gray eyes as her mother. The girl was a teenager. She said cheerfully that her daughter Nini was just like her mother. Nini remembered how her mom said that she believed in her, and the girl, being still very young, said for her mom to believe in her. The white-haired Nini had said that if she participated in a research experiment in the Mage Tower, they would live a worry-free life. She had rejoiced that suddenly she would become a great magister. Now another memory. Still blonde-haired Nini stood in some fortress in complete silence. She couldn't say anything. She only heard as someone terrified begged to stop, saying that she shouldn't do it, shouting loudly that she couldn't. When the screaming was over, a hand held out a pill to the young girl and said it was her turn. The girl looked at the pill in confusion and asked if it would hold up. The magician replied that if she couldn't take it, her family wouldn't be given any money. It was Grandmaster Astroy. Behind him were people behind bars. There was blood on the walls, and these people were sobbing hysterically. Astroy told the girl that she had been waiting for this after all, and therefore she should try harder. Nini was not happy with such news. Now she was even more terrified. She asked the master in a trembling voice to kill her. This was happening in the magic tower. The very same protective mana was all around. Nini was again asking to kill her. The other mages were rejoicing that they had finally succeeded. They shouted that mana, it doesn't evaporate, it stays in the girl's body. All the mages in the room cheered loudly. Someone shouted that with such results, they will get mages of the highest level. Nini realized that the experiment was finally over. Her hair was now black, she had a terrible scar on her face, and purple mana was pouring out of her hands. The magicians told her that was it, she could go home. The girl went outside. She was wrapped in a coarse brown cloth, but it didn't save her from the cold. She asked if it was true, if she didn't have to take that medicine anymore. She was told that she did, and that she had done a good job. Nini was glad it was finally over. That she would be able to meet her mom. She walked home through the snowy town. From behind the door they asked who she was. She said that it was her Nini. That it was her daughter Nini with snow white hair. Tears were already flowing from her eyes. They would not open the door for her, and she kept repeating her name and crying near the door of her own house. Remembering all this, the girl was crying. She asked what was she supposed to do. Her tears dripped on the blade of her sword. She cried asking what was her fault. She did everything for the sake of not disappointing anyone. That's why she ended up so miserable. Riley even sympathized with the girl a little. He looked at her with pity. He lowered his sword, washed by Nini's tears, and said that this was not the way to make her happy. The prince said that she was wrong with the way, for she should have done things differently from the beginning. Her or him? He asked if she wanted him to help her. The prince said that she was wrong about the way, for from the beginning she should have done things differently. He asked if she wanted him to help her. Nini interjected, did he really ask if she wanted him to help her? The girl stood up and asked if she could make a fresh start. She didn't believe that with that face and body, and under those circumstances, she could make something work. Riley smiled and said that he didn't want to help her just like that, and offered her to make a deal, but the girl didn't understand what he meant. He said that her life was ruined by useless expectations and hopes. The guy asked, isn't it hard for her, and now she is looking for someone to rely on again. The prince said that she wants to forget everything and start afresh after all. Nini was shocked by the prince's suggestions. But still she replied that yes, it's true. Riley said that the answer to her question. He will tell her it and help her start her life over. The prince held out his hand to her. Nini asked why is he helping her? Why is an aristocrat like him reaching out to her? The prince scratched his head and replied that there was no particular reason. He explained that when he looks at her, it reminds him of his past. Someone said that they didn't find him in the end. It was Master Astru. He was told that yes, and he had no excuse and apologized. Astru strictly asked if they had found that criminal. But the mages did not understand what he meant at first. Now the Grandmaster was angry. He shouted asking if they had found the freak who had cracked the stone. Ferda and another mage looked guilty. Ferda said that they had a couple suspects, but no direct evidence of involvement. Astroy grabbed the other mage by the throat. The latter screamed. Fire was coming from Astroy's hand, which he used to hold the poor guy by the neck. And the Magister said that he would stop making excuses, and if they didn't find him, let him say so, or he would burn them to hell. The boy in the Magister's hands was writhing in pain. Ferda began to bow and apologize, and the mage beside him coughed. Astru swore and tossed a guy aside, then shouted that they'd gone completely to pieces, and told them to pack it in. Also called them dumb-headed rags and punched Fert in the face. He punched the third mage who was nearby in the face, too, and scolded them for letting the masked man go, and the bastard who'd split the stone, too. Then he remembered the girl they'd thrown out of the tower and realized they'd missed her too. Astroy mauled another mage and screamed he just didn't have the words. Soon he finally calmed down and said that let's say that the masked man was hard to catch and they had no proof of who had split the stone. But he asked why they couldn't find that scum of the magic tower. The Magister said that they had set seals after all and they should have stayed. One of the mages was trembling on the floor, but he replied that the seals had disappeared. Such news did not please Grandmaster Astroy at all. He angrily asked what nonsense he was talking about. He asked how could it have disappeared. However, unfortunately for the master, the magician shouted that it was true. The magician told that the seal they put on the test subject erased. He said that if the magician didn't believe it, he could check it himself. Astroy asked what Orenziums say, and the magician thought about it. He said that today, and no yesterday, because of what happened yesterday, they are very exhausted. There were large wooden stapled boxes near them. One of them said that it was a pity that yesterday was their last chance to pick up the goods, and now they could not expect good grades in the fencing competition. Astroy turned to Ferda. He asked what about those types from Lower Solia. He asked if he had them under control, and Ferda answered briefly that yes. The Grand Master turned around and, leaving, told those miserable assholes that it's okay then, and he doesn't want to see them. Ferda asked the master where he was going, to which the master turned around menacingly. Ferda asked if he was going back to the cellar. The magician asked if it was time to stop. He bowed and asked isn't it enough for them that the medicine now allows the mage to reach the 7th circle. When they kicked 90 out, they were able to reach 6th circle mages with this medicine. Grandmaster Astru looked angrily at the boy. And he kept saying that it was no longer a passion for science, but just. Astru did not let him finish, or rather just teleported somewhere else. Ferda was left alone in the spacious room. Nini asked the prince in what way she reminded him of him in the past. She said that it didn't seem at all like he'd been experimented on either. Riley wondered. He sniffed at a large wooden box like the ones they talked about in the magic tower. Without waiting for an answer to the previous question, the girl asked what he was doing. Riley answered that it smelled something and asked if the smell was coming from here. He opened the lid of the box. There was grass growing there. The prince plucked out a couple. He stared at it. Riley thought, is it really that? And he asked the girl, why are there drugs in the magic tower? Someone behind them called out to them. They turned around stunned and realized it was Master Astru. Astra recognized the girl and asked if it was the scum. Nini was very frightened by his appearance. She was shaking all over. The old man laughed and said that she had unexpectedly given him a gift. He reached out his hand to her and said that she had become harder to find. Astroy asked Nini how she had arrowed the seal. Meanwhile, Riley had already pulled the very same mask on himself. He stood up and asked the honored man if he happened to be the one who bragged about being the Grand Master of Astroy. The old man asked if there was anyone else here. Now he noticed a guy in the mask. Riley told him that it was his old acquaintance and asked if he recognized the mask. He was holding a couple pieces of paper torn from a drawer. He said he could see that they were not bored here in the magic tower. The third prince asked the great good master if it was his. He asked if he remembered correctly that it was forbidden by law in Solia. Astra was blazing with anger. Riley walked up to the girl and told the master that he just wanted to find one thing related to this girl. And he caught a big fish. The guy in the mask laughed that if people found out about it, it would be a big deal. He said they'd turn the place upside down and asked if he was right. The master had already gathered his fire mana in his hand. He shouted what an asshole this guy was and launched his fireball at him. Nini was horrified. She became very scared. Riley stood in front of the girl and put his sword forward and said, I. It's not nice to do that. You leave a man and act like a bastard. Riley asked if he was the Grand Master. This all made the master so angry that he gathered another fireball and, calling the guy a contagion, asked who he was. Riley asked if the Grand Master was asking him, and then replied that as if to say, he was a passing by retired warrior. The Grand Master clenched his teeth with anger and rage. He threw his fiery attack at them and said that they were just a bunch of pathetic scum. Astroy didn't understand how dare they act like that. In response to the attack, Riley deftly, with one swing of his sword, cut off the old man's arm, right from the shoulder. Astroy was shocked by this turn of events. He was terrified. Still, his eyes and mouth were wide open. And Riley calmly and callously looked into the old man's eyes. Astroy clenched his teeth with anger and piercing pain even harder. He curled up on the floor and grabbed his shoulder, his severed arm lying beneath him, and a puddle of red liquid forming around it. The old man screamed for his hand. Nini was horrified. She even covered her mouth with her hands out of shock. The Grand Master was screaming how the guy could do such a thing to him. He wept bitterly for his now missing hand. Riley stared blankly at the fallen Magister and rolled his eyes. The prince told the Magister to go and put it back on, or he would live with only one arm. The old man held his bleeding wound with his other hand and shouted what he was carrying. The masked guy just cheerfully told the old man that he had cut his largest blood vessel, and if he left it like that, he would rot like a dog. Astru was just out of anger. He already realized that he had been too careless. Riley said he wouldn't bother him, so he could teleport. The guy kicked his foot, just cut off Astru's arm and said to hold on and get out of here. The prince came closer to the girl and asked if they would continue their search. He said that she said they were somewhere nearby. Astru didn't know what they were talking about, what kind of search they meant. Riley struck the floor with the tip of his sword. He said he was sure there was a staircase that led to the basement. Astru was shocked at what he heard. He couldn't believe that this guy knew about the basement. Riley hit so hard that the stone floor fell through and a hole was created. The Grand Master cried out in surprise and horror. The masked guy said that he seemed to have found it and asked if it was right that it was here. The girl was shocked and a little scared. Riley finished by saying that this was the place where they experimented on people. Astru started yelling at Nini, saying that she was scum and had betrayed them all. He was screaming that they had given her this chance and she was sticking a knife in her back. Nini was looking straight at the master and Riley was looking at the hole in the floor. He was confused. The prince asked the magister did he call it trained. Nini said a quiet no. Magical blue stones were flying around them. Nini told Astru that she was not taught by him, but by Ferd's teacher, and Riley heard the familiar name and turned to the girl. The girl clenched her fist and said that his words were just an empty sound to her now. She activated her magic again, and her purple mana appeared around her. She stretched her hand forward and said that this man said he would help her start her life over. A mighty purple vortex formed in her palm, and she shouted to Astru not to dare interfere with them. Astru was angry and scared because the girl was aiming at him. The old man blanched and said that they would regret it, but he didn't take the attack. He just teleported away from there. Riley said that the old man had cut off his arm, and he had been talking about it for so long. But he decided it would be all right. He was a wizard, so he'd deal with it somehow. Nini sat down on the floor and said that he was no better. She asked him why he cut off his arm when he could have killed him outright. Riley understood what she meant. He was holding the sword he had just used to pierce the floor. The prince explained that he just wanted the full picture, and at his feet was a staircase somewhere down. They were already down the stairs, and the girl asked what the full picture was. Riley gave the example that here she is wanting to live her life in peace, and then something phenomenal happens. Finished, Riley turned around and asked what would she do if she were him. He said that here he is in such cases. He takes a step back and stays away. Nini interjected about taking a step back. They finally got downstairs, and Riley, already walking towards some door, said that was it. He said he'd let the whole world fall or Satan himself rise. He said that before someone detonates a bomb. He comes up behind them and lights the fuse himself to speed up the process, and later just watches from the sidelines. Riley turned around and put his hand on the door and said that even in the event he didn't know anything. He pushed the door open and said that they were doing about the same thing now. The girl started to ask why he was there, but she was interrupted by Riley's question about if she was coming. Without waiting for an answer, Riley walked through the doorway and said that in that case, he would go first. Nini still didn't move. She just stared at the guy in silence. She was a little scared to go in there, but she still gathered all her courage in her fist and followed the prince. It was a room with scales, jars, potions, with blood smeared all around. Riley asked if the medicine that was used in the experiment was here. Nini replied that she herself didn't know what medicine they used in the experiment. Riley said that she had used magic in the square yesterday to find it. However, the girl replied that it wasn't magic, it was this. She pointed her finger at her eye, which had a horrible scar around it. This eye was a little lighter than the other one. The girl told that if she imagines the clothes or what a person looks like, she can find out their location. Riley thought about it and replied that it looked like radar. The girl asked in surprise what kind of radar. Riley waved it away and said that it was just talking to himself. He said that it turns out that she had learned black magic and enemy detection skills here. Riley asked if this was all the results of the experiment, and the girl nodded affirmatively and got a little frustrated. Near them was a cage with people who were probably being experimented on. They were begging to be saved and sobbing. Riley said well, and now they needed to fuel the fire. Nini didn't understand what he meant, and the prince shattered all the locks on the cage with one swing. He said because he had said before that he would set the bomb on fire before it was detonated. Riley had a gold coin in his hand. He explained that now was the time to stand back and watch. Riley snapped his fingers and the coin fell out of his hands. He told Nini that she was free to go. The girl looked at the coin that fell in front of her and asked what was he talking about. She didn't understand in what sense she was free. It was morning and in the ring again stood the referee, Aplian, and his opponent. Someone woke Riley up, saying that the competition was about to begin and asking her to wake up. It was Lady Iris. Riley had dozed off in his chair in the auditorium. His mother gently woke her son and said that not everyone gets to see such a thing, and therefore he should watch it. The third prince rubbed his eyes and agreed. He asked if he was the one from the Orenzium family. Aplian did not look well today. He was obviously scared. His body was trembling. The prince was told that yes, he was the youngest son of the Orenzium family, and it looked like he would be the last to speak. Ian said he'd heard that he'd fought yesterday, and Sarah said excitedly that he'd beaten his opponent to a pulp. She said that it was the one she was rooting for, the contender with the two short blades. She thought back to yesterday's duel and said that she was still hurt that it was over so quickly. Ian asked if the two blades were Jennier and the maid said yes. Riley asked if Sarah had noticed anything strange yesterday when Orenzium's youngest son was fighting. The girl interjected and said she didn't even know. Riley asked about the smell and the maid didn't understand at all what the prince was talking about. Someone yelled that they were starting in 3 seconds. The girl said, speaking of the smell, Aplian is not wearing a face today. He is shaking and clearly very scared. The countdown began. 3 to 2. Sarah said in amazement that the smell had indeed changed and it smelled completely different today. There was a loud one, meaning that the duel had begun. Aplian shouted. Everyone in the hall gasped. The younger prince's sword flashed through the air. Aplian was lying face down on the floor.
On the walls hung flags with coats of arms that depicted a brave lion and 2 crossed swords. Aplak slammed the table with anger. He yelled and questioned, why did it happen this way? He said that they should have given it to him yesterday. Aplak asked what was wrong, and the red-haired girl told him to calm down. The first prince of the Orenzium family was screaming that he couldn't calm down because his little brother had screwed up. He had lost. Aplian sat on the floor, legs tucked up and nose down, the prince trembling on the floor. The girl looked at them and said that they had traveled to Lower Solia this morning. The red-haired maid was telling what they had said, that they could no longer give them the goods. The first prince questioned. It seemed Aplak's eyes twitched with anger. Aplak's veins bulged with anger, and he asked if these slime balls from Lower Solia had betrayed them. The girl replied with restraint that it seemed so. She said she had tried to blackmail them, but they had not fallen for it. Aplak called them bastards. He shouted that he didn't understand how they dared. He looked at his hand and his whole body shook. A short "hey" came through his memories. The prince remembered how Riley hovered over him and told him he would tell him once and to listen carefully. Riley whispered that Aplak smelled a mile away. Aplak remembered his evil smile and his words about to fool him, to stop using dirty tricks. Aplak's hands trembled. The first prince was already furious. He wondered, how dare they? Who do they take him for? He is a man from a noble family. He was holding his head. It felt like there were insects running around under his skin. Fluid flowed out of his mouth. He remembered that this was the drug. Aplak seemed to have gone completely insane. But he decided if they wouldn't give it to him willingly, he'd take it himself. The prince drew his sword. A crazy smile spread across his face. He ignored the jerks from Lower Solia and decided he could easily defeat them if they got in his way, because he was of the Orenzium family. Aplak, bent over in 3 figures, was about to leave, and the girl asked in surprise where he was going. She shouted after the prince that Aplian needed him, asked him to support Aplian. The maid kept calling and calling to the master, but he did not think of answering. He just went forward to his goal. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. The clouds were glowing orange. Someone rejoiced that the competition was finally over. It was Syra, and she said cheerfully that today was a good day to see the local sights, since they were going home tomorrow. Lady Iris replied that she was really sorry that they were going back tomorrow. Riley habitually put his hands behind his head and walked relaxed. He wondered if she had gotten there yet. Nini walked in silence. She remembered the prince's words about going to the temple 20 minutes after the end of the competition. The girl asked him why, and Riley told her about the bomb. She should set it on fire with her own hands and tell her what happened. He asked again if she hated the man who had ruined her life. The prince told himself that this old imposter made him sick. Nini faltered and started to speak. She told me that even her mom had disowned her. The girl asked if Riley thought the people at the temple would listen to her. The third prince replied that everything would be fine. In fact, his words surprised Nini a little. Probably, it had been a long time since the girl had heard such words. The people in the basement, the ones Riley had let out of the cage, said she wasn't alone anymore. Another said she was one of them, and a third said they looked alike. All of these people had been mutilated by mages, and all of them had different but identical scars and the same black hair. People said that if they looked alike, she was their friend. The sun had almost set, and someone said that now was the time to set the bait. Another asked what kind of bait, and the first replied that it was the kind that no one could pass by. This someone went through his pocket. It was Nini, and she was holding drugs. Drugs that were grown in the magic tower. She said she was sure she could handle it. And she took someone's hand and said that the pain they'd all been through was so unbearable, they couldn't let it happen again. One girl said in horror that she didn't want to go through it anymore. Another girl wrapped her arms around herself and cried that she hated it all. Nini smiled at them and said that they were right. There were tears in the girl's eyes. She wiped her eyes and said that they should grab this chance by any means necessary. She hesitated for a moment, but finished her sentence by saying that they should start their lives over. Nini asked the young man and the two girls if they were ready. Without waiting for an answer, he told everyone to follow her. They were already near the temple, and now all they had to do was go inside. Nini opened the door and was about to step on the threshold, but they were stopped by one of the priests. He politely asked who they were. They were standing in a circle, as if prepared to defend themselves at any moment. The priest asked them what they were doing, that they were in such a terrible state. Nini tensed at the excessive attention. Droplets of sweat even rolled down her forehead. She remembered what the masked man had said, that they should go to the temple and not to some castle, because in the temple they would at least try to listen. But the priest did not meet their expectations. He made a face and waved them out, because judging by their clothes, they were from Lower Solia, so he asked them to go out. Nini boldly stepped forward and asked to wait. But as soon as she got quite a bit closer to the priest, a pair of sharp swords were pointed at her. She asked him once more to wait. Nini said that she was the only one from Lower Solia. The dark-haired girl in the back was frightened, and the boy was not at all amused. Nini said that unlike her, other people from the left and even from the right Solia had barely survived. The priest looked at them questioningly. The girl took the Grand Master's medicine out of her pocket and said that she had something to tell the people in the temple, and it was very important. She handed the priest a narcotic substance and said she had come to tell him that they were doing brutal experiments on humans in the magician's tower. She said she wanted to tell him what they were doing there. When he saw what Nini had brought with her, he was shocked. He was literally speechless and wanted to ask something. But Nini was the first. She asked that they listen to them. Someone in white robes asked Nini what her name was. Everyone turned around at the pleasant female voice and was amazed to see the saint here. St. Phrygia was right in front of Nini and approaching her. When Phrygia was just around the corner, Nini wondered, is it really Saint? She replied that her name was Nini. Phrygia smiled and said that it was her. Nini. Nini didn't understand what she meant. The saint turned around and called out to Estel, who immediately responded. She asked him how many people they had available in the temple right now. A man was walking down the stone road of the town and swearing. Along the way, people kept turning around at him unhappily. And he kept cursing and cursing. The man called someone a fucking asshole. It was a Plock, and he looked like shit, because he had terrible bruises under his eyes, and he had his arms wrapped around himself and was shaking. He asked how dare they screw them over. They were from the noble family of Irenzium. The prince was walking and said he would slay them all. But someone behind him laughed and said that he was surprised to see such people here. Hearing this, Aplok turned around. Grand Master Astru himself had approached him. He'd pointed his finger at the prince and he'd said he was just the one the fucking stranger had been looking for. Aplok was extremely surprised to see Astrui here. He shouted sharply that yes, they had met just in time. He shouted that he was the one who had ordered the men from Lower Solia not to deliver the goods to them. Aplok yelled furiously that herb, he had told them not to sell it to him. Astroya punched him in the face and said it was because of that stupid weed. The old man didn't finish his sentence. However, he said for Aplok to shut up and glare embitteredly at the prince. He said that he wanted to ask him something. Did Aplok think that he wouldn't find out? The first prince held onto his wound on his cheek and didn't understand what his grandfather was talking about. Astrui pulled a herb out of his pocket and showed it to Aplok. Now Aplok stood as if mesmerized. He was wrapped in the scent of the grass. The old man said, more calmly, that he had given him everything he asked for, and he had betrayed him like that. Aplak did not answer for some time. He only mumbled. Then he screamed, and foam came out of his mouth. His pupils seemed to go behind his eyelids, and the prince twisted and shook. Astrius was still screaming that this was what Aplak wanted. He wondered if that was why he was running around in a mask like a sneaky rat. It didn't look like the prince was going to respond, or react at all. The old man said that since he was nodding his head, Astroi had nothing more to say. However, what can you do? The old man had a gold coin in his hand. He told Aplak to see what he had lost. At last the prince regained his composure, his cheeks turning pink and his pupils returning to their proper place, and he looked questioningly at the magister. Aplak began to look around himself. He didn't understand why the master had his badge. Astrui told the kid it was too late for comedy. He said it was too late. His hand, which contained the drug herb, ignited with fiery mana. Aplak didn't even have time to react properly. Seeing as the leaves gradually light up, gradually disappear, Aplak was horrified. He even screamed. The prince tried to catch the leaves, but he was unsuccessful. He fell to the ground and begged the Grand Master not to do it. Aplak cried and begged. The prince stared dazedly and even panic-stricken at the burned greenery. Astrui looked at this whole scene and thought that this was all very strange and something was definitely wrong here. He couldn't believe that the prince was so weak. Suddenly, he realized something. He thought, what is it? And before Astrui could finish his own thought, he was called from behind. It was St. Frisia, a couple of priests from the temple, and a few knights. She asked him dryly if he could answer a couple of questions for them. The magister smiled carefree and cheerfully began to ask the saint what she was doing here, but was unable to finish, for Frisia interrupted him and said about inhuman experiments on humans. She was talking about drug manufacturing and drug trafficking. Listening to her, the magistrate became visibly clouded. Now she asked sternly if he had anything to do with it. Astrui made a happy face again, chuckled, and said that he would chat with them later. He was going to teleport. However, he failed to do so, for a spell cancel sounded. The magister was not at all prepared for this turn of events. His hand was enveloped in violet mana that blocked his magic. He didn't understand what it meant to cancel the spell. The magician didn't believe she was a 7th-ranked mage with a body like that. But it wasn't Frisia. It was Nini. Her hood had fallen off her head and now the magister could see her face. She was asking him where he, the scoundrel, was going. The magister was surprised by her presence among the people of the temple. Frisia said that Nini had told them this information. The girls stood side by side and Frisia asked Astrui if it was true that he was making drugs and experimenting on people. Syra said amazed. It looked like there was going to be some serious litigation here. Ian also told the young master that it looks like there's a good case here. Riley grinned contentedly. He figured that Nini had managed to negotiate with the temple people, even brought a saint. Nini looked extremely focused. Riley decided that now all that was left to do was to watch. The master tried to justify himself with a nice smile and words about how he didn't know what they were talking about, and what drugs there could be in their tower of magicians. He said they didn't even make medicinal herbs. Frisia said, in that case, to answer her. She asked loudly could he swear in the name of the goddess Irenessa that he didn't do it, and the girl's eyes lit up with a yellow light. Now the magister squinted and faltered. The girl looked at him intently, wide-eyed. The third prince laughed. Does she really walk around with a lie detector in her eyes? He looked super indifferent to her and thought that no matter how he looked at it, he sure as hell wouldn't talk to her. Well, those holier-than-thou people. Astroi tensed hard, but never answered. Frisia asked if he would answer. She asked if it was true that he missed her. Astroia had done the experiments and made the drugs that Nini was talking about. The magister still stood silent. Now he bent over and laughed, and said that yes, it was him. The master looked mad. He said that he made drugs in the basement of the magic tower and sold them to the aristocrats. He said the money covered the costs of his experiments. Very modest experiments. Frisia turned to him. She was clearly disappointed. Astra asked what is the issue and if there are any problems. Nini clenched her teeth. She was really angry and said that creep. He's lying about everything. She clenched her fist and said what he says is that the experiments are modest. The girl got mad and screamed and called him a jerk. She screamed for him to go to hell, the last bastard. Suddenly the girl turned back dazedly. At the back was Jan, who was mad with anger. It seemed his whole body was burning. He was interrogating what he had done and calling the master all sorts of names. Screaming about making drugs and still blazing as well. Ian screams that the asshole is crazy. He asks if he knows how much tears and blood their people have shed because of this war, yelling how dare Astrui. The girls and the magister stared at the old manservant in surprise. He was preparing a punch and said that he hadn't liked those wizard fuckers from back in the day. Riley was a little embarrassed by his words, saying that he especially doesn't like assholes like him. Lit up again. Frisia coughed and said that while in Solia, he was involved in the manufacture and sale of drugs and abused people, so she asks him to go with them straight to Solia's ministry. Two knights stand in front of her in defense. The master had black eyes in shadow. He had a combative attitude. He asked coldly if they wanted to arrest him at once and put him behind the reel at once. The magister also asked if they had forgotten that he was a 7th circle mage. He activated his mana again. He told Saint that maybe we shouldn't make him an enemy after all. Saint remained silent, and then she replied that she really shouldn't have, but Astroi interjected if that was true. The master said that the scum next to them was their mistake, and suggested to her that he should deal with Nini on his own. Nini got even angrier and asked what he just said. Frisia looked down at the master and replied that despite this, she had recently had a godly revelation. The Grand Master asked fearfully what was she talking about. She began to tell him that the one who would save them all had already arrived in this world. These were extremely familiar words to Riley, and he tensed up. A protective field formed behind Frisia, the priests and knights, and the girl ordered the knights to attack the magister. Astrid took the attack first and told them to consider that it was self-defense. He said sands of grease and orange-yellow mana poured from his hand. The knights didn't expect to taste the sand and dodged as best they could, some already groaning in pain. Now the magister said the word swamp. The knights' feet began to sink into the previously rocky road. Now it seemed like a viscous liquid. One of the knights told the others to leave sooner rather than later, holding another attack at the ready. Astroi said that S.A. Frisia could still take back his words. He said that if they contacted him, a lot of people would die. St. Frisia was angry with the magister, but for now, she remained silent and didn't answer anything. Later said the word healing and golden mana enveloped the wounded knights. She told the dear knights that they should evacuate all the inhabitants in the area. They tried to cross her, but she explained to them that if she didn't stop Astroi here and now, many more innocent people would die. Eventually they accepted the order, the knights asking the others to take care of themselves here. Astroi gathered a whirlwind of fire mana. He incited Frisius to take a chance and come over here. Riley realized that here was the beginning of the battle. The whirlwind over the master's raised hand grew larger. He said to go to hell and blame it on their beautiful saint. He said the word meteorite. The whirlwind from above flew straight at the saint and the remaining knights. Frisia raised her hand a little fearfully in the direction of the flying at them. Meteorite, and cried out sanctuary. The master's mana and St. Frisia's mana met. The knights held their shields at the ready. A couple of scratches showed on the saint's arms and ash appeared on the previously snow-white hood. Nini looked at the saint a little anxiously. The Grand Master said that she turns out to be no slouch. Behind him, a sphere appeared behind him, releasing a multitude of magical arrows. He said that in that case, let them fight to the death. The old man decided to see if they could do it. The knights shouted to the saint that they would stop him, and said that they had requested reinforcements from Solia's castle and they should wait a bit. They didn't have time to finish because a stream of Astrois arrows flew at them. Frisia formed a magical barrier in front of them. Someone shouted that the barrier wouldn't last long, and it was true, because each arrow formed a new crack hitting the shield. Frisia asked Nini to cancel the spell because the shield had already been penetrated by arrows. Nini agreed with her. The girl gathered her purple mana in her hand. She raised her two hands and shouted the order cancel spell, and the arrows and shield began to scatter in front of them. One of the magical arrows slashed Frisia's cheek, and she cried out in pain. Someone was worried about the saint. Ian watched all of this. He gripped his sword. Riley stood behind him, and the terrified locals ran through him. However, Frisia told the worried ones that she was fine, and therefore they should not be distracted, shouting that they needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, Ian jumped out in front of her. He had a belligerent look and even his gray hair was scattered over his shoulders. Frisia was shocked by the appearance of the old servant. She asked if she'd seen him at the fencing competition. Meanwhile, Ian, ignoring the girl's questions, smashed the arrows one by one. His bright green eyes glowed with fighting spirit. The master marveled at the fact that he had cut all the arrows. Riley was upset that the servant finally didn't hold back and interfered. Syra was worried about him and shouted for him to get back. Lady Iris was frightened too. She shouted to run away quickly. The third prince waved his hand and told her to see her mother off first, and he would watch for another 5 minutes. Lady Iris said that he was really talking nonsense. Astra chuckled and said it was funny that there were so many good people in the city, and he seemed to have met the worst. The master said that now the warm-up is over and now they will play in a mature way. The evil saint answered him that now he wouldn't get off with just an arrest. The magister laughed. What wouldn't he be innocent if he killed all the witnesses to the crime? His mana now turned purple and he called out to the underworld. The word startled Nini, and she wondered if she could do it right away. The girl knew that it was a spell and it was impossible to undo it, but she realized that if she wanted to start a new life, Astroya had to die. Wielding extremely dangerous black magic, Astra looked especially sinister. Nini wondered if they would make it. She stood there and didn't understand why her legs wouldn't obey. Suddenly, a voice, calling her, sounded in the girl's head. She was frightened. The voice said that he knew what she was thinking about, but whether she really had time for it. The voice was asking if she wanted to die so stupidly. Said that both her and the hero, who is predisposed to save this world, that wishes to start a new life, said that in the end would have to go through the ordeal that had befallen them. Riley put on his mask, and Nini honestly didn't understand where the voice was coming from. Ian was asking what the underworld was, and someone was shouting and asking the saint what they should do now. But Saint was no less frightened. She didn't know that Master Astroe had such immense magical power. Phrygia asked him why he was doing all this. Astroe didn't answer the girl's question, but said to give her regards to the goddess Ironessa. Mana crazily flew towards Astroe's opponents. Nini screamed for them to save themselves sooner rather than later, and she would try to stop him somehow. She directed her magical power against the underworld master. Phrygia asked what was she doing. It was extremely hard for Nini, but she convinced herself that she would just do it. She thought that perhaps she had lived only for this day. Tears came to her eyes. The girl realized that the moment she had waited for so long had disappointed her and robbed her of hope. She remembered how kneeling in front of the door of her own house, telling her mom that she was her daughter, with hair as blonde as snow. She remembered that man, and the moment when Riley had reached out to her. The girl's eye was bleeding, but through the pain, she was happy that this man had shown her that there was still hope. And therefore, if she dies now, she will have no regrets. The man in the black hood started to fight her and asked her what she was babbling about. He said she was talking nonsense. He said he went out of his way to save her, and all his efforts would be in vain if she died. It was the same masked man who had helped Nini earlier. Nini was shocked by that one sword stroke. He shattered the underworld spell, and Ian and the knights were also extremely shocked and amazed, Phrygia including. And Astro was terrified, to say the least. The old man looked at the guy in the mask and yelled that it was him, that it was the asshole he saw in the basement. Riley rubbed his head. He ignored the master, but thought, why was Syra so slow? After all, if you're saving yourself you have to move your buns faster. Afterward, he told the magister with a menacing look, annoying him even more. The prince's sword glowed with blue mana. He disrespectfully turned to the Saint Phrygia, who was sitting on the stone road, and said that she had some divine power, and then asked, could she not even stop him? The third prince waved his sword and said, that's how things are. It seems she doesn't have much power. He lifted the girl by the scruff of the neck and said that the underworld, or whatever the go was, he had cleaned up, so let her take her minions and good riddance to them. Phrygia still couldn't answer anything. She only stared questioningly. When they let her in, she was still silent and staring dumbfounded. Saint and two other knights were already sitting behind the stone, and she was still silent as well. Finally, she said the word healing and gold magical power spilled from her body to those around her. Nini saw it from afar, and then asked the guy why he was here. She said he'd said he wouldn't interfere. Riley said tiredly that yes, he remembered what he said, told me that he didn't plan on, and was interrupted by a shocked magister who asked why he had dispelled the underworld spell so easily. So Riley looked at him coldly and said that somehow he had been messing around for a long time. Nini interjected in surprise. Astroya was not on a joke angry, shouted that he, but after all the mage of the seventh circle, and asked what this asshole just gabbed. Riley reminded him that he had said that it was taking a long time to resolve everything here. The prince said more sternly that his mother had almost been hurt, so he would deal with it quickly. The master was terribly angry. Nini pondered that she knew that he wasn't an ordinary guy, but if he dispelled Astroy's spell with one hit, she asked herself, who was he anyway? And someone took Nini by the shoulder. It was Riley. He said cheerfully that they needed to finish what they'd started. He was right. He said she could think about the rest later. Now he turned to Jan and told him to come over. Jan willingly obeyed. Riley guided the girl's hand and told her to take a deep breath. She asked him what he was up to, but Riley only said that enough fooling around and it was time to get it over with. The prince told the old servant to release as many arrows as possible. Ian understood. Nine's hand was pointing directly at the Grand Master. Toth asked did they really decide to go for it. Said it was fine, because he was going to find the guy and rip him to shreds anyway. The masked prince said whatever his heart desired. He told him to go ahead and kill him if he could. Of course, the master activated a wall of fire. A flaming circle appeared around the trio. Riley told Ian that he would deal with the spell, and let him keep holding it back. He said that the old man should trust him. Ian left the guy with no further questions. One of Ian's arrows wounded the magister's cheek and he sent a poisonous green mist at them. A green magical sphere formed over the guy Ian and Nine. Then Phrygia showed up and said she'd do her part too. Ian and Riley turned back to the saint in surprise. Riley asked why she was doing this, since she could just rest and stand back. Phrygia was angry. She said that in such cases actually just say thank you. The master's hand trembled slightly. He considered them all losers. He shouted that he had no time for petty bipeds like them. Astroe clenched his fist and realized that he had about half of his full mana left in his body, but he thought that it would be enough. The old man was very angry and ordered them to die. The Grand Master summoned a blizzard. His mana was now a light blue, snowy. Riley ranted about, what a mean old man, just look at his eyes. He asked Nine if she had taken a breath. Nine replied positively. The prince asked if she could hit the old man once, but powerfully. The girl answered that yes, she was ready. Riley said that was fine, because he hadn't had a serious fight in a long time. He told the girl to aim for his heart and they would hit at the same time. The masked guy turned to Ian and informed him that his task would be to destroy the ice icicles from afar. The Grand Master ordered his magical icicles to pierce his opponents through. Riley told Nine to focus only on the punch. A punch was already gathering in the girl's hands. She wanted something to say. But the prince interrupted her and told her not to worry, for Ian would take care of everything else. Riley quipped that in case they failed, they always had the almighty saint. Phrygia was angry and yelling, asking how much more. The Grand Master was terribly angry. Huge blocks of ice flew at them from above. It was a hail of arrows. Ian twirled his mighty bow, which he used to fend off the icicles flying at them. The blocks went from huge ones to small, harmless icicles. At the same time, Ian was destroying the ice with arrows. The saint had built a magical barrier in front of them. A diligent Nine encouraged herself by saying that there was still a little more to go. Suddenly, Nine noticed something and got very tense. She said to look at the ground, right in the middle. He was covering with either mana or ice. Someone squealed, and the other called out to the saint. Riley swore and said that they were putting on a show here again. His feet stood on two separate blocks of ice. He was holding St. Phrygia with one hand, and she looked very small against him. The girl was frightened. She asked if she was still alive, and Riley said yes. The mask fell off the guy's face and he asked if she was okay. Phrygia was surprised to see Riley. She said which was how it was him last time. Riley ignored her, but asked Nine if she was ready, and she said she was. Phrygia was sure that the goddess Ironessa was talking about this guy in the temple. Riley replied that okay, and as soon as he gives the signal, Nine should open fire. Nine didn't understand what kind of fire. The prince explained that it means hitting the magician with magic. He was also ready to attack. Nine glanced at the third prince out of the corner of her eye. She knew that she was now using the last remnants of mana. The girl realized equals that they were able to live to this point because of their combined efforts. Nine thought that maybe she wouldn't be able to kill Astroya. Master Astroe looked terrifying. It seemed his eyes were glowing red. But if she dies after the blow, she won't have an ounce of regret. Riley finally said the command fire. Nine shouted, super punch. Purple mana poured out from behind the girl's back. Her mouth was bleeding. She felt like her body was about to be torn to pieces. The magister laughed evilly and said it was all a laughingstock. His golden mana met in battle with Nine's black magic. Nine thought so, that it wouldn't be enough. She thought she had no regrets, if only a few. Riley meanwhile threw his sword towards the master. He wondered would it work if he let it go now. The Grand Master was horrified and extremely frightened. He was pierced by the prince's sword. Astra asked what it was. Now, Nine's black magic was merging into the hole in the body of the still living magister. There was a purple explosion, and then it snowed nice and quiet. He was falling on the rooftops of the city. On black hair. Nine's black hair lay on the road, her face covered in fine scratches and her eyes closed. She lay unconsciously on the stone pebbles. Her body was already partially covered in snow. Nearby, the breathless body of the formerly Grand Master Astroi was leaning against the wall. Frisia and Jana rushed toward Nine, the saint calling out to her. Frisia crouched down and braced Nine, and Ian asked the saint if she was okay. The girl sobbed and shouted to Nine that she couldn't just die like that. Her tears fell on the cold face of the crippled Nine even a little, and Frisia begged her not to die. This whole snowy scene looked extremely sad. Frisia told her to open her eyes. A whitewashed temple at night. Frisia sat by the bedside of a sleeping Nine. The saint looked sad. She remembered asking Jan if he knew where the guy in the mask had disappeared to. Jan answered that he had seen the wizard fall from the tower, but he hadn't seen the boy after that. Meanwhile, the old man was lifting Nine in his arms. Frisia said that she was far away, so she hadn't noticed that he had disappeared. She said she suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared again. Ian, holding the motionless girl in his arms, said that if it weren't for that guy, they wouldn't have been able to stop Astroi. Frisia agreed that it was true. Then she asked if Jan was serving the family of Ippolit. If it was true, she said she thought she had seen him last time at the temple. The old servant replied that yes, it was true. Nine finally woke up. She noticed Frisia beside her. Frisia came to her senses, realizing that Nine was awake, and Nine rubbed her eyes and asked where she was. The saint happily replied that she was in the temple, and that she was very happy that Nine was alright now. The last two words surprised the girl and she asked again. Frisia apologized to Nine, said she did everything she could, however told that her condition is worse than she expected. Frisia told me that the magic she had accumulated from her experiments in the tower had caused some changes in her body. A mutation. It shortened Nine's lifespan, turning her into a disease. Saint said that it had been a long time since those experiments, so Nine said understandingly that that was why they couldn't fix it. Frisia fell silent, and then responded positively. St. Frisia lowered her head and said that Nine had gathered all her courage in her fist and told her about Astro, and she couldn't even help her, and Frisia begged her forgiveness. Nine smiled dryly and said it was fine and she was ready for it. Frisia was getting frustrated that she didn't even know how to thank her or apologize. She said that thanks to Nine, they'd managed to stop Astroi. Nine said it was okay, it was fine, and she hadn't really helped much. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and asked the saint to speak. First she uttered a thoughtful "I," and then asked her how much longer she could live. Tears came to the saint's eyes. She said that it was impossible to cure the disease completely, but they could increase life expectancy a little. Tears dripped down her hands, clutching the white cloth. She told me that in the worst case, she has time until the end of summer, and if she succeeds, she may be able to live through the winter. However, the most realistic prediction is that it will happen in late fall. Nine repeated the word fall. The girl decided that if it was until fall, it was still quite a long time. She thought that it would be enough for her. She swung her feet off the bed and thought that it seemed she was focusing too much on revenge. She and the saint sat across from each other in the dark room and Nine thanked Frisia profusely. She cried and said that Nine didn't need to thank her. Said I'd done nothing for her, asked her how she was going to look her in the eye after this. In that case, Nine offered to negotiate that officially her feat never happened. Frisia asked what she meant, and Nine explained that she was talking about how she uncovered the Magister's misdeeds and killed him. She said that it wasn't her who did all this, but another person. The girl remembered the determined face of the masked man. Nine smiled and said that if anyone should get glory and honor for a feat, it should be that man. She said that if they wanted to do something nice for her, they'd better grant that man's wish. Frisia said that man that Nine meant, but she interrupted herself and asked if Nine knew who he was. Nine replied that yes, she does. There were lots of beautiful fireworks outside the swanky building. Two people were sword fighting. Riley judged them and told Sarah to just look at them, asking if she'd seen it. Sarah mused what to see. She saw. Riley asked, did she not like something? The girl was peering into the bleachers and talking about legs. Riley was glad that she finally understood too. The third prince was angry that he wasn't using his legs at all, only waving his arms. Lady Iris observed this and said it was encouraging to see him so enthusiastic. Asked Ian if that was the case. Jan looked terrible and he didn't answer her. Madame noticed this and asked if everything was all right. Lady Iris asked him what he was saying. He said sadly that it looked like his body wasn't as strong as it used to be. She supported him by saying that, for that matter, she couldn't do anything at all. Ian replied that it was good that she was unharmed. Syra was glad that the contest was finally over. Meanwhile, down below, the warriors bowed to each other, with the judge standing between them. And Riley replied that yes, he was just looking at the spectacle and quickly went back. Downstairs someone shouted that the awards were about to start and the main award would be presented by Prince Solia. Syra said she didn't understand why he went there. It was dangerous. She said it was a nightmare. A young man entered the room and introduced himself as Daniel. He said he had something he wanted to say before he was handed over. He said that a man had recently uncovered the terrible atrocities that had taken place in the tower, and that this man was a member of an aristocratic family. His words startled Riley. He tensed up. Daniel said that this person was here as a spectator. Riley grimaced, and Lady Iris asked who it was. Daniel said loudly that it was a man from the Ippolit family, and now Riley was truly terrified. When Daniel said it was Ippolit's family, Riley was horrified. For the first time in a long time his heart dropped to the floor. Jan, the maid and Lady Iris were equally shocked. Their surname was not at all what they had expected to hear. Daniel in turn calmly continued. He addressed the young Lord Ippolit, saying he knew that he was attending the jousting today, and the lad asked where he was sitting and asked for a sign. Ian stammered. He mumbled something and mumbled a few words. Syra turned to the third prince and asked if he had heard what Prince Daniel had said, but she was talking to an empty seat. Riley was no longer there. All that was left of him was a Coke and a burger. Syra didn't understand where he had gone and called out to him again, but, of course, no one answered her, and the Coke and burger fell to the floor. Meanwhile, Riley sat in the dark restroom stall and puzzled. He wondered how they knew. The prince remembered Daniel's words about the young lord of the Ippolit family uncovering the terrible atrocities that were going on in the magic tower and saying that he had helped Solia's temple and averted danger. The words that he was a hero of the Ippolit family, and that those nightmarish words haunted him even in this life, were especially strong in the prince's memory. Riley didn't understand how it happened, because he had disguised himself and even changed his voice so that no one would recognize him. The prince remembered aiming straight for the master's heart, and remembered that he had even calculated the force to melt the sword with Nine's magic, which was why Riley wondered why it had done so. From under the bottom hole in the cabin door came a pair of feet in snow-white shoes, a couple of men, one of them saying they'd finally found him. The other asked if he was really here and the other confirmed. A woman's voice suggested just opening the door with magic, but someone stopped Nine, asking her to wait. Nine didn't listen however. She ordered the door to open and her magic helped her to do so, and right in front of them sat Riley. He looked devastated. The prince looked at the girl questioningly, wondering if she had lost her mind. Frisia, who was standing beside Nine, was confused seeing Riley sitting on the toilet and covered her eyes with her hands, while Nine looked at her savior in silence, still holding her arm outstretched. Riley lowered his head and said sadly that he would sue them for sexual harassment. He looked at Nine and asked how they even managed to find it. The girl responded by closing her healthy eye and pointing to the other, saying she used this one. Now this ability didn't seem cool to the prince at all. He remembered her telling him about it, saying that he was right and it wasn't magic, but her damaged eye, and that if she could remember a person's face, she could recognize their location. Riley slammed his fist into the wall with anger and shouted that it wasn't fair to use radar, and the saint asked what radar was, to which Riley replied that she was a saint who went through men's restrooms like she was in her own room. These words were extremely embarrassing to young Frisia. Riley made a condemning face and said that it seemed that there were no more saints left in the world. Such statements of the prince made the saint terribly angry, and she cried out that he was not saying that to her, that he had said that she was not his type. The third prince said nothing to her again. He finally got up from the toilet and asked what they wanted from him, and Frisia coughed and said that she was a little embarrassed to talk about such things in the men's room. No one had ever seen such a smug smile on her before. She seemed to glow with divine light, and the girl held out her hand to the prince and said that he had been blessed by the goddess Irenessa herself. Fragments of his past life surfaced in his memory, where he was whispered to by the saint that he was chosen by the sacred sword, and Riley firmly decided that he would not fall for it again, and the boy kept silent. And Frisia went on, saying that's why he's Mr. Riley, and the guy didn't let her finish her sacred speech, asked her to stand. The third prince smiled slyly and asked if she happened to say that he must destroy some evil, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. The saint asked in bewilderment what he was talking about, but then realized that he was right and asked in surprise how he knew. Riley sincerely hoped to hear not that, if again, and the prince thought deeply. His built, happy and carefree world collapsed again. The boy clenched his teeth and wondered, are they trying to make a knight out of him again? Phrygia had told him that according to the revelation, the prince had been given powers. Riley was sure she was going to say the familiar words about how it was just to take down some other villain, but contrary to his expectations, Phrygia said it was thanks to some dragon. He was surprised and questioned, and the saint confirmed her words. She told him that a dragon was about to appear that would bring disaster to Solia and the whole world, and that it would be a real catastrophe, and Riley asked what now? Phrygia said that as the goddess Irenessa herself had said, the person who would have to catch the ill-fated dragon was him, and Riley pointed his finger at himself and asked again. Riley remembered that she had said it was the goddess Irenessa, and the thought occurred to him that she must be omnipotent. He looked at the embarrassed, nose-down saint, and the prince thought that there were so many planets in the universe, and she was clinging to this one, and making him work so hard to save a couple of small towns. Riley reminded Phrygia that she knew what his nickname was, Lazy Sword. The word lazy he repeated again. The third prince threw up his hands and said that he planned to live the rest of his life without doing anything, so why the hell are they asking him to catch a dragon? He also asked her if she remembered what she'd called him last time, but the prince didn't wait for an answer. He said gay, resenting being called gay, and Riley was getting annoyed with Phrygia. Nini asked about the gay thing, to which Phrygia shouted that she didn't need to know. Riley, leaving, asked do they want that after such words. He cooperated with them and politely asked the saint to find another fool, and Phrygia was shocked by his behavior, shouted that he should wait, because she was not finished yet. The girl was terribly angry with the guy. She shouted loudly, Astroe, and now already Riley stopped. She said more quietly that it was he, in truth, who had stopped Astroe, and asked if he had, and Riley stood silently with his back to the girls for a while. Then, with a horrified expression on his face, he turned around and said a short, what? He startled the saint a little, and she shrank back and said, what about the drugs and the experiments in the mage tower? That he was the one who had figured it all out, and the prince's eyes widened greatly. He asked who had told her that. He asked again who had told her such nonsense, and Nini stared at him silently. Finally Riley's murderous gaze fell on her. He asked if it was her and Nini remained silent but sweat ran down her cheek. Riley headed towards her, saying that he had asked her not to tell, after all. Phrygia jumped out in front of Nini, standing up for him and asking him to wait. However, Riley rudely ordered her out of the way. He looked at Saint in a way that probably no one had ever looked at her. Eventually, she gave him directions. Riley grabbed Nini's shoulder sharply. He loomed over the girl and asked if she was aware that she had betrayed him. Phrygia lowered her head and asked Riley not to worry, because Nini had only told her. Riley angrily asked what Prince Daniel was talking about then, and the saint was surprised. She said again that she hadn't told anyone about his power, just mentioned that he had contributed greatly to the victory over Astroe. Nini slumped in a corner, and Phrygia recounted that Nini had been against it to the last, that she had asked that his secret not be revealed. Phrygia said that at any rate one thing was definitely clear, his power was just unbelievably large, and Riley finally turned away from the unhappy Nini and asked Phrygia what of it. They turned away from each other. Saint closed her eyes and calmly asked him to catch the dragon, just like the revelation said, and walking off in the opposite direction, Riley repeated again that he didn't want to. Phrygia shouted that he had power, that he had defeated Astroe, and the word power did not please the prince at all, but even disgusted him. Riley waved her goodbye and asked her for God's sake to leave him alone and let him rest. Phrygia asked in what sense that meant. There was no answer, and Riley turned to Nini and began to speak as far as she was concerned. Nini tensed up. Riley put on a cheerful smile and offered to come out and talk. despite his friendly smile, his aura didn't inspire any confidence at all. Morning finally came, the rays of the early sun falling on Ippolit Manor. Finn was reading the newspaper in his study. Something caught his eye. He asked himself what it was. He looked at the headline, which read something like, "What happened in Solia last night?" It told how a warehouse of boxes had been discovered last night in the Mage Tower in Right Solia. Turns out, inside the boxes was a large shipment of forbidden hallucinogenic weed. The news that a mage of the 7th Circle of Astroi was the owner of this batch shocked the citizens of Solia. A young gentleman from an aristocratic family helped uncover the horrifying truth. Prince Daniel presented a medal to the third son of Count Ippolita. Finn Ippolita was extremely surprised by what he read. His hands involuntarily clutched the edges of the newspaper. The Count was happy and proud of his own son. He shouted that he should immediately send a letter to Iris. His shout could be heard even outside the manor. Everyone was already out of the beautiful jousting building, and Syra and Lady Iris looked pleased. Riley and Niney were none, and Ian was crying and being soothed by the maid. Madame asked her son where he had gone recently, and Riley replied that he had just gone to the bathroom for a while. Jan Sa then asked if yesterday, only thanks to the young master St. Frisia had learned the whole truth about the great Magister Astroi. The girls near which passed the natives of the family of Ippolit and whispered. One asked whether the other thinks that it is the master, and the other answered with a question whether the other has not heard, and told that it seems that he is that master from the famous family of Ippolit. The first said that he is the youngest in the family, and he is not, as they say about him. Riley rolled his eyes unhappily and realized that this was why he wanted to stay in the shadows. It pissed him off that all it took was a simple swing of a sword for everyone to marvel and admire him, and Niney looked questioningly at the prince. Lady Iris rejoiced and told her son that his father must be overjoyed, and Riley replied that she was probably right. And he added that it seemed he had only to accept it, and Mama smiled gently. Finally she turned her attention to Naney and asked kindly who was that girl. Naney faltered a little. Riley replied that it was hard to explain, and everything was so complicated. His mind was racing, and Prince apologized for not telling them right away. He said he had something to tell them. Syra and Ian looked at the Lord. Ian even stopped his sobbing, not looking at the fresh tears in his eyes. Riley rubbed the back of his head and said that it was because he picked her up in the restroom. Syra whispered to Madame to look and said that the girl seemed to have one eye that was missing, and Lady Iris looked closer and said that it looked like Syra was right after all. The third prince smiled and said that yesterday he saw her using magic. It was just perfect. Niney was confused and she was looking somewhere to the left. Riley explained that after he had been measured for mana in the tower, he wanted to do magic too, and Lady Iris asked what he was going to do with it. The prince said that he thought he could use another maid for the rest period, and this one also has magic, and Ian shouted. He asked, "What does the Lord say?" "It's a girl, she is the same," and Riley became more serious and answered that he knows that she suffered from experiments in the tower. He said that he knew what her situation was and that he couldn't just leave it at that, and that he could remind her why he got the medal. Jan was not at all pleased, and Lady Iris grabbed the old servant by the arm and said that she did not mind at all. Syra was also not very happy with her decision. It was a beautiful sunset, and Madame, standing in front of her son and new companion, rejoiced that Riley had finally decided something on his own. She said that therefore she wanted to respect his choice, and all these words cut Ian's hearing. He grudgingly clenched his fist, but he had no choice, and therefore he said that if the madam did not mind, so did he. Cheerful Riley pushed Niney forward and asked if she had heard and said hello, that these were the people who served their family. The girl bowed modestly and introduced herself to Niney. Syra looked at her with a little disdain. She said that you could tell from Niney that she was from Lower Solia, for she had no manners or nobility. She came closer and said that she said her name was Niney, and the maid put her forefinger forward instructively and said that she had been to Lower Solia, and therefore she knew what she was talking about, that she would take care of her, and advised her to get ready, and Niney did not really understand what Syra meant. Riley, watching this, smiled. He remembered how he'd told Niney to go talk to him, that it wasn't clear what else she could do, how Nini had interjected. How he'd told her to go with him to Ippolit County. How he'd said that it was better to keep Nini close to keep an eye on her. How he'd looked at Frisia, who was still protecting Nini, and said, get rid of that one too, and he'd finally be more at ease. And how Saint, in turn, had asked what he was talking about. As Riley explained to her that if she had kept her mouth shut, he wouldn't have had to take her away. He asked Frisia not to make a spectacle of herself here. The third prince asked what the saint would say to that. Both girls were silent, once again not waiting for an answer. He himself said that if she didn't want to say anything, they should end it there. Eventually, Nini said she would go, that she still had some business with the prince to take care of. She remembered how Riley had reached out to her and said that she still hadn't heard back from him. Nini explained her decision by saying that if she was around, she could probably find out how to get a fresh start in life, and she thought that just a little bit, but her path would be a little clearer. Syra clapped her hands cheerfully and said that now they could finally head to the county. She turned to the prince and said that a letter had recently arrived saying that the earl wanted to see his son as soon as possible, and Ian assumed most likely Finn Ippolita had read the paper, and so it was time to return. The rays of the evening sun were falling affectionately on the rooftops of the provincial houses of the kingdom of Solia. Nini and Riley walked side by side. The girl asked the prince should she call him Lord now? She didn't wait for him to answer, but she said she was grateful to him anyway, and Riley looked at her, surprised by such statements. At that moment Nini looked very happy. She had a charming smile. She was happy and said that she had never imagined that she would be able to leave this hellish place. Looking at her, Riley smiled too. He called Nini funny. They walked down the stone road right Solia. The first stars of the coming night glittered beautifully in the sky, and Riley said that whoever saw them would definitely think that he was saving her. On the way, seeing something, everyone stopped, with Syra gazing ahead and Ian and Riley looking serious. Lady Iris rejoiced and shrieked that it was Bishop Revosa. The young man bowed politely and told Lady Iris that he was pleased to see her again. Madame asked what was the reason he was here, and Revosa replied that he was looking for someone. He turned to look at Riley and Nini standing next to him. He could see that they were tense. Bishop Revosa cheerfully announced that it was about a recent incident, and behind him stood two more priests with two white boxes. He looked directly at Riley and Nini and said that it looked like the two young men had forgotten their things in the temple, but they didn't understand at all what Revosa was talking about. One box was given to Riley, and the other was given to Nini. Revosa smiled in a mean smile and said they were their trophies. Riley asked incredulously what trophies. And in the box he found a purple garment. Revosa said that this was a public place, so he couldn't say it directly, but he started to say that Riley had stopped him, and in the third prince's hand was a gold bracelet and a transparent cloudy ring. Bishop Revosa leaned closer and whispered that these are his things, said that unfortunately the staff is broken, so he gives only this. Nini grudgingly asked if they had to take it, and Revosa asked her what was the matter. The girl explained that to her he was a lowly man, whom she hated with all her being, and therefore it was logical that she did not want to take them, but, contrary to what Nini said, Revosa asked them to accept the things. He asked to whom if not to them, the temple would give these things. Riley and Nini looked at the gifts with marked disdain and disgust. Revosa smiled broadly, closed his eyes and swore that these things were clean and safe, and behind him Frisia stood silently with her head down. She peered out from under her hood. A question flashed through Riley's mind, wondering if the bishop himself had come up with this. Nini asked her current master would he accept it. They had two large boxes in their hands, covered with the same white lids. Riley looked at her and asked how she looked. The girl replied that she had already tested them and there was no magic left in them. Riley lowered his head and said that's how. Now the prince smiled at the bishop, thanked him and said since they are given, we should take them. Lady Iris came out from behind and said that they should go, for the earl had asked them to hurry. The bishop said that he was saying that Madame must be proud of her son, for he had received a medal, and she said that he was right and thanked him for taking care of everything personally. and Rebosa said that he hoped they had enjoyed their stay in Solia, to which Lady Iris replied that they were sure to return here someday. After saying that, the natives and servants of the Ippolit family turned around and left. Phrygia was angry. At the temple, Bishop Rebosa said that he was indeed different. Phrygia did not understand at first who the young man was talking about, but he explained that he meant the young master. He went on to say that however Phrygia had already told him that a revelation had come upon her, recalling her words that this nobleman was destined to stop evil. Phrygia answered him nothing, and Rebosa, going away, said that in that case they would live to see. The door behind the bishop finally slammed shut. The saint was angry with Rebosa, her eyes blazing with anger. She addressed him to herself, saying that she did not know what he was up to, but there were 3 revelations, and Phrygia sat down in a beautiful chair. The girl knew that she had received 3 revelations from the goddess Irenissa. In one of them, the majestic goddess addressed her child, Phrygia, saying that the hour of her first trial would soon come. The goddess wore a golden mask adorned with beautiful white flowers and with golden leaves falling all around her. She asked Phrygia to be careful of the one who would lead her to him. Told to beware of the dragon that would soon arrive on earth, the goddess held out her hand and said that the hero was destined to stop him. Phrygia realized that her first trial definitely had something to do with Rebosa. But she pondered that perhaps young Mr. Riley would ruin the bishop's devious plans, who knows? Her eyes lit up again. She explained to herself that this was why she had not told him of the existence of the first revelation. Phrygia thought whatever Rebosa was up to, but she didn't have time to finish the thought, for the priest called her. He told the saint to hurry. That everyone was waiting for her. Phrygia kept thinking of that man. She told the priest that she was on her way. She knew that man was not as simple as the bishop thought. It was late in the evening when Riley and his mother and servants finally arrived at the manor, and there they were greeted by the serious Count of Ippolit, who crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were back. He had asked the family to hurry home, and was therefore a little disappointed at their late arrival. Riley called out to his father and was surprised that he was still awake. Lady Iris chuckled lightly behind her son's back. Finn Ippolita tensely brought his hand to his mouth and asked his son where the medal was, sweat running down the earl's forehead. The third prince embarrassedly held out the shining gold medal to his father. In Finn's eyes the medal looked extremely majestic. It seemed to him that his son's hand was also glowing with the award. The Earl of Ippolit was dazzled by the glow of the medal, marveling that it had come to Riley from Prince Daniel himself. Lady Iris, meanwhile, chuckled in her usual manner and reminded the Earl that he was worried about his son getting hurt, Madam calling the fact that Finn wasn't always honest with people his flaw. The Earl coughed and asked if it was inconvenient that only Ian and Syra were with them, to which Iris replied cheerfully that there was no problem with them, they were doing fine. Ian and Syra in turn bowed and greeted their master, Finn Ippolit, and Nini looked at them in surprise. She didn't immediately react. But then she repeated their body movements. The Earl turned his attention to the girl in her snow-white robes and scarred face. He asked thoughtfully what kind of child was that with them. It seemed, from her father's remarks, Riley's brain was struck by lightning. Lady Iris folded her arms gently and cajolingly and said it seemed they had much to talk about, and the woman offered to come inside. Riley exhaled a sigh of relief and agreed, and Nini peered at him questioningly. They walked through the grass on the estate grounds, Riley thanking God that they'd finally made it, saying that he'd almost sat on his heels in the wagon, and Nini smiled sweetly and understandingly in response. Someone stopped in front of them and asked, "Are you back at last?" It was Lloyd. He looked surprisingly cheerful. The other prince smiled and said that he had heard that his brother had won a medal in Solia. He held out his hand and asked to let him look at it. When Riley did not obey, Lloyd once more calmly told him to give him the medal, and Riley looked at him with a terribly displeased face, as if he had been working hard all night and day, and the third prince was thinking that he had just arrived and thought he could finally rest in peace. For some time Riley was silent. Lloyd was already smiling smugly. He asked his brother what was wrong, why he wasn't giving his medal. He snidely asked if all the news about his medals was a lie. The second prince provoked Riley on purpose and asked what happened to their righteous man who never lies. He joked that Riley couldn't lie, and then asked if it was true. Now, he held out his nasty little hand for the umpteenth time and said rather show already. Riley agreed tiredly and said he would show it to him, and the prince began to dig in his pocket and pulled out his noble medal. To tell the truth, Lloyd was a little surprised to see it in real life. He took it in his hands. It glittered brightly, and Lloyd was fascinated by the thing and called it amazing. Now he recognized what that medal of Solia looked like, but he couldn't leave his brother without asking if it was a fake. Ian was shocked by the second prince's words and Syra was already starting to get angry with him. Lloyd asked them not to misunderstand him. Riley listened to him and rubbed his neck, and the second son said that he was asking because he didn't understand how he could get her. Lloyd was haughty and arrogant, and he repeated that he couldn't believe Riley had gotten it. Riley also broke out into a smile and called out to his brother. Nini was tense. She didn't like the second prince either. The third prince told his brother that if he liked her so much, maybe he would take her for himself. This was not at all what the second prince expected to hear. He interjected and a vein popped out on his forehead. Lloyd's maid was also shocked at what she heard. Riley made an innocent face and said he thought Lloyd liked it, but Lloyd listened to his brother in amazement, and he said he didn't really need the medal anyway, it just got on his nerves. The prince relaxed and put his hands behind his head and asked, wouldn't it be better if the heir to the family kept it? Now Lloyd realized what Riley was getting at. He was angry. And the medal in his hand was still shining brightly. Glancing at it, Lloyd hesitated. It, in fact, strongly attracted the swordsman. Lloyd smiled and started to ask if Riley was really ready to give it to him, but he didn't manage to finish his sentence, because Riley snatched the medal from his older brother's hands, saying that since he didn't want it, he didn't have to. Lloyd was shocked, for the umpteenth time. The other prince grabbed Riley by the scruff of the neck and asked him how he dared to mock him, but Riley just calmly said his brother's name. And Finn Hippolyta finished the sentence. He told his second son to stop the buffoonery. The beautiful Lady Iris stood beside him. Lloyd reluctantly let go of his younger brother and said he understood. Madame Iris came forward and politely asked Lloyd how he was, and he did not answer her question, but said her name and asked how their trip had been. Lady Iris smiled sweetly and kindly, said that all was well and thanked for the trouble, said that thanks to their prayers, they got home without incident. Suddenly, the prince's mom turned to Nini and, standing next to her, Riley. She whispered understandingly to them to rather get out of here. Riley was surprised, but at the same time very happy. He hurriedly bowed and thanked his mother to himself. Nini didn't understand why he did it, but hurriedly repeated it. Nini turned around once more and glanced at the second prince. She could hear Madame asking him how he felt about going there too. Lady Iris shared her joy that she had not been to the capital of the kingdom for a long time and was excited about the trip. Lloyd smiled and said it was good that they were able to enjoy the trip. He took hold of his robe on his shoulder and said that fun is good, but it is impossible to be lazy and skip training. And the prince asked Madame if he was right, and told that especially it concerns him and his older brother, that now they should think about their future. Also could not avoid saying that some people are not interested in the place of the heir. Syra and Ian listened to all this, irritation and disgust making the veins on their foreheads bulge. Nini heard that nasty second prince say that he was even a little sorry, arrogantly, that it would be nice if his little brother didn't ask for help when he got into trouble, and Lloyd's words made Nini shiver. She looked at the second son of the Ippolit family with a deadly glare. Lloyd had said as he was leaving that he couldn't imagine how the third prince had beaten that medal, but what could he do? Nini waved her finger and violet manna flew towards the prince, who kept saying that it was a blessing that everyone was alive and well, but he didn't notice the bump in front of him and flew down. He fell painfully to the ground and cried out in pain. The two maids below him were startled. They ran up to their master and asked if he was all right. Nini meanwhile hid behind the door and watched this. At least she listened. Someone called the second prince nightmarishly clumsy. The prince sat with a bandage on his head and an extremely indignant look, and then began to shout to his brother. Lion addressed him that it was not him, and the prince was sure that there was something on the floor, and something very strange and unusual. He shouted that he was telling him the truth. Lion calmed him down with a gesture and said that he already understood. Lloyd was angry and annoyed. He didn't understand how it happened, and now he had a wound on his forehead. He shouted that even a 10-year-old child wouldn't manage to fall like that, and the first prince rolled his eyes and said that Lloyd fell like that when he was 10 years old, but that's because he did. Eventually Lion coughed and decided to end the topic and asked how Riley had done it. The second prince answered, more calmly, that he was still the same and nothing had changed, and Lion wondered if he was really the same. Finally Lloyd remembered that his younger brother had brought a strange woman with him, which interested Lion, and he asked again. Lloyd said that yes, a woman, and she looked very ugly. He said that the gait and manners of the woman was not an aristocrat. Now Lion was thinking more seriously. He thought it all very strange and doubtful, and told his brother about it. Lloyd was glowing, telling what else. She smelled different. He knew he'd never smelled it before, and Lion wasn't really reacting to it. He was thinking about Riley, that damn asshole was up to something again. He finally answered his brother that there were a lot of different people coming to Solia, so he had no reason to be surprised, and anyway it looked like that asshole Riley was up to no good. The first prince explained that he'd never seen their little brother interested in women before, and Lloyd was a little surprised and replied that it was true, because he used to lie in a tree all day long. Lion said that they needed to pay special attention to this. He told his younger brother to keep an eye on her, just in case, not that he was very willing, but Lloyd agreed. At last the first son said he was trying to find out something about her too. The prince told his brother to leave, but Lloyd got up without further discussion and once again agreed with the elder. Now Lion was alone. He stood in the dark room, which was lightly illuminated by the midnight full moon. The prince pondered the medal from Solia. Something had pleased him greatly. He turned to the large window and wondered how their lazy sword had even managed to achieve this honorable award, a medal. After all, he had not even participated in the competition. He had just watched them from the spectator seats. He inhaled. And then he got angry and clenched his teeth. He doesn't know how or why Riley got that medal. However, he did know that he had to ruin his devious plans. Someone looking at Nini in a pretty maid's uniform said, "That's better. And, yes, it looks much neater than what she was wearing before, not considering the saint's clothes." It was Syra, now raising her index finger up instructively and telling that even if she had been picked up to teach their young master magic, at any rate. The maid moved closer to the frightened girl and said in a louder voice that she still had duties she would have to fulfill, and Syra assertively asked if she understood, and Nini confusedly replied that she did. She finally distanced herself and asked if Nini remembered what she had told her before they got here, and Nini confusedly and politely replied that Syra had said she would take her seriously. Syra cheerfully said that the fact that she had a good memory was great. The maid told that the rules in Ippolit's house are very harsh, so Nini should forget everything she learned in Lower Solia, and the words about Lower Solia hurt Nini a little. Syra smiled slyly and caustically and offered the girl to work together. Nini even sighed at the piercing stare of the former maid, stood up and agreed. Syra turned around and Nini was able to relax a little. She thought about the fact that she seemed to be more afraid of this girl than she was of Beta. Riley, sitting in the chair, asked if the two of them had to do it in his room. Ian explained that it had been a long time since Syra had had fun with the newcomers, and therefore thought to establish order and discipline. Syra did look extremely terrifying, and Riley asked if that was why she had been smiling so egregiously when they arrived home. Ian didn't answer his question, though he didn't demand any answer, but Ian remembered that he wanted to say something to the master. He asked what they should do with these things, and he spoke of the things given by Bishop Rivosa, the things of the destroyed Grand Master of Astroi. Riley said that Rivosa called these things trophies. The prince looked at the purple cloak in his hands with disgust and disgust. He said that he didn't even know how to use it. The third son suggested to sell this junk, that the Grand Master of Astroi himself used it, and Jan asked if the prince thought it could be used. In the end Riley said that he would think about what to do with them, and behind them Syra was teaching Nini how to handle heavy expensive curtains. The young girl was a bit clumsy, And Ian said that he would also ask an intelligent person what could be done with them. Nini held the curtains in her hands and asked if they needed to be tied in a corner, and she was surprised at that. Syra replied that yes, that was correct, which was good, that at least Nini was pretty good at something. Syra pointed with her hand and told her to look at the carpet. She told her that if Nini saw marks on it, she needed to brush it immediately, and Nini started to do that. She said that that's what this thing is called, carpet. Syra turned to the master and said that they were done with the cleaning and were about to leave, and Riley said well done and they did good. When the maids left the young lord's room, Syra said that when you are about to leave, you must say goodbye and bow. Then someone called Syra. It was the second Prince Lloyd. He waved his hand in greeting and said there she was. Syra bowed to him. Nini didn't. She was looking straight ahead, so Syra bent her head. She glanced at Nini and whispered, which Nini had probably noticed herself, that this man had quite a bad temper. Nini was very tense and serious, and it was obvious that Lloyd did not sympathize with her, so Syra whispered to her to keep her face simple, for if she looked at him with such contempt, she would get it. The second prince was not so polite to Nini. He asked if she was the same girl that Riley had brought in last time. Nini replied discreetly that yes she was, and now she was being brought up to speed, namely shown the house and told what her duties were. Syra asked the gentleman what his reason for being here was. Lloyd replied that it was nothing special, he just wanted to ask her something, and he asked Nini what her name was. She briefly said her name, still looking at the floor. Lloyd approved it and said that he wanted to talk to her and explained it by the fact that it was the first time Riley had brought a man into the house himself, and therefore he was very curious about who his little brother had chosen. The girl was not at all pleased by his remarks. The second prince came closer to Nini and asked her if she knew how the sloth had gotten the medal. Nini rolled her eyes. She didn't understand why this jerk was always talking about her master like that. With a strained smile on his face, Lloyd asked if she wasn't going to answer him, but while he was talking, the girl managed to measure his mana. Now she knew he didn't have that much. Syra saw what was happening and where it was going, so she had to intervene. Nini ignored everything. She was thinking only about the fact that this second son is not half as strong as Mr. Riley. Syra said that she had not finished training Nini yet. However, Lloyd also ignored her. Instead, he once again turned to Nini. The prince no longer looked cheerful and friendly. He wasn't even smiling. Lloyd asked since when were maids allowed to ignore their master's words. He was angry with the newly maid, yelling that she didn't want to be kicked out. She should answer clearly. Nini was defiant, asking, is he her master? The girl was telling him not to talk nonsense. Syra was horrified. Nini kept saying that he wasn't the one who brought her here. Lloyd listened to it all, veins popping out of his forehead. Nini finished that it was Mr. Riley who brought her here. It seemed something exploded behind her. She looked confident and angry, the vibe of Lower Solia. When the girl finally finished, the prince smiled nervously and said that this was getting completely out of hand. He asked, what did she just say? What other nonsense? Nini is small in stature and therefore she looks down at him a lot. However, that doesn't make her look any less serious. She looked straight into the prince's eyes and looked right through. Lloyd swung wide at her. He shouted and asked how dare she look him in the eyes. Shouted that she had lost her mind and called her a bitch. The girl said only a short sleep. And without another word or movement, Lloyd collapsed to the floor, frightened. She was terrified and shocked by what had happened. Nini calmly told him that he would sleep for 30 minutes and wake up. Syra was amazed and asked if she had done it. Nini revealed that yes, he was indeed the son of a noble family. She explained that he had resisted when she was conjuring. Lloyd was sleeping sweetly on the fancy rug. Nini his resistances didn't bother her, for she is a sixth circle mage. Syra still couldn't say anything. She opened her mouth and thought that the Lord had actually brought a very strange person into the house. Syra was almost crying that she didn't know how to deal with it, but Nini calmed her down and said it wasn't a big deal. They could put him on the bed and when he woke up he would think it was just a weird dream. Nini squeezed the hem of her skirt and asked if she remembered correctly that Mistress Syra had said that a maid's primary duty was to serve her master, and Syra didn't understand what she was getting at, but said that it was. Nini thought about it and said modestly that if she had been here in the past, she would have just covered him with a 3-story swear word. She remembered how she swore left and right, and Syra blurted out and asked herself if she had just swore. The girl was embarrassed and said she felt like she was going to be scolded more than once. Syra feared that, knowing full well that she was going to be scolded for it, Nini was going to do the wrong thing anyway. Nini wondered if that was why they could use magic, and she added that it was just a little. Riley came out from behind the door. Syra grimaced at Nini, and the prince grimaced and asked Nini why was Lloyd sleeping here. Syra didn't expect to see him here and fidgeted, but Riley didn't demand an explanation. He said it didn't matter and asked if they were done and if he could take Nini. Syra reacted instantly and said yes, the training was over. Unexpectedly for Nini, Riley grabbed her shoulder and pulled her closer. Riley was happy and replied that it was great and it was finally time for magic, and the girl was a little surprised by her master's behavior. Syra decided that okay, and this time she would forgive the unfortunate Nini. They separated. Syra went in one direction and the prince and Nini in the opposite direction. They discussed something and laughed. Syra explained her own forgiveness by saying that it was because Nini had promised to forget how she had behaved in Lower Solia. Nini hesitated and offered to make him at least some tea, but he looked at her tiredly and refused. He closed his eyes and asked what tea. She was a wizard, and Nini unceremoniously replied that he was a fool and said that she was a servant here, even if she didn't look like one. Realizing that had just come out of her mouth, the girl was startled and covered it with her hand. Riley didn't expect to hear such a thing from the maid either. He turned to her and sighed with the words, "Oh, those impertinent sorceresses from Lower Solia," and Nini, in turn, bowed and apologized. The third prince decided to skip this unpleasant moment after all, said what he thought that she would quickly learn to speak politely, and in front of him lay the gifted things of Master Astroe, and the prince asked the girl to come and look. He said thoughtfully that he'd gotten a better look at the things, and Riley held up a gold bracelet with a blue stone and said he hadn't figured out how to use them. Nini replied that she only knew that they could contain mana or a trap, but she didn't know how to use them. Riley said that meant she hadn't seen the master use them, and Nini said that back when she was still in the lab, she had seen Astroe put on his cloak, but she hadn't seen him use a ring or a bracelet, and she explained that he didn't have them then. Riley slapped the table with the hand that had the gold bracelet in it and said that's how. He said that she should keep them with her, in that case, and told that he had an acquaintance who knew about all this. Riley said that he was going to ask him about these things. Nini was surprised that he'd said something about a friend who knew about magic. She asked why he didn't study with his acquaintance then. The girl asked why he needed her. Riley looked at her silently, and she told him that she had reached the 6th circle of magic with the help of medication, that compared to other wizards, she had such a magical ability. She kept asking why she was the one. Riley smiled cheerfully and said that it didn't have to be her. That surprised the girl even more. She mumbled and kept asking why, but Riley said that she wanted to be free. He said that she had trusted someone, and then she had been abandoned every time, and the prince asked her if she hadn't had enough of it, and the girl folded her arms. Riley said someone thought she was a magical masterpiece, and some in turn completely useless. But no one thought about her feelings, like when she bled out of her injured eye in the battle with Riley, and Riley said that the further she got, the more she became attached to the man. The third prince asked if she realized that you didn't have to be helpful to be close, and Nini lowered her eyes. Riley explained that being a free man means doing what your heart tells you to do. He remembered his past self, a hero of mankind, and said that she should know that too. The prince kindly said that he wanted her to remember it. He also explained that she was just reminding him of him in the past. He ended with, "That is why one should not think why and why not, one should just live." These words really struck the still very young Nini. She repeated the prince's words to herself that one should do what one's heart tells one to do, and a tear rolled down her cheek. The girl smiled and said that it was the first time she had heard such words, and Riley did not answer, but said that the reason he had chosen her. Suddenly he yelled that it was an acquaintance, a contagion of such, said that even on pain of death he would not teach him. Earlier, mesmerized by his words, Nini came out of her trance and thoughts. Riley shouted that he said that he had already asked him to be his apprentice. The girl laughed, saying that it was heresy, and he whimpered that he didn't do dark deeds, saying that it was tiring, so he asked his friend not to do magic. The girl laughed that it was like that. Riley whimpered that he didn't do dark deeds, said that he was tired of it, and that's why he asked his friend not to talk nonsense. And at that moment, Nini thought what a fool he was for cutting off such a touching moment. The carriage drove through the woods, Nini telling the prince that he needed a circle to start with if he wanted to use magic. Riley and Nini sat inside. The prince asked what the circle was. Nini said it was some sort of ring. She explained that if your heart is surrounded by one ring, then you have one circle. If there are 6 rings, then you are a 6th circle mage. Riley asked if she meant to say that she had 6. Nini said that he was right and that light was the source of all things, and Riley said that in this world, of course it was. Nini was surprised and asked if the gentleman wanted to say that he had been to another world. Riley turned away. He denied it and said that it was just a matter of opinion. The girl said that this was the basis they taught to beginner wizards. She created a magic ball above her palm, it was light, and Nini said that to create everything from nothing, it was a miracle, and also the fundamental basis of magic. Riley stared mesmerized at the light in her companion's hand. Nini was telling that, in order to use the magic of light, they had to find out what its characteristic feature was, that is, what it was good at, and Riley asked her what it was good at. He didn't wait for an answer and asked what she was good at, and Nini replied that actually, there was no particular thing she was good at. She smugly and extremely unassuming stated that she was just good at everything, that she seemed to be good at anything. Nini glowered, saying that maybe that was why she was the only person who'd survived those terrible experiments, and Riley asked if she was bragging to him now. He said okay, in that case he'd ask her, and the girl asked what else he wanted to ask. And Riley said they didn't care. They needed to ask about the ring and the bracelet, and he'd told her earlier about the friend he'd told her about. Nini asked if he was the one who had magic. Riley said yes, he was. The prince looked out the window and said that they were almost there, that it would be another 5 minutes before they were there. Nini wondered just how outstanding a friend he had. She decided that although she didn't have much time left, she had a 6th circle and she was as good as him too. The carriage stopped and someone finally said that they had arrived and it was time to get out. Riley was backing away from the transport and Nini thought that now they were going to see what kind of prominent wizard was out there. The girl was dead serious. When she saw who the prince was talking about, all her excitement was gone and Riley shouted that he was Yendal, hanging around idly again. They were indoors, Riley calling for Yendal and asking where he was. Someone in flip-flops lazily came out and said that he had already told him the store was closed today. He sleepily asked, "What's the asshole yelling here?" asking, can't he even read the sign on the door? It was a guy with long red hair. Yendal, looking directly at Riley, he asked menacingly, hadn't he been taught manners? He said, "You go into a store when it's open." Riley in response jokingly called the boy a princess and said that the sun was almost down and he had just gotten up. Yendal asked if he had heard him. And then he also cheerfully asked a question whose cow would be mooing and said that Riley was not a lazy sword but a hero now. He asked how this hero was doing and if he had a medal. He finally noticed Nini standing next to him and asked who she was, thinking she was the prince's new maid. Riley didn't answer the question. He said that they wanted to ask him something, so they had come to him together. Nini, meanwhile, was terrified, wondering why the creature was here. Riley said that he had been racing to Solia recently and had been whispered some very interesting information in the temple. Yendal asked what it was, and Nini wondered why. Riley asked if he knew what they said. Yendal looked at him and asked what they said. The prince said that he was informed in the temple that he had to catch him. Yendal, the smile on his face fell. It seemed behind him was the shadow of a mighty dragon. Nini wondered why the dragon was here. Riley asked cheerfully, "Does Yendal know what they said?" looking at the prince. Yendal asked interestedly, "What?" The prince replied that the temple said that he should catch him, Yendal, and the guy was a bit surprised by this news. He smiled and asked what Riley had just said. Riley repeated again that in Solia's temple, he was asked to catch a dragon. For some reason this request amused the guys. Riley pointed his finger straight at Yendal and asked if there were any other dragons besides him. Yendal showed his scary sharp teeth. He laughed, banging his fist on the table with laughter. Nini was both surprised and frightened by Yendal's actions and behavior. Yendal laughed about how hilarious it was, tears even came to his eyes. Riley said yes, and he was surprised too. Yendal asked if they were all crazy. Yendal asked why they had decided to ask for the third prince. Riley said he had no idea, then asked how he knew. The boy asked what now and if Riley was going to be a dragon slayer, and Riley's face twisted in disgust. He said no way, and asked how Yendal could think of such a thing, and also asked what stupid nickname he had come up with for him again. Yendal answered that he knew it. He laughed that they were going to catch a dragon. He said that he was probably too quiet, so they thought he was a simpleton. Riley asked the boy to listen and asked if there were any other dragons in the region besides him, and while making a drink, Yendal said that no, he was the only dragon in the area. He said that he had not seen the other dragons for a long time. He thought about how many years had passed and said that it seemed to be about 3,000. Yendal put 2 drinks before the guests, green and yellow. Seeing that the girl wouldn't take her drink, Yendal convinced her that it wasn't alcoholic and wouldn't interfere with her work, and Nini agreed to drink it. Riley sipped his drink and asked if Yendal was going to make a mess in Solia. Yendal asked if he looked like an idiot. Nini finally took to her drink. She seemed to enjoy it. Yendal wrinkled his face and asked what good it would do him, because it would only cause him more trouble. Suddenly he loomed over Nini and told her Riley's maid to keep her mouth shut. He seemed to be burning her with his gaze. Nini realized that it was the eye of a dragon. Riley noticed that she was frightened and said that he had enough of scaring her. Let her look at it. He put Master Astroe's things on the table and told her that he had recently been given them, but that he didn't know how to use them, and said that they were here for him to help them. Yendal smiled and said that Riley knew what a tavern was, and that he sold alcohol here. Riley asked what the fool was talking about, because everyone knows that this is an alcoholic's paradise, and Yendal shouted and asked if he did. He said that the prince didn't seem to know, and Yendal also called Riley a fool. Riley asked if Yendal wanted to say he wouldn't help. Yendal said he could, but he didn't like the third prince's tone, and Riley asked if he would if he asked nicely, and the dragon was silent, then said he would. He took the gold bracelet in his hands and asked if it was to be checked. Riley said yes, and Yendal asked what about money, and the prince laughed and asked what money was involved in their relationship. Yendal clutched the bracelet in his hand and called the prince a brazen burglar, the purple master's cloak hanging from his other hand, and the boy kept calling Riley bad words and saying he was a fucking devil and had no heart at all. Nini was struck by the fact that the dragon was examining 3 things at once. A little while later Yendal said that the evaluation was finished and asked where to start, and the girl was shocked by his speed. She realized that he was indeed a dragon, and Riley was not at all surprised at his friend's abilities, and told him to start with the cloak, as it was the one he was most interested in. The dragon replied that there was nothing special about it, just that if you put it on, it would stop any weather conditions from affecting you, and Nini said that is, it ensured that magic would always be effective, that it would always be at its best. Yendal stretched out his arm on which the bracelet was worn and said that it was something on a type of pantry. Riley interjected. A huge box formed on the guy's hand. He explained that it was worth to let some magic into the bracelet and a warehouse would open, and Riley realized that it was something like an inventory. Yendal took off the bracelet and said that there was nothing there now, and Riley asked what would happen if it broke. The guy said that of course he would lose everything inside, and it was impossible to fix it. Nini held the magic bracelet in her hands and said that it was the equipment of a 7th circle smaga. She asked how he could understand it so easily. He smiled and said that he was a dragon. Then he told her to catch and to put on the ring. Yendal threw the ring in her hands. The girl put it on her finger without question. Mana flowed from there. Yendal told her that when you put the ring on, you start absorbing mana through it, and Riley asked if it really sucks mana. Ninety told the master that it definitely does, and it still does. Riley said that last time he put it on, nothing happened, and the girl asked again. Yendal said yes, and it's all because Riley is a monster, and Ninety asked her master what Yendal was talking about, and he asked if she was around him and didn't know her master was a monster. Riley told him to stop, because if he tells, no one will be better off. The prince told Ninety to keep it all, and it's all hers now. He said he didn't really need them, and Ninety was surprised. She said she couldn't take it. Riley said that she should just keep them, in that case, because he just doesn't want to carry them around. The third prince asked Yendal if he could randomly measure the volume of mana. Yendal was surprised at such a request. He rubbed the back of his head and said that a guardian had recently given him a measuring stone and asked why the prince needed it. He laughed, wondering if Riley wanted to use it himself, and Yendal said he was giving it to him and asked what he wanted to measure, and Riley shook his head in the negative. Riley said it was for her. Ninety didn't understand what he was getting at and why she needed it, and Yendal didn't either. He moved closer to the girl and concentrated. The guy sniffed her. And then he said she was unusual. He looked directly at her damaged eye and said that especially here, said that it seemed there was a lot mixed in here. Riley asked if that was why she had such a strange mana color, and Yendal had never heard of her strange mana color before, so he questioned her about it. He also asked if it was for all spells. The prince replied that with all of them, whether it be flame or ice, all of her mana turns a sort of brown, dark purple. Sweat broke out on Yendal's face. He said he understood. He turned to Ninety and told Riley that he had met a rather interesting person. Yendal blurted out a little and wondered if Riley knew that this girl didn't have much left. Ninety looked upset. Riley said that he could be measured at the same time, and why not? And Yendal's face was irresistible. He asked why the prince would do that. He reminded Riley that he had told him last time that there was no reason for him to do magic, and Yendal asked if Riley was going to conquer the world. Riley banged his fist on the table and asked if Yendal had accidentally fallen off an oak tree. The boy asked what, in that case, the reason was. The prince was languidly silent for a while and then explained that he was tired of picking apples himself. Yendal was disappointed by his friend's answer, and Ninety was surprised. The dragon even swore foully. Riley hesitated. He put his palm to the rock. He wondered what the hell was going on and why he was so belated in his response. Ninety started to say something thoughtful to him. The dragon said he hadn't seen something like that in a long time. Riley asked, "Is Yendal's meter so shoddy?" This offended the dragon. He yelled that he was courting him, asking, "How is it shoddy?" Ninety, immersed in her thoughts and musings, said the word time. Riley asked her what she meant. Ninety replied that his peculiarity had to do with time. The prince asked if that was a good thing, and something began to happen to the stone. Ninety replied that over time the stone cracks and deteriorates, and so it did deteriorate under his influence, and Riley asked, "So what?" Now Yendal intervened. He said that in short, Riley can only use time magic, the rest can't. This did not please the third prince at all. He was horrified. Yendal offered to show him instead of explaining. He had fire mana in his hand. He said that it was, of course, not his element, but here in front of the prince was a fireball of an ordinary average wizard. Then, he changed something and said that this is what it would look like if Riley used it, and the sight was a bit pathetic. The fire just poured out and smoldered on the ground. Riley said that it was like a matchstick fire. Ninety nodded her head positively in response. The third prince shook his head in disappointment, telling himself that it couldn't be, because his dream of becoming a wizard, Yendal had asked him to give it up. Riley whimpered that this life would be even better with magic than when he had the internet, and Yendal didn't understand what the prince was talking about. Ninety had some idea. She said that she had learned in the tower that people who used time magic always became bosses and held high positions, and Riley asked she was mocking him. He exhaled and asked if, by any chance, there was any magic that could turn back time. The girl was very happy for some reason. She cheerfully replied that there wasn't. But she also said that if the apple tree was subjected to time acceleration, the apples would ripen sooner and then they would fall and be eaten. But even that didn't please the disappointed sad prince. Nini wasn't really paying attention. She was clapping her hands and talking about how beautiful it was and they wouldn't have to wait for next season. Riley didn't say anything. And then he said that she would pick them, and the girl didn't know what he meant, but Riley repeated that he said she would pick them. Night came on, darkness enveloping Ippolit Manor. Riley sat at the dinner table and told her that after all, he was nothing outstanding, and he had a magical orb of light in his hand. Nini was surprised that he was already able to create light. Riley answered her question positively. However, he said that the light only lasted for half a second. The girl smiled and said that it didn't matter to her that they couldn't identify her special traits. She tried to cheer up the Lord, saying that Astroi was dead anyway. That she wouldn't have to use as much magic again as she did then. Someone came into the room and said that Riley and Nini had arrived. It was Lion, and behind him was Lloyd, and the first prince called out to Riley. Riley said, "Oh, the brothers have arrived," and Nini hurried to greet them with a bow. Lion said that yes, at least they finally got to see his face. He's been wandering around all day. Lloyd asked if the third prince had traveled to a place of interest. Riley said yes, and said he had gone to the Leaf Village. Lloyd said that Ian and Syra had been at home the whole time, and asked if Riley had traveled without guards. Riley replied that it was fine, that he rode with her, and the prince pointed his finger at the girl standing next to him. Lloyd asked, "With that maid?" And suddenly Lady Iris came in. She was saying how nice that they were all gathered already. Riley greeted his mother and she told his son that while he was away, they had a visitor. The prince asked who the guest was. The Bishop of Revosa appeared next to Lady Iris. He greeted the prince and Riley was surprised to see him here. The prince wondered if he was here to see his mother or. Bishop Revosa told the third son that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He also greeted Nini by bowing to her and called her madam. Upon hearing this, Lion and Lloyd were shocked. They didn't expect such an address from the bishop to his brother's maid, and Lion asked Lloyd what it was all about. Revosa, meanwhile, had already seated himself at the table. Nini bowed to him and said that here are his utensils, and soon dinner will be served. The bishop thanked Mrs. Nini. Lloyd politely asked Revosa why he was addressing the maid so respectfully. Revosa realized that the second prince probably didn't know. The bishop asked, hadn't Riley told them anything? Lloyd was surprised. He asked what it was about. Bishop Revosa turned to Nini. The girl sighed and nodded. Revosa decided that it was a sign of agreement, so he said that was good and thanked for the permission. Now he could tell. Revosa glowed and proudly told that last time she and Mr. Riley caught the Grand Master Astroi and burned him to the ground. Proudly declared that Nini was a sixth circle sorceress. The first and second prince's jaws dropped from shock and their instruments fell out of their hands. Lloyd couldn't control himself. He asked how and what it was, and Lion calmly asked why she had gone to be a maid. Nini wasn't very happy about all this, and Riley pondered that her identity had been revealed wasn't all that important. But he could see and realize that Bishop Revosa was up to something. He may look kindly, but at the end he turns out to be the final boss or villain. Riley knows that it's a classic of all plots. They ate, and Riley thought about the fact that Revosa had no particular reason to show up at their house. Lion hesitated and turned to Mrs. Nini. Riley was pretty sure the bishop was up to no good. Lady Iris, the servants, Riley and Nini had seen Revosa off, and the bishop had invited them to stop by sometime and said they were always welcome. Riley wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, and promised to come back. The bishop laughed and said he was still in the same temper, and thanked the nobles for receiving him last night. Lady Iris told the reverend that they were always glad to see him too, and Revosa thanked Madam for such kindness. The bishop bowed farewell to Mr. Riley and said that he would pray for him. At last he said that it was time for them to go. The carriage drove off. Riley and Nini looked at it for a long time. The prince said he could see right through him. And the girl didn't know what he meant. Riley explained that formerly the bishop had come to check on his mother's chronic illness, but from the fact that he spent most of his time talking to them, it was clear that he had another goal in mind. The girl was holding the box the bishop had given her before he left. She asked if he had come because of what St. Frisia had said last time, and Riley said that yes, that was right. They remembered how Frisia had talked about the revelation. How she had told them that there would soon be a dragon in Solia, and how the saint had asked Riley to catch the dragon. Riley said that he didn't come to see his mom, but to give these gifts. The third prince explained that simply put, it's just an ordinary bribe. Nini was a bit surprised by that. Riley explained it to her as, here you have to eat gingerbread, and since you have eaten it, you have to pay back. He said that it is the same as if you like to ride, you like to drive a sled. Nini thought and said that means the master wants to fulfill, but Riley did not let her finish. He shouted that she was crazy. He said that of course he wouldn't do something like that. Prince asked why on earth would he bother. Nini said that's what she thought. Riley complained that he'd had enough of this, and he'd had enough of those saints. Suddenly, the prince thought for a moment, and then said to wait, saying that she was different from the saint she had been in her previous life. Nini didn't understand what he was talking about. Riley was indignant and asked why exactly when they came to Solia, there was all this mess. Meanwhile, Nini, not really paying attention to him, hid the box bribe in the magic bracelet inventor. Now the third prince began to rejoice that now there should be no troublesome for a while, and Nini in her turn chided him that if he spoke like that it would be exactly the opposite. Now Riley, along with Nini, stood in the Earl of Ippolit's office, his father's office. Finn had started the conversation by saying, okay Riley, and he'd said that it was coming out that this girl was a mage of the sixth circle. Riley asked if Ian had already told him, and his father shouted that the servant had only told him that she was a sorceress, but he had never heard anything about the sixth circle. Finn said in a calm tone that Astrawi had the seventh circle, and she had the sixth, and she was perfectly normal, unlike the master, and his father asked why. He asked why a sixth circle sorceress should be a maid. His words made the girl more and more confused. Now Count Ippolita turned directly to Nini and said that the outstanding wizard who managed to stop Astrawi and that with her level, she could well get a better job, and therefore asked why all this. Nini answered that she enjoyed living in that mansion and serving them faithfully. She said that was her answer to why she had gotten a job as a maid. The girl looked proud and confident in her words. She said that here she had found what she had lost in the magic tower. There was silence. Nini and Finn looked into each other's eyes in silence. The Earl clenched his fist and said so be it. He said that she'd been following Riley since Solia, and Nini confirmed his words, saying that she had. More seriously, Finn Ippolita asked what she thought of Riley. Riley was shocked by his father's question, and so was Nini. But after some thought, she laughed and said she thought he was a good man. Finn was pleased with her answer. Nini asked cheerfully if it could be any other way, and it seemed lush pink roses bloomed around them, but Riley didn't like this picture at all. He shouted and asked what were they talking about and what was this strange atmosphere. But it was over. The girl bowed and said that the sixth circle was just a result of her past, and she wanted to live in the present. She squinted, remembering that Frisia had said that she would only last until the fall, and Nini realized that she might not even survive the summer. She looked at her lord and realized that this remaining time, she wanted to live a quiet ordinary life. She assured the Count that she lived a much happier life now than she had as a wizard in the past. The Count asked if there was anything she was not satisfied with, but the girl waved her hands in the negative and assured him that there was no such thing and that everyone was treating her so well. This seemed to please Finn Ippolit, and he said that in that case it was good, and asked her to continue to help his third son in every way possible. The girl bowed and replied that she would do her best. The Count laughed good-naturedly that she was a wizard of the sixth circle. Riley told his father that he had something to tell him, and his father asked what it was, and the prince replied that summer would soon begin. Outside, the warm but still spring sun was already warming. Riley, in his usual manner, put his hand behind his head and said that he wanted to go to Rainfield again this year, and the prince asked his father's permission. Meanwhile, Lloyd was in his brother's room, tearing his head up with questions. How could she be a sixth circle mage? How was that possible? Lion was silent in response. Lloyd asked how Riley managed to get her. And Lion replied that probably it had something to do with him getting the medal. The second prince shouted that he couldn't sit idly by any longer, and said that they should do something. He thought it was the only way to win the battle for the inheritance. Lion agreed with him and said that now, because of Solia, Riley was definitely one of the candidates for the inheritance. He was going through and reading some papers. He had a document in his hand, and underneath it was another that said he was looking for a dark mage last seen in Rhinefield. He held the papers out to his younger brother and told him what they said, that a dark mage was wanted in Rhinefield. Lloyd glared at the opportunity. He suggested that his brother should catch and kill the dark mage. Lion asked his brother to wait a little longer. He smiled. The prince was obviously up to something. He said that summer was coming, and Lloyd replied that yes, it would be hot for a few more days. Lion understood why that lousy boy Riley was leaving for Rhinefield as soon as summer came. The father let his son go to Rhinefield. He said that Riley could go to Rhinefield. Riley was very excited about this. Niney didn't understand his reaction at all. Lion decided that it would be extremely natural if Riley just never came back from Rhinefield again. Ian ran after the young gentleman and anxiously asked for how long he was leaving. Riley hesitated and replied that he didn't know yet. He said that he might be gone for 3 weeks, but even such a short and relatively short period of time horrified Ian, and he asked why it would take so long. Riley laughed and asked if the old man really believed that. He put a hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry. They would be back safe and sound. Ian breathed out a little. Niney, dressed in a yellow cloak, said that she had set up a communication channel on Lady Iris's hand mirror. She explained that with magic they would be able to contact them often, so Ian shouldn't worry so much. Lady Iris laughed and thanked the girl. She said that she was not worried at all, because Niney would be with her son. Niney was very touched by Madam's words. She was terribly pleased to hear such a thing. She was overcome by a wave of emotion. She asked, "Well, let's leave." Jan sincerely wished them a good trip. Syra turned to Niney. She told her to act as she had taught her. Niney listened to Syra's instructions. Suddenly Lady Iris remembered something. She ran to Niney and asked her to wait, and Ian did not expect such a thing from Madam. Madam handed Niney some object wrapped in a black cloth, and Niney wondered what it was. Iris smiled and said she didn't know if Niney would like it, but she made it herself. She also asked the girl to take care of Riley while she was on vacation. She said that it was used by Riley before, but now she tweaked it a bit and changed it to fit Niney. But the lady doesn't know if it will fit her, and the girl queried it was used by Riley. Lady Iris didn't answer her question, but said to make sure to unpack it later. She said that she hopes that she will like it. Niney held the gift tightly with both hands. She thanked Lady Iris profusely. She said that in return for it, she promises to take good care of the young master, and Madam replied that in that case, trusts him to her. Riley rejoiced in the carriage. He was glad that they could get away from this unbearable summer. Yendal was not happy. He punched himself in the face and called Riley a jerk. He watched Riley get out of his transport and called him a crazy jerk, and Riley asked him if it was so hard for Yendal to use the teleporter once, and he teased him by saying that he could do it. Yendal was terribly angry, yelling at him not to wake the beast in him. In case Riley had forgotten he was a dragon and his eyes blazing with anger, he threw a fireball at the prince. Riley was able to dodge the fireball. It hit him from behind. Yendal was yelling about how much Riley pissed him off, and he dodged it. The third prince said that he understood everything and said he owed them a debt and would pay it back, so he asked them to teleport, and that the place where the red dragon's power hit was considered blessed and turned into a tree. Yendal offered Riley to take him where he needed to go, and he would give him something. He asked him to give it to her. He talked about Niney, who was just finishing up with the horses, and Riley replied that he had already told him and told him again that a person was not a thing, and so he should go easy on his desires and he would not give Niney away. He looked at the cheerful girl and said that she was like him in some ways, said that it would be strange to give her away to someone else. Riley realized that she was like him in the past, not now, but still. Yendal, some laughter broke through. The prince summarized and said that in general he had a reason for it, but Yendal would not understand it anyway. He asked if it was clear to this fool Yendal And Yendal meanwhile wiped away the tears of laughter and agreed with Riley, saying that it was undoubtedly so, calling the prince a lazy sword. The dragon said that at any rate, if they appeared out of nowhere in the middle of Rainfield, they would be arrested immediately, and so would send them somewhere in the woods. Riley said that no problem, and Yendal said to get ready in that case. The prince was ready to be teleported, but Yendal stopped him abruptly. Riley asked grudgingly, what else? The dragon started talking about Nini, the prince's maid. He tried to start talking, and then hesitated. Riley asked if he meant to say how long she had left to live. Nini was sitting in the back of the carriage and hadn't heard their conversation. Yendal said that means Riley knew everything. He answered himself that was right, he was not a nobody, so it would be strange if he didn't know. Yendal asked what Riley was going to do about it, and Riley didn't say anything. Nini sat alone. She thought they were late for something. She remembered Mrs. Iris's gift that was lying near her. The girl took it in her hands and thought about what might be hers to open now. She began to unwrap the black cloth, thinking what it was after all. Inside was a white beautifully decorated half-face mask. Nini was shocked to see the mask. Her hand, in which she held Mistress' gift, trembled. Water dripped on the white beauty. Nini cried over the gift and thanked Lady Iris. Suddenly, she was in great pain and covered her mouth with her hand. She coughed and blood appeared on her hand. A large bright red puddle was showing on the palm of the unfortunate Nini's hand. She was silent and tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at her hand, remembering Frisia's words that she should survive the summer and if she was lucky, she could catch the fall. But she had also said that most likely it would happen sometime in the early fall. She had a smear of blood near her mouth and said, whatever. She was very happy. Nini held up the mask made by Lady Iris's hands. Suddenly Riley called out to her. He shouted that if she was ready, let her come down and come here. Nini was a little scared because she wasn't expecting it. She was already standing next to her master across from Yendal. Riley told the dragon that he was counting on him. He called him his darling, and the dragon responded to end the galloping. He said that if they were ready, he was starting. He aimed his hand at them, behind them and above them like an arrow, and Yendal accompanied it with the word teleport. The space was doused with heavy rain. Riley yelled and called Yendal a jerk and asked why here. Also in front of him was a giant monster that was 7 times taller than the prince. It was equipped with an appropriately sized sword, and Riley checked with Nini to see if it was an ogre. Nini looked at it and answered the prince that yes, it was. Riley was telling Nini just to look at that asshole Yendal. He had sent them to such a place, and meanwhile, the ogre had already opened its huge maw and roared. The third prince was terribly angry at the dragon, calling him a crazy idiot. Riley was outraged. He said just look at the asshole. Sent them to the place where the monsters live. The ogre growled loudly. Riley kept calling the dragon names, this time calling him a crazy idiot. The ogre, without wasting time, with a growl ripped a large tree out of the ground and was about to attack the prince with it. Riley in his turn mocked him and said that he had pulled out one tree from the root and decided that now he was the strongest. Nini, seeing the whole picture, was frightened for her master and ran to him, but he told her no, explaining that he was alone anyway. Riley advised her to put up a rain screen, because it was pouring like a bucket. The prince drew his mighty sword and smiled at the girl. She said she understood. Nini started creating the dome and asked him to be careful. Riley joked that she was worried about him. The ogre slammed the tree to the ground. Riley easily jumped on the tree. He was telling the monster to calm down and asked what he was getting so worked up about. Pointing his sword at the orc and telling it that it was no longer alive anyway. The orc's eyes grew more and more filled with anger. Riley knowingly taunted him. He attacked the guy, however Riley managed to dodge. The orc didn't give up. He struck again. And then another, but Riley still managed to dodge. The third prince even managed to squirm. The ogre slammed the tree to the ground again, with steam coming out of his mouth in anger. The tree, after another blow, split in half and left a hole underneath. Riley tumbled down and said he had just come to have some quiet fun and relax, after all. and this was too much. He flew down straight at the orc and asked himself what was the point of teleporting in the first place. The prince cut the monster right in half, landing on the ground itself. The ogre gave one last hiss. And Riley raised his hand. And the monster was torn apart from the inside out, now screaming in slashing pain. Niney was shocked at this sight, and Riley screamed and swore. There were smears of blood all over him now, on his head, face and clothes. He asked what it was and said he had only wasted his time washing before leaving. He was angry at that jerk Yendel who dragged them here on purpose, and then he asked how else to explain it. Niney ran up to the Lord and suggested he use magic to cleanse himself of the stains. He used a purge spell and he was attacked by Niney's mana. However, her magic didn't help at all, but quite the opposite. Now there were also black oil-like stains on his face. Riley was in silent horror, and Niney didn't expect such a result. She thought that it would work. Niney assured the Lord that it was okay. It was just dirt, at least it wasn't nasty, and Riley asked the girl how dirt could not be nasty. Suddenly Ogre woke up. Niney shouted that the monster was rising, and Riley was shocked. How is it rising? Prince asked who does she think caused this to happen. The girl suggested, in that case, to finish with him herself. Riley asked how else could she ask. Niney said that she would clean him up quickly and carefully now. The orc was wrapped around the perimeter by the girl's purple mana. He didn't realize what was happening, and the girl said the word wiper. Her mana wiped him off the face of the earth. Only black light butterflies remained. Niney said that everything was ready and again offered the prince to start wiping his face with a wet towel, and Riley agreed. But someone red-haired was watching them from afar. It was a diminutive man with a long red stripe. He was standing on a branch of one of the trees. Riley asked where they were now and Niney was staring at the map. She asked him to wait for a while. Niney said that somewhere in the neighborhood. In these places there are no signs, so it's a little hard to say where exactly they are. The girl turned to the gentleman, who answered. She told him that she had used search magic just in case and there was a place nearby where she had sensed someone's presence, and Riley was a little surprised by that. He offered to go there, since they had no choice anyway, and the girl agreed. However, Ogre had formed again, seemingly out of nowhere. His eyes blazed with anger and he hissed. Smaller now, but no less angry. Riley exhaled and said she did eventually feel them, but something scared the girl. Riley asked if she felt them. They were surrounded by local warriors. One of them was that red-haired man. They each had a bow. Riley asked them who they were, and the man said he had been coming to Rainfield for several years in a row, but this was the first time he had seen them. The red-haired man yelled so he wouldn't pretend he didn't know anything, and then yelled that they had seen everything. He turned to Niney, saying that it was magic. It was coming from her hands. He said it was black magic, asking if he was right. Niney was surprised that she was called a black magician and asked again. She asked what they were talking about. Rain was dripping down on them. One of these warriors was saying that the black mage that had been roaming around Rainfield lately. They shouted that it was her, and that she shouldn't even dare to make excuses. The warriors said that they had seen dark magic flowing from her hands. They considered it irrefutable proof. Some girls said that she had heard that she had used purification. She asked did she think that she didn't realize that she had blackened him before, put a spell on him, and Riley was stunned by their conclusions. A chuckle escaped his mouth. He asked himself how things could have gotten so messed up. He looked seriously at the warriors and asked what he was talking about. What other dark mage? And the other green-haired warrior shouted at him to stop making excuses, because he knew he was one with her. This was beginning to make the prince terribly angry and annoyed, and his veins swelled up in his face. He angrily told the warrior not to point his weapon at him, and Riley gave off a deadly aura. The red-haired man hadn't expected such a thing. He was terrified. Riley, holding his attackers in terror, asked shouldn't he and Niney know what was going on. In a calmer voice, the prince said that they should be the ones outraged, since they are the local warriors pouring in here and accusing them of black magic. One of the warriors asked the other what just happened, and the other said he had no idea, but it felt like his oppressive aura was piercing his entire body. Riley intervened and told them to better answer his question. Some of the warriors shouted that this girl's mana was black in color. Riley asked, so what if she had dark-colored mana? And the red-haired man pointed his finger at the girl and objected that if Riley didn't know, it was an omen of all black mages. The third prince asked his companion if it was true that all black mages had dark mana, and the girl waved her head in the negative. Riley turned to the red-haired man again and said that she was saying that it wasn't true, and it struck the man. He asked, in what sense? Riley explained to the man that it was just a trait of hers. He asked what should she do about it now in that case, and Nini told the gentleman that it was not an innate trait, but a consequence of the experiments. He ignored the girl and turned to the red-haired man again. He asked him to tell him what else besides mana told him that she was a dark mage. The man did not answer. Riley asked if he had nothing to say to that. He said that he could see that they could not name anything else but that. The prince said that he would tell them something, and they would think well and answer. Riley said languidly that he could swear by the name of his family, the Ippolit family, that she was not a black magician, and then he asked what they could swear by. The local warriors did not expect this. One mumbled that they were in trouble. The other realized that this guy was an ally of a dark mage of noble blood. The red-haired man was also shocked. He asked what a man of blue blood was doing in their land. Riley went on. He said he didn't know how it worked in Rainfield, but in Solia, insulting nobles would at least get you arrested. Then he explained that he was here because he was on vacation and wanted to rest quietly, and then he asked why the hell they were here if they didn't even know who they were or why they were here. The red-haired man was more and more amazed by his words. Without expecting any answer, Riley agreed that it would be as they wanted, and the prince drew his sword. He said he would do what a true black magician would do, kill all the witnesses and go on his way, and Nini was shocked by such statements. She asked her master to wait. The girl shouted that they would understand if she and Riley told them their story, and the wind had removed the hair from her face and now the damaged half was perfectly visible. The warriors wondered what was wrong with the girl's face. Nini heard their questions. She turned to them and stood facing them. Asked them to hear her out. The red-haired man, it turned out to be the girl, was in floods of tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and said that she now understood how everything was and was horrified at how terrible the magic tower in Solia was, and then screamed that Astroe was a shithead and she would have him. Nini laughed, and she kept repenting that she didn't even know and accused them of such a thing. She tearfully apologized. She sobbed furiously and asked how come. The girl fell to the wet ground. The red-haired girl begged for forgiveness, begged and begged and begged, saying that she was wrong in tears, and Nini handed her a towel and told her to take it and use it, and the girl thanked her. Riley looked at her disapprovingly and said that she was going to kill them. But he said that what annoyed him most was that her crying reminded him of one person, and Nini began to say what he meant. The prince remembered the old man's face as he cried about how much pain and sadness he had experienced while in Solia, and Riley didn't let Nini finish her sentence and said that yes, it was Ian. The girl finally stood up and the other two warriors started to bow. Riley asked, do they realize now that they were wrong, and the local warriors said yes and apologized to Mr. Riley for their rudeness. The third prince laughed and said that he had told them about it 5 minutes ago and they didn't believe him. He asked what had changed now. One of the warriors explained that their commander had never been wrong before. At first he was a little confused, but then he said that it was their commander's specialty, good intuition. The red-haired girl commander turned her crying face away. The warrior said that they could be calm, because they didn't suspect them of anything anymore. Now Riley asked who was the black magician they were talking about. The warrior said that this dark magician had long been notorious, and recently his traces had been discovered in the vicinity of Rainfield. He said that their team was one of the victims of this terrible villain. At these words, the red-haired girl seemed to grow sad. The warrior remembered that he had a flyer with his description and the reward for his capture, and asked if the aristocrats would like to see it. Riley took the sheet of paper and asked again what it was, and the prince read the lines aloud. Feature: dark-colored mana can control the body of a dead person or other creature. One of the warriors explained that in fact, they were trying to catch up with him. Another repeated once more that this black mage could control corpses. The red-haired girl confirmed his words. She lowered her head sadly. She told him that her father had been a victim of this criminal, and Riley asked if he had misheard him and the mage could really control corpses. The girl said yes and started to tell about her father's death because of him, but one of the warriors didn't let her finish. He interrupted her and asked everyone if they didn't hear anything. He said that it seemed to him that someone big was walking towards them. It was the same ogre that had already been killed twice. It had a huge amount of scars and wounds on it. It was growling loudly right behind Riley's back, and Nini shouted to the Lord that the ogre was behind him. Riley drew his sword for the umpteenth time and said that growling like that would make you deaf. The prince swung his mighty sword and wounded the ogre badly, and the girl commander was amazed to see such a thing. She asked what was it now. Two warriors were also amazed by the prince's strength. In the forest, someone in a black cloak was surprised, turned back and asked, "What is it? Is the first one already dead?" This someone was angry that it was an ogre, called him an ungrateful creature, and after all this mage saved him. The man rushed into the thick of the forest, asked himself what he was talking about, and complained to himself that lately it was hard to find a good carcass that could be used effectively, and running into the forest, he said that he should look for that creature that looked like a basilisk. It was over. The ogre was finally killed. Nini was holding the umbrella over herself and the young master, and Riley was happy and saying how nice it was and enjoying the freshness. Nini asked if she should get a rain shield. Riley looked at his companion and refused. He said he didn't need to. He said it was so romantic to take shelter under an umbrella in the pouring rain. Suddenly a red-haired girl came between them, and she spoke cheerfully about how nice it was that they were not saying goodbye yet and would be close to each other, and that Riley didn't seem at all happy to see her again. And she added that she was a little surprised to learn that the hero uncle was now their butler. To which Riley replied that he was surprised that she was whining and wailing just like Jan, and the girl asked him to forget about it, saying that she was embarrassed now. She handed them a small piece of paper and said that now she was in their debt, so let them take at least this. The red-haired girl smiled and said that since they were here for a month, they could come here anytime and she would treat them to a nice lunch. Riley took the leaf and said that this one was perfect. As the girl said goodbye, she wished them a good vacation and have fun. Nini thanked them in return and wished them luck. Nini Riley was already leaving. They were walking under an umbrella in the pouring rain. Nini said that a lot of things happened, but they still managed to reach their destination, and in front of him was the city. Nini said that, as they say, a black streak is always followed by a white one. Now she too was glad for this fresh air. Riley was happy. He smiled and said that finally the long-awaited real vacation was starting. Riley suggested Nini to decide where they would go and where they would start their journey. The girl was already wearing the mask given by the mistress, and Nini was probably in the clouds, so she did not immediately understand what the mistress wanted from her, but Riley thought that she said she was hungry and said that he knew it and that she should eat first of all. The maid offered to eat hot soup, but the prince hardly wanted soup, so he pretended that he heard something about pancakes, and it was about Korean Pajeon pancakes. Riley laughed and said that she was right. On days like this you should eat Pajeon pancakes and drink rice wine. He asked the girl if it wasn't wonderful. The third prince snatched the umbrella from Nini's hands and cheerfully shouted that it was time to go try the local traditional dish. Nini was a bit surprised and even scared by his behavior. In fact, she didn't even know what Pajeon pancakes were. Their order was already ready and it was put on the table. The girl looked at the food with some displeasure. And Riley in his turn was happy that they were finally cooked, shouting that now they could eat, telling Nini to try. The girl looked at her plate in disgust and asked, "Is this vomitous mass called food?" Riley was shocked. He asked, "What?" Riley with blank or frightened eyes ordered his companion to immediately apologize to the pancake lovers on a rainy day, and the girl wondered, what the hell is this stuff even? The prince said that she hadn't even tasted it yet, advised her to eat it first and then judge, warned her not to ask for more when she was done. Poor Nini looked at the pile, holding the sticks in her hands, saying that she was very grateful, but there was one thing. She was saying that they don't eat such things in Lower Solia, and Riley wouldn't let her finish. He was shouting to do as he told her to try it at last. The girl did shove the food into her mouth and the taste amazed her. It was so wonderful. She had probably never tasted such delicious food before. The girl seemed so pleased and surprised that roses bloomed all around her, and Nini shrieked and asked what it was. Riley relaxed now, and he knew he would, and asked her if it was good. The girl, still wide-eyed with surprise, said yes, it was good. Riley said it was his turn, and he quickly and deftly took the noodles with his chopsticks. He seemed so happy to be eating pancakes again that fireworks exploded all around him. The prince called it a real nostalgia for the old days. He said that he used to eat them often back then. Nini asked when it was then and what old times. Riley took the rice wine and told the girl not to bother. He said that now was a good time to chug. Nini held the saucer of wine in her hands and gazed into it. She asked the gentleman, "Isn't this alcohol?" But Riley remained silent. Nini continued by saying that Mrs. Iris urged him not to drink. Riley thought that she was screwing him up and Nini was a bore. The girl realized that Riley wasn't denying anything and said that it was alcohol. So the prince replied that it was all right. Nini wouldn't die from it, so let her drink. Nini replied that it wasn't about whether she would die or not, it was about Lady Iris. Riley had once again stopped her from finishing her sentence and was encouraging her to try it, telling her that it wouldn't hurt her if she just tried it and asking if he was right. Nini looked at her lord a little disdainfully, but eventually did take a sip. She was surprised again, for the rice wine was also very tasty. Riley said, "See." Nini drank the entire portion in one gulp. The prince was shocked. This was not at all what he expected from the girl. She took sip after sip. Riley was even starting to stop her. Nini cheerfully and loudly put the saucer back in its place. He shouted that it was really amazingly delicious. Riley was shocked, then relaxed. They were sitting at a table near the window and some sounds were heard outside, namely the sounds of slurping. Riley looked through the window. But it turned out that the sounds were not coming from the street, but from the neighboring table. A man in a black robe was sitting there, chomping and coughing. Not that he was giving her a bun, he was just shoving it at her. Riley was not at all pleased by this sight, for he was ruining the whole atmosphere for them. The man was eating terribly sloppily and mumbling something. He said that there was more and more, that he should do more. Riley got up from the table and told the girl that if she had finished eating, it was time for them to leave, and Nini cheerfully agreed. Riley glanced at the man in the black robe as he left. The only consolation for the prince was that he wouldn't have to see him again and the doors slammed shut behind them. The man finished his meal and slumped back in his chair tiredly. The waiter came up to him and politely asked him if he had enjoyed his meal and how he would pay for it. Apparently, the man had forgotten all about payment, so he asked again and then spoke that of course he had to pay him. He could not act ungratefully without giving the waiter the money. The waiter was in good spirits. He said that he was right and already started to name the amount that came out, but the man did not let him finish. Instead, the waiter's black-gloved palm hit him in the face. The man in the cloak said that he was sorry that only one person had been caught here, that is, that only one puppet had been made. A gloomy manna enveloped everything, empty plates, tables and room. The waiter was hanging on the mage's arm. The man said, "Here's his payment. Let him take it," and in response the poor waiter could only scream and blood splattered on the stone floor. Riley and Nini were already outside. It was still raining there. Good that they had an umbrella with them, and the prince asked how the girl liked it. Nini replied that she knew it was alcohol. She said that it wasn't like the alcohol they'd been drinking in Lower Solia, saying that was why she'd been so surprised. Riley responded by asking if this alcohol tasted better than theirs. The girl, somewhat sadly, answered that it was. They walked down the wet street, and Riley said that she was his assistant now anyway, so she shouldn't tell her mom that they were drinking. He said that it would be their secret, and then asked if she understood everything. The girl sighed and said yes. Riley added that if you go to Rainfield it's best to wear a raincoat instead of walking under an umbrella, but he forgot to bring his raincoat. The prince contemplated to buy one, and then remembered that there was still Nini, so two would be better. Nini was surprised at this concern. She was silent for a while, and then said that she liked to walk with him under one umbrella. Suddenly the girl came to her senses, wondering if she was drunk. if she was already talking drunken nonsense? Riley didn't understand what it was about either. Nini was worried that she was talking nonsense. She mentally forced herself to come to her senses. She explained that she would die soon anyway. Bishop Revosa asked another priest if he knew where Mr. Riley had gone. The priest bowed to the bishop and answered that yes, yesterday he had gone on vacation, and Revosa asked where he had gone. The priest answered that they say that to Rainfield. This struck Revosa, and he even asked again. He was not at all happy with this information. He wondered why he was going there. The priest laughed that the prince had traveled a long way. The bishop ignored him. He hoped that Riley hadn't run into that guy, because it would take a little more time to create enough puppets. The bishop was afraid that if Riley killed that guy, it would be bad. He was afraid that he would be in danger. Revosa turned around and left saying that there was nothing to be done. The priest asked if the bishop was going to go there. Revosa looked at him and asked if there was any other option. He answered that of course he should go, because Riley was the hero that the goddess had chosen. The bishop gathered his thoughts and said that they had no time to talk and should prepare to leave. The young priest obediently obeyed the bishop. Someone called out to Mr. Revosa. He seemed even glad to see who had come. It was St. Phrygia. She stood right in front of him and was clearly tense. She asked if Bishop Revosa was going to meet with Mr. Riley. She said that she had already told him not to touch him, that nothing good would come of it. Revosa laughed in response and asked if that was a prophecy too. He added that if it was not, he would consider Phrygia to be arbitrary, and said that he must meet the chosen one. He explained that the fate of Solia depended on him, Riley, and then quickly corrected himself, saying that not only Solia, but the whole world's future. Revosa kept saying that this man must save the world, asking why the saint kept saying that he should leave Riley alone. St. Phrygia was silent. She wondered what that bloody Revosa was up to. The saint leaving said that in any case she had warned them, and more than once. She reiterated that they should not disturb Mr. Riley. Revosa smiled sneakily and thanked her for her concern and added a low bow. One last glance at the bishop, she turned to the goddess Irenessa. She asked her what she wanted to convey to her with her revelations about Bishop Revosa. Riley and Nini were in a huge library, and Nini marveled at the fact that it rained all day long and the books remained in such perfect condition even when wet. Riley was surprised at what she had noticed, and he explained that this was where people developed the magic of keeping things in pristine condition. Nini also asked how it was possible that it rained every day, and Riley said he didn't know that. The prince said that he didn't know what the rules were, but he suggested that it was just fun. He said that reading a book to the sound of rain was heavenly. The girl looked at the books with interest, and Riley said that they would split up, choose a book for each of them, and meet in the center of the library. Nini was not very pleased and surprised, because she had to guard her master, and Riley asked her if she thought he needed guarding. Riley interrupted her again and said that if she understood him, then let her go and choose a book, adding that whoever chose first would take the reading seats for both of them. The girl wandered through the rows. She was thinking what book she would like to read. Nini didn't know. She wondered what kind of books there were here. She said that everything she had read in the Tower of Mages were magical books with spells. Nini was surprised that there was even a book to read how to make Page-in pancakes. Someone called Nini and the girl turned around and saw a red-haired girl at her side. She said that it was her, Nini. The girl asked why Nini left her master alone and is standing here. Nini called her mistress Nara Vasiliska. She hid the book behind her back and asked why she was here. She said that she wanted to look for information about black mages. She said that she thought it would help her somehow. Nara asked what books Nini had, and there were two books. One was called The Alcohol Fairy, Magical Hangover 101, and the other was called The Alcohol Fairy, Page-in Pancakes That Will Sober You Up in No Time 101. Nara said that Nini was a drinker, but Nini denied it. She justified it by saying that she thought it would be useful to learn magic that could help her sober up. Nara said that was fine, and reminded Nini to keep her promise, and invited her and Riley to come over again. Nini coughed and started to say something, but she was interrupted by some shouting. Nini and Nara turned around in surprise. Nara asked if Nini had heard it and Nini said yes, she had heard it too. The scream was repeated, this time it seemed louder. They came out of the book row and Nara asked the maid where the gentleman was, and Nini told her that they had agreed to meet in the central part of the library. She also said that she thought they should look there first. Nara said she knew the way and they ran. Nini asked Nara what she thought about the screaming, what could have happened. Nara said she couldn't be sure of anything, but she had a bad feeling about it. They turned somewhere and the red-haired girl said that they were almost there. She said to Nini, as soon as she checked the entire central hall, to come right back. She said that they should find the Lord first. Now they were standing in a room in which on the floor were the corpses of several young people, boys and girls. Around them was a lot of blood smeared on the floor and bookshelves. The girls were horrified. Nara asked, what was all this? And Nini covered her mouth with her hands and asked who could have done such a thing. She looked at one of the corpses. He was still bleeding from his eyes and mouth. Nini felt the magic and was stunned even more. She told Nara about it. She turned around and questioned shocked. Nini pondered, she hadn't heard any explosion or anything like that and wondered if this mage could have suppressed the sound. She wondered what kind of scream they had heard earlier, but there was one thing she was sure of. Nini knew that the skills of the one who had created all this were at an extremely high level. The girl turned to Nara. She told her to think of Mr. Riley now, to mentally picture him. Nara didn't understand what she was getting at or why she was doing this, and so she asked a lot of questions. Nini didn't answer any of them. She only shouted that enough talking, and for Nara to do it faster. Eventually, the girl agreed. She closed her eyes and tried to remember Riley. Nini meanwhile used her magic eye. She saw her master. Nini was surprised at something. It seemed Riley was up on the second floor. She told Nara that it seemed the Lord was now on the second floor of the library, and the red-haired girl opened her eyes. Nini meticulously asked where the stairs were to go up, but Nara didn't answer at first. She asked her to wait and said that she might know whose footsteps those were. The girl looked down from above at the breathless boy's feet. She spoke of dark stains on the corpse. Some of the dead rose to their feet and growled languidly. Nara said that they were the reanimated dead. The girl looked terribly angry, her already red eyes blazing with anger. She clenched her teeth and told Nini that the black magician she was looking for was here. Nara told her that her father's killer. He was the one who turned her family and friends into monsters. She was sure that he was around somewhere. Nini turned to Mrs. Nara. She said that it was very dangerous here. The girl suggested Nara to find Mr. Riley first, and then move to a safe place. Nara remained silent and then said that if there was a real hero here instead, he would have evacuated the other people first. She added that her father too, he would have done the same. Finally she shouted for Nini to go look for her lord while she looks for people in case someone else is still here. Nini understood and asked her to be careful. Finally the girl found her master. She called out to him and Riley was a little surprised to see Nini here. The girl was standing beside him breathing heavily. She was in too much of a hurry. Riley asked if she had already chosen, and also hadn't they agreed to meet in the central hall, and Nini started to tell him what was the matter. She said that something terrible had happened in the library. Her words shocked the prince. He asked what? Nini shouted that a black mage was in the room and he was up to something nasty. Riley asked what she was talking about and what black mage. She asked if the lord of the ogre who had chased them into the rainfield forest remembered, and the third prince said yes, and told her that he thought he'd killed him back then, but he'd come back to life. Nini said that the same thing had happened in the library now, and the corpses had come to life and were wandering all over the library, and she shouted that they had to leave, and Riley asked about the corpses. Then he went to the fence and looked down. 2 dead library workers were looking down at him. When they realized they were looking at a warm body, they growled and swarmed toward the prince. Riley was leaning on the fence, his body shaking, and Nini began to worry about him, asking what was wrong. The prince said he felt like they were in a zombie movie. Nini again didn't understand what the lord was talking about. Riley stood up and headed somewhere. He asked if all that piercing screaming he heard was connected to it. Nini said that he assumed that it was. The zombie growled and attacked from behind. Riley told Nini that he generally understood what had happened. Riley hit it with a book right in the middle of its forehead and it now finally collapsed to the ground. The prince said he didn't think the situation was so bad that he had to run for it. He turned to Nini. Behind the former librarian who was lying on the floor there were two others. Nara meanwhile was wiping the sweat from her forehead and saying that she had finally dealt with these ones. Now she wanted to find the black mage. The girl stood in the spacious hallway by herself. She remembered how when she was still a little girl, her father had stood in front of her. He had defended her and shouted, called the black mage an underling, asked why he was doing this to them. As the black mage, the man in the black robe, laughed and said he would put them out of their misery, that they would become soldiers in his army. How little Nara cried and begged her father to run away sooner. How her father shouted back that he had killed Uncle Teo and Sister Lana. How the red-haired little girl sobbed that they couldn't just die like that. How her father had seriously told Nara that someone had to stop him. Then she had touched her father's hand one last time. She remembered his wounded smiling face when he told her to run, that at least she would be saved. The girl gathered her fighting spirit into a fist and told herself that she would find her father's killer and avenge him. Nara focused on the thought of the black mage. Suddenly a familiar voice reprimanded and shouted that much and too much. The girl quickly reacted to the voice. It was the black mage shouting. He was asking where the damn Rainfield Cloud's book was. He was shouting at the three-winded library workers, saying that they were no use to him, calling them ungrateful bastards. Said that he had set their brains back and revived them, and they couldn't find one single book for him. One of the young men held out the book to him, and the mage was surprised and reached for it. Taking it in his hands and realizing that it was the right book, he rejoiced and praised the guy, saying that finally someone had found it, shouting that he was doing a good job and keeping it that way. Nara looked at him and wondered if this was the black magician. He was flipping through a book and saying that with her help he was going to make acid rain in Rainfield, and she was horrified to hear his plans. She was terribly angry with him and shouted at him to repeat what he had just said. He ignored her. He shouted victoriously and laughed that he would then add a few hundred more warriors to the army, and the black mage said it was all to put him out of his misery. Nara was about to attack him, but he managed to slip away. Nini and Mr. Riley came out of the library. They were walking down the stone stairs and it was still pouring rain outside. Nini turned to the gentleman, but he told her not to say anything. He turned around and told the girl in a serious tone that he had come here to rest, but not at all to catch some mage. The prince said that she probably thought that the fact that they had run away was wrong, but ordinary people always do that. He asked why they should get into an unnecessary fight now and make things difficult for themselves. The girl remained silent, but mentally asked the Lord if he knew what these creatures were that she couldn't even detect with her right eye. She looked up. The girl was crying and said that she could see that they were strong and so she asked for help. Riley looked seriously straight at her. Nara asked if they could help them. Tears were streaming from her eyes and she said that if the black mage succeeded in his plan and acid rain fell on Rainfield, then like those people in the library, everyone would be different. She wasn't finished. Riley said that everyone would become puppets and asked if that was what she meant. Nara said yes, that was correct. The prince resented that wherever he went, there were bastards like that everywhere. However, he ended up saying that it hasn't even been a week since his vacation, so no, he can't help them. But the red-haired girl commander didn't give up. She said that this black mage had killed her father. Riley didn't really care. He replied that he was sorry, but he was on vacation and advised them to deal with their problems on their own. Riley was drifting away and Nini and Nara were still standing on the steps. Nini tried to call out to her master, but she was very bad at it. He and Nini stood at the fruit counter. Riley was pointing his finger at something, but his thoughts were that he wouldn't think about it, because it was none of his business. Nara meanwhile was busily handing out wanted flyers, thus trying to attract attention from the locals. Nini was pointing her finger at her, but all Riley could think about was the fact that he had barely escaped on a coveted vacation for the first time in a long time. He told himself that he didn't want to get involved in any murky, tedious stories at all. The prince knew that all he really wanted to do was just enjoy his vacation and have fun. This venture made Riley extremely happy, while Nara ran around town, with the exact opposite mood to the prince. The word fun once again echoed in the third son's head. He and Nini stopped and the latter asked if the Lord was having fun. Riley remained silent, his lips twitching. There was doubt inside the prince, and Nara and her 2 warriors were still posting in the rainy city. Day had changed to night. The candles in the street lamps were lit, and the rain kept pouring down. Nara stopped at one of these. She sighed with the words that she had finally found it. The girl took a swing at a man in a black robe that covered his body so that only a smile was visible. The mage asked who she was. Nara didn't answer, but said that he apparently hadn't finished his preparations for the acid rain over the city yet. She also said that it was no big deal, because she would cut off his fucking head before he could do anything. The man in black laughed and asked if she was really going to cut off his head, and he asked a second time who she was. The girl's eyes burned with anger as she screamed that she had come to avenge the murder of her entire family. The mage seemed to recognize Naru. He remembered those eyes. He shouted that he remembered them clearly. The girl was shocked. She asked again. He replied that he remembered her family's eyes when their bodies were embraced by his fire, yelling that even if he wanted to badly, he could still never forget that look. He saw the girl's eyes, and the eyes of her family popped up in his mind. He said he didn't think anyone could survive. The dark mage said it was revenge and asked if he was right. The boy said he had given these people immortality and they were so ungrateful. Nara was mad with anger. She yelled at him to shut his mouth. The mage asked what was wrong. He started to ask something calmly. Asked if she might want a taste of his fire too. The mage rejoiced at what a great chance this was, to kill the one and only one who had managed to escape. The girl and the warrior behind him were surprised by something, and a purple aura appeared in the sky. The mage raised his hand up. Some weak man appeared nearby. His nose and mouth were leaking. Nara was stunned to see the man standing in front of her. Her knees went weak. Her own father was standing in front of her. The mage announced that here it was such a long-awaited meeting after so many years, and the girl was horrified, and the mage kept saying how touching it was and that he was going to cry. He said that his appearance had certainly deteriorated over the past time, and said that despite this she recognized him, as they were relatives. Nara gripped her weapon harder and swung at the mage. She said she would kill him. Flying and screaming that she would kill him. The mage taunted her and talked about how much he was afraid. The arrow hit someone nearby, but not the boy. The mage laughed and said that he had helped her to meet her father again, saying that she was indeed very ungrateful, and the light of the lanterns went out. The bright fireworks began, the girl flying at the magician from above. And Nini and Riley and the locals stared mesmerized at the night show, the prince and Nini silent and the people around them marveling at the fireworks, talking about how beautiful and cool it was. The third prince was silent and then monotonously told Nini how much fun it was and asked how she was doing. The girl was surprised by that from Riley. She didn't answer. And Riley, without expecting an answer, said that he probably expected too much from it and hence he was disappointed. Eventually Nini replied that actually, she wasn't having any fun at all. Riley smiled and asked why. Nini asked if her lord didn't know, and Riley said okay, and the girl said that they should probably get going after all. The prince, however, concentrated and said that there was a bug looming in front of his eyes and he wasn't sure if it was going to bite him or not. Nara fought the mage, but he didn't seem to care. He said he thought she was excellent, shouted that their whole family was something, and the guy suggested they try adding people. Dead people started appearing around Nara. She screamed that he was a low-life bastard and for him to die soon. Nara pointed her scythe at the mage, and the guy smiling cheerfully asked would he regret it, by chance. Mana put her arms around Nara's father's neck. The dark mage thrust it right in front of him, yes, so that he was pierced by his own daughter's cold weapon. The immortal man screamed in pain, though blood was already flowing from his eyes. Nara was horrified at this turn of events. She called out to her father. The girl was still holding the weapon that had pierced her closest person, her father, and the mage incited her with words that even though she was about to take revenge, could she really hurt her own father? The girl shouted at him to stop talking nonsense, and suddenly an arrow flew into her father's hand. It was the green-haired warrior, shouting at Nara to come to her senses, for her father had long since died. Now the mage finally saw the enemy's ally. He said he finally realized where he was hiding. He formed a sphere from which magical arrows flew at the warrior. The warrior tried to hold them back with his hand. He was in pain. The dark mage said how terrible it was, because her archer had attacked him, saying that it was a terrible misfortune. He also suggested that the warrior look at her comrades, for they seemed to be frantically busy right now. The warrior realized that the people around her were zombified. He yelled to the girl commander that they could surround them, yelling that they had better retreat. Nara yelled back that she couldn't, for he was her father. The girl was beyond angry and two zombies were rushing towards her from behind, snarling viciously, her green-haired warrior shouting, warning her. The mage meanwhile was bursting out laughing, his body shaking. He shouted if she could really stab her own father. The words of this guy made the girl terribly angry, and the mage added oil to the fire, saying that it would be extremely ungrateful for her to do so. The girl pushed herself off the wet ground. She interrupted the guy. Nara flew at the mage at the speed of light, pointing her sharp staff at him and shouting furiously for him to shut his ugly mouth. The warrior was terrified. He shouted at the girl to stop before it was too late, but no one seemed to hear him. The mage only smiled in response to her attack. Nara flew her cold deadly weapon straight at the man. Blood rushed down his neck, then down his throat. He groaned at the piercing pain, but the injured man was not wearing a hood. For it was Nara's father again. The poor girl was dumbfounded. She had once again hurt her loved ones instead of that fucking psycho. And from above, a cloud of black mana was gathering right above Nara's head, and the mage cast the spell Air Hammer. The dark magic rushed straight at the stunned girl commander. The warrior was terrified. He called out to Nara. Air Hammer struck the poor girl. It fell her on the wet cold ground. The frightened and at the same time shocked warriors rushed to their commander. They asked if she was all right. And the completely calm and satisfied black mage was telling them that here they had reached their limit, the point of no return, and therefore they needed the granted immortality. He said that he had just finished all the preparations. The green-haired warrior seemed to understand what the man was talking about. The mage happily poured his face into Rainfield's night downpour and shouted that from now on, both this city and its inhabitants would live forever, and then they would all be one step closer to being rid of their weary suffering. When his face was completely soaked without ever showing it, he covered it with his hood and began the countdown. Nara was no longer able to do anything. The poor girl just sat on the ground, and the warriors near her were terrified, for they knew that the dark magician's nightmarish plans were about to come to pass. The city was being watered by what might be the last clear, cool rain. People strolled casually under umbrellas, and the mage kept counting. Nara begged him to stop this. But there was a loud one, and let it rain. Then the mage raised his hands up. It seemed as if the lightning striking the sky was pouring straight from his body. But something went wrong. The rain became something else. Nara and the warriors and the mage looked questioningly at the dark sky. It was as if the raindrops were frozen in space. Everything seemed so peaceful now. The red-haired girl had never seen anything like this before, she said as the drops froze. Suddenly someone pushed off the ground hard and said that they had finally found them. Of course it was the third prince. His sword was at the ready and he flew straight at the mage, saying he found him, the nasty asshole. The children on the streets of the city were surprised and told their mothers to look at the raindrops frozen in the air. The shocked citizens came out of their houses. No one had seen such a thing before. They were frightened because they didn't understand what was happening and whether it was good or not. A little boy looked mesmerized at the raindrops that reflected the fireworks lights and said he didn't know what it was, but it was really beautiful. Someone told someone to look at the rain, for it began to rise back up. The boy's mother and the man were mesmerized by the beauty of the phenomenon. The night was actually magical. Riley realized that meant Nini had made it after all. The mage asked the prince who he was, saying he was suddenly waving his sword in his face, but he didn't even bother to introduce himself. Riley asked if the dark mage was asking him. The prince was also wearing a hood. He didn't wait for an answer, because it was obvious, and said that he didn't even know if he needed to know, because it was of no use at all. Nara was extremely surprised. She had not expected to see Mr. Riley here. She wondered what he was doing here. Riley had told the mage that he had been preparing for so long and all his efforts had gone to waste. He asked how he felt and if he liked it. The dark mage seemed very hurt by the words down the drain. He even got upset. Now his face was not so satisfied. His face did not play a sneaky smile. The guy denied the words of the prince. He did not want to believe it. Suddenly he shouted that this rain, these clouds, and shouted that he dared to put them all away from prayer for the sake of getting rid of suffering. Did he? And Riley asked in reply why he was acting offended, saying that he would not have done it if he black magician had not spoiled his vacation. The third prince's eyes became emotionless and cold. He remembered he wanted to say something else, telepathically ordered Nini to act. The mage turned back in horror, and Nara realized those raindrops. So it was Nini's doing. The dark mage tried to catch the distant raindrops and shouted, "No, it's just raindrops. Where is the rain itself?" He was cursing the ungrateful newfound opponent in every possible way. Riley was amazed that the mage would dare to call him ungrateful, when he had ruined his vacation. The mage was swept up in the magical force, calling the guy an ungrateful puppy. Riley seemed to dig his feet into the ground harder, so hard that sparks went off. Someone behind him shouted at him to be careful, for the mage still had many puppets left. Riley ignored it, but didn't let it pass his ears. The prince laughed that this black mage did have an unusual talent, but did he know? Which of course is quite a talent. His blue, light mana swirled around the third son of Ippolit. Screaming zombies rushed at him from all sides, the prince finishing the sentence by saying that though the mage was good, so was he. Riley chopped with a single motion, killing the dead in one fell swoop. The mage was angry that here he was, an ingrate. He had spawned new immortal dead and said he couldn't let it go. Now, there was an ogre in front of them. He had been tortured by a couple of deaths, but he was still frightening to look at. He was also surrounded by a goblin, smaller than the ogre by an order of magnitude. But the psycho didn't stop there. He even had his own mage in his arsenal, and Riley was interested in that. They attacked the prince in every possible way, but he just dodged easily and said that he was sorry, that all the local dark mage could do was play puppets. This made the previously always cheerful mage extremely angry, and he asked how the impudent man had dared to say such a thing about him. Riley stood in a circle of monsters and dead people with different skills and said that if he wanted to show off his abilities, he could. One of the zombies roared horribly loud. Riley smiled and said that to do that, he should be able to do at least that. Something happened. For the umpteenth time a dumbfounded Nara asked herself, would he really be able to control them now? The prince said that here, he tried to manage without mana, asked the sinister mage how he was and what he would say about it. Riley seemed terribly exalted against the poor mage, his eyes reading him through, the latter shouting that the stranger had no right and asking in horror what about their prayer. The prince answered that he would just die already and swung his mighty sword. The blobs in front of the black-haired Nara's eyes flew apart due to the shockwave. Riley said that the bastard was finally caught, but the mage was already immobilized and flying off the cliff where he stood. On the mountain all that was left of him were pathetic shreds of cloth and mana, and the dead man's form had also begun to evolve after his creator's death. Nara looked at the shadow of her poor father. She wept for what she hoped was that now his soul would finally rest in peace. Riley wasn't particularly moved by the whole scene. All he could think about was whether Nini was coping. The girl's mouth was already bleeding, but she was smiling. Nini stood near the bell of the church, which is quite high up, and held back the raindrops. She thought to herself that it would be okay if she held them back quietly like that. Her mana started to bend and break horribly. The girl realized that no, she was using too much cleansing magic. The blood had already formed a puddle on the stone floor and continued to pour out. Nini realized that if it continued like this, her mana would run out much faster than she could do it. She decided to push back the clouds slightly, in which there was still something left. It was extremely hard and she had to force herself to concentrate. Nini finally exhaled. She was glad that she had barely managed to push those clouds away in time, and the people below were still marveling at the beauty of tonight's amazing night. The girl was pleased that she had managed to save these people. She told herself that she had saved them, that she had succeeded after all. The morning came, and it was pouring down like a bucket of rain, which was unusual for Rainfield. The wind picked up a newspaper. Nini caught it. It said that a very strange phenomenon had been noticed in the town, that the rain had suddenly slowed down and the drops of water had begun to rise up, and the sight that opened up before the people of the town had become the main topic of discussion and the headlines of all today's newspapers. The girl wanted to give it to her master, but he told her to give it up. However, Nini didn't listen to him. She considered something in the text. She read that the dark mage who was seen in the library yesterday was not caught. It said that the injured and relatives of the dead were extremely outraged and blamed the library guard for incompetence. Nini told the prince that the press finally wrote that the mage could not be caught. Riley said that the Basilisk team seemed to have followed him. The prince even called their work good. Nini replied that she personally thought he should report that it was to his credit. Riley asked if she was going to go there too, bothering him like Ian likes to do. Nini felt a little embarrassed and said that of course she wasn't going to do that. She looked pleased. She said she felt over the moon after they had saved innocent people. She said she was really happy and it would be great if the prince could share that joy with her too. Riley didn't answer anything, and then waved his hand and said to come over here. The poor girl was afraid that she had said something wrong again, and she began to apologize, because she would have to listen to her scolding again. But Riley suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder. She asked what was going on. Riley looked friendly, even smiled. He said he didn't seem to have told her about it yet, and Riley said she did a good job. Those words struck a chord with the girl and he asked her to continue to be just as diligent. Nini quietly agreed. Riley turned his attention back to his drink and added that he was of course pleased too. However, it seems to him that Nini is enjoying this vacation much more than he is. Now Nini lowered her head and apologized louder. The prince laughed that she was apologizing again. He also reminded her that she would have to go back soon. He said that everyone must be worried. Nini raised her head in surprise. She looked very strange. The water on her face was mixed with sweat and she had her head up to the sky. Riley didn't understand what was wrong with her. He asked more seriously what she was doing all of a sudden. Nini turned to the master and he answered. The girl nervously said that she and he had completely forgotten. Riley, finding her behavior terribly odd, asked what they had forgotten. He hesitated. Then Riley replied that they didn't seem to have forgotten anything after all. The girl was holding something in her hands. She said that no, they hadn't called. Riley didn't understand who they hadn't called at first. And then Nini finally explained that home, saying that since coming to Rainfield they hadn't contacted home once, hadn't called them. Riley was horrified, and he'd completely forgotten about it, hadn't he? The girl's hands were shaking, and she held out the mirror to the prince and reminded him that they had promised to contact through this thing. They were both equally confused. Riley asked how they should be and what to do now. The prince screamed that it was all her fault, that she was the one who should have contacted. The girl screamed for him to forgive her, forgive her. An image of a disgruntled mother postured behind Nini. Riley ordered her to stop apologizing and turn the thing on for starters, and the girl complied. In the mirror on the other side in Solia was the reflection of Lady Iris. She didn't look quite as friendly and cheerful as usual. She asked sarcastically, "Who is that calling? Is it Riley?" Now the three of them were smiling at each other. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. Madame asked if her little boy wanted to explain why he had taken so long to contact them. Riley started to falter. He said he would explain right away. That was just the way it was. He wondered if he should tell her everything. The prince swallowed hard. Now Lady Iris turned her attention to Nini, asking why she was so quiet, why she was silent, and Nini hurried to respond. Lady Iris saw that they were silent and even thought that they might be having communication problems, but Nini assured her that everything was fine. Riley didn't understand why she had done that and asked her if she had a kettle on fire. He shouted about how it was that she had read so many books and still had no brains. Nini wanted to object, but the prince interrupted her with a question about whether he thought it was all his fault. The girl said no way, and Lady Iris couldn't listen to it anymore. She sighed heavily. Mom asked if they were okay, if nothing had happened. And Nini said that everything was fine. Nothing had happened and she could guarantee it. Lady Iris said she had calmed her down a bit. However, nothing is ever that simple. Behind Madam was Ian. The old man was in tears. He was sobbing and asking if they were all right. Riley answered him that he would be back soon anyway, and Ian was placated by this. They also apologized to the old man and Madam for calling so late. Lady Iris finally relaxed and looked like her usual self again, but said she was glad Riley understood. She added that he knew what to do after apologizing after all. Riley replied that he knew and it would never happen again. Lady said that what he remembered was great. She said that they would be waiting for him at home and that he should come back soon. Suddenly Syra appeared next to Mrs. Iris. She asked her to wait for a moment as she wanted to talk to Nini for a moment. Nini turned pale and greeted Mistress Syra. Riley laughed. He told Syra to show Nini where the crayfish were. The maid turned to the poor girl. She was a little angry, telling the girl that even if the master had completely forgotten, she was still obligated to contact the house. Nini quietly apologized and Syra yelled that it was Mr. Riley who went on vacation, not Nini. Nini bowed and apologized, saying she was sorry, and Syra exhaled and asked if she'd seen the fireworks. Nini replied that yes, they did. The maid asked how she felt. The girl began to remember the beauty of that night and Ken said it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. Meanwhile, Bishop Rebozeth stood on that very cliff of the battlefield. There was still a trace of the dark mage's blood and mana. The bishop ran his finger over it and said to himself that he had warned you, O'Reilly, hadn't he? He had warned him not to pry, and he clenched the mage's mana in his fist and said it was to pray for relief from his suffering. The bishop realized he had to be more careful now. Ahead of them the heavy wooden doors swung open. Is this really the place? Nara stepped inside and looked around. She noticed something. To Riley and Nini, she greeted him and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. She said she came because she wanted to talk to him. The prince asked why all of a sudden. The girl started to say something. Nara told me that she looked human, but was really something else. She told him that she was the only one of her basilisk family left, that their family had been helped a lot during the Great War by the famous heroic successor Jan. Riley tried to remember something related to that, to Jan and to Basilisk. He asked what of either and what he needed. The girl started to answer that if it was okay with him, she would like to go with them, and Riley replied briefly no. She asked again. She would like to see Mr. Yang just once. The prince asked why she wanted to. The girl took out some pouch and said that it was her father's request. She said that before he died he said that he would like to see Mr. Yang again. She wants to scatter his ashes after meeting Yang. She prayed to the prince so hard that she fell on her knees. This surprised the workers and everyone paid attention to them. Nara sobbed for them to take her with them to Solia. The carriage was already traveling down the rainy path. Nara was driving the horses and was extremely happy. She was glad that they were finally getting out. Riley was not happy. He said he only wanted to look at her. He thought she should meet Ian. They were two of a kind. They cried the same way. Nini said she was glad he was in a better mood. Her hands were shaking. Riley turned to Nini. The girl lowered her head. He asked himself where she got that shiver. She didn't react to the prince and he called out to her again. Nini thought that maybe it was because she had used too much mana recently. The prince called out to Nini a third time and she finally reacted. He asked if she felt bad and she said no. She was fine. Nini asked Riley if he remembered his conversation with Lady Nara from yesterday. She reminded him that she had also told him about the Basilisk family, and that interested the prince, and he said he wanted to ask her about it. Nini said that it turns out they can recognize what kind of ability a person has and what kind of energy they have. Riley said it was true. They recognized the nature of mana or something like that. Now Nara intervened. She said that yes, they don't judge a person by their appearance, but by their internal energy. She said that there was red, blue, and white energy. and there was also dark purple energy, and that black mage from Rainfield had that kind of energy. Riley was surprised by the information about violet-colored mana and asked her to tell him what he knew about it, and the girl said that yes, but that it was worth waiting for. The horses were going awfully fast, and then they slowed down and someone shouted out, "Wow, what people!" It was a big muscular man with a long mustache, and he was wearing some strange armor, and he asked, "Isn't that Captain Thunder Rock?" He was going crazy with how small this world was. For 6 months later, they met again. He asked if she was coming from Rhinefield. He spoke to Nara. She called him Kaval and asked if he was headed there. He said yes. They said his old friend was there and that's why he was going there. Nara asked if he knew that there was a suspicious person, a priest. She suspected it might be him and Kaval tensed up. He asked if she was out of her mind. What kind of priest? Then he noticed the people in the carriage, asked who was traveling with her, if it was someone from a noble family, judging by the transportation, and Nara asked him nicely not to pry. Riley looked sternly at Kaval, who laughed and said that the boy had a sharp temper. He noticed the pattern on the carriage and said it was probably an aristocrat from a noble family of Ippolit. Nara advised him to temper his curiosity and get out of her sight as soon as possible. Kaval laughed and said he understood, and then shouted that he would see her again. Nara told him that purple mana types were disgusting, and the carriage driver asked if he had purple mana too and that they met so often. The girl replied that not really, and so far she had only met 4 such people. She said she had met one of them in a nameless village, and another was a priest she had encountered in Rainfield. Also that bald mustachioed guy they just met in the woods, and the 4th was a black mage. Riley said there were only 4 of them. Nara said she didn't know for sure, but she'd met 4 so far and said there might be more. The Bishop of Rivosa was standing near Kaval. The big man turned to him, saying that now they had reached every all. Kaval called the dark magician a fool, for he was always on the run, and asked the bishop how long it would take, but he said that his condition was grave, so it might be a while, but he could not say for sure. Kaval was angry that without his left arm, they wouldn't be able to fight like they used to. Rivosa told him to calm down for starters. The big man yelled about how the bishop could ask him to calm down. They need their left arm. He asked how they would be without it. He slammed his huge weapon on the ground. Kaval was terribly angry that the other 2 assholes didn't show up. Bishop replied that they were settling matters that required intellectual ability. That was why they couldn't come, and therefore he was asking for Kaval's understanding. The big guy asked what about his right hand, but Rivosa was already out of the loop here. Kaval swore and called them all ungrateful creatures. He asked Rivosa what they should do now, and Rivosa said he didn't know. And then he said they should start by slowly sorting out their problems and moving forward, and Kaval growled that if that was the case, prayer time was being pushed back. Rivosa said they would patch up their left arm and wait for the right time. It was already a clear morning and the carriage was parked outside Ippolit's estate, the passengers happy to finally make it home. There was no ominous rain, the weather was clear and sunny. Nini was also happy to be home again. Ian was already rushing towards them, and Nini greeted him. He was in tears as usual and threw himself into the arms of the young master. Riley was telling him to calm down. He had come, asking the old man to let him go at last. Ian was crying and asking if the prince could imagine how much he was worried about them. He wiped his sobs with his sleeve. The red-haired girl looked at him in surprise, and Nara wondered if this was the mercenary hero Ian. The 3rd prince told the old man to stop crying, that it was time for him to come to his senses. Finally he pointed his hand at the girl standing next to him and said that they had a guest and she had come to him, to Jan, and he asked what else the guest was. He seemed to recognize the girl. The old man said that it was her. Riley didn't let him finish, but said that yes, it was her. Now Nara turned to the great mercenary hero. The girl said she was honored to meet him. Nara wanted to introduce herself, but Ian asked if she was from the Basilisk family. She said yes, she was. Inside the manor, on the table was Nara's father's gunpowder pouch. Jan said, "What does that mean?" That's how it was. Gap was killed by the black mage after all. Jan became sad and said that the black mage had taken many lives of those who were very dear to him. He told the girl that he vouched that Gap was an excellent mercenary. The old man said that that was why she was Nara. She could be proud of her father, and she was good, because she had gone through a lot of things alone. The girl cried. Now Jan turned to Riley. He said that as soon as the count arrived he would inform the prince that Captain Thunder Rock had come to see them. Riley asked what he meant by as soon as he arrives, if his father had gone somewhere else. Ian said yes. In fact 2 days ago he received a message from Solia's castle and left immediately. The old man said it seems someone is trying to attack Solia's borders. The prince asked what about his brothers. The old man said that they stayed behind as you can't leave the house unattended. Riley asked if his mother was home. The old man said yes and had something to say. Suddenly the prince turned around abruptly, sensing something. He asked loudly what was wrong. The prince started to get very worried. There was a plate on the floor that was shattered. Riley called out to Nini, who had dropped the plate. The girl looked at her hands in surprise. They were shaking so much that they couldn't even hold the plate. Riley rushed into the kitchen, where Nini was. He grabbed the girl and said that her body, it was all shaking. However, Nini replied that everything was fine, that she would clean it up right away and that he shouldn't pay any attention to it. Riley held the girl's hand. He sternly asked what she was going to clean up with those trembling hands. Nini couldn't really answer anything. She was mumbling something to herself. Nini seemed extremely upset. She apologized and said that she would work even harder from now on, that she would do her best. She said that so please, she asked him not to leave her. They were already sitting on the floor. Riley called out to her and asked if she could hear him, asking her to wake up. The prince called out louder, but she still didn't respond. Nini woke up and opened her eyes a little. Riley and Endol were standing there. The dragon asked the prince's maid's name again. The prince said her name was Nini. Riley asked what he thought. Endol said she looked like a mess, that she would only last until the fall. The prince said that she kept saying that she was fine even when she couldn't stand on her own 2 feet. He said he didn't understand why you couldn't just say you were sick and take a vacation. But Endol replied that there were different people in the world, some who would bear the pain and take all the burdens to the very end. And there are stupid people like Nini. Riley knew that in Beck's guise he was like that too, thinking that he had to save the world, that he had to live up to expectations, and so he worked tirelessly for the good of the people. But what his sacrifice had brought about could only be described in a few words. He had been torn to pieces. Endol and Riley watched Nini asleep and said that humans were amazing creatures. He suggested that maybe they did so because their lives were so terribly short, and Riley agreed. He remembered the girl's words that she would be happy if he could feel that joy too. The prince knew that she had used too much mana in Rainfield, and so her already short time limit became even shorter. He turned to Endol and asked if he remembered asking him to give him Nini. Endol remembered offering to teleport them once in exchange for that girl. He shouted that of course he remembered and asked if he wanted to give her to him. Riley was very surprised by his assumptions. He asked why and explained that he didn't mean it. Endol asked what then, and they turned back to the girl and the prince asked him to save her. The apples came up on the big tree. Nini watched them from her window. But she also watched Riley sitting by the tree in his usual manner. She knew it was starting to get cold, and if you slept outside like that you could catch a cold in no time. But Riley was awake, which surprised the girl. Something had changed a lot. Some high-rise buildings appeared behind her. Nini asked herself what it was and what this strange feeling was. She was indeed standing in the middle of massive skyscrapers unseen in her world. There were cars driving around that she knew absolutely nothing about yet, and these buildings in general were something wild to her. People stood at the crosswalk, but one of them stood out a lot. Nini asked herself if it was the gentleman. Beck looked terribly angry. He shouted. Riley was screaming loudly and defending himself against something. He tried to cover himself with his arms. Nini, despite her pitiful condition, immediately ran out of her chambers and ran to the young master. She was worried and called out to him. The sickness wouldn't let her get there quietly. Her inside stabbed and the girl had to stop and curl up in pain. Then Jan came out from behind and took her by the shoulder. He told Nain that she should rest today. Ian explained that Sarah had said that Nini wasn't feeling well. Nini lied about how everything was fine and she was perfectly fine. She stepped away from Ian and he asked if it was true. He looked at the girl and asked if it was nothing that she was shaking like an aspen leaf, and it was true. The girl's body could not achieve peace. She was shaking. After the old man's words, Nini took hold of her stomach, struggling to hide a noticeable shiver. Her condition prevented her from moving quietly. Ian stood in front of the girl and told her to go and rest. Nini wanted to say something but it was pointless. The old man sternly told her that that was enough. In fact, his tone and words scared the petite Nini a bit. When Nini finally left them, old man Ian turned to young Mr. Riley. He asked if everything was okay. Ryle replied that he would go. He rubbed his head and explained that he had just had a nightmare. Nini meanwhile, had to lean on the wall. She felt sick again and coughed up a bunch of blood. Now it was dripping down the hand the girl used to cover her mouth. Riley noticed her and asked her how she was. Nini couldn't answer anything. All she could think about was that she couldn't see anything. Her eyes were slowly closing and everything around her was blurring. She tried to call out to the young master, but coughed violently. Then Ian and Riley ran to her, calling to her, asking her to come to her senses. Soon Nini was already lying in bed. The second and first sons of the family were in the same room. They were looking for something. The second told his brother that he was not here. The first brother was silent. Then the girl coughed hard again and there was a bright red bloodstain on the white pillowcase. That's when the guys noticed Nini. The second insolent son shouted to his brother to just look at her. He was angry and insulted that some maid was lying in bed and resting. After Lloyd said those words, the first son grabbed his hand tightly, stopping him. They both saw Nini and the blood on the girl's bed and arm. The first son told him to leave her alone. His brother's words startled Lloyd, and he wondered if he had misheard him now. The brother was silent. He shouted to his brother that his father wouldn't have just left it alone. They remembered his father saving children and fires. Then the first son slapped Lloyd hard on the cheek. A loud slapping sound was heard. He seriously advised Lloyd to wake up. Looking at the blood on the pillow, he said she wasn't a lifer anyway, so he should just leave her, let her die. Lloyd was speechless. He didn't know what to say to his brother, but he was greatly surprised by his words. Then they both noticed something and turned around. All because Endal burst into the room, wearing glasses and a doctor's robe. Endal shoved himself between the brothers, completely ignoring them both. He said it was time to look, shouting that the condition was terrible. Then he finally asked his brothers what they had been doing all this time. His question left both brothers confused. The first brother still asked Endal who he was. Endal again didn't answer him anything. He just loomed over the girl and said it was bad. The fact that no attention was paid to him made the older brother very angry. He repeated to the stranger that he had asked who he was. Endal again did not pay any attention to his presence. He still looked at the girl and said that her strength did not contradict her character traits. He said that if it did, he would have to rearrange some things. Her spirit would be strengthened and she would become even stronger. He was interested, very interested. Already louder. With a shout, the elder asked who he was and ordered him to answer, pointing his long and sharp sword at the dragon. Endal didn't much like having a cold weapon held to his neck, but finally gave his name. The eldest son interjected with an extremely displeased expression on his face. Endal, not as kindly as to Nini, asked if he was deaf, and repeated what he had said. He was Endal. The first son laughed at his answer, asked if that was the name. The red-haired dragon turned to the boy and, showing his sharp teeth in a wide grin, asked what he meant. Now he approached the aristocrats and told them what he was looking at. They were very interested in him. He said yes, his name was Endal. Asked what next. Endal towered over the guys. Everything seemed to glow inside him and his eyes ate from the inside out. One of the brothers asked him who he was and what he was doing here, after which Endal smiled broadly, fixed his glasses and said he was a doctor, asking if there were any problems. The first son had a million questions for the stranger. He interjected about the doctor. Endal seemed very smug. Lloyd was about to ask if Endal was joking when Riley entered the room and greeted the doctor with a smile. Glad to see him here. Riley asked his brothers to forgive him for not introducing the doctor to them. He embraced Endal and told his relatives that he was the doctor he had brought with him from Rhinefield. The brothers' brains were breaking down, asking about the doctor. Then Riley replied that yes, such was the case. He was worried about his mother, that her chronic illness would show itself again. He had completely forgotten to tell them that. Endal coughed, drawing attention to himself. Riley, smiling broadly, asked the doctor if that was the case. Endal turned away from the protagonist and replied that it was, and they had forgotten all about it, saying that he had recently tried to tell them he was a doctor. The first son of the swordsman clan put his hand up and said that let's say he was a doctor, but he had to ask why he was being so rude to them. Now Endol was looking at him seriously. The dragon smiled and said the guy was funny. He called him a brat and told him to be thankful he was still alive after pointing his sword at him. The first son clenched his jaw hard and tight. He could no longer contain his anger. The boy drew his sword again, but swung harder this time, shouting that Endol was a bastard. The dragon looked at the aristocrat with its red eyes. Those frightening eyes stopped and shocked the guy. He froze. He was horribly startled and surprised that his body wasn't moving. He wondered what the other tension was, as if he was being squeezed. That's when Nini intervened. She held her head and shouted for them to stop. Riley immediately ran up to her and asked what was wrong. The girl sat on the bed looking a little shocked. Then she asked the young gentleman where she was and how long she had slept. Riley told her that she had slept half a day. Now the girl sat up and said that, in that case, it was time for her to get up, for work was not waiting. Nini didn't want to pay much attention to her health. No one said anything to her and Nini just silently walked away. Everyone just staring at her, as she walked farther and farther away, leaving an invisible plume of dead man's blood behind her. Someone told her that she couldn't stay here any longer. A golden evening, sunset was descending on the Sword Clan's estate. All the maids and servants were standing at the entrance, some crying, some just terribly saddened. Black hair shuffled in the wind. Bitter tears rolled down Nini's cheeks as she stood beside Endol. All the maids and servants were standing at the entrance, some crying, some just terribly saddened. Black hair shuffled in the wind. Bitter tears rolled down Nini's cheeks as she stood beside Endol. 2 hours before Nini left, Sarah was also in tears. She carefully wiped them away with her hands and said she didn't know Nini was seriously ill. She blamed herself terribly for also torturing her forever. The maid tearfully apologized to her. Sarah was hugging Nini tightly and behind them stood Ian. He was sad too, but he was trying to keep his cool. 30 minutes later, Sarah and Nini were still standing in an embrace. After another hour, old man Yen joined them. He couldn't contain his emotions. Riley couldn't look at them anymore. He wished they would stop crying sooner. He called them crybabies and asked Sarah didn't he say he wanted to give her something. Nini blew her nose and Ian looked pityingly at both girls. Sarah said it was her favorite handkerchief. The maid handed Nini a wet but terribly cute and neat handkerchief. Nini took it gently in her hands and promised Mistress Sarah that she would keep it safe. Then Ian took his long sword and held it out towards Nini and said that this was also for her. He was telling her to remember that she was now part of Ippolit's family. His statement and gift surprised Nini terribly. She couldn't string a few words together at first. Nini held her sword and handkerchief tightly in her hands and the boys promised they would wait for her. Sarah said not for her but for Mr. Riley. Ian put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her to be sure to come back. The door to the manor swung open. The beautiful mistress flew inside. She was holding a blue ribbon. She asked if Nini was still here, shouting that she had something for her too. The mistress knew perfectly well what was going on and was deeply saddened but tried her best to hide her sadness behind a beaming smile. The blue ribbon wriggled beautifully on her arm. Nini hurriedly shoved the long and heavy sword under her arm. She asked her mistress to wait, for her hands were busy. Mistress got behind Nini's back and started doing something with the ribbon and the girl's long black hair. Nini looked surprised. Soon she had a neat and delicate blue bow on the back of her head. Nini bowed and thanked first her mistress and then everyone else. Riley sat quietly with his hands behind his head. Then Sarah found him. She asked him if there was anything he wanted to give her. The protagonist approached his companion and hesitated. He handed Nini a red apple and said that would be enough. Asked if that was right. Nini was extremely surprised. Riley was sitting by the tree with his hands behind his head as usual, while Nini stood beside him and shouted to the young master that she was past her prime anyway and would die soon, asking him to just let her stay with him until the end. Riley then replied to Nini that her illness could be cured. Nini, his words hit her hard. She asked what he just said. Riley told her to look over there. He pointed somewhere up there with his hand. He was pointing to a red apple that had come up and was ready to drop. Nini stared intently at the fetus, and Riley said he could save her. When he handed the girl an apple, he told her that he wished she were alive to help him pick the apples. The sun was shining brightly and peeking out from behind the trees full of green leaves. Someone started talking. It was Endol. Now he and Nini were walking down the path that led them further and further away from the litter of the Ippolit clan. The dragon said that as of today, she was his apprentice. Nini didn't know what he was talking about. She asked what apprentice meant. Endall, smiling broadly and shining his sharp teeth, answered that yes, and told her to try calling him teacher, or not so much, to call him mentor. Nai was shocked. Her voice shook when she said the word mentor, but Endall loved it. He exuberantly said that yes, it was better. It sounded wonderful. The guy laughed loudly. He actually liked the word mentor. Nai wasn't as happy as he was. She walked and looked around at the estate she might never see again. However, she had promised to get well and come back here. She repeated to herself again that she would. Up ahead were a couple tents with light coming from them. There was a group of important people sitting there. One said that they had struggled to get a temporary truce. The bald man said that he didn't expect Anthurium to be the first to attack the borders. The white-haired guy said that attacking the borders was half the trouble. The bigger trouble was the mercenary who was involved in the attack. The men said the rumors of his extraordinary strength were true. They spoke of a pumped-up warrior with a long mustache. They said many warriors had fallen by his hand. Said that if it wasn't for Stain Ippolita, they would have lost that battle. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man in charge amongst this group stood up abruptly and slapped his hands on the table. He stated that mercenaries should not be underestimated. Said everyone here should get it in their heads. The guy got up from the table and asked the guy with black and long hair how Stein was doing. The guy mewled. He put his head down and replied that his condition left much to be desired. The chief asked what that meant. Guy replied that they couldn't sew back Earl Stein's right arm. It had been cut off in battle. The blonde man was very angry about this. He didn't know what they should do in such a case. He ordered that they should put out an APB on the entire Cabal crew including him. He said that the Count's sacrifice couldn't be in vain. Meanwhile, Earl Stein lay in his chambers. In his bed, he felt lousy. The girls who served in the Bishop of Revosa's church were running around him, one of them asking if another thought it was worth reporting the Earl's condition to the county, another asking if he had chosen an heir yet, a third worrying about what a great misfortune it was. The sky had darkened and was covered with black clouds as if before a storm. The estate seemed gray and sad. Inside, Lloyd, the second son, was walking across the red carpet. He remembered his brother telling him to wake up, yelling that she was going to die anyway. As much as he was surprised by his older brother's words, he still wondered why his brother had suddenly changed so much. Lloyd thought about the fact that if it were his father, he would certainly. He understood that father, brother and mother they've always done the right thing. Lloyd's thoughts tormented him, and he grabbed his head and shouted to himself that no, he shouldn't think about it. The second son stared out the window, thoughts eating him up from the inside out. Down in the courtyard he saw Riley and Old Man Ian. Suddenly, someone called out to everyone. This someone shouted that the Count had arrived, but there was one but. All three brothers rushed to their father. They were greatly excited. They weren't the only ones. Everyone, servants and maids alike, were on edge. Nara standing behind them. She looked questioningly at the Count, on the group of people ahead, but one person's aura in particular caught her attention. It was purple and stood out strongly. Her red eyes snapped straight to Bishop Revosa. He was grooming Earl Stein in every way possible. The girl saw his hand. Even from it purple mana was pouring out. Nara didn't understand what the hell it was. She wondered what the jerk was doing here. She could see his yellow and mean eyes perfectly. She wondered what the jerk was doing here. She could see his yellow and mean eyes perfectly. The two brothers approached their father. Only Riley remained behind. The first son was horrified. He asked who dared to do such a thing to their father. His anger made the veins on his forehead pop out. Lloyd was also extremely shocked. He asked his father if he was okay, though the answer was obvious. Riley had no words to comment on that. Earl Stein was terribly gaunt, but he wasn't going to discuss that. He held out a wanted poster for Cabal and told him that he had encountered one mercenary on the battlefield. He told me that he was known for his extraordinary strength. The father kept telling his sons that his name was Cable. He had his own gang. Rilia listened intently to his father's story. He was sure it was the one they'd met on the way back from Rhinefield. He remembered the Cabal well, his smug face. But Count Ippolita kept telling me that in addition his abilities were quite unusual. He said that in battle, at the swing of his weapon, a whirlwind would immediately rise. Said fighting him one-on-one, he tried to fight back. Everything on the battlefield was covered in blood and the bodies of slain knights. Only Cabal was full of strength. He is an incredibly strong warrior. Though out of his last strength, Stein fought him valiantly, his eyes filled with determination. Soon Cabal's heavy hammer fell on the poor Count's arm, the weapon stained and bathed in another man's blood. The Count of Ippolita related that unfortunately his arm was broken out and his entire sleeve was covered in blood. His dad said this is what happened and he lost his arm. Ryle was shocked at his words. He was terribly angry that his loved one had been hurt. He thought that it didn't matter what was happening. He tried not to notice. He didn't interfere in other people's affairs under any circumstances. It was easier for him. That's how he wanted to live. He also thought about the fact that in this life he had made a promise to himself that he wouldn't let any of his family members die. He didn't think that this would happen to his father. Stein said his body wasn't what it used to be, so it was time. He said it was time to choose an heir to the Ippolit family. The carriage drove through a forest filled with orange leaves, Riley lying quietly on the roof of the transport. The protagonist managed to relax there. Earlier, the Count had gathered the three sons in his study and told them that in order to become Nasalnik they would have to accomplish only one task. He told them that because of the Anturian gang attacking the borders, many villages in Solia were in decline. He told them to go there and help the people. He figured that would be their assignment. The brothers had already left the office when Nara ran up to young Mr. Riley. Still on her way, she shouted that she had something to tell him. She walked closer to him and asked him if he remembered that priest standing next to Earl Stein. She said so. He had a purple-colored energy just like that Cabal scumbag. Nara's words alerted the protagonist. He was sure that there was something wrong with this divine dick. He wondered if this was the right time to choose an heir. He kept lying on the roof of the carriage. He was told that the village they were going to was not even 100 inhabitants. It was called Alavai. The surroundings of Alavai were overgrown with dense forest. It was Ian who spoke. He was driving the carriage. He said that recently there had been strange talk that there were orcs roaming around the settlement. So, he felt that he was not being listened to, so he had to ask the young gentleman about it. He was not really interested in what he was saying, but he said that yes, of course. Then Jan asked what, in case he was listening. The name of the village was. Riley assumed it was called Olive. Ian replied that no, it's called Alavai. Finally Riley stood up and laughed. He said there was almost no difference. He was a little embarrassed in front of old Ian. Ian laughed at him. The horses rushing down the path. Autumn's golden leaves were falling from the trees. Autumn had already taken its toll on the beautiful nature, and Riley's carriage had already pulled up to the village of Alavai. Riley asked Jan if this was it. Jan said yes, it was the Alavai settlement. A blonde-haired man with a small cap was already standing in front of their carriage. He was of small stature and in a trembling voice asked the newcomers for prosody and was about to ask something. Ian interrupted him, but politely told him that they were of the Ippolit family. This pleased the old man terribly. He was pleasantly surprised that they were of the Ippolit family. He thanked them profusely. The old man said his name was Multo. He was the head of the village. When the servant Yang approached him, the old man shook his hand and thanked them again for coming. Riley looked up at them and suddenly said, "Here's the thing." He asked Jan if he didn't think it was a little crowded. And indeed, the streets were empty, a nightmarish emptiness. Riley said that, let's say some people got scared and hid. But even so, the village seems quite empty. The old man growing sadder and sadder as he listened to his words. Then he said sadly that he was right. 10 people from their village had recently gone missing. Riley interjected. The old man said it happened 4 days ago. At first only a couple disappeared, and then the missing children became more and more. The protagonist asked about the children. Then he jumped down from the carriage and said that the situation was terrible. He thought that yes, the situation was not good. He realized that now he would have to deal not only with the orcs, but also with the missing children. There were children left behind in my past life too. They were in the heart of the city. Everything was on fire then. Cars and buses and ordinary houses. Then the children lost their minds and were all covered in blood. They looked like zombies and their eyes were bleeding. The protagonist used his magic on them. It sparkled brightly. It helped the children. Their eyes returned to their usual direction. The blood drained away. A little boy asked the uncle who he was. The main character called the boy a fool and told him to look at the sword in his hands. The children were surprised by the sword and asked if the uncle was a warrior. For some reason this made the protagonist very upset. He replied that yes, it did. The kids were thrilled. A girl said it was true, asked if he had come to kill them. In the back another boy was crying about missing his mom. The same girl came up to her uncle and said that they had only one request. In her eyes she read childlike sincerity and innocence, but she asked him very much to put them out of their misery. She asked him to kill them, despite their young age. These children were intelligent and cracked beyond their years. The children told the uncle that they were in so much pain, very much in pain. They asked him to kill them, to kill them quickly, to whine that they felt bad. To die without pain and effort was the only request of those children. And Riley of course did it. Whether he regretted it or not is unknown. But then he was certainly not comfortable killing ordinary, innocent children. Ian noticed that the Lord had fallen into his thoughts again and called out to him. Riley turned around surprised and asked what was wrong. Then the old man asked him how he was going to look for the children. The protagonist replied that he didn't know yet. Malto decided to intervene. He said that this was not a situation where they could find any trace of the disappearance, and they probably knew that orcs roaming their woods would not help solve the case. Riley scratched his head and said that even though it was a hassle, it was something to think about, and judging by the words of the village head. Then he went forward, saying that the children had started disappearing 4 days ago, not all at once, but one by one, saying that if it was true, the children were still in the vicinity of the village. He became much more serious and, mouth wide open, concluded that this meant the remaining villagers with the children. In fact, he realized that the mob that had kidnapped the other children and tormented them were orcs, but told that they should be killed immediately. Riley pulled his right-handed sword from its sheath. This horrified and shocked old man Malto. He wanted to ask him to wait. Riley, however, was intent in earnest, and already had his sword at the ready. Still the old man shouted for the young lord to have mercy on them. Riley, however, was intent in earnest, and already had his sword at the ready. Still the old man shouted for the young lord to have mercy on them. The old man even fell to the ground in horror. Then Riley asked him what he was yelling about, why he should kill him. Malto asked what he meant. He said that he had just said he would kill all the villagers. Riley asked what he was saying. Ian looked at his young master judgmentally. He thought he was a fool, because he couldn't even form a normal sentence. That's why Grandpa didn't understand him. Riley decided to ignore the situation. He said that was it. He went to save the children from the orcs. Ian asked his master if he was alright. Riley asked what he was talking about. Then Ian explained that he had picked up a sword, and Riley told him that he had told him himself that one day he would start using it, and so he wondered what was wrong. Ian said it was true, just very dangerous. The protagonist told him that if he failed, Jan should just be there to help him in his time of need. The old man laughed and jokingly asked what to do with him. Malto shouted at them to be careful. Riley and Ian carried on at all speeds, the protagonist asking the old man if he was coming. Ian couldn't keep up with the guy, asking the Lord to wait. Soon young Mr. Riley had deftly jumped into the high branches of a broad tree. Ian was still at the very bottom. Riley was nimbly hopping around the tree, thinking that he would finish them off before they could even blink an eye. Then the protagonist jumped off a high branch and flew straight towards the orcs, old man Ian shouting to the young master that it was dangerous. But Riley felt no danger. He was killing the monsters one by one at full speed, slicing off their heads or even cutting off their entire upper body. Ian was truly amazed at how fast his young master Riley was. He knew that no one in the Ippolit family moved like this. Then someone telepathically told Ian to move. Another orc's head flew off, and Ian was terribly surprised. He even thought that this order was a vision, but soon enough, he wondered how their master could master the art of telepathy. Ian watched his young master and counted the orcs killed. The number had already reached 34. Now Riley, having killed the first batch of monsters and standing in a pool of their blood, was waiting for the next one. He asked Jan if he had said there were only 150 orcs. Jan hurriedly replied that yes, the village leader had said there were about 150. He wondered if everything was alright. Then the main character explained to him that a few creatures were missing. This surprised Ian. He asked again and then said that there was no such thing. Suddenly, right behind the former mercenary hero's back was a large and vicious orc. It turned out that this orc could also talk. He hissed that they had killed their comrades, these human men. He shouted that they would have their revenge on them. Meanwhile, the orcs in their settlement were shouting that someone had attacked them, asking to open the door to the settlement, asking for more comrades. Ian was still also watching Riley. He had already reached 90 orcs. It was obvious from the young lord that he was having a hard time. He himself realized that his sword would not last long, and therefore it was necessary to find the children as soon as possible. The orcs that guarded the gate noticed someone up ahead. One asked the other how he could get here so fast. Riley realized there were no children here. He decided to try and look for signs of energy around the neighborhood. The protagonist gathered his energy in a heap. He pondered the fact that maybe they were that way. About 14 or so, at least he felt that way. Suddenly, Riley noticed that the energy was slowly disappearing. Riley ran, dark blue energy swirling overhead. Riley pleaded with everyone and everything. He had to make it. The sun was hugging the fall trees. Riley ran to the rocks. No more dark energy swirling overhead. He wondered if this was a cave. He said that now the energy he felt was much less. He remembered old Malto and wondered if he did. But then he interrupted himself and said that no, it was not yet possible to say for certain. Riley noticed something and it surprised him a little. When he entered the cave, he marveled greatly at the clay inside. The smell made him have to cover his nose. He realized that no, it didn't look like clay. The clots of clay on the walls just looked horrifying. There were also the corpses of dead orcvos, and Riley wondered who had killed them. Suddenly, someone's silhouette showed in the depths of the cave. Riley wondered if it was human. A cute little boy asked his little sister if they would die here. The girl shouted at him not to talk nonsense. She asked him why he thought they would die. She said that the adults would come and save them, so he shouldn't worry. There were other children there and they were all tied up tight with tight ropes. The children told her that there were orcs everywhere outside. They asked if they would eat them. If they would die then. The blonde boy was covered in clay. He asked the young man who he was. Riley stood in front of him. He asked if the child was asking about him, not waiting for the boy to answer. He himself answered that the man who had come to save them. The children were terribly excited. They shouted that this was the man, that they were saved, that he had come to save them. Riley asked the kids if anyone was here with them. The kids, all as one, shouted that there was an epidemic. Riley asked what kind of epidemic. The girl with bangs cheerfully replied that it was a beggar uncle, telling them that he was the one who hid them in the cave and left something on the way out. Over there. Riley was interested in the word of an exit. He began to look around all the walls, the girl watching him carefully. There on the wall, Riley found a text. It was addressed to a man who would come to help the children. Someone apologizing, saying that with his modest abilities, he could only help the children with this. He tried his best to control himself so as not to hurt the children in the cave, but there are children who have very weak immunity. The note said that children with weak immune systems could have contracted the plague, so we should take them to a healer as soon as possible. Riley was horrified by the words about the plague. The blonde boy turned to his sister. He said that his leg was still itchy. It itched. The girl said that she had it too. Then the boy asked her if she could scratch his leg. The girl told him to bear it, but the boy was terribly uncomfortable. He asked for it to be done sooner, shouted that he was tied up, so he couldn't do anything himself. Riley looked at the kids and thought about that man. All the kids were whining about how badly everything itched, but the girl was saying to be patient. Riley listened to all of this and realized he had to get them out of here with a bark. He finally did. Now all the kids were untied and standing outside by the tree. Riley counted them all and exhaled a sigh of relief when he realized everyone was here. Suddenly, Ian appeared from behind. He seemed frightened and called out loudly to the young master. Riley told him to come this way and hurry up. He told him that he found the kids, they were fine, but they were talking about some uncle. He asked him to tell about him. The kids said they agreed to be friends with him. He's kind. He has long hair, right down to his navel. Despite the kids' wide grins, it was obvious how much they were shaking. Riley asked if there was anything else unusual about him. The child replied that yes, he wasn't breathing. These words shocked Riley. He asked again what he had just said. Then tears came to the boy's eyes and he said the guy was so scary. Asked why he was talking to him like that. Riley apologized and asked if he could tell him more about it. The child replied that he said the same thing. He wasn't breathing. He said he noticed and asked him out of curiosity. He remembered standing next to the same uncle with white hair and asking him why he wasn't breathing. The man then wrote on the wall that if he breathed they would be in danger. Riley assumed those orcs had died because he'd gotten some air. Riley remembered the remains of the rotting orcs, the fact that they were purple in color. He wondered what the hell that was. When that particular uncle passed, everyone could smell a terrible stench. Uncle was worried if the kids were okay. He was leaving a noticeable trail behind him and hoped that yes, all he could do was hope that they were okay. Someone called out to him, calling his left foot. This someone stepped heavily. It was Cable. He looked at the uncle with disbelief. Cable said he didn't realize he was in Solia. If he had known, he would have trusted Revosa with it. The hooded girl standing next to him asked him what he was carrying. Had he forgotten what Revosa was doing now? This made the warrior a little angry and he shouted that he knew. The blonde-haired uncle with red eyes stood silently looking at them. His eyes were tired and didn't express any positive emotions. Cable shouted that only to glare at him, telling him to make an easier face. The Cabal resented that the whole Anthurium was looking for him. They searched every neck. Suddenly, a girl nearby hit the Cabal on the shoulder with her shield. She told the Cabal to step back. The uncle began to spread purple air through the space. The girl explained to the Cabal that if this air caught up with him, no Revosa could help him. The stranger's actions made the Cabal very angry. He asked what the jerk was doing, saying that of the 6 body parts, he was a leg, asking why act like a brute when he was their associate. The now blonde-haired boy was angry, too, and he answered the Cabal that he wasn't interested in their business with prayer or anything else, so let them leave him out of it. The Cabal covered his nose with his hand and the girl with a fan. He said he didn't like him from the beginning. Now he picked up his large weapon and headed toward the blonde-haired boy. At last the children returned to their parents and relatives. Old Malto thanked the newcomers very much for rescuing and bringing the children safe and sound. Riley told the old man to take the children to the temple and have them checked and treated. Malto replied that of course they would go to the temple immediately. Now Malto waved his hands at the children and shouted that it was time to go. The children agreed without further question. The kids climbed into the wagon like normal kids. They were pushing and asking each other not to do it, yelling who and what started first. It was only when the wagon with the kids finally departed that Riley was able to breathe out a sigh of relief and tell Ian that they had worked hard today. Now they would get at least 2 days of sleep. After that, Ian turned to the young master, but didn't say why, so Realm had to ask what was wrong. Ian explained that he kept wanting to ask him about the sword. He said that Riley had never trained or held a sword in his hands. He asked how he had learned the skill then. Riley calmly replied that yes, somehow it came on its own. I was visualizing in my head how to move and there it was. His answer stunned and shocked the mercenary hero. What he had pictured it in his head. Sword fights, such and such builds. He asked then what about mana? He said he had recently sent him a vision. Riley asked about leading and what it even was. He laughed out loud. This angered Ian and he yelled at the gentleman, who asked what he wanted. Now Ian said he didn't know what the master was hiding there, but he had always believed in him. He cried, and it was as if roses bloomed all around him. Riley didn't really like his behavior, wondering why he was picking on him so much. A large black bird with yellow eyes flew over the settlement of Alavi. He had a ribbon tied around his leg, and so Riley knew at once that it was a male eagle. Jan stretched out his arm in front of him and told the eagle to sit down. Just like that, the eagle did. He said Nara sent him. The eagle brought a note to Mr. Riley. Nara was telling him that the enemies were coming. That black mage from Rainfield survived. That alerted Riley, and Ian asked what it meant. Ridley remembered Bishop Revosa's face and thought about how it was all very suspicious, especially this Revosa type. He had recently asked Nara to dig under him to find out something, and here he gets a note like this. The fact that the black mage survived could not please the protagonist. Ian, realizing that he was ignored, once again asked what happened in Rainfield. Once again Riley did not answer the servant, and Ian wondered if the master was hiding something from him again. Riley turned away and asked what he was talking about. Ian replied that the young master knew exactly what he was talking about. The protagonist remained silent. Then Ian ran up to Riley and started shaking him by the shoulders, calling him time after time. Riley screamed his head was about to fall off. Riley tried to assure Ian that it was nothing serious there. Really? It didn't work though. The servant turned red with anger and shouted what of it, saying he wanted to hear anyway. An hour later, Riley said that this is how it was at Rainfield, and whether or not to believe it was Ian's business. He told him everything that needed to be said. Ian seriously replied that he believed him. Riley was a little surprised by that, but he said that was good. Then he grabbed Riley's shoulder and shouted that then the Lord should make a resolution. Riley grudgingly asked what again? Ian asked what about going back to the center of Solia, explaining that if what was written in the note was true, they needed to get on the road right away. Riley smiled and said that his father hadn't decided yet who would be the heir. He asked if that wasn't true. Did Ian really think he could leave so suddenly when they had the fate of the family being decided? Ian soaked up the fighting spirit. He said they would find that prick in the black cloak right now and kill him. He asked if there was a more important thing than that. Riley agreed and said they had to go. They were moving toward the carriage that had brought them to the village of Alavi. Ian had been hoping and waiting for Riley to become the official heir to the Ippolit family since long ago. And now, without blinking an eye, he had given up the most coveted of all, and now he was going in a different direction. Ian didn't know if there was a cause more important than this. It was what gave him strength right now. Stopping a black mage who was killing and abusing people was far more important to him. In other words, human life always comes first. Riley dove into his thoughts. He realized that even though he was harming his family now, enjoying their company, they were once again trying to take away that precious time he missed so much. Again, the thought made Riley terribly sad. There were cute little fanlights hanging from the wooden roof, though they provided very little light. Orcs, elves and other monsters were sitting around a round wooden table in the room. They were asking each other about how long it had been since the last meeting there, 1,000 years ago, and suddenly someone asked really, said about how fast time flies. The green orc asked where Endal was. The elf girl said he hadn't come yet. She said he had to pick up an apprentice so he should wait. Someone asked who the apprentice was. The fish girl had told him that humans called people who were learning something, education and all. The orc had laughed at what a weirdo Endal was. Just after these words, the red-haired Endal burst into the room. He shouted to the orc that he himself was a weirdo. Nini was behind him, and he was whining about how he still couldn't get used to Rainfield, complaining about the horrible humid air. Now he went to the table. There were 2 more empty seats. Endal asked what was the name. He was even surprised that everyone was here. And then someone said that no one was missing. Endal was also a bit surprised by this and asked why he wasn't there. The elfess replied that she hadn't been able to contact him and Leo wasn't there either. The girl also asked about the stranger who had come with Endalium. Nini, she asked if it was her, if he was talking about her, what it was called. Endal said apprentice, and the girl said yes, that was it. The orc laughed and said he would watch his guard and this girl fight. The tree guy told him to stop, telling him to watch. She can't even walk normally, totally weak. Endal told him not to make his knees laugh. His guards can't even touch her little finger. The green orc laughed and told Endal that it looks like he has been learning to lie for 1,000 years. Endal laughed and asked if he thought he was lying. He said welcome 5 high elves. This alerted the girls, and the elf girl told them to finish scratching their tongues, telling them that she had called them for another reason today. She said that the reason was that she had felt some strange energy in that place. Another girl asked about the strange energy. The tree guy asked why she was making a fuss. What was the big deal? The elfess said it happened a couple days ago. She felt a nasty energy. Those people in the library with blood coming out of their eyes. Their black energy. The girl had said that Ek was something like mana, but not her. When Revosa ran his hand over the black remnants, and how contemptuously he looked at her then. Someone asked if it was something else, not mana. The elf said that compared to mana, it was a very dark and negative energy, and there were only 3 people with this energy. They were all in Rainfield. There was a large candle in front of the girl, and she kept saying that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes with her spiritual powers, she wouldn't have believed it either. Now Endal sat down and Nini stood beside him. The tree man asked the elf woman if this was the only reason she had gathered them together. The orc supported him. He asked if it was a big deal. He said there was nothing wrong with 3 people hanging around. Then the girl replied that she thought they were threatening the balance. This already surprised and stressed the fish girl. She asked what she meant. The elfess said that they intervene in matters of life and death themselves to decide the fates of people. Those words had already horrified more than just the orc. Oh, and the fish girl. She screamed what assholes they were by slapping her hand hard on the table. Now the elf girl ordered to tell the human child. Nini. This scared Nini a little. Then the girl explained that with the help of spiritual powers she saw the past and there she was. She really asked Nini to tell what happened that day. Nini was dousing herself with cold sweat, but she began to tell. Nini remembered that rainy day perfectly, the lantern that illuminated the road. Now the elf girl ordered to tell the human child. Nini. This scared Nini a little. Then the girl explained that with the help of spiritual powers she saw the past and there she was. She really asked Nini to tell what happened that day. Nini was dousing herself with cold sweat, but she began to tell. Nini remembered that rainy day perfectly, the lantern that illuminated the road. She said that they had met a black mage, the one in the black cloak and with purple mana. Nini stretched her hand forward. Black magic began to wriggle there. She said he had the same dark purple mana as him and used it to bring corpses to life and control them like maginets. The tree man snorted and said that it was a skill, nothing unusual. He said that their dragon could do it, too, and that it was a piece of cake for him. The elven woman replied that was certainly true, but the problem here was the human soul. The female voice interjected about the soul. It was a girl fish. She opened her eyes wide and asked if they wanted to say that he not only controls the bodies, but completely resurrects a person. Everyone saw how much it horrified the girl, so she was advised to calm down and listen to the end. Nini started talking again. She said that however Mr. Riley was able to kill the black mage and at that moment all the bodies disappeared. After saying that, the elf girl decided to talk about Nini's eye. She said that it was said that it could be used to locate a person. Nini replied that yes, it was. In that case, the elfess asked what about the dead man? Would he find him? Nini didn't understand what she was getting at. Then the girl suggested to ask in a different way. She said that black mage where he was now. This question surprised Nini very much. His silver eye was wide open. A purple cloak hugged the tall man. Nini saw it, and it shocked her deeper. Nini clutched at her damaged eye. She asked what else was wrong with her eye. Nini didn't really understand how. She thought it was impossible. How he had survived. Ian stood by the horses, and Riley suggested they eat first. Ian said that he thought that in this situation it was better to hurry up. He asked if it was not more important than food, and Riley told him that it was their duty to leave as soon as possible, but that they had to be well prepared for the trip. Now they went forward along the road, passing through the market. Riley said that, officially, he was now vying for the title of heir, so he had to move with caution. Secretly, some sat at tables, some browsed the merchandise. Riley just walked by. Suddenly, he spotted a counter with masks, and they got his attention. Nini popped up in his memories as she put on her gifted mask and smiled so genuinely and beautifully as she looked at herself in the mirror. Riley didn't understand why he suddenly remembered her. Jan looked right into the face of the protagonist, asked the young gentleman if he was sick, because his face was all red. He got angry and shouted that it wasn't true. He was fine. Riley then picked up 2 similar masks and asked the salesman to sell him these. He shouted, smiling widely, that it was a great choice. Ian intervened. He asked the gentleman why they wanted the masks. Riley only replied that it would come in handy and tossed a black mask with a feather in it into his hands. Ian agreed. Riley was about to leave when Ian called him over and told him to wait. The main character as usual asked what again. Then the servant pointed a white-gloved finger somewhere, and Riley turned around unhappily. There they saw a group of people with their cloaks on, which really surprised the protagonist. He especially paid a lot of attention to the first one, a blonde guy with glasses. He asked if it was Ferda. Jan said it was him. He said he looked very anxious. Riley asked Ian if they were headed to Lower Solia. Ian replied that judging by the direction it looked like they were. Riley suggested he just see what he was going to do. He agreed. The guys in blue cloaks said that they came from the mage's tower, asked people to disperse. The townspeople jumped back in different directions in surprise, and they kept asking them to step back, politely apologizing. Riley and Ian watched them from around the corner. Soon the boys came to a dark staircase leading down, dark energy swirling there. The stairs were intimidating and gloomy. The boys asked what it was. If it was a beast that emitted dark energy. Ferda ordered the men to get away from here. After his order, all the guys lined up and shouted to the people that it was dangerous here. They asked them to leave this place as soon as possible, once again repeating that it was very dangerous here. Someone grabbed the stone slab, leaving a pool of blood on it. It was a human hand, but that someone growled like a beast. It was a bald guy. His eyes and mouth were bleeding. He was filled with blood. He was scrambling up the stairs and roaring, leaving a trail of blood behind him. People were praying to God and asking what the hell it was. The sight was truly terrifying. Ferda used his magic. Many plants and vines appeared around. He yelled for everyone to move back. He was asking the townspeople to do so very much. Ferda directed his vines and plants toward the strange man. They enveloped him, and the magician wondered if this was a man, why he had become like this. Suddenly, more people came from down there. They were all the same as the first one. The other mages were shouting to Mr. Ferda that there were even more of them. Ian was horrified. He was drenched in sweat, but Riley was only interested in the fact that the corpses were moving. He suggested he meet Nara first. Ferda was hard-pressed, he said, blocking the aisle. Vines wrapped around the stairs. Now the dead men's eyes were glowing red, and there were no bodies to be seen at all, as if there were only silhouettes. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Rivos was meeting with the mage that Riley had defeated back in the beginning. Behind the mage with the long beard, was the spirit of the mage from Rainfield? He said he liked his new body very much. Now he was in the body of a mage. Rivosa called him left-handed and told him to try not to lose any more limbs. The man agreed. He couldn't die again after all. It would be terribly ungrateful. The spirit of the left hand stood over the shaking old man and told him to calm down, smiling broadly, promising to take revenge on them instead. Bishop Rivosa pointed his hand at the mountain of human corpses and said with the power of his left hand, people agonized in fire, magic, and filth, screaming loudly. People were going somewhere and said it was here. It was Ferda's group of mages. They approached the same dump of corpses that Bishop Rivosa and the Black Mage had just stood by. There was a terrible stench. One of the guys asked the others what had happened here. Of course, no matter how much they wanted to know, no one could answer. Suddenly, someone called out, calling out the honored ones, asking him to excuse him. Ferda and the others turned around in surprise. There they saw the bishop and the black mage. They both looked extremely unfriendly. The guys were terrified and asked how they survived and what it all meant. Rivosa told the mage to take care of these fools. He was ready to fight. The group of mages was surrounded on all sides by the living dead, though the main danger was the black mage and Rivosa. Ferda was well aware that they had to escape. They were shouting that they were evacuating urgently, that there was an army of corpses. Ferda decided that they should ask for help from the Mage Tower and Solia's castle. Someone said no, that won't do. A large black tentacle appeared in the sky filled with purple energy. She was far from alone. Powerful and strong tentacles were grabbing the guys in blue cloaks by the legs and lifting them up. Getting out was terribly hard if not impossible. The black mage said it was lunchtime. Then Ferda stretched his hand forward and activated his magic. Now it was up to him. He said, this was going nowhere at all. A little while later everything burst into flames and it surprised the mage greatly. Under the influence of Ferda's fire the tentacles began to let go of the mages and they flew down. The black mage was furious. He shouted that Ferda was an ungrateful contagion. Revosa replied that normally lunch didn't talk so much. On a dais in a beautiful room stood a sculpture of dark stone, in a beautiful white dress, wearing a mask and crown. A girl praying to the goddess Ironessa, asking how she should be now. It was St. Solia. She was crying and saying she didn't know what to do with Revosa. Also that dragon said she couldn't make it on her own. Then the goddess Ironessa finally answered her child. This pleased and wooed the girl terribly. She was happy to hear the goddess. As if the statue had spoken, that's what it all looked like. The goddess said that if she had lost her way and was wandering, it was worth finding the black butterfly. Ironessa told her that the child of the black butterfly would help her find her way. Mr. Yang was asked if he was doing well, saying he didn't look well. Yang kept silent. It was Nara who asked. Now they are together with Mr. Riley. Nara asked if they had already seen an invasion of corpses. Riley said that it was the same in Rainfield. They have no mana. They move on their own. Ian said that's right. Riley, eating a crab stick, asked what was up with Revosa. What had she managed to find out? Nara told her that he had done his work at the temple in the morning and then traveled to Lower Solia and returned late in the evening. Riley asked if he had been in Lower Solia. Nara confirmed her words by saying yes. Ian sat silent and Riley continued talking. He said he was sure there was some connection between him and those corpses. Ian finally decided to speak. He turned to the Lord. He said he had something to tell him. Riley looked at him questioningly. Riley decided to ask him about it, but he said that what he saw was not the corpses themselves, but their eyes. Talking about those black empty eyes, the main character asked when that was. Now Ian began to tell more details. He said the case was 26 years ago. He still regretted it. Back then, Ian was still young and full of vigor. One day he went mercenary to one of the villages. In that village lived a certain witch, a girl who was reviled by society, with a questionable purple-colored energy emanating from her house. She, like those corpses from Lower Solia, had eyes that were completely black, and he thought that was why they called her a witch. But when he met her he realized that those were just absurd rumors. As he and this girl fought, the young Yang noticed that she was proficient with a sword. This surprised Riley a little. Ian replied that yes, the girl with black eyes, she taught him the art of the sword. She became a mentor to him when she defeated him. Once he asked her what had become of her eyes, why they had darkened. Riley wondered what she had said. Ian revealed that she said she was given a blessing. It surprised Ian then just as much as it interested the protagonist now. The servant said that in her words she didn't want any blessing, she didn't need those eyes. Then she looked saddened, and Ian remembered it perfectly. The girl stated that this power was from another world. The last words literally shocked Riley. Ian, noticing his condition, asked the gentleman what was wrong. What was the matter? Suddenly, something really surprised Neru and Ian. They both jerked up from their seats. Ian ran over to a window with bars, and peering through those bars, asked what the hell it was. That green eyes wide open. He told the Lord about the Mage Tower. What struck the guy so hard was that it collapsed. The Mage Tower now literally split in two and raised a whole cloud of dust. Nara was shocked. She screamed that it was true. She had just collapsed. Riley asked what she meant collapsed. Ian was still standing there looking out the window as well. Riley thought back to Ferda and wondered where the hell that wizard was sleeping when the Mage Tower fell here. Ian had said the biggest problem was where the tower had fallen. Riley asked where it had fallen. Ian replied in a shaky voice that it was on the temple. He told her he was worried. He said that if he wasn't mistaken the saint was praying there at this time. Then the protagonist put a dark blue mask on his face. Ian asked what they would do. Riley said go to the temple. He seemed awfully determined and shouted that they must hurry. There was a lot of smoke and dust rising from the fallen tower. Many exhausted people in torn clothes, the living dead, wandered the roads. Ordinary people were being shown the way by guards, shouting that they should run that way. There was shelter there. People ran as fast as they could, shouting loudly and covering their heads from falling rocks. Today chaos filled the city. She was terrified, for the dead man was slowly but surely approaching her, and she begged for salvation, for someone to come to her. The masked Ian swiftly cut through the air, and not just with his sword. He lifted the slab that had crushed the girl and freed her, asked if she was okay, told her to get out and get away from here soon. The girl thanked him but told him about the baby. Jan, noticing the boy who had also been crushed by the stove, interrupted her and assured her that he would take care of him. Suddenly, the girl pointed her hand at something behind her savior's back and shouted behind her. The sword sliced through the air again. There appeared to be a girl under a dark hood. She had purple hair. Ian put his sword to her neck. Then the girl opened her face. It was a saint from the temple. He asked if he could take it away from her. Ian was amazed to see a saint here. He asked if she was okay. The girl asked him to shut up, apologized and said she didn't know who he was but they should exchange pleasantries later. She used divine magic to lift the block off the boy's feet. The saint picked up the boy and asked him if he could go. When she realized that he could, she told him to run to the shelter. The boy thanked the stranger joyfully. She and Mom left. Now the saint turned to the masked trio, Nara, Riley and Jan. She said that firstly she would like to know who they were. Jan spoke first. He apologized but said that he could not tell them. The saint replied that it was clear to her, saying that they were helping people and that was enough. From above, dead men flew at the trio. Riley easily fought them all off, cutting them apart. He only snorted, and Nara, wasting no time, pierced one dead man as well. The saint cried out that they just don't kill them. She activated her magic, her hand glowing gold. As the magic embraced the corpses, they began to growl loudly, mouths wide open. One of the corpses coughed and growled, its body shaking violently. Ian fought another dead man. He tried to do it with the butt of his sword, not the sharp part. It was very difficult, for he did not see how they should stand without killing them. The mages were already defeated too. They were still summoning fireballs and ice arrows. However, black liquid was flowing from their eyes. Riley didn't like the fact that these dead people were also using magic. Ian shouted to the master that it would be better to get out of here. Then the dark mage and the bishop of Ribos appeared there. They asked where they were going. They said no one had let them go yet. The saint was truly shocked. She just couldn't find the words. She remembered how the mage had been pierced through. As he lay there without strength or feeling, Riley was surprised to see Astroi here too. He called him a son of a bitch and asked him how he survived. He asked Rivosa if it was his doing. Rivosa smiled broadly. He told Riley, the dark magician, that it was time to do some magic. He began to think, and Riley was angry in Astroi's body, calling everyone ungrateful creatures. From behind, with the help of dark magic, Euryalus squeezed Ferda, the latter screaming in pain. Then Euryalus threw poor Ferda to the ground altogether. Saint ran up to the boy and asked a shaking Ferda how he was. The mage barely up on his elbows. Ferda told her with the last of his strength that it wasn't Astroia. There was someone else in his body. Riley vividly remembered Riley standing on the cliff with his hands held high. That's when Riley recognized this terrifying energy. It amazed him. He wondered what the asshole was doing in Astroi's body. He thought he was an asshole. Saint was horrified and asked Rivosa why he was at one with him. The sight was horrible. The bishop of Rivosa was as if he had skinned himself. He told the saint that it was nothing for her to know. He had makeup on his face the whole time, and without it he looked disgusting. He was screaming that it was because they were going to die right here and now. Saint was horrified and asked Rivosa why he was at one with him. The sight was horrible. The bishop of Rivosa was as if he had skinned himself. He told the saint that it was nothing for her to know. He had makeup on his face the whole time, and without it he looked disgusting. He was screaming that it was because they were going to die right here and now. Then Riley smugly and confidently threw the mask off his face, saying that Rivosa had finally shown his true face. He was approaching his opponents, holding his sword in his hand. In turn, one of Astroi's mage hands shook violently, the body still not used to its new owner, and the muscle memory was still with him. Riley had said so, judging by the body's reaction. He was the one involved in Astroi's murder. Riley, grinning widely, scratched his neck and confirmed the mage's words, saying yes, adding that he had finished him off too. Euryalus asking if he had already forgotten. These words startled Riley. He asked incredulously. He was the bastard who had interrupted their prayer. Riley remembered the battle well, and he would hardly ever forget it. Now he called the main character ungrateful. He, in Astroi's body, screamed that Rilia was a bastard, his eyes blazing red with anger and hatred. Bishop Rivosa was also surprised to see Mr. Riley here, not the man he expected to meet. Even Ferda was shocked. He wondered if this was the one from the Ippolit family. Now Revosa hissed with laughter, saying that meant it was him. Sir, telling him that he had guessed, but still surprised. Ian also took off his mask. He and Saint were listening to Bishop carefully. He was saying that Riley was nicknamed the lazy swordsman because he couldn't do anything, but it turned out that he was an outstanding swordsman. Revosa smiled broadly and terrifyingly and added that, unfortunately, the Lord had found out who he really was, so he would have to kill him. In his turn, Riley said that he didn't give a shit about them. He wasn't going to kill them, but he was going to foil their plan to open the underworld, because it shouldn't be that way. This startled and tensed the Dark Mage and Bishop Revosu. They both looked questioningly at the swordsman. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Riley was glad he had guessed. They were really going to do it. Then Riley pointed a finger at him, called him a scum and asked how he knew. Riley replied that it didn't matter, saying that if they were to shove off now, he'd be kind enough. He didn't have time to finish when he and his team were attacked by large, thick tentacles that hovered over the men. Now Revosa was smiling broadly and contentedly, asking if Riley thought he could protect everyone. Riley realized he had been too careless. Now he was far from having as much fun. He was about to step back somewhere when a tentacle wrapped around his leg and Riley asked where he was going. Ferda stumbled to his feet and activated his flame again. He shouted for them to run and save themselves. Saint was genuinely amazed. She turned back around. The Saint realized she had no strength left. It didn't make her happy at all. The fire whirled to attack, and Yang shouted to the Saint to dodge the attacks. He considered the protection of the Saint to be one of his primary goals. The Saint never moved from her reverie. She just watched the scene with wide-open yellow eyes, thoughts raging inside her. Mentally she turned to the goddess Irenessa and bitter, stingy tears came to her eyes. She wondered if these were her steeds. The girl turned again to St. Irenessa, and remembered how the latter, calling her to her children, had told them to follow the black butterfly. The tentacles slowly dissolved and were destroyed in the flames. Everything around was blazing. Sparks of fire and remnants of purple energy were rising into the air. Some girl said thank goodness she wasn't too late. The Saint seemed to recognize that voice. She finally opened her eyes. There she saw Nini. She smiled widely and calmly at the Saint. Nini looked much better now than before. In fact, Frisia hadn't expected to see Nini here at all. Nini apologized to her master, saying that her training was a bit delayed. Riley was shocked at the sight of Nini. He wanted to say something but just couldn't find the words. Revosa asked who the other girl was, and Riley asked in horror if she was using inversion space. The bishop asked what it was. Riley replied that it was a magic technique that allowed to create a barrier, but it could only be mastered by mages of the 7th circle. Ferda also immediately noticed the space inversion. He knew that she had only reached the 6th circle last spring, and so he couldn't believe that she already had a 7th. Ferda approached Nini and asked what had happened. Nini, breathing heavily, said that they hadn't seen teacher Ferda for a long time. She said that she would have liked to talk to him longer but had more important things to do now. She apologized for that. Now she turned back to Riley and asked if the gentleman could briefly tell her how things were going. The protagonist replied that the enemies were attacking. Nini asked how they were going to proceed. Riley told her to suppress the zombies, but not kill them, and she could do what she wanted with the others. Nini understood. She threw herself into the fight, with the gift apple in one hand and her magic swirling in the other. She decided that she had to deal with them quickly and then she could return the apple to her master. The zombies rushed to attack. They roared loudly and looked extremely frightening. Nini drew her sword. She was now completely confident in her powers and in herself. She whirled toward the monsters, killing them in her path, cutting the air with his magic and cold weapons. When the girl's magic burned the zombies, the ones who screamed a lot growled. It was unbearable pain for them. Ian stood near St. Frisia and watched everything carefully, being ready to attack and defend. The Saint asked what it was. The Bishmages all summoned ice and fire. They fought desperately, not for their own. The Holy One shouted to Nini that the dead men were using magic. Nini turned around and used hers on them, extending her arm forward. The mages, her magic had begun to choke, and now those two were growling and coughing. Nini's magic was incredibly strong. It attacked her opponents with a bright pillar. Nini's sword flew out from the same pillar. It flew right in front of Old Man Yan's face. He couldn't move. He was shocked, but the sword flew past him and plunged straight into the throat of one of the dead men, who opened his bloody mouth wide in piercing pain. Nini turned to Mr. Yan, smiling sincerely. She thanked him for the sword, telling him that she had handled it with care. Ian smiled. He was still in shock but was also terribly proud of the girl. He was also happy that it was really Nini. Euryalus was beyond angry. He asked how dare she. Bishop Revosa thought something had changed. The girl's magic was right behind the back of the main opponents. It surprised Revosa and Uriali, but they noticed that she was behind them. Magic surrounded them and they activated their own water and divine magic. Revosa was angry and annoyed. He wondered if this aristocrat wouldn't interfere. Riley, meanwhile, yawned lazily with his mouth wide open. Then the bishop shouted to Urialis to deal with her first. Urialis used fire magic. He replied that he knew it himself. He summoned a pillar of fire. He figured that was it. Thought she'd definitely be dragging her feet after that. The fire did strike the girl and she fell. Something that surprised the dark mage greatly. It was because Nini was still feeling and was not crippled at all. She had covered her face and body with a cloak. Uriali was horrified that it was fireproof. He thought it could not be. Nini almost immediately rose back to her feet and attacked the villains again. Her magic was swirling around in a whirlwind. It didn't bode well for the bishop and the mage. Uriali was screaming about what a bitch she was. He realized that if things continued like this, they would be at a disadvantage. So Revosa turned to Uriali. The bishop ordered the magician to use something special. His order surprised Ivriral. He asked if he thought it was worth opening a trump card now. Revosa didn't need to answer and told him to hold it for 30 seconds. After his words, Urialis ordered something to come at his call. Something terrifying began to form in space. A beast with bright red eyes and sharp teeth. Behind Bishop Revosa, a purple-colored magic field appeared, and he was pulling something, or someone, out of it. Now Riley had stopped yawning. He was tensely and intently watching the sinister bishop. Seconds later, he shouted at Nini that he was trying to do something, telling her to get it over with sooner rather than later. Nini was willing to do anything for her master, for her savior. She obeyed Riley without more words or question. A huge wave of Nini's magic flew towards the black mage and bishop. Uriali managed to push it away. However, it was terribly hard for him to fight with all this incredible amount of powerful energy. He called out to Revosa and asked what was up, warning him that he wouldn't last long. Revosa looked down. He didn't have a sneaky smile on his face, but he wasn't sad either. He told Avarian that he had done well and he had done a good job and therefore everything was ready. At last the old bishop's usual psychoneural smile appeared on his face. He stretched his grimy hand forward, ordered someone to appear before him. Everything around them was collapsing. Debris was flying onto the road. The ground was panting. The buildings might not be able to shed anymore. St. Frisia screamed that something was wrong with the land. Jan, meanwhile, was more worried about his young master, shouting at him to be careful. Riley wondered what the hell it was, too, and Nini yelled at him to get back, quickly. Revosa's face showed his red smile up to his ears as he said it was getting late. A large incomprehensible beast with red eyes emerged from the ground. It emitted a terrifyingly strong and stick-like dark energy capable of destroying everything in its path. The monster roared and screamed loudly. No citizen seeing such a thing would be able to keep to themselves. The creature was also incredibly large, so large that there was nothing to compare it to, and it was staring straight at Nini Riley. Both the protagonist and the girl were terrified. Nini wanted to say something to her lord, but she just couldn't get the words out. Riley assumed it was a dragon, though that didn't make him happy or comforted him at all. Urialis wiped the sweat off his face and told a satisfied Revosa that he had almost skated off, asking if he couldn't have handled all of this faster. Riley could see perfectly well that the dragon wasn't perfect. However, he was still incredibly frightened and amazed that these subhumans could summon such a creature as a dragon. Uriali stood on the back of his beast, laughing, arms spread wide, shouting that this was the doom of the ungodly. The dark mage was clearly pleased with himself, and the summoned dragon. It told him that it was indeed huge. It satisfied him completely. Revos was getting terribly annoyed at how much Urialis was stalling, yelling for him to stop and get to the point already. The main character realized what was going on, but he didn't want to believe it yet. Urialis began his speech, saying that let punishment come down on them, on the ungrateful. Something began to happen to the dragon. He was bound by the magic tentacles of a large Asmonog dark mage. They squeezed him. The dragon was shaking all over, and his eyes stopped glowing red. Then he opened them wide, and now they were purple, and it was as frightening as the old red eyes. Urialis in Astrois' body was saying that he should repay their debt in full, asking if it wasn't so. Of course he didn't mean it. Finally, the dragon's eyes lit up again. A so-called vapor began to rise from its body into the air. The tentacles let go of the dragon and let him loose. The creature looked even more powerful and determined now, like a warrior. That's when Riley realized it wasn't just a dragon. It was undead. Nini also wondered how a creature similar to her mentor got here. She couldn't understand it. Besides, it made the girl very sad. The dragon opened its mouth wide, showing its opponents its sharp white teeth, as sharp as Endol's. Something swept through the streets of the city. Many shards of the magic tower and other destroyed buildings were flying across Lower Solia. Riley realized it was the Drotten sucking in air. The protagonist had a hard time staying on his feet. Only a sword, a cold weapon that he thrust into the ground. Riley told himself that this could not be. Endol stretched his hand full of magic forward and said with a laugh that they would all be killed at once. Nini looked up at the dragon in horror. She remembered something, and when she realized what it was, she refused to believe it, just as her young master had done. She remembered Endol saying that no matter what happened she should avoid dragon's breath. Then Nini asked her mentor why. Could it not be stopped? Endol answered her then, telling her that the only thing that could interrupt the breath was the breath of another dragon. He was completely serious when he said that if she couldn't dodge it, she would definitely die. Nini was amazed that they, who had barely fought off her attack, the 7th Circle Mage's attack, would use the Edrakon's breath. She thought that no, it couldn't be. But even from there it was obvious that Endol felt terrible. Astro's white beard was covered in his blood, though that didn't stop him from laughing evilly. Blood was flowing from his eyes too, also as it had done to Nini before. He shouted to the dragon to take souls as sacrifice by inhaling. After his words, it wasn't that it became hard to hold on. A dark energy began to appear in the air, taking people's lives. Endol shouted loudly that it was all for their prayers. The dragon sucked in more and more air and of course souls. Nini looked questioningly at the beast, something more surprising than before. In fact, the girl just realized that this was the end, that she couldn't stop it. She looked at the black hole of missing souls of living beings and couldn't budge. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked her why she was trembling. Clearly it was young Mr. Riley. He had his back to the girl, which surprised her greatly. He seemed very calm and confident, as if he wasn't scared at all. She asked him what was going on. He told her not to worry, asked her if she remembered what he told her as she sat on the cold floor in some rags, when he reached out to her, for the first time in her life. As he smiled and rubbed his neck in embarrassment, saying he would help her. Nini remembered everything that had happened then perfectly, as if it were still yesterday. Nini herself wanted to defend her savior, shouting that she didn't need him to back off, but Riley wasn't listening to her any more thickly. He just smugly replied that it was too late. Endol, as usual, was beyond angry and arrogant with the guy. He was screaming 2 birds with 1 stone, saying what a beauty it was. Revosa looked more content than the dark mage. Riley gave Nini a caring hug. The girl was shocked. Still holding her, he turned to Nini. When she looked up, she saw a wide smiling Riley telling her to be sure to give him that apple in the next life. It was after those words that an explosion of incredible proportions occurred. It was decorated in various colors and shades of purple. All that was visible were the black silhouettes of Riley and Nini, still standing in an embrace. Nini closed her eyes. She was quite calm on the outside, but inside there was chaos. She thought that because of her the young master, the girl was scared to even finish the thought. She just started to mentally apologize to Mrs. Iris, Mr. Ian and Mrs. Sarah, to her mentor. The dark mage Euryalus spread his arms and laughed loudly. He shouted to the ingrates that they were finished. The Bishop of Rivos looked contentedly at his mage. Suddenly, their cheering was interrupted by flying lights. They were like comets or rain. Revosa turned quietly to Euryalus. He couldn't understand what it was and so he asked the dark mage. The latter was already terribly annoyed. He shouted asking the bishop how he knew. The red limb of a mighty dragon showed in the dark sky. His spine and neck, powerful and large wings, same red coloring. The huge, and now not at all dead, dragon found itself in Lower Solia. The dragon opened its mouth with sharp teeth. A fireball formed there. As the dragon began to blow it out, the murderous flames headed straight for the villains. It met the purple pillar of flame of the dark mage or his dead dragon. Purple and yellow sparks glowed in the air. They kept falling, and there were more and more of them. Riley was still standing with Nini as well, and everything around him was engulfed in red dragon fire. Nini pressed herself against her lord and closed her eyes. The poor girl was scared. Riley gingerly tried to call out to Nini. When he was finally able to do so, he told her to open her eyes soon. The girl did. What she saw struck her from the first second. Riley was both shocked and relieved that there wasn't a scratch on them. He held Nini and covered his face from the fire. He was finally able to let the girl go. Nini looked very happy. She thanked God that they were in one piece. Nini smiled genuinely at her savior. and the man looked at her in some misunderstanding. Suddenly, someone from behind asked them what they were doing. They turned around with an extremely displeased face. It was a red dragon, and he turned to Nini, saying that he seemed to be making himself clear when he told her not to overdo it. Nini realized it was the mentor and was terribly glad to see him here, to see that he had come. Meanwhile, the elderly Bishop Ribosu was literally shaking with fear, unable to understand where the dragon had come from. Something had occurred to him, but he just refused to believe it. In fact, he just remembered St. Frisia's words about a dragon appearing in Sali. Now Ribosa was terribly angry. Euryalus was screaming, asking the bishop why he was standing, screaming for him to do something. He was terrified too. Unexpectedly, Endal landed very close to Ribosa. The bishop was really frightened. He was terrified, his body like stone, cold sweat running down his face. His hands were shaking, and he thought that if he could only move his arm just a little. When he tried and his arm actually moved, it surprised Ribos greatly. Ribosa didn't know what he should do, though he did have a glimmer of hope after the build. He focused his vision on his new opponent, though none of his gaze was anything compared to Endal's large, penetrating, red eyes. The dragon ordered the bishop to stand and be afraid. Ribosa didn't really mind, that's what he was doing. He was shaking with fear. Then Endal turned around and promised to attend to them later. The dark mage Euryalus already wanted to run up to Ribosa, but the latter stopped him, shouting for him to stay still. Ribosa explained to the dark mage that it was best not to do anything right now. Riley and Nini walked through Ribosa and Euryalus. Riley said that since he was a priest, he must have figured it out. There was still a so-called portal in the sky with the head of a dead dragon peeking out of it. The protagonist asked Endal what to do with these. Endal asked in response, like what? He said he didn't know this dragon, just cut him down and that was it. He used his mighty flame again. It opened its mouth wide and blew out a huge pile of bright flames. The fire seemed to swirl around the silhouette of the dragon. Again, the whole city was plunged into the thick smoke of the fire. Endal raised his sharp claws, the same red color. He swiped his paw right at the black and intimidating blur. A black mess spread across the city. The sound of them fighting was terribly loud, deafening. Riley and Nini had to cover their ears with their hands. The main character yelled to Endal that was enough. He could stop already. Endal waved his red tail and exhaled. Then he turned to Ribosa, asking if it was their turn, which frightened the bishop even more. Riley crunched his fingers and stretched a little. He walked forward with the mighty Endal treading behind him, the lad's eyes burning as if he too was a dragon. Ribosa started shaking again in panic terror. Now he was also cursing loudly. Euryalus didn't think to lag behind. He had already started screaming about what ungrateful freaks everyone was when something slithered over him. A lot of blood spurted from the mage's body. Euryalus bent down. He was shocked, and the one who had injured him was Riley. He looked at him haughtily and told him to stop making a big deal out of himself here. He had died a long time ago. He swung his nimble cold weapon again, saying there was more to it. Then he cut the dark mage Astrois' body in half. Euryalus and Astrois' body was horrified, and Riley finally agreed that it was something Euryalus had to pay for. His body had indeed been cut into two pieces. The mage fell to the ground with a clatter. He was already starting to beg for something, and Riley was not at all eager to listen to him. He stretched his arm forward and assured him that he would not let him die so easily. Magic began to swirl around his hand. A golden magic field formed around Euryalus. Riley said that was why he should wait. Ribosa had already completely lost his mind. He was watching this and slowly began to chuckle. Riley turned his attention to him and asked what they were balking at, warning him that he was going the same way. Now the bishop was laughing furiously. He even had to bend down. He asked if Riley thought he could stop them with that. The protagonist knew very well that Ribosa was a bad guy, so his words alerted him. He mentally called the bishop an asshole, and wondered if they still had a trump card up their sleeve. Riley turned to the bishop, told him he was going to ask him something before he killed him, asked what prayer they kept talking about, what it was and where they got the dragon corpse from. Ribosa was silent. Rady kept talking, his mouth still open. He said he still wanted to ask about the afterlife, asked for a clear explanation of what it even meant, but Ribosa remained stubbornly silent. However, after not much time at all, he cracked a smile and chuckled, clearly pleased that the aristocrat was finally interested in their prayer. At first Ribosa was silent, but then he broke out into a smug smile again and said something about the nobleman finally taking an interest in their prayer. It wasn't clear why, but it visibly pleased the bishop. Euryalus couldn't help himself and shouted that they would collect people's souls and open the door to the underworld. Rebosa was extremely shocked. He didn't expect such antics from the dark mage. The dark mage was cowardly with pain and frantic fear. He kept talking, told them that the dragon's body had been given to them by that man. Rebosa was literally horrified. He grimaced at all the wrinkles on his elderly face and shouted, asking Euryalus why the fuck he had blabbed everything. Now, all he wanted to do was gag his left hand. Riley completely ignored Rebosa's screams. He asked the dark mage what they meant by underworld. Euryalus was about to start talking. He realized there was no turning back. However, he was interrupted by something terrible. Nightmarish blisters began to grow on his face. His veins looked as if they were about to burst. His skin was bursting. Euryalus himself did not realize what was happening. He groaned in pain and begged not to, Riley staring at the dark mage in incomprehension. Eventually poor Euryalus was torn apart from the inside out, blood splattering all around, coloring everything a bright red hue. Even the main character got some on his cheek, the likes of which he hadn't seen in any of his life. The swordsman was shocked and Rebosa called Euryalus a brainless idiot. The bishop was a clear fan of killing his allies. Now Rebosa was not only angry at Riley and the other nobles. The dead Euryalus irritated him no less. The bishop asked himself how he had dared to speak of their prayer to an outsider, shouted that he should have blown up his stupid head earlier, and now the bishop was calling the dark magician himself an ungrateful idiot. Then Riley asked what they were hiding there so thoroughly that they even had a comrade killed. It actually amazed the swordsman. However, he then said he didn't care and therefore if Rebosa didn't want to talk, he could continue to keep quiet. Riley swung his cold weapon, saying he would die by his hand anyway. Now he swung it, the sword cutting the air swiftly. Suddenly, someone yelled for Riley to stop, and a protective field appeared in front of Rebosa, which was actually what Riley's weapon had hit. The protagonist was an extremely strong swordsman, and so the protective barrier was covered with small cracks. Now he could be easily seen. His appearance startled Riley. It was a white-haired elf girl. She held an outstretched hand with magic in front of her. The girl was proud and kept her head held high. She explained to the protagonist that this man's body should be preserved. Riley wasn't exactly happy to see the elf here, though he could sense that she had a familiar energy. He said, which meant she was a dragon. The girl replied that yes, she did. She went ahead and said it was a pleasure to meet Mr. Riley. Told that she had heard a lot about him from Endall. The girl had incredibly beautiful, blue eyes. She introduced herself as Isiltur, the head of the dragons. She notified Mr. Riley that they were on a mission to keep the balance and control the wheel of fate. Rebosa sat inside the protective barrier and listened intently to her words. She kept saying that they had to keep this man's body alive. Riley thought about keeping his balance, then wondered if that was why she'd stopped him. Isiltur replied that yes, that's right. She said that it was never too late to take him out. It was more logical to get the information out of him first, so she was about to say something else, but the protagonist interrupted her by saying that he didn't want to. Now it was his turn to explain. He revealed that Rebosa had resurrected the goat he had recently killed and therefore why should he let him get away with it? Isiltur replied that if Riley killed him now then yes, things would be peaceful for the next 100 years. However, she couldn't guarantee that things would be fine afterwards. She said to think about the future of humanity and save this man. Riley smiled and asked in 100 years whether. The girl said that yes, she told him that it had happened in the past, so this time they wanted to stop it from happening again in the distant future. Riley grimaced as if he'd eaten a spoonful of mustard. He without further ado attacked the protective barrier the bishop was in. Isiltur didn't expect this. She stretched out her arms and began to reinforce it. The protagonist reasoned aloud, saying that since it was 100 years from now, let those people in 100 years deal with it, and he would live peacefully, his sword cutting the barrier through. Isiltur looked at Riley and thought about the fact that he looked like an ordinary person, but the amount of mana was too much for an ordinary guy. She knew she had to stop him before he broke the barrier completely. The girl raised one hand up as if the magic chains were spinning. She didn't want to attack him, so she shouted that she was asking him to lower his sword for the sake of the future. Then chains bound Riley, binding his hands and feet. Isiltur assured him that it would only give him a fleeting respite, but it wouldn't stop him. Riley wasn't at all pleased with the turn of events. He said through gritted teeth as she apparently decided to bump it to the last man. The protagonist activated his red mana, his energy resisting the energy of the girl's chains. All the air in the immediate area turned red. Isiltur stared at the Lord's body in shock. Riley's sword began to cut Isiltur's magical chains. He was saying he didn't want to worry about anything else. When he was done with them, he finally turned back to the girl and said he was just trivially exhausted. Isildur did not wish for what was happening in reality. She shouted at the swordsman to think and stop. The elfess was very nervous, but realizing his strength, she could not approach him. Riley had already swung at the barrier a second time, his eyes burning murderously red like the epaulets kind, and the girl was screaming at him not to do it, that he didn't need to. Someone turned to Revosa, saying they were disappointed in him for waking him up too early. This someone had a frightening and wide smile. Something long and black knocked poor frightened Isildur off her feet, hitting her back hard. The girl yelped in pain. That something was reaching out with its hand towards Riley. Riley was scared now too, though more likely just hadn't realized what exactly was going on yet. However, despite the misunderstanding and lack of information, he still managed to fight off the monster's hand. This hand was the size of the already tall Riley himself, the protagonist asking the hand what else it was. The hand was not only large, but also strong, the strong and nimble sort of the third son. Now, under the pressure of the hand, was ready to just about crack into small pieces. As it happened, the sword broke in two. Now Riley was left without his main weapon. That hand swept through Riley and grasped Bishop Revosu firmly, tentatively pulling him out of the protective barrier. A limb was sticking out of the portal. She was intent on taking Bishop with her inside, to the other side. Riley immediately realized that the hand was running away with Revosa. He rushed towards them, asking Bishop where he was going. Suddenly, some silhouette of a man with that very intimidating smile appeared in front of Riley. He sat relaxed right in front of the protagonist's nose, smiling and asking if this someone asked Riley is he still hanging around here and there because of what he did in his past life. His words shocked the third son. Back in the past, he interjected. Unknown said that yes, it was just amazing. It kind of rewound time back to that world where Riley was Beck, or just a savior. The unknown man said that thanks to him, he had observed a very entertaining sight. Well, in return, he promised to give him a small gift. His purple embossed fist raced forward, then at an angle, and then he hit Riley extremely hard, so that Trot didn't even have time to realize anything. Blood spurted from Riley's mouth. He had to cough some out. The blow was incredibly strong. Riley felt like he was completely out of mana and being spun around at will. Either Revosu or the protagonist had already been sucked into the portal when Isildur wrapped her magical chains around his arm. Suddenly, Endal came running out from around the corner. He was rushing towards the girl, asking if she was alright. The girl didn't have time to answer him. All she could think about now was that she shouldn't let them go. Unexpectedly for Isildur, Nini joined them. She activated her dark mana. John Doe's fist was really big, but that was all they had time to notice, for then the portal closed. Nini wondered if they had disappeared. Isildur fell into Endal's arms. She had worked up quite a sweat. Endal asked Nini if she had managed to time where they had gone. The girl replied that she was looking for them now. She was indeed concentrating to the point of horror. She opened her white eye a little. Suddenly, Nini felt as if it had hit her. She had clearly seen something. She was so much surprised because she saw the road there, the cars, all of it completely unfamiliar to her. However, she also realized that all these tall mirrored structures, this whole place looked like something that appeared to Mr. Riley in his nightmares. But then she realized that no, it didn't look like that. It was exactly the same. A black silhouette of a man flying among the tall houses. She opened her white eye a little. Suddenly, Nini felt as if it had hit her. She had clearly seen something. She was so much surprised because she saw the road there, the cars, all of it completely unfamiliar to her. However, she also realized that all these tall mirrored structures, this whole place looked like something that appeared to Mr. Riley in his nightmares. But then she realized that no, it didn't look like that. It was exactly the same. A black silhouette of a man flying among the tall houses. Now, Nini found herself in that very environment, that world. All around were tall glass houses, paved roads and planted trees. School children, students and office workers walked the streets of a city unfamiliar to the girl. Nini was at a loss to understand. He wondered why she sees this place every time. She thought about this underworld and the master's strange dream. She realized that the master was hiding something from them. Nini stood on the road zebra and in front of her was the silhouette of a man in a cloak, the silhouette of Beck. She looked straight at him. One thought frightened her. Riley came out of the hole where he was thrown by the fist of the unknown. He was rubbing his neck and complaining about his poor head. He was already calling the bastard, but then he realized that he was not here and asked where he went. The main character had a lot of abrasions. Endal hugged Isiltur. He laughed and asked if the young gentleman was still alive. He said that his skull must be strong, probably because it was empty. He was amused by these words, but neither Isiltur nor Riley liked them. The swordsman asked who he was calling empty-headed. He said he wanted to sew Endal's mouth shut. Riley still managed to pull himself together. He said they had gotten past that. Then he turned to Nini, asking if she had found those types. The girl remained silent. Then she abruptly grabbed Riley's hand and said she had something to tell him. Nini looked flustered. The guy looked at her intently, and she told him that once in his dream, she had seen amazing things. She told me about the strange black-wheeled carts. She talked about cars, but she didn't have the slightest idea what they were. About the buildings above the magic tower, the residences and offices of the modern world, and of the land covered with black gravel. Also about people fighting monsters she had seen for the first time in her life. They were scary, red, had horns, demons. Nini said it looked too real for a normal dream, and indeed, she distinctly remembered a guy crying. The girl said she decided to figure out that man with the black hand and saw the very world from his dreams. Finally she loosened her grip and released his hand and said she didn't think it was just a coincidence. She was asking the Lord to tell her. She said he'd been there before, hadn't she? She asked him if he knew what the place was. Riley was extremely shocked. He was terrified of what the girl had said, that she could guess everything. Now Nini was saying that he came from another world. After those words Riley himself couldn't help himself and grabbed the girl's hand tightly, calling out to her. He lowered his head and said he was ordering her to erase everything she had just seen from her memory. Nini was surprised at her master's words. The girl turned to the gentleman in a trembling voice. Someone in a red cloak was listening to their conversation from afar. That someone's gone. He stepped closer and closer to the end of the corner and was ready to go out into the square. The man was holding a letter, a paper about the Munta, about the horrible atrocity that was committed by the fanatics of the Solia temple. It was said that a large number of corpses were found. Currently the fanatics were taken into custody and the healers were conducting an additional investigation. So, it turned out that the case of living corpses was committed by religious fanatics. All those who helped the victims of this incident are rewarded. Riley read the paper. He realized that, that's how they got out of it. Then he looked up from behind the paper and looked at someone. He looked at Nini, who was talking quite a bit about herself to Frisia. She said that was why she was feeling so much better. Saint said she was very happy for Nini, very worried about her. Ian was also sitting with them. He said that despite all of this, the temple on her face had apparently failed to extract. Nini smiled broadly at him and said she hadn't hoped for that, so it was okay. Riley stared at the trio callously and coldly. Absolutely nothing pleased him right now. Suddenly, Endal came up behind the protagonist and called his name right in his ear, shouting, asking if he could even hear what he was saying. Endal seemed angry and Riley jumped up on the spot in surprise. Riley still couldn't quite come to his senses, but he asked what he had said. He thought he was going to have a seizure. Endal laughed and playfully asked why he wasn't listening to him, calling him princess, telling him to come to his senses, because it had to do with Nini's illness. Riley asked what he meant by illness. Hadn't they cured it? Endal turned away grudgingly and crossed his arms and replied that they had only made her life easier with magic, but that wasn't enough. Told that they removed all the magic circles she had and he taught her everything all over again the way dragons do. He said he felt like he had to remove all the rot from the inside, and so she really did feel better when they got rid of the debris. Unfortunately, he also said that it wasn't the biggest problem. He pointed his finger at the closed eye and said that right there, that's where the problem is. Riley immediately realized he was talking about Nini's right eye. Endal explained that if they were all inside, it was as if they had been washed with fresh energy. You can't do that with the eye. If you draw parallels, it's like a huge number of threads from different tangles that are tangled and rotting. And if they suddenly do something wrong with those threads, not only will Nini not be cured, but she might even die. Because as long as she's human, she won't be able to take it. But let's just say that if she could be reborn into someone more resistant to the strain, she could survive. It's just that, Riley realizes, this isn't a world where you can put a prosthetic arm in place of a severed arm. Riley was freaked out and stressed out by all of this and asked what she was supposed to be reborn into, and how is that even possible? Endal replied, she must give up her human shell. He revealed that the two of them thought that his consent was needed here, since she was his servant. Endal asked the protagonist if that was true, adding that whether she dies or is reborn is up to Riley. The third son blurted out a bit. He put his head down and asked what would happen if she gave up her human shell. He was actually interested in that. Then Endal snapped his fingers and a small but strong fire appeared. He said it was better to see for yourself. Eyes emerged from the fire. This someone greeted Mr. Riley. In fact, it turned out not to be a scary beast or creature at all, just a small and cute fire fairy. She smiled and said she was a deuce serving the red dragon. Her name was Heliona. She was circling above Riley's head and the latter was greatly surprised to see the fairy. Endall finally replied that if Nini was reborn she would become a creature like this. She would be an artificially created spirit. He added that although his Heliona was originally a spirit, Heliona twirled around Riley, laying down on his hair. The fairy was like weightless. She said it meant he was the right Mr. Riley. Here of course Nini gives, said he didn't look particularly handsome and therefore she didn't understand at all what Nini saw in him. Told him she thought she would look more sweet and friendly. Riley didn't like what she was saying at all. He tried to squeeze her in his hand, but she seemed to blurt out, though she cried out and covered her face with her hands. Then she hurriedly hid behind the back of her master. Endall. The dragon told Riley that he couldn't catch her because she wasn't material. Riley interjected about her not being material. Endall said it was a peculiarity of such spirits. Then he realized that if he started to tell now it would take forever. He swore. Heliona was now sitting on his shoulder and stroking his cheek. She was asking what was there, asking him to tell. She repeated it many times, begging, pleading. Eventually she nudged even Endall himself. The latter kicked this intangible creature and yelled for her to slam her mitten down. The fairy screamed loudly and flew somewhere far away. Now she was hiding behind Nini's back. The girl looked cheerful. Endall was shouting after her that she pissed him off and that if she wasn't the daughter of the Spirit King, he would have her. Finally he turned his attention back to the protagonist, sat down at his desk and asked if he understood what the whole thing was about, saying that these little gnats retain all the human memories and advantages when they were reborn. Riley, judging by Helion, asked if Endall was sure there was anything good left. He doubted it very much. Endall replied that well, actually, they had flaws too. Told that in order to preserve their essence, mana must constantly circulate in them and artificial spirits need to avoid ordinary spirits because those spirits dislike them. Then he still told the swordsman not to worry, pointing his finger at him and said that he shouldn't worry about mana either. Oh, and if Nini is with a high-class spirit like Heliona, no problems with pure-blood spirits would threaten her. Riley asked if that was true. Endall didn't answer anything, but the protagonist still said that, then, it would be nice. He seemed indifferent and leering at his maid. Dragon slapped the table and said noted. He was about to leave and Rilia asked where he was going. Endall replied that he was going west for a while. He thought something suspicious was going on there. Heliona asked the host if he was leaving already. He told her that he was, and she would stay with Nini because they had been given the go-ahead. For some unknown reason, Heliona was very happy about it. But Riley didn't like the news about the fairy very much, so he asked his friend to wait and asked what he meant. Endall simply replied that they were just discussing it. Riley was horrified that it wasn't a dragon that was conducting the whole thing. Endall asked why he had to do it himself, said it was his turn to go on stage, called him a friend pie. The protagonist did not like this news. He asked why he had to do it with an extremely displeased face that reflected the depth of his indignation. Endall replied that he was her mentor and Riley her master, smiling slightly. After saying that Heliona would give him the rest of the details, the doors slammed shut behind him and he withdrew. Heliona sat on young Mr. Riley's head again. She tried to mimic his mood by saying she just had no words. Two men were walking through a wide sandy desert, over mountains of sand. One asked if it was true, if he had seen him. The other replied that he had, told that he had taken possession of the tour and ruled over it. Two people were in black cloaks. The first said that, it turns out, that's why he couldn't come to the meeting last time. Asked how he was able to catch the dragon. After all, he is only a man. The other said that the first one is right. Of course, that a man to control the dragon is too much. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon. The golden sands were getting even more golden. Ahead of the two people, there was a view of a very frightening area in front of them. There were dried bones, the remains of someone. There was also dark purple mana swirling around. One said, but if it's related to what he's thinking about, that makes all the difference. Saying that this time, these things must be caught. It was the red dragon Endall. He looked terribly serious. He wasn't wearing his usual wide smile. St. Frisia screamed insistently and asked them to take her with them. Riley calmly and callously replied that he didn't want to. Frisia turned on her cute function of charming the people around her and in a squeaky voice asked again. She said she was asking for him. She had to hide her identity now because Solia's temple had fallen. She was pushing so hard for pity. The protagonist, calling her his sweetheart, replied that it was her problem, asking why he had to solve it. Ian fell for her provocations. He asked the young lord to help her for once. Nara kept up with the mercenary hero. She supported him and told him that Frisia was the saint of Solia after all. Riley told them that she'd been blowing smoke up her ass her whole life in that temple, saying that first she needed to realize that no one was going to follow her whims unquestioningly. His words actually upsetting the saint nightmarishly. Riley kept on insulting her, asking where they had seen a girl of that age acting like a spoiled little child. He didn't wait for an answer, because he had said that there she was. His words were pointing like arrows at Frisia. The poor girl was already shaking with sadness. It seemed she was about to fall into hysterics. Suddenly, out of the blue, Riley screamed for them to excuse her. The main character was shocked by her scream. The girl through tears cried out that yes, she was a spoiled little child. That was why her temple had fallen. Even her subjects could not protect her. Yes, if they had helped her even a little, as the revelation foretold, she would not be in this position. She said that in general, she also thought about it a lot. She said that it was fine. She would survive on her own, without food and water. She would go wherever she wanted, but she knew how to push pity really well. But Nara fell for it. She immediately ran to Frisia and asked if she was okay. She said that she knew what kind of lord they had. He said whatever he wanted to say. She asked her not to worry so much. Now Nini joined in. She along with Jan looked at the sane Riley with such a murderous look that even he felt uncomfortable. They asked the Lord how he could bring the saint to tears. Riley didn't know what to say. He tried to string a few words together, but it was all in vain. Sweat of humiliation, fear and frustration ran down his face. In the end he simply had to agree. He said they would take her with them. At last their carriage arrived at the estate of the Ippolit family. It was night, but the bright house stood out strongly against the darkness. The protagonist stepped out of the transport with Nara. They stood shrouded in moonlight. Riley asked the red-haired girl if she had done his bidding. Nara scratched the back of her head and answered a little uncertainly that yes, she had done exactly as he said. Riley was quite satisfied with her answer. Soon everyone else was out of the wagon, and Riley closed his eyes. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Now he was thinking that it was time to hear his father's final decision. Now the third son was walking down the long hallway. On the red luxurious carpet, the brothers greeted Riley. The first son said he hoped his father would judge them fairly and appoint the right heir. Asked Lloyd if he was of the same opinion. Lloyd at first did not understand what was required of him, but then hastened to answer that he was. The first son said that Riley was no heir with his temper, said that all he did was hide behind Ian's back and do stupid things, and his brother's words were beginning to strain even Lloyd. Then the first one remembered what he had heard about his younger brother's maid. He said that she was back. He said he was glad she was back. Thank God she was healthy now. He even remembered to congratulate Riley on that. Riley smiled back and thanked him. He said if that was all he had to say he would go to the study. When Riley passed and was already beginning to distance himself from his brothers, the first looked at him as if he were not a blood brother, but his first enemy. Right after the main character left them, Lloyd turned to his brother. The latter asked what else. Lloyd replied that there was such a thing. Turns out when Riley was fighting the dark mage and Revosa, Lloyd managed to follow him. He was hiding around the corner. Back then he didn't know why Riley had come to Solia. He was intensely curious about it. He mentally turned to his brother, telling him that even though he told him to watch his every move, that didn't seem to matter at all now. He had seen The Walking Dead perfectly well then. Those poor mutilated inhuman people. It was what he saw that frightened him. That's when he heard someone's cry for help. He heard someone call out to someone else, ordering them to point their sword at the enemy in the name of protecting the Great Sali. As Lloyd sank deeper and deeper into those nightmarish memories, he was really sad. It was unlikely that anyone would want to see such a thing even once more in his life. He never said anything to his brother, who, noticing his condition, asked him what was wrong. Lloyd closed his eyes and replied that no, nothing like that. Count Stein was sitting in his study when his sons came in. He finally said that they had all done a good job, saying that thanks to them, their staggered Solia was able to stand firmly on her feet. First of all he turned to Lion, the eldest son. Lion was very proud of himself and his father kept saying that he knew he had helped people from many villages, that he had even gone to villages he had not even mentioned. Stein thought this was commendable. A satisfied Lion thanked his father. Now the Earl of Ippolit turned to Lloyd. The second son was not at all as satisfied. Confident and calm as his elder brother, he seemed sad. His father told him that he had made a huge contribution to saving Solia, said that he had done well. Lloyd bowed, thanked him, but said that it seemed to him that it was not so, and therefore should not talk about it like that. Then Lion and suspected something wrong. He was surprised by his brother's behavior. In fact, Lloyd was just keenly aware that it wasn't him who saved Solia, but Riley and his team. Finally, the father turned to his third son, Riley. He took a particularly long pause. Riley was even starting to get nervous by now. However, despite the extended "you," his father suggested not to talk about it. Lion was overjoyed. He was about to celebrate the fact that in this battle for the heir's name, he had won. Stein struck his fist on the table to get his sons out of their thoughts and to draw attention to himself. He promised to announce the heir in 2 days, according to the results of the competition. He said that during that time he asked them to behave with dignity, without any quarrels among themselves. That was it. The guys walked out of the office. Riley walked in front, followed by Lloyd, and somewhere behind him Lion. Lloyd called out to Riley. He was a little surprised. Lloyd looked questioningly at his brother and remained silent. Then Riley said that if his brother had nothing to say, then he was off. Lion came up to Lloyd. He asked what happened. Did he swallow his tongue? He said that Lloyd didn't look like himself today. Lloyd himself said only, "That's how." Then he stuck his hands in his pockets and replied that he was fine. The sky was engulfed in dark pre-threat clouds. The previously yellow leaves have dried up and almost everyone has already fallen to the ground. Ipolid Manor sank in the darkness of the fall day, the wind rustling the last leaves on the tree branches. Finally, 2 days later the sun came out. Ipolid Manor had regained its usual bright appearance. The white carriage stood prepared. The horses were already in place. The noblemen were getting out of the visiting carriages. Servants were helping them down. The girls were discussing something. A meaningful evening had begun at the manor. The sun was already beginning to lower, the sky colored in warm, red and pink hues. Outside were pre-arranged tables full of flowers and neat candles, covered with white tablecloths. At last evening came. There was no trace of the sun in the sky, though now the sky was clear. One could see bright stars and the moon. The aristocrats were culturally drinking and talking merrily about something. The estate's yard really was decorated perfectly. Everything was so evocative and glowing. Riley was sitting on one of the blue roofs of the house. He watched it all from above, behind the cheerful young people. He didn't seem as happy as the guests. The protagonist immersed in his own thoughts. Riley remembered the unknown man's words, his question about whether he was still hanging around because of what he had done in his past life. It made the swordsman very angry. He mentally asked the man if he thought he was remembering those times because he wanted to. A long time ago, a thought had settled in his mind. He thought it was better that he was born as a normal human being, without any memories. He wondered about the outstanding sword skills, the huge amount of mana. All these questions were of interest to people who saw Riley in his work, but the poor guy didn't give a shit about all these skills. They oppressed him. He was carrying this cross for the second life, and everything seemed to be in vain. After all, the entire road the protagonist has ever traveled is strewn with corpses. It's like Riley could feel the warehouse behind him, a dumping ground of skulls. He never wants to remember it again. Then he remembered Nine's question that he had been to that world before, hadn't he? He knew what that place was like. On reflection, Realty thought, it wasn't surprising that she'd figured it out so quickly. He was forever telling them about him as if he was dreaming it all. He desperately wanted to forget, but he kept talking about him. Now the protagonist blamed himself terribly for blabbing everything with a smile to his ears, and now he suddenly gave the back of his hand. He thought he was a fool. Suddenly, Nine was beside him. She called out loudly to Mr. Riley, shouting right in his ear. Riley didn't actually feel the way she came and therefore was greatly surprised. He asked Nine how she had gotten here, if she had used her eye, and he had told her not to use it. She said she had not. She said she had thought of where it might be and found it. She shouted that it was true and asked him to take her word for it. Riley agreed. In fact, he just wanted her to calm down and stop screaming. He was deep in thought again. As he thought about all this, he looked extremely sad. Nine saw all this and was therefore puzzled by his mood. She looked at the Lord silently. She asked if he wanted her to lend him her lap. After a while, they were still sitting on the blue roof as well, only now Riley was lying on the girl's lap. Riley asked Nine if she wasn't worried at all. The girl asked what he meant. Then he explained that he was talking about her giving up her human shell and becoming an artificial spirit. After his words, she snapped her fingers and an apple shrouded in dark energy appeared right above her hand. She told him that there was actually something she was worried about. She said that if she became a spirit, she was afraid that the Lord wouldn't want to be around her anymore. The girl peeled the apple with her magic and said that she was calmed down now. explained that it was because he let her stay with him even if she wasn't human. It really made the girl very happy and weakened, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She smiled broadly and held out the apple to the gentleman, begging his pardon and saying that it was for returning the apple to him so late. The apple ended up in the hands of the protagonist. Then he turned to Nini. He asked her to take care of him next year too. They both watched the full moon paint the sky and the girl quietly agreed. Suddenly, people stopped having fun and chattering. They all started searching for something with their eyes, and were in complete incomprehension. It was because Count Stein and Mrs. Iris finally came out to them. Mrs. Iris, unlike her husband, smiled at the guests. People were shocked to see Count Stein in his current sickly state. The guests began to whisper among themselves. Someone said that they say that during the attack on the state borders he was seriously wounded. It seems to be true, apparently. For this reason he decided to choose an heir. They said that I could feel the tension hanging in the air, and the whole of Solia is worried now. Someone asked the others what they thought about the heir. Who would be the heir? Someone said that it was obvious that Mr. Lion would be the heir, because he was the eldest son, and he had made a lot of progress. But someone else said that the others didn't know. But after the rumors about Orly's eldest wife, he thought that Mr. Riley would be the heir, for he had kicked her out of the house. They said that it was also said that he had a maid, and she was a sixth circle mage. One of the people laughed and said that perhaps they were being given away somewhere. He wanted one too. The black-haired girl was listening to all this. She said that it was interesting. Someone asked this girl if she was amused. The aristocrat covered her face with a fan. She replied that yes, so, just asking. She stood alone, a little distant from the other guests. The girl said she was looking at the aristocrats, who could hardly be called aristocrats, scratching their tongues like the last scum. She called them jesters. For God's sake. This infuriated the aristocrats terribly. Many threw slanted glances at the girl, and two guys asked her in one voice what she had just said. Their argument was interrupted by Stein's address. He and Mrs. Iris were standing on the stage. The count told them that they had gathered them today to name an heir to the Ippolit family. Everyone began to converge closer to the stage. Finally Earl Stein smiled at them. He thanked the aristocrats for coming. The Earl had an envelope in his hand, probably with the heir's name on it. Stein said all three of his sons were trying to fulfill the task entrusted to them. Lion seemed confident and extremely smug, proud. The Earl of Ippolit also spoke to say that he wanted to say that they judged them fairly. Riley was a little indifferent to what was going on but joined the crowd and listened to the speech along with everyone else. Then the Earl decided to get to the main point. He started to say that the heir of the Ippolit family was becoming. He pulled a bit of intrigue and then finally announced them Lloyd Fina Ippolit. Lloyd at first didn't realize what had happened. He stood in a stupor. And then he asked, with an extremely strange expression on his face, if it was him. The aristocrats that stood around him began to slowly disperse. Lloyd asking why him, how come, shouting that it should not be him, but Riley's brother. Riley, meanwhile, clapped his hands and congratulated his little brother, wearing a genuine and wide smile. The other guests also had to start clapping, though they probably didn't even remember the name of the second son in their discussions about the heir to the family. Mrs. Iris smiled and applauded Lloyd as well. Soon Lloyd began to climb the red stairs to the top, people congratulating Mr. Lloyd, his father smiling at him as he waited at the top. When he got up, the father asked his son until when he was going to keep the guests waiting. Loud applause resounded in the courtyard of Ippolit Manor. A shocked Lloyd stood beside his father. Stein started to say what he thought. There are many who don't understand why they made such a choice. Lion was one of them. He was standing downstairs with his eyes wide open. He really didn't understand how it was. Stein said they would reveal the reason for their decision. A luxuriously sharp sword flashed in front of the guests. The aristocrats understood everything. They asked if Mr. Lloyd, the metal Lion, already had no words. He just silently opened his mouth. Watching all this, Count Ippolita held a sword in his hand and said that a terrible incident had recently occurred in the capital. This sword was given to him for taking an active part in solving it. People began to say to each other that they seemed to have heard something about it. Someone asked the others if they remembered the rumor that a brave mercenary fighter from a noble family had helped put down a rebellion of fanatics along with everyone else. They didn't think it was Mr. Lloyd at all. It made Lion terribly angry, the veins in his face bulging, and he clenched his teeth as hard as he had ever clenched them before. The Earl handed his son the sword and praised him for doing a good job. It was as if Lloyd had no words. Someone inside asked the gentleman if he was okay. It was Ian and Riley. Riley replied that yes, it was fine, but Ian here was being quieter than usual. Ian replied that he was just holding back. Then he still couldn't help himself and said that that sword was supposed to be given to the young lord. He asked if that was the case. Riley asked him in response, what was he saying? Hadn't he heard what his father had said? He said his brother saved people. That's why he got it. Ian agreed that was certainly true. The servant probably would have wanted to say something else, but Riley interrupted him. He turned to Ian and said he would say it again. He wasn't interested in the heir's place. On the contrary, he despised it. The whole thing was rather tedious. The protagonist started recounting all the duties that would be assigned to him, saying that you'd have to sign a bunch of useless paperwork. And also, there are times when you get summoned to Solia's palace. A game of peekaboo with the aristocrats. He seemed tired of just talking about it, and finally said that once he imagined it, it would make him dizzy. The swordsman put his hand up and said that his mother knew his opinion, so she applauded Lloyd. Ian said that even so Riley was the first to applaud. He asked if that wasn't true. Riley said that he was just supporting him. He asked Ian if he was going to be so intent on every little thing. Riley rounded the corner and, abruptly and unexpectedly, heard a loud why. It was Lion. He intercepted his father and asked why they had chosen Lloyd and not him. Stein calmly asked him to keep his voice down as there were still guests in the house. Lion kept yelling, asking for answers as to why not him, saying he just didn't understand. Stein repeated that as he had said Lloyd was honored for fighting in Solia. Lion hurriedly interrupted his father. He said that's why he didn't understand, asked if he hadn't perfectly fulfilled all the conditions of the contest, shouting that he had saved many more villages than him. Already quieter, he said that if he was not to be the heir, then it meant that all his labors were in vain. Stein addressed his son by name. He asked didn't he know what their difference with Lloyd was. Lion pissed. Stein talked about the availability of awards, on mastering the art of the sword, about the number of people saved. He said that when choosing, he did not look at these criteria, and on their personalities. Lion couldn't stop being angry. Father told me that it was important to him that his successor had a pure and good heart, saying that Lion himself had just said that if he didn't become the heir, it was all for nothing, meaning that his goal during the competition wasn't to save people, but to be the heir. That was the only thing Lion was raising his sword for. Lion was shocked. He had no words. Earl Ippolita said he spoke with Lloyd yesterday before publicly announcing the result of the selection. He remembered asking his middle son about if he said it was Riley's sword. He had a sword in his hand. Lloyd said yes, telling him that he himself had gone to Solia only because of Riley. Stein then said that Lloyd had fought bravely too, asked if that was true, to which Lloyd calmly replied that no, it was all just because of Riley, explained that that was why Riley should be the heir and not him. The Earl told this story to Lion. Then he summarized it by saying that he thought about choosing Lloyd again because he has a soft heart and is very caring. Lion was literally out of anger. He clenched his teeth and mentally called his younger brother an impudent person. Stein saw the horrified, twisted expression on his eldest son's face. He told him to look at himself, asked if he was blaming Lloyd for everything now. His father didn't wait for an answer. He answered himself, explained that this was the difference between him and Lloyd. All his words about Lloyd drove Lion further and further into a rage. Suddenly, his rage reached the point where he drew his sword and reiterated that he didn't understand. His eyes glowing with pain and despair, he threw himself at his own father, screaming that he couldn't take it. Watching all of this from around the corner, Riley and Jan were literally shocked. They didn't expect this at all from their first son, especially Jan. Ian was about to yell for the Count to take it when he was distracted by the abrupt disappearance of his own sword. Then Riley warned Ian that he would borrow the thing from him for a while. The main character swung and threw Yang's sword with great force. The sword in the sheath swiftly cut through the air. This was sure to get Lion's attention as well. A packed sword swept near his head, and the guy himself was only interested in where it had come from. It was the sword that repelled the attack on Count Ippolit. Stein didn't know what was going on. However, he is sure of one thing. This man crossed the line. By this man he meant his firstborn son, Lion. He punched him in the solar plexus with his fist. This briefly cut off the heir to the mind-lost Lion. Stein told his son how disappointed he was in him, said that if Lloyd had been in his place, he would not have behaved in such a way. All these comparisons finally finished the already unhappy Lion. The evil father grabbed his son's head horribly hard and ordered the black sword to show his face. He also told Lion that he had only practiced for nothing. Now he would have to see what he had turned into. Right after those words, something big fell from the ceiling and collapsed right on top of them. A black palm restrained Lion's face. The lad seemed to be in terrible agony. Finally, the air around them calmed down a bit. Lion found the strength to take control of his body. He still couldn't get up, but Earl Stein stood confidently on his own too. He looked at his crying son and told him to choose. Either he dies here and now or he kicks him out of the house. Stein had never been a fan of indulgences and favors. A nightmarishly sad and saddened Lion rose to his feet. He reprimanded himself and quietly asked what he had done wrong. He had no energy for anything anymore. Lion didn't say anything to his father. He was getting farther and farther away down the long hallway and muttering to himself that he was doing everything for his family. When Lion left, Ian approached Stein and asked if he was alright. The Count was a bit surprised to see the mercenary hero here. He asked if he had just been the one to protect him by throwing his sword. Ian replied that yes, of course, yes. He said he thought the Count was in danger and here he was. Stein exhaled as if relieved. The black sword lay on the red carpet. In fact, looking at it, Stein was well aware that it wasn't Ian at all, but his prankster again. Riley walked down the red corridor. Looking around, he thought Ian would take care of the rest, but somehow he still felt uneasy. Then he turned his attention to something specific. It interested him. He looked at the black-haired girl in the white dress. She had previously covered herself with a fan, but now her beautiful face was clearly visible. Suddenly, this girl started looking around and almost panicking, asking where she was. The other aristocrat leaned over to her and replied that yes, and he actually didn't know either. Then the girl noticed Mr. Riley. It seemed the protagonist himself wasn't too happy about it. This girl seemed to glow as she ran to Riley. She apologized and explained that she was a little lost here. Asked if he could help her. Riley said he could. Asked what her problem was. The girl hesitated. She couldn't find the words. She said that there was such a thing. How to say what she was looking for. Riley couldn't stand it and asked if she saw the toilet. The stranger hurriedly answered that she didn't. Then Riley had no ideas. She said she wasn't in the bathroom. She couldn't say it straight. So Riley asked if she was looking for her room. The girl again said no, not a room. Riley said the living room was that way, but the girl again denied it. She said she was talking. The stranger paused again for a moment, and then with a sort of playfulness and lasciviousness told him that she was looking for Mr. Riley's room. The protagonist himself didn't understand why at all. He asked unknowingly, pointing a finger at himself. The girl was clearly very surprised. Plus, she felt a little embarrassed. She covered her mouth with her hand when she finally realized it was Mr. Riley. Then she bowed before him and said she was very pleased to meet him, telling him her name was Latrina Felicinian, a girl who doesn't show her nose at official events. It's not like she was ugly or terminally ill. Plus, there were rumors that the Duke's daughter would be getting married soon. Riley took a seat on the white couch and calmly asked her why she was looking for him, telling her that he'd heard she had a wedding coming up. The girl replied that of course she had received marriage proposals, but she had not yet found a man she liked with all her heart. She smiled broadly and explained that there had been a misunderstanding and that was why the rumors had been spread. At Mr. Riley's side sat his mother, Mistress Iris. She said that's how it was. Riley was thinking that apparently the other false rumors didn't work, so they decided to start a rumor about the wedding to match the Duke's position. Iris asked then why Latrina had come to them. Latrina answered that it was just the way things were, and said that she had received a letter from their family. And, besides, she had heard that the heir of the Ippolit family was to be chosen. And, of course, she had heard that Mr. Riley had received a medal. She was interested in it, and now she was here. She also asked about the fact that they said that Lloyd had also been honored. She thought it was a sword. Latrina said that such awards were given out if a person was badly wounded or had done a deed. She congratulated the Earl of Stein on that. The Earl of Ippolit was sitting there in the chair as well. Riley replied that it was bullshit and he didn't think she should have congratulated them in person at all. He said it out loud. Then his father stepped on Riley's foot, on purpose. He looked up at his father and noticed the angry look on his face. His forehead read that Riley was an important guest. Mrs. Iris mentally encouraged her son. She knew the character of her husband and child, and therefore understood the situation perfectly well. Then Rilia rubbed the back of his head. He didn't like the fact that his mother was in the same place. He said well then maybe she would tell him what she meant about the letter. He asked what the letter was from their family. Latrina calmly replied that it said something about a lookout. Riley looked at his father, who had his eyes closed, and knew at once who had the upper hand. Latrina moved a little forward and wondered if Mr. Riley might not like her. She was intimidated by the look on his face. In fact, Riley didn't like her at all, but he didn't dare say that. He just waved his hand and smiled and said it wasn't that, he just wasn't used to it. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. She told him that she thought he was mad at her for the awkward situation in the hallway. She clapped her hands and said that they say that the first impression of a person decides everything. She asked if he could give her another chance. Latrina assured that from now on he could just call her Rena. She said again that it was a pleasure to meet Mr. Riley. Riley also said that yes, he is Riley Ippolita and it was a pleasure to meet him. He was starting to get sick of it all. Nini was seeing someone off. It's night outside. She's standing in the yard by the wagon. It was Mrs. Nara and Mrs. Frisia. Nara smiled at Nini and said that she couldn't stay in this house any longer. There was a limit to everything and she was actually a mercenary. Nini seemed very saddened by their departure. She asked where they were going now. She said it was just in case, just to let her know. St. Frisia replied that yesterday in a dream she saw the landscape of the western lands. She said she thought there was something there, so they decided to go there with Mrs. Nara. Nini was worried about Mrs. Frisia being okay. The girl replied that she would be fine, telling Nini that she probably knew herself that Mr. Riley really didn't like her being here. That's why she thought it would be best to leave. Nini said in a trembling voice that originally Mr. Riley and Mr. Yang were supposed to come out and see them off, but they had something to do. Nara waved her hands and assured Nini that no, it was fine, she didn't have to worry about it, assured her that they knew they were very busy. In fact, Nara suspected that they were just there talking to an important guest. Then Frisia asked Nini how she was. If she was alright, Nini herself interjected. She didn't realize at first what the saint meant. Before Nini could finish, Frisia said that the Lord was now at a viewing with the Duke's daughter. She asked if Nini didn't care. Her words startled Nara horribly. Frisia went on, saying that there was a chance that Riley would marry her, and Nini didn't know what to say, what words to use. Then she did reply that it was none of her business. Of course she was hurting inside. Nara looked at the girl with readable incomprehension, and Nini explained that the Lord would decide for himself. It had nothing to do with her. Saint said that everything stunk. She was a bit surprised by Nini's point of view. She also didn't forget to apologize for meddling in the wrong business. Nara waved her hand to Nini one last time, saying that they would probably go, asking her to say hi to the Lord. The wagon with the two girls drove off, and Nini remained there to see them off with a look. She was going over in her head what Frisia had said about the lookouts and so on. She felt a little sad. Then she still tried very hard to convince herself that everything was fine. Nini was like imagining Riley and some statuesque lady getting married in front of her. She decided she had enough on just being around him. Pink rose bushes bloomed softly in the yard. The sun was high in the sky and shining brightly. There Riley and Latrina sat at a table, the main character reading a book and the girl sipping her drink. Finally she turned to the gentleman, who only gave her a sidelong glance. Latrina asked him if it was true that he had never once picked up a sword. Riley coldly replied that yes. This sent poor Ian into shock. He couldn't keep his jaw set. Latrina didn't believe it at first. She said that she had been told that there wasn't a single person in Ippolit's family who didn't know how to handle a sword. Riley was getting terribly fed up with it all. He said that meant there was one after all. Here he was. Latrina may have tried to turn a blind eye to his attitude, but her servant had no intention of doing the same. He looked at the protagonist with marked disdain. Suddenly, Latrina seemed to light up. She cheerfully asked what about the medal, how he got the medal. She seemed actually intrigued by it. She calmly told him that she was very interested in the story. Riley just remained silent. Sometime later, he paid attention to her, apologized and said that it was just a very important episode. Latrina was not so positive. She laughed and said that he, therefore, likes to read. Ian felt lousy. He was mentally asking his master if he couldn't see the atmosphere here. He honestly thought that even a statue would have better skills. He knew that Riley didn't really like women, but not like this. Riley went back to reading, and Light Pina watched him intently. Her violet eyes seemed to understand him through and through. She called out to the gentleman again. The girl put a finger to her mouth and spread a flirtatious smile. She offered to guess what he was thinking right now, asked if he wanted it. In fact, Riley wasn't expected to answer. The girl just said that he was probably thinking about how much he hated the party and how much he wanted it to be over. She asked if that was true. Riley didn't understand what she was getting at. Then Latrina continued. She said that instead of reading, he'd rather rest now, because he hadn't been getting enough sleep lately. Riley was greatly surprised and even pulled away from his book when she told him that he was, in fact, plagued by the same nightmare. Then the main character asked her who she was. The girl laughed and asked if she had guessed. She was happy that he was finally paying attention to her. She also said that judging by his facial expression, she had hit him where it hurt, asking him not to be angry with her. Riley looked at his companion with wide open eyes. Latrina explained that it was because Mr. Riley had first pissed her off. The girl asked if he didn't think so himself. Riley still didn't answer her anything. Then she asked what he was talking about and then agreed that the flavor of this tea was simply divine. The main character couldn't come to his senses. He finally spoke. He asked her in a serious tone how she did it. Latrina, as if not understanding at all, asked what he was talking about. Riley simply replied that about the very thing she had done to him. Latrina asked what? The very thing. Now Rilia was starting to get angry. It was evident in his tone as he turned to the Duchess, the girl smiling broadly, asking if he was threatening her here, talking about how funny the gentleman's reaction was. She sipped her tea and talked about that lazy guy, that he had never held a sword in his hands, that there were a lot of bad rumors about him as well as about her. Ian thought about how he himself wouldn't have said that these rumors were bad. Latrina was telling him that the way she recognized his thoughts. Of course she would want to tell him about it. But she will not just do it, for she has a condition. Latrina pointed her hand at her guard, saying that if Mr. Riley was able to rub his nose in combat, she would tell him. The girl told him that several other guards from their duchy had fought him and they all lost. Riley looking at the extremely arrogant guy and asking if that was why he was walking around with his nose stuck up in the air. Latrina replied that here was the gentleman to bring him down from heaven to earth. She asked wouldn't it be great if he taught her guard a lesson, and if Mr. Riley got beaten she thought it would even be good for him. She shouted that anything that kills them makes them stronger. Eventually the girl leaned on the table with a caustic smile and asked what he thought. She said it was quite a tempting deal, wasn't it? Soon Latrina was standing in the red corridor with Hippolyte Stein. She said it seemed he was right. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear. On asked if the Count had said that Riley was hiding his power. Was that true? She told him that she had gotten on his nerves a little and confirmation of the Count's words didn't take long. This surprised Stein a little. He asked if it was true, if she could be mistaken, if she had imagined it at all. The girl smiled and looked directly at the Count. She remembered leaning on the table with a caustic smile and asking him what he thought. She said it was a pretty tempting deal, wasn't it? Then Riley seemed to lose his mind. His face twisted badly. He asked if she was saying that her guard had gotten cocky and was now looking down on everyone. He wondered if he had just gotten away with it. Now the guard was no longer liking it all either. He grabbed his sword and the veins on his forehead swelled badly. Noticing this, Yen moved forward and extended his hand in front of him. He ordered the guard to stop now, telling him not to dare to attack. Ian explained to him in a serious tone that he was on the territory of the Hippolyte family's estate, and therefore he should make a note that such unceremonious behavior would not be tolerated here. This all amused Latrina, and she intervened, telling Ian that he was so formidable in words, but in reality, she said that he also hoped to see the fight, and asked if it was not so, which confused Jan, for it was true. He had already imagined how he would cheer up the young master, what and when he would shout. A cold sweat began to roll down his body. He tried to assure the gentleman looking at him that he wasn't. However, Riley wasn't a fool either. Finally the girl said that since Mr. Riley didn't like the idea, there was nothing to be done, but she would have to tell the Count something. Riley asked what she was going to tell him. He didn't like the fact that he was acting like she was 5 years old. The girl just said something. Latrina decided to mock Riley, as if immersed in love. She added that she would tell him that he hadn't been sleeping at night lately, so he needed a spouse urgently. This shocked Riley, and the girl kept saying that she also seemed to have heard that Lady Iris really wanted grandchildren, even though she had no experience in the matter, but thought that if it was Mr. Riley, it would work out. Riley couldn't contain himself any longer. He was almost out of anger when Latrina asked if the Earl would be surprised if she told him about it. Then the main character had to stand up and ask Ian to be their second. Ian didn't realize what was required of him at first. Riley was in no mood at all to chew on anything. He just repeated for Ian to referee their fight. Now he stood opposite the haughty and proud guard. The protagonist decided that fine. So much stress had built up lately, he'd appreciate letting off steam this way. The guard looked at him as if he were a real adversary. Riley exhaled. He was well aware that the guard thought he would be scared if he continued to stare at him like that. The swordsman thought the guard was no match for him, because he is. He remembered how a saint from the city in a past life, with her hands up in the air, shouted at the top of her voice for a brave warrior to raise his sword for their salvation. How people reached out to Beck, shouted that he was a hero. the very word hero, now, in this life, made Riley indescribably nauseous, and he curled up and covered his mouth with his hand. Ian didn't understand what had happened to the master. Riley in turn apologized and said he wouldn't do it. This stunned the guard. He asked if the gentleman was joking, shouting that one gets rid of the habit of capriciousness in childhood. Apparently his parents did not deal with it in childhood. Riley, with his hand over his mouth, replied that he seemed to be sick just because of how disgusting the guard was, but he could fight in that state. Even the guard was already out of anger. He was very bold in speaking out against the master. He ran at Riley, yelling at him to shut up. However, to his surprise, a terribly strong energy began to pour from the protagonist. It was as if it was subsiding and restraining the guard. He didn't understand what had happened to his body, why it froze. Riley apologized for the inconvenience, but he feels really bad. He has to retire to the restroom. He went and a shocked Latrina jumped up from her seat and screamed, asking the gentleman to wait. She was stunned, asking how he did it. Riley asked what she was talking about. The girl hurriedly replied that she was talking about the energy he used to restrain her guard's movements. The protagonist pretended not to know what she was talking about. Then he smiled and, apologizing to her, said he didn't know what she was talking about. Latrina told the count all of this, and then said that she then looked at her guard's reaction and realized everything. Riley is definitely hiding his power. These words meant a lot to the Earl of Kin. The girl decided to tell Stein that Mr. Riley had disliked her because of his request, and she liked him, asked him if he knew how hurtful it was. The Earl apologized for it, said that she was more interested in Lloyd. Latrina replied that, of course, Mr. Lloyd was good enough. That's why the Earl had chosen him as his successor. But how to say? There was no spark in him, no heart. So as payment for the favor she's done, she has something to ask of the Earl. Stein said to tell her what she wants. The girl told him that the invitation to their banquet to celebrate the new year was originally to be given to the heir, but she wants the count to give it to someone else. Nini, along with Riley, sat on the white living room couch. Riley lay on her shoulder. The girl inquired how he was. Riley didn't answer anything. He blamed himself for flaring up for nothing, wasting so much energy, stopping that fool and wasting even more energy. Nini told herself that she had already heard from Ian what happened there. He said he was on a date with a lady. He was going to compete with her guard but suddenly changed his mind. Riley didn't really like the fact that the servant had already managed to blab everything. Nini asked the gentleman if it had anything to do with what she and he were talking about at the time, explaining that she just thought he had been suffering from his memories lately. Riley didn't want to talk about it, and so he asked her to stop, telling her there were more important things to do. He ordered Heliona to come out, and at the same second the fire fairy appeared in front of them. He winked and told the Lord that he had only been waiting for his call. He thought he would die of boredom. Riley told Nani that she should slowly prepare to become a spirit. Nani replied that yes, she did. She thought Riley wouldn't want to talk about it. Then he turned to Heliona and asked her to tell him how, where and when she did it. The fairy was inordinately happy to be relieved of her boredom. She shouted that she would certainly tell him. She told her that they should do it before next spring. Thanks to the measures her master had taken, it might even be possible before winter. But to meet a suitable spirit for Nini would need to be reborn in the spring. Heliona said it was the most ideal time before the butterflies started to appear. She thought it would be too late after that. Riley asked for a suitable spirit. The fairy explained that it was a spirit that would become a shell for Nini, said he could consider him a vessel. Then he talked about location, said it had to be a reserve. They had to go west. Riley said that the word west was very vague, and asked if he could elaborate. The fairy thought for a moment, and then said that it must be a place where the snow was falling and the rustle of black wings could be heard, a quiet place where a light song could be heard. Riley didn't understand anything at all. He doesn't like these romantic speeches. The fairy asked if she could repeat it again. Riley didn't manage to answer anything yet. When she started talking all over again, the main character interrupted her, saying that he didn't mean it. He asked what it meant. Heliona replied that it was the position of the vessel. It was the way they spoke the language of the spirits. It was how they felt. Riley asked her to speak human, for they didn't understand a damn thing. The fairy spread her arms and said that she was a spirit and there was nothing she could do about it. She looked at Mr. Riley and asked him not to make such a sour face, saying that the master had told the spirit everything beforehand, so he would wait for them there. The fairy flew up to Nini and hugged her, telling her that if it was a strong spirit, it would leave some kind of sign. The fairy disappeared and Riley asked Nini what she thought about it. The girl replied that she was preparing herself to stay by his side. She'd go for more than that. Riley thought deeply about it. He grew very sad and lowered his head, and Nini just stared at her master. Iona reappeared again. She told the Lord that she was curious about something too. Both Riley and Nini looked questioningly at the creature. Iona asked Riley if that girl from the garden was prettier than Nini. Nini was shocked by her question. Iona reappeared again. She flew up to Mr. Riley saying she was curious about something too. Both Riley and Nini looked at her questioningly. The fairy asked the Lord if that girl from the garden was prettier than Nini. Her question shocked her. She couldn't contain her emotions. The protagonist didn't understand her question either, and he felt a little embarrassed in front of Nini, so he asked Iona what she meant. Then Iona asked Riley to admit that that girl was SOSO. Nini was much better than her, asked if that was true. The fairy kept saying that in fact, she agreed with the master. She didn't even have time to finish when Nini caught her. The girl was all red with shame. She yelled to Helione that she was nothing but trouble. She said that she now understood why Mr. Endall kept reprimanding her. Nini jumped up from her seat and apologized to Mr. Riley and said that she would definitely give the fairy an educational talk. The protagonist was still in a state of confusion but asked the girl to wait. However, Nini just couldn't stand still. She flashed out of the room. Riley didn't even have time to say anything. He didn't understand the situation at all. It was a clear morning, the blue sky decorated with white clouds through which the sun broke through with ease. Lloyd was in his father's office with him. They both turned back. All because Riley walked in on them. He said they told him they were calling for him. Then Lloyd bowed to the head of the family and said that, in that case, he would go already. Stein agreed with him and said that the matter entrusted to him should be dealt with today or tomorrow. He said that if the second son delayed with it, he would only add work to himself. Lloyd obeyed. He and Riley crossed glances. Lloyd's face was somehow unusual, and so Riley looked at him questioningly. The main character asked if he had something on his face. Lloyd hesitated and then said no. It was just that Riley would be leaving soon. Thought at least to look at his face before he left. Riley didn't understand at all who was going to leave and where. Lloyd didn't answer his question, but sighed a little, saying that his older brother wasn't home. Now if Riley left too, he'd be all lonely. Then he hurriedly removed himself, saying no, nothing, it was fine, and Riley should forget about what he had just said, and he would go for now. The heavy front door of the office slamming shut behind him. Stain Ippolita asked Riley to take a seat for starters. Riley, settling into the prepared chair, asked why he'd called him. The Count held something out to him and said it was for him. There was a black envelope on the table. Riley immediately thought it was some kind of letter. The protagonist carefully unwrapped it. The paper read shocked the third son, his eyes going wide. Riley punched his fist capriciously on the table and threw the letter on the table and yelled that he wasn't going. His father replied that he thought he was, but still asked why. Riley simply replied that he was lazy. The letter was from the Felicinian family. They are inviting Mr. Riley Ippolit to a banquet to celebrate the new year. Hopefully he will grace them with his visit and have a nice glass of wine with him. All the details are described below. Riley asked his father why he would want to go there, saying it was obvious they would just be washing his bones. Then something occurred to him, and he asked his father if it was. Father was silent. The protagonist yelled that he wasn't going anywhere and wasn't interested. The father turned to his son. Riley wasn't too concerned about that, though, and he said that what they'd arranged was too sudden and inappropriate. He was actually angry and, slapping his hand on the table and raising himself up, yelled that they should have asked him first. The Count of Ippolit was amazed at this reaction from his son. Riley let out a curse and grabbed his head. It was either anger or shame. The Count was thinking about what an asshole his Riley was. It also struck him that he used to say he was lazy and just run away, but he had never been this angry. Stein then told Riley to calm down and listen to him. He said he had to ask him something. His father now looked extremely serious. He had a sword and a black sheath in his hands. His father wondered why he was hiding. Riley turned away and asked what he was hiding. The Count had told him there was no point in playing dumb. That Jan, Sarah and Iris were telling him everything. Father extended his hand forward towards the sword and said that this time, it was because Riley was the one with the black sword. He asked why his youngest son was hiding his incredible abilities. Riley was silent. He was quite taken aback by something. In fact, he was just mentally asking his father if he thought Riley himself would want to know this. Why he was born with this knowledge and memories. And why he can't even take a normal trip. Why does he only have more enemies? Why it all happened. Once in a past life, Beck was sitting alone in a burned-out field. Someone asked him what he had done. people were screaming that he was saying only he could do it, screaming for him to get up, that their children were dying, saying that if it wasn't for Beck nothing would have happened, asking what kind of hero she was, screaming that he wasn't a hero but a walking disaster, someone asking him not to die, to live, screaming for him to leave, who was asking him to save it, but there was also someone who said that if only Beck survived then maybe he could save the world after all. Some of the affected people pulled right up to Beck, their noses an inch apart, when he said that children had died because of a hero. Beck could no longer stand their cries that it was all because of him. Finally Riley came back to the present time. Here his father was telling him that this time he didn't just get the medal because he was lucky. He was there when the great mage almost plowed through an entire city. He asked if that was true. Riley was dousing himself with cold sweat. He quibbled over the medal he'd gotten. It seemed to him that those people from that nightmarish day in his past life were here now, that they were smiling at him, and his father had said they were, asking if he remembered showing her off himself when he brought her to Nine's house. Riley didn't seem to understand what his father was talking about. He was feeling really lousy. He wondered who Nine was, why he had brought her to the house, when, where, why. These strangers seemed to strangle him, called him a hero and told him not to worry about such trifles, that they needed him, that if it wasn't for Or, that they believed the hero, that only he could help them. They said, let them die because of him, it's no big deal. After all, he was a hero, he couldn't help it, but he survived. Let him keep his head up, because they would support him. Riley wanted to say something, but his thoughts interrupted him. They asked him what he was saying. They said he had taken responsibility. He was a hero. Was that all he was capable of? Someone said he was dead, but he wanted to live too. That he had asked the hero to save him. Asked why Beck had left him. Why? Why did he kill them? Riley felt like he was somewhere with dozens of corpses hanging upside down from the ceiling. Plus those corpses were hatching right at him. Every last one of them. Riley rose from his seat, covered his ears with his hands, and screamed at the top of his voice that he hadn't killed them. The main character had the most genuine hysteria. Panic, saying he didn't kill. Then he remembered how he had been asked, already as Mr. Riley, to say that he could kill him for all he cared. But his daughter, save his Orly, she has done badly. It is true, but he is sure she is a very kind girl. It was about 6 months ago when Mrs. Orly, the mother of Lloyd and Lion, made an attempt on Mrs. Iris. Then when Riley himself massacred her and her father, that he came to her defense. Then the blood of their kind was spilled, and only the pleas of a man were heard in the aftermath. Dad ran up to his Riley. He asked what he was talking about. What other murder? The main character finally pulled himself together a little bit and apologized to his father, saying he wasn't feeling well. It seems that he needs to rest for a while. Stein agreed with his son, said that his face is indeed pale. Let him go rest. The door to the study swung open. Riley walked toward her, and his father told his son one last time that he believed him. A little while later, when Riley had already withdrawn, Stein Ippolita remained standing in his office. The men stunned. He thought about Riley. His youngest son was the one he cared about the most. Stein reflected on the fact that today he rather wanted to give him some praise rather than present him with this invitation. Riley was depressed. The father was no better, worried about the fact that it appeared that his son was hiding something else from him. Niney, Ian and Sam Riley stood outside. The leaves on the trees were bright orange. Niney shouted to Mrs. Sarah that they were leaving soon. Sarah ran towards them with a lot of things on her shoulders. She asked to wait a minute. She was on her way. Ian asked her if she was going to move. Sarah finally reached. She replied that to properly escort the Lord, these things were simply necessary. Then she asked where the wagon was. Not finding it in the yard, she shouted that she should have a good check on the wheels and the condition of the horse. Riley replied that there was no need for a wagon because they would be traveling on foot. This shocked Sarah. She just stunned. Riley turned to find her, who understood without words. She activated her magic. There, on the purple magic field, a large black box appeared. Black energy poured out of him. When he was already standing confidently in his place, Niney pointed to it with her hand and said that there it was, the teleporter, explaining that this way they could go straight to the west. The maids were shocked and even frightened. They prayed to the god, asking what it was. What teleport? Talking about how it was not easy to make it, that it was very complicated magic. Riley said to hurry up and he would go first. Niney didn't expect him to be in such a hurry. She said it would be better for them to go together. However, Riley had just stepped inside before the girl could finish speaking. Then Niney came closer and told Miss Sarah and Miss In Young to come in right after her. She said that they should enter it very quickly because if the teleporter closes, it would take quite a long time to make another one. Yang asked if they needed to know anything else besides that. Nini said no. She said they would get a little dizzy, but nothing more, nothing dangerous. Sarah was scared. She asked if it was true. The maid tried to convince herself that the teleporter was reliable, because Nini had made it. Ian tried not to show it, but it was still obvious how scared he was. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Nini just smiled and held out her hand to them, asking if it was time to go. The snow-capped mountains, cold air and falling snow could be seen ahead. Sarah spotted someone behind her. She finally found Riley and Nini, but now only one was missing. Eon. Mistress Sarah asked where he was. Riley was indignant that he knew he was shaking with fear like an aspen leaf. The protagonist could even suggest that the old man didn't dare in the end. Nini replied that she didn't know what had happened, but he didn't seem to have gotten over it either. This scared Sarah terribly. She asked what to do now. Would she have to go back for him? Nini replied that it would be very difficult. She told her that to open another door she would have to wait about 2 weeks. Riley didn't want to be so ceremonious for so long. He moved forward. Sarah asked the gentleman where he was going alone again. Riley replied that they should continue on their way, as there was nothing more they could do, and they would try to contact him in the evening. Sarah finally exhaled and agreed that there really wasn't much that could be done about it. Mr. Yen was turning out to be a very cowardly man. Nini then asked Mistress Sarah why she suddenly decided to accompany them on their journey. Sarah replied that Mistress Iris had asked her to do so. She remembered how, while in Mistress's room, Iris had asked Sarah if she had heard the news that Riley was going west. The girl had said she had, telling her that yes, telling her that they said he was going with Mr. Ian. Mrs. Iris replied that maybe. She asked if Sarah could go with them too. She explained that Nini was not that experienced yet and Mr. Ian lacked organization and thoroughness. If Sarah went with them she would be at ease. For some reason during that conversation Mrs. Iris was standing with her back to the girl. Mistress' words surprised Sarah. She replied that she understood, asking if Mistress was really that worried about her son. Iris finally turned to her, answering that yes, she was worried, explaining that she thought he was still going through puberty like a teenager. Sarah told all of this to Nini and then summarized that this was why she went with them. Nini remained silent. Back at the manor, his mother asked Riley to remember to call them this time. She asked if he understood. His mistress kept reminding him how worried they were last time. Riley was embarrassed. He had to apologize again and explain that they had an emergency then. Iris replied that it was okay, telling him to just not make that mistake again from now on. She stroked her son's head. Mrs. Iris took his cheeks and told him that even if it suddenly happened that he would make a mistake again, he would have to muster up the courage to ask for help from someone. She'd said he shouldn't put everything on his shoulders. Riley remembered her words well. It's getting dark. Nini along with Sarah were sitting around a campfire. Sarah had a map in her hands. She asked if they were here somewhere now. Nini said yes. She said they had walked quite a ways. Sarah said they could stop by the Duchy of Felinian on the way, and it seemed so close to them on the map that Nini was surprised, not knowing it was anywhere near them. At first Sarah was glad that Mr. Riley had just received an invitation, but then she thought about the fact that he hadn't taken it, so it would be very difficult to get in. Sarah was upset that things had started off so well and now, but Nini was greatly saddened that that girl had also sent him an invitation. Nini didn't watch her hands and so while peeling potatoes, she cut herself and made a loud yelp. This scared Sarah. She took the girl's hand and told her to be careful. Sarah helped Nini bandage her wound. She wondered what she and her master would do if a pretty girl like Nini got hurt. Nini was greatly surprised by Mistress' words about her looks. She interjected whether she had called her a hottie. She said that if Sarah didn't think so, she shouldn't say that. It was fine. Sarah asked what she was talking about, saying that Nini was just beautiful. She explained that she fights with swords for Nini-san's sake, spreading seagulls, laundry and cooking. She asked how Nini could be ugly. Sarah was very sincere. Nini replied that, despite this, frankly speaking, her appearance is simply disgusting, saying that her face even looked terrible. In addition, serving the master in the house, she made many mistakes and only thanks to the people around her, she was able to adequately perform her duty. Sarah then took Nine's hand and explained that she didn't care about her looks at all, and even if she was a little embarrassed by it didn't change the fact that Nine was beautiful, because what mattered was how she felt. Sarah said that Nine is so stressed about the scar that she doesn't even notice how much she's grown. If she only cares about the shell, eventually a void will form inside. She asked, isn't that the case? Her words hurt Nine and actually made her think. Now Nine grabbed Mistress to Sir tighter and asked if she thought Mr. Riley had the same opinion of her. Sarah asked why she shouldn't ask him herself if she was so interested. Nine didn't understand her suggestion at all. She asked what if he had already decided to get married. Sarah said that couldn't be the case. And then she said that if he said he was proud of you and that you were a hottie, it was unlikely he was going to get married. In fact, Sarah joked. However, Nine didn't notice this at all. She took it seriously and ran to Mr. Riley. Sarah was startled by the fact that she most likely really went to ask. Nine called out to her master. He asked what was wrong. He was looking somewhere in the snowy distance. Nine replied in a trembling voice that she had something to tell him. Finally Riley turned to face her. He had terrible black circles under his eyes. Nine didn't understand what had happened to the gentleman. She asked why he looked so haggard, yelling that he had no face on him. Riley told her not to worry so much, like it was his first day without sleep. Nine asked the gentleman if maybe he wasn't just not getting enough sleep. She was very intimidated by his appearance. She said he wasn't asleep at all. At those words, Riley turned away from the girl. Nine was about to start saying it was all because of that nightmare when Riley slapped the wall hard and screamed that he'd figured it all out. Figured it out. Here goes to bed. Here goes to lie down. Suddenly, something started happening outside their cave. Sarah said of a strange sound. She realized almost immediately that it was a wolf. Saying that there were about 2 individuals there, she asked what they were going to do. Riley tensed up and Nine got a little scared. Riley asked grudgingly as what? Pulling out his sword. He mentally replied that anyone who pissed him off should just be killed. However, someone held him back. It was Nine who wanted to talk some sense into the protagonist. She said it was okay. For some reason Riley was very surprised, because the girl had said he didn't have to do that. Pulling out his sword, he mentally replied that anyone who pissed him off should just be killed. However, someone held him back. It was Nine who wanted to talk some sense into the protagonist. She said it was okay. For some reason Riley was very surprised, because the girl had said he didn't have to do that. She held his hand and told him that every time something like this happens, to drink a sword and spill blood. She said that wasn't what Riley wanted. Asked if that was the case, Nine explained that if you talk to them calmly, she's sure they'll listen. Sarah was a little scared. She asked Nine to get them out of here. There were 2 black wolves outside. Dark energy emanated from them and their eyes burned red. Nine was worried about not having more of them. She also didn't realize what the purple slime smeared across them was, as it was the energy coming from it. The girl walked out to the 2 wolves. She told them she wasn't going to hurt them, asking them to calm down and come over here. She stretched out her arm in front of the fearsome beasts. One opened its drooling mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. However, despite his intimidating appearance, he let himself be petted. Riley was extremely surprised. He asked how she did it. Nine responded by telling him that there was a spirit being in the mentor's cave. She learned from him. Then the girl spoke of these spots, saying she had seen such a thing last winter, in a deserted area near Solly Castle. She also asked her Mr. Riley if he had seen something like this. Riley replied that yes, he had. Nine pondered that if she was right, then such stains were left by one of the people her mentor and Mrs. Iselter were chasing. Riley asked what kind of people were being chased. Nine explained that they were lulis that looked like Revosu or a black magician bringing people's corpses back to life. She said there was a good chance it was the work of an epidemic. Then she suggested that it might be the type that Mr. Earlstein had fought with on the state borders. She assumed that the mercenary cabal who had taken the Count's hand had also been to the deserted area near the castle. They all had some sort of ability, but it wasn't magic. The second wolf approached the first, closer to Nine. She was calming the beasts down. Finally the purple mass fell to the white snow. Nine told the Lord that at any rate, she asked if they could take these little ones on their journey. She had read in a book that wolves could be useful in a snowy field. The wolves had worn themselves out under the influence of some unknown magic, but now they were obedient to their savior. Riley said to let Nine do as she will. Suddenly someone asked them to hold off. It was Sarah. She asked in a trembling voice if she could be sent back. She was a little embarrassed of course, but much more terrified. Her body was shaking. Soon Nini was resting, leaning against the black wolf's large and warm body. Sarah resented Nini sleeping right in front of the man she must serve while traveling. Riley smiled and asked the maid if she was mad about the wolves. Sarah shouted that she wasn't. They were both sitting on the sides of the fire, despite her screams and outrage. However, when Sarah's eye fell on the wolf, she twitched in fear. She replied that she was actually just a little afraid of dogs. She said she was bitten once as a child, so she was left with psychological trauma. Riley asked if it happened in Solia, also said it was unexpected. The girl said yes, in Solia. Sarah wondered if the gentleman had some sort of psychological trauma. Riley grimaced a little, and the girl hurriedly answered herself that she probably didn't, asking what it was, saying that here she had a lot of them. She said it's not just with dogs, so she fears a lot of things, said she thought she was getting better, but apparently she never got over her fear of dogs. Riley asked her if it was possible that these fears were related to life in Lower Solia. Sarah laughed and said that meant he was aware of it too after all. Riley answered that he hadn't really, saying that the last time they'd visited Solia, he'd seen Sarah's expression change before his eyes. She'd been scared, so he just assumed that her injuries weren't related to Solia. The fire clicked and burned and Sarah said, speaking of her empathetic charm, it was much better than the average person's and there was a reason for that. She said she was a little shy about talking about the past. It had been a long time ago. She had lived in Lower Solia for quite a while. Sarah remembered being thrown to the floor screaming at her about how annoying she was and to make her disappear. She was just a child then, a teenager. The girl started picking up scattered grains in an old tattered bowl. The one who kicked her would walk away unhappily, spitting in all directions. Suddenly, Sarah turned her attention to something. There were two men running toward her. However, when they arrived, she was already gone. One of them asked where the little girl had gone. She was always begging here. The other man was also angry. They asked how she had escaped. Sarah was not frightened. Her eyes were full of indifference. She told the Lord that she had been running away from people forever. So, over time, she had become more alert to everything. Said her sense of smell was probably heightened just because of it. She now had a great fear of enclosed spaces and huge pits. The girl was embarrassed that she had taken it upon herself to talk about such things. She said she felt a little uneasy, wondering if it was the dawn that had affected her. Riley asked Sarah to listen. He asked if she had overcome her fears. The maid, smiling, replied that she had not, and said that he had seen her shaking like a leaf in front of the wolves. Riley was a little disappointed by this. He apparently wanted advice on how to overcome his own. Sarah noticed his mood and was a little surprised. She said that still she was living a happy life right now. Riley was incredibly tired. Sarah asked, for that matter, who didn't have weaknesses and flaws, saying she was giving her tooth that this sleeping sorceress Nini would find a couple injuries too. And then she said that Mr. Riley has a carload and a small cart. He hates everything that bothers him. He sleeps a lot during the day and can't contradict his mistress. And also Mr. Yin annoys him. He still tolerates him and helps him. But then the maid said that it was not a disadvantage, but a dignity. Riley was amazed by the girl's words. Sarah smiled and said that at any rate, she thought it was not a bad thing to live with flaws and trauma. Said that besides, you could always ask for help. Asked if that was true. Although she said that she realizes that it is hard for a strong person, without a single fear, to ask others for something. But still, when this fear appears, she believes that he easily accepts help. Riley turned to Sarah. Sarah said yes, we need to throw in some more wood. Perhaps the protagonist wanted to say something. However, Sarah told him to go to bed already. She promised to stay on night watch. Early in the morning, a man in a black cloak was leaving footprints in the white snow. He was shouting loudly, calling someone a cheeky man. It was the Cabal. He had his gun on him as always, yelling that he didn't understand how the fucker became a left-footed, raving asshole. Cabal was beyond angry. He called Uorilis a goat eater, saying that if only he hadn't gotten in his way. Soon he came to an area where there was a terribly strong dark energy. Cable didn't realize what it was at first and was very surprised. The unknown man turned to his left foot, to the Cabal, ordered to heed his call. Immediately Cabal fell to his knees, shrieking as his left leg listened. The unknown man told the man that his left arm had been lost, which shocked Cabal, because it wasn't the kind of thing he expected. He just couldn't believe that Uorilis was dead. He thought it couldn't be, because Revosa would have been able to revive his corpse. The unknown was ordering him, right leg and head, to find someone to take the place of his left arm and go on a pilgrimage. The unknown seemed to illuminate the Cabal with lightning. There, in the snow, Cable found a pill, or purple ball. He seemed to know immediately what it was. The unknown man said that wounds had appeared on the heart, so from now on it should be guarded like the apple of his eye. Cable took the balloon and replied that he couldn't believe that even the heart, even that had been hurt. His hand shook with anger. He realized this meant that not only Euryalus was hurt, but Revosa as well. Cable was literally out of his mind with anger. Despite the cold, the blood in his veins was flowing at an incredible rate. He was asking how dare he, screaming that he would kill. Sarah was stunned. She looked up and asked Nini, which meant she wasn't fully recovered yet. Nini replied that they were just on their way to a place where she could become fully healthy. Sarah shouted, asking the gentleman if he was aware of it. Sarah laughed hysterically. She guessed that from the beginning of this journey. Nini didn't let Mrs. Sarah finish. She replied that yes, they went because of her. Now Sarah started shaking poor Nini as hard as she could. She shouted and asked why she didn't tell sooner. Nini replied that she thought she would be worried. The girl felt dizzy. Then she told her that she was going to keep quiet until the very end in general, but the Lord said it would be better to tell it. Sarah was surprised that the Lord said that. Riley only shrugged his shoulders. Sarah calmed down and thanked Nini for at least telling her. She said that was what she thought. She said that from the beginning of this journey it had seemed strange to her. Then it would appear that the mistress had been worried about Mr. Riley for nothing. The one she really should have been worried about was Nini. Nini said quietly. She was worried for nothing. It was as if she had grown a little sadder. She mentally turned to Mrs. Sarah, said it was possible. It wasn't just silly fears. Nini was terribly worried about Mr. Riley, about his condition. She approached the gentleman and asked him if he was all right. She said he looked extremely tired. She asked him if he should get some sleep. Riley didn't react to Nini right away. The sleep was getting to him. He replied that he had already told her last time. Like it was his first day he didn't get enough sleep. He said he was always sleepy. He then walked around Nini and asked if lunch was ready. He promised to eat and take a nap for a while. Nini was surprised and tense. She didn't know what she should do with the gentleman. The fairy Heliona, who had come from nowhere, suddenly flew up to her and asked her if she was worried. Nini was stunned. Then Heliona asked what she was so surprised about, saying she had it written all over her face. Nini turned away from her and coldly replied that yes, exactly, she was very worried. Heliona said she would be in that state too if she were him. Neither spirits nor their masters can defeat sleep. Riley was eating a large sandwich and Heliona was saying that even though he was tough as a beast, but just a little more and something terrible would happen, asking if Nini had any guesses as to why he was like that. Nini replied that well, there is, of course, but it wasn't something she could talk about so easily. Heliona resented people making things so complicated. She said that in that case, there was nothing to be done. Then she whispered something in Nini's ear that surprised and alarmed her greatly. Heliona asked how she liked that way. Soon Riley, Nini, Sarah and the two wolves were walking through the snowy forest. It was snowing heavily and the wind was blowing terribly cold, making it extremely hard for the tired Riley to move. But he kept moving forward. Sarah yelled to the Lord that it was too much of a blizzard right now. They had already walked a lot today. However, Riley didn't listen to her at all or simply didn't hear her. The girl had to call out to the Lord. When Sarah realized it was completely hopeless, she turned to Nini, asking her to stop him somehow. Nini looked at Riley silently. Then she did yell out to the Lord that she really wanted him to go on, then maybe she should at least conjure up some cold resistance. Sarah didn't like her words at all. She said she asked her to stop him and what was she doing? Riley finally stopped. He asked about the resistance. It clearly couldn't hurt right now. Nini, without explaining anything, shouted that she was going to do it now and stretched her arm forward. She called out to Heliona. She immediately appeared and said that Nini would owe her pudding. She asked if they had an agreement. Heliona touched Nini's arm with her hand. Riley watched as the magic touched him and he didn't realize what it was. He said he didn't need that kind of magic. He clearly wanted to say something else. However, he began to fall, his strength leaving him. The protagonist fell right into Nini's arms, into her embrace. Sarah ran to them. She called out to the gentleman and asked what was wrong with him. Nini told her not to worry. That's what she said. She put him to sleep. This amazed Sarah. She replied that Nini had said it was magic against the cold after all. Riley hovered over Nini and Sarah asked if she had lied. Nini apologized to her master but said she thought that way he wouldn't suspect anything. Swordsman was sleeping soundly, and Nini said he hadn't gotten a decent night's sleep in a couple weeks, telling her that she thought it would be best to put him to sleep forcibly before he finally went blind from lack of sleep. Sarah didn't understand what she was saying about a few weeks. She said she'd seen him sleeping at dawn. Nini replied that he just closes his eyes but doesn't sleep, and before the trip he'd done the same. Nini had built a protective dome for us, snow falling on it. Nini said we should go back to the cave first. A week later, Riley was lying under a blanket on the cold ground, with Sarah sitting beside him and a fire burning nearby with food cooking over it. Riley felt extremely lousy. Sweat was running down his face and his forehead felt like it was on fire. Sarah said it was just trouble. She was alarmed that it had been a week, but it didn't seem like he was getting better. She looked right into his face. She wondered what it would take to. Suddenly, the cave began to shake. Shards of rock were falling down. Sarah didn't realize what was happening. This was not good at all right now. Sarah was starting to get really angry. All because this time an evil yeti had stopped by. His eyes were as red as those two wolves had already been. Sarah pulled out two large gilded swords and asked the sleeping lord to wait a bit. She promised to figure it out and get back to them. She jumped high when the yeti tried to catch her. The girl pushed herself off the ceiling of the cave and apologized to the monster. However, said they were the ones who came here first. He flew the yeti from above. Suddenly, Nini appeared. She extended her hand with magic forward and caused an explosion. It loaded in purple flames, growling loudly in pain. Mistress Sarah was a little hurt too. She screamed to Nini that it was painful and hot. She told Nini that she had scared her, asked her to at least give her a warning next time. Nini apologized to her, explained that she hadn't thought. It was just an emergency situation, so she had rushed in. Sarah asked if she had found anything. Nini sadly replied that not only had she not found any medicine, she couldn't even get food for them, and it was true that it was extremely difficult to do so in such a terrain. Sarah said that the gentleman's fever continued to rise, asking what they should do. Sarah said that the effects of the magic had long since worn off, but why wasn't he waking up? Nini replied that she had thought about it when she went to get food and medicine. She blamed herself that if she hadn't used magic then none of this would have happened. Nini was in a panic. She wondered what if she caused the Lord to not wake up at all. Then Sarah took the girl by the shoulders and shouted for her to come to her senses, telling her that in a situation where the Lord needed their help, they couldn't give slack. Nini was amazed at Mrs. Sarah's words and fortitude. Sarah took her backpack and said that it was not right. They had to move out immediately. Nini was more shocked by her words. She asked what she meant and where to go. Sarah replied seriously that Nini herself knew that there was no place in the neighborhood that could help them. There is only the Duchy of Felicinian. There was a guard standing in front of the entrance gate to the Duchy of Felicinian. He was surprised to see the visitors but apologized and said he couldn't let them in. This startled Sarah. She asked loudly what he meant. She shouted that they had a man down here. Nini was dragging Riley on her back, though Riley wasn't very big. He was much bigger than the girl. Poor Nini was already very tired, though she tried not to show it. The guard replied that an invitation was needed. Without it they couldn't be sure of their status. He said that if he let the wrong person in and there was trouble, his head would fly off his shoulders. He asked them to understand him. Sarah herself was a servant of a noble family and therefore understood the guy perfectly. Although she was surprised that they were actually turned down, she didn't understand it to some extent, especially that they had a sick person after all. Could they really do that? And besides this plan, they had nothing else, and it was already getting dark, and soon it would be night, and then the cold would catch up with them in full force. Tears of helplessness appeared in Sarah's eyes and she mentally turned to Nini and the master. The girl hummed and wiped the tears from her eyes. This moved the guard. He ran up to her and asked her why she was crying. Sarah apologized to Nini for dragging them along and not even thinking about what could happen. The girl felt terribly guilty. Nini just looked at her mistress in silence. Then she put Riley on Sarah and asked her to take him for a bit. She suggested that mistress let her handle it. Nini looked far more determined. She also riddled the guard. He prepared his spear and asked if she wanted to get a once-over on the pokeweed. In a moment, his weapon turned to melting mush and Nini's magic swirled around him. The guard didn't realize at all what it was or how it happened. He just stared dazedly at his injured spear. Then Nini told him that if he didn't pass, she would show him which one of them would get the pokeweed. The girl looked truly intimidating. The guard was greatly startled and confused by the fact that she was a mage. He knew full well that he should call for backup. However, he didn't have time to do anything before Nini froze his signal button. Suddenly, a smug Heliona appeared right on his helmet. She asked what he thought, saying he'd better get out of their way, and fast. She looked at Nini and said she was in a really bad mood right now. It was. The fairy was completely right. Nini raised her hand up. At the same hour a whole whirlwind of her magic swirled there and she said, asking just one more time whether he would let them through. The guardian was in a real terror. He fell to the ground and tried to get as far away from this nightmare as possible. Inside the estate there was a ball. Beautiful noble ladies in luxurious dresses. Well-groomed intelligent men. Everyone was happy and well. The aristocrats were talking on various topics and culturally drinking. Someone said that there was a big fuss last fall, so he thought about it. He might even need the help of the alliance. The worries of the common people are growing. It should be dealt with as soon as possible. Someone asked if there were rumors of a riot. One of the aristocrats swore loudly. He cursed the Temple of Solia. He asked where only the saint and the reverend had escaped to. The blonde-haired girl replied that it seemed that a reward had been promised for their capture. Another said that he would not understand how it had come to the point where the temple and the Tower of Mages were in such a position. He said that the whole truth of Solia was wondering for what reasons it had happened. The boy told what he had just remembered. He said that they said that the Earl of Stein, who had lost his hand in battle, had decided on the heir of the family. The other replied that yes, they had chosen the second son, Lloyd, which surprised the first boy. He asked how it was. Why not the first son, not Lion? The second told him in reply that he had heard that he had attacked the Earl of Stein and had been banished. People were discussing that Mrs. Latrina was also present at the event. They said that the rumors were false and she just looks stunning. Someone was amazed that she does not look like a boiled vegetable. It seemed really interesting to them. Just then Latrina was passing by. She heard everything the guests were talking about. One of the aristocrats said he was more interested in the mercenary who had cut off their Earl Stein's hand. They must certainly catch him. Another replied that it went without saying. They clinked glasses and drank to Solia. All that Mrs. Latrina felt towards them was pity. She thought that all their talk, rumors, and gossip were nothing. She especially didn't like the fact that they were saying such obvious and trivial things non-stop. She was also upset that Mr. Riley hadn't arrived. She decided that was why the place was so boring. Suddenly, someone called out for Mistress. It was the same guard at the gate. He ran to Latrina scared, shouting trouble. Latrina calmly asked him what was wrong. Then the guard told him that the unexpected guests had come and claimed to be from Ippolit's family, and he admitted that he had let them into the house uninvited. He also identified them, but they had a sick person with them, so he ushered the guests into the living room to begin with. Latrina asked the panting guard to wait. She asked flirtatiously if he had said they were of the Ippolit family. The words made the girl feel better. Meanwhile, Riley was lying on the soft bed. Nini was putting a cold compress on his forehead and telling him that this would definitely be better than the cave, asking if that was true. Sarah replied that was definitely accurate. Nini was sitting next to her master and Sarah was doing some business. She said that now they had another problem to deal with, saying that unfortunately they were not sure when Mr. Riley would wake up. Suddenly the protagonist showed some body movements and sighed loudly. Nini tensed up and called out to the Lord. She decided that he had probably come face to face with something he had been avoiding for so long. Of course the girl wasn't going to say it out loud. Nini thought about the fact that there was most likely all the things he had been pushing away. She blamed herself for not noticing. Her thoughts were a chaos of worry and self-indulgence, and she realized that she was actually avoiding it too. It seemed to Nini that if she knew what kind of person he was worried about, she would be hurt. These thoughts were so selfish and tragic that tears came to the girl's eyes. Sarah noticed the young girl's condition and called out to her, Nini realizing that now all they had to do was wait. Someone opened the door to the room and apologized. It was Mistress Latrina. She smiled as she entered the room. Sarah hurriedly bowed to her mistress and Nini didn't even turn around. She remained sitting by Riley's bedside like that. Sarah called out to Nini, for she felt extremely embarrassed at the girl's behavior. However, Nini didn't think to turn around. Latrina was a little unaware of this. The guard wanted to say something and was about to start when Latrina stopped him. She said that was enough. She explained that there was a sick man lying here and he should stop making so much noise. She told the guy that she confirmed their identities, assured him that she knew them. Her words startled the guard. Despite her request for silence, he shouted that it was dangerous, that it would be better if at least one guard stayed with her. This was all starting to get on Mrs. Latrina's nerves. She asked him not to make her say the same thing twice. All aristocrats had that horribly intimidating look. Her own greatly intimidated the guard time after time. He agreed with her. He had to. Informed her that he would wait outside for Mistress. Finally the door slammed shut behind him. Latrina expressed her joy that they were alone. She said it was good to see them. That time they had seen each other at Ippolit's house. She looked directly at Sarah and asked what her name was there. Sarah hurriedly introduced herself, but also not at all forgetting to introduce Mrs. Niney. Latrina said she heard they had a small argument with the guard. She apologized and explained that it was all because of recent events in the capital, asking them to understand them. Sarah replied that it was fine. She tried to smile at her mistress, though she thought about the fact that it was more of a threat on their part rather than an argument. Latrina said that judging from the fact that they didn't have an invitation, they didn't come here for the evening. She asked what Mr. Riley's condition was. She asked if it was very bad. Sarah was silent. Latrina coughed and said she thought something had happened that they couldn't tell her about. All Sarah could do was look away. Madam took out her fan and covered her face with it. She smiled and said that it was fine. She understood. She promised to explain it to her family and servants, so if they had any difficulties or needed help, they were free to call a maid. Her words surprised Sarah more and more. Then Latrina moved closer and asked her what was wrong, if it was all too well. Sarah hastened to reply that no, it wasn't that. Latrina asked her not to worry so much. She said she just had a strong interest in Mr. Riley. She said the same thing. Here with them, the 7th Circle mage who killed Astroe asked if it was true. Niney turned around then. She had to. She asked how Mistress knew. Latrina was glad that Niney was finally looking at her. Then she said she could see they both had a secret they couldn't tell her about. She would say she had secrets herself too. Sarah listened to her intently. Next, Mrs. Latrina laughed and spoke of the beauty of women's secrets. The mistress decided to leave them. She said the reception was over. She couldn't be out of sight for long. The girl took out her fan again. Latrina glanced obliquely at Niney. Niney noticed this and mistress wished them a good rest. It was a dark and gloomy, cold night, the stars shining brightly in the icy air. However, it wasn't long before morning came. The sun was lighting up and warming the morning earth. The sun was also gradually rising over the duchy where the protagonist was now resting. Sarah turned to an exhausted Niney. Now she could tell how much she had not slept. The girl asked if Niney could go for a walk. Niney, folding another compress, asked what she meant. Then Sarah explained that Niney had been sitting here for 3 days. She asked if she was bored. Niney said she wasn't really bored. And then Helian's fairy came out of nowhere and shouted that Sarah was right. She said it didn't matter if you were a spirit or a human. Sitting inside 4 walls for so long could get boring. Even she couldn't stand it anymore. So she suggested that Niney go out. Heliona practically pushed poor Niney out of the room with her chatter. Niney barely agreed, and Sarah wished them a good walk. When the door closed behind them, Sarah breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried sick about Niney. Much more strongly for Mr. Riley. However, people that night were discussing the fact that Mr. Riley had come here instead of Mr. Lloyd, the appointed heir. Someone asked if he was the one they called the lazy swordsman. Another said that there were serious discussions going on about the future of Solia. Another asked what the lazy man was doing here. The first objected that it was Mr. Riley who appeared to have a trump card up his sleeve, which turned Solia's fortunes in another direction. This interested the second nobleman, and he said that perhaps he was talking about. Someone shouted asking how that vile maid could be a trump card. Another told everyone to calm down for starters and then listen to him. Asked if they all remembered the incident with the mage Astroe. Shouted that she was the one who stopped him. This amazed the aristocrats. They asked how this was possible. Maybe she was just lucky, but the guy stood his ground. Said he was telling them the truth. Told them that she had survived Astroe's experiments and was now a high circle mage. The aristocrats decided that they should use her as their secret weapon. However, one of them said that if they put such an outstanding wizard at the head of the tower as a mage in such a troubled time, then no one would dare to approach them. All their conversations managed to overhear Sarah from around the corner. Then one nobleman asked if her scar was too big for the position, saying that rumors would spread, so they'd better think of something else. Another said it was true, saying he thought they should talk to the people at Solia's castle first. The first asked if he thought they were the only ones who were so smart, saying that there were lines of people like them. Sarah was amazed at how much they cared about Niney's appearance. She squeezed out another compress for Riley and talked to herself about how they were going to first make the person a weapon, then say she was too ugly. She was utterly outraged that these were the aristocrats, having such disgusting conversations. She placed the towel on Riley's forehead. It grated on Sarah's heart that they didn't even know what was on Niney's mind. Niney, meanwhile, was walking along the green path. The snow was gone, it had all melted. The girl wasn't having fun during the walk. Everything was frustrating her. Suddenly, a smiling Mrs. Latrina appeared beside her. She told Niney that she was very lucky that thanks to her, they would have a lovely walk. Niney didn't pay attention to her at first. Heliona wasn't happy to see her mistress either. She asked Nini what the hell, why they ran into this particular one. Heliona was a rather loud fairy and so Nini had to ask her to be quiet. Latrina came closer and asked how Mr. Riley's condition was. Nini replied that he was neither alive nor dead, just a vegetable state. Latrina noticed Nini's sadness and was a little saddened too. She gagged right in the girl's face. Then a peculiar, sneaky smile appeared on her face, and she told Nini what was possible. Asked if she liked Mr. Riley. Her words stunned and greatly embarrassed Nini. She couldn't answer anything intelligently. She waved her hands intensely and denied everything she could. She tried to explain that the Lord was just, but Latrina wouldn't let her say anything, interrupting her with words about how Nini should just give up. Explained that it was because his Philimia Ippolita was not just an empty sound, and yes, an Earl Stein would be against it. Latrina took great pleasure in all these words. Mistress is so shameless and unethical that she talked about Nini's scar, said let the master not look at it, but the skin has not recovered. Asked if that was the case. Heliona was already beyond angry, yelling that she was a pissing pumpkin, throwing threats, but Nini asked the fairy to calm down. She knew there was no point. Latrina said that if Nini was 100 times outstanding, if her scar wasn't covered with a wedding veil, no one would come to the wedding. Asking if Nini was of the same opinion, she said that a wedding without guests is kind of sad. Her words finished poor Nini. She replied that she knew it herself. Then Latrina took Nini by the shoulder and called out, smiling, asking why she was taking everything so literally, asking who was the reason for not going to the wedding. Now Nini was confused. She didn't understand what he wanted from her mistress. Latrina asked if Nini remembered reading a book in Rainfield. She said so and so. It goes on about etiquette. Nini was again taken aback at how she knew about it. The girl asked Mistress. Mistress only replied that she could see that intrigued Nini. However, as she had said earlier, it was her secret. Suggested that Nini consider everything she said to her as her rival who also loves the master. Told her to think it was just a harmless joke. Asked if everything was good. Nini said yes, it was good. Evening came. The sky was once again plunged into darkness. Nini was still spending time in the manor courtyard as well. Heliona was very angry. She asked what kind of disgusting girl this mistress was. Who does she think Nini is? Yelled that her Nini was more beautiful than that Latrina times 100. Nini just kept quiet and looked at the floor. Heliona still had no way to calm down, though she had always been a fire fairy. Her flames burned brighter now. She said that if she were Nini she would have burned her alive right there, and Nini just stood there like a poor relation. Soon Nini turned to Heliona. She said that usually if a joke is made they say it's just a joke. She asked if that was the case. Heliona replied that she did. She didn't understand what Nini was getting at yet. Nini explained that Mistress had said for some reason to make Nini think it was a joke. She figured that meant that most likely Mistress actually thought that. The fairy Heliona looked right into the girl's eyes, taking hold of her nose. She said she wasn't going, telling Nini not to hesitate and wipe that lousy girl's nose. Nini really gave up. She said no, and she doesn't fit the Lord. Heliona asked her what she was saying. She said that if she became an artificial spirit, she would heal everything, and the scar, and in general, hop and know it was gone. This interested the girl a lot. She asked if it was true and what she had to do it. Heliona suggested it would be better to go to her room and talk there. They went to their chambers. Sarah said about the white snow and then asked what else it said. A fire fairy flew nearby. Heliona started storytelling again, saying that the place where the snow falls and the rustling of black wings can be heard, the quiet place where the light song is heard. Nini asked if white snow meant winter and black wings meant a crow. Sarah asked what a quiet place where a light song sounds meant. She wondered how a place could be quiet if a song sounds there. Heliona replied that there was no way to say for sure where it was, but there was something she was sure of. She said that the place was nearby, but where exactly? She didn't know. Nini and Sarah puzzled over it. Nini asked if Heliona had said she had already seen the spirit. The fairy said she had, asking what Nini was getting at. Nini then turned to Mistress Sarah, asking if she would take care of Mr. Riley while she was away. Sarah was intimidated by the girl's request. Nini told her herself that she intended to meet the spirit in person. Heliona was also taken aback by her words. She asked if Nini knew where it was. Nini firmly replied that she did not. She said she would use her eye to find him. Then she asked Heliona to remember that spirit now and think about it, and to imagine it as much as possible. Heliona agreed, for there was nothing to be done. Asked then she starts. Nini gave the okay. She is using this method of searching in relation to spirit for the first time. It is a new experience for her. She would surely find it. Nini tried to believe in herself and her strength. White butterflies fluttered around. Nini woke up somewhere in the dark. She was in a bit of pain. Heliona hurriedly asked Nini if she was alright. The girl took hold of her eye and replied that she was fine, though it hurt a little. She said she was almost there, just a little bit left. She saw butterflies and the silhouette of a man in a dark cloak with one sitting on his arm. Sweat was running down poor Nini's face. She was trying her best despite the horrible pain. Nini had already fallen to the floor. Sarah ran up to her and told her not to push herself, shouting that the master wouldn't want that. Nini apologized and admitted that she had been a bit stubborn, but now she knows where to find him. That Heliona. That Sarah hatched at the girl and asked where. Nini pointed somewhere with her hand. She pointed at Mr. Riley, whose weight also lay unconscious. The protagonist continued to feel lousy, and so Sarah was extremely taken aback by Nini's words. Nini pointed somewhere with her hand. She pointed at Mr. Riley, whose weight also lay unconscious. The protagonist continued to feel lousy, and so Sarah was extremely taken aback by Nini's words. Sarah asked why the gentleman specifically. She really didn't understand it. Heliona began to suspect something. Nini replied that yes, the master is the key. Heliona cried out that, in that case, nothing matched, no commonality with the prophecy she spoke of. She pointed her hand at the Lord and asked where the black wings were, the quiet place where the song resounded. Nini replied that if you looked at it from that perspective, the fairy was certainly right. Her eyes reflected well on her sleepless nights too. Nini said that everything didn't add up precisely because the place wasn't in real life. All three of them looking at the sleeping Mr. Riley. Nini explained that not in real life, but in Riley's dreams. It was as if Riley was drowning in something deep and cold. Heliona asked why then the spirit she had met a couple months ago was sitting in the Lord's dreams. She yelled that she didn't understand anything at all. Nini only replied that that was what they would have to find out. She got up and walked over to Riley's bed. Heliona asked if she was going to go there, to his dream. Nini said yes. Heliona then asked the girl to wait, asking if she even knew what that meant. She was saying that Nini's illness could be a big problem if she went in. Told her that if she got lost in the tangled winding paths, what like a maze, she'll just be a vegetable, left in a paralyzed state. Sarah asked her what she was talking about. Is it turning out that Nini was overreacting again? Sarah was getting very worried. Nini replied that she wanted to make things right. When Mr. was feeling bad she couldn't do anything and just watched from the sidelines. At least now she should help him. Sarah looked at the girl in silence. She had nothing left but to ask Nini to be careful. Her words and agreements stunned Heliona. She asked how so, yelling that a person should be stopped at times like this. Sarah replied that she couldn't, because Nini said she wanted to do it herself. Heliona was very angry. She said she could go crazy with them all. Then she told Nini that if she failed, she would become a regular puppet. Asked if she still wanted to go. Nini nodded, and that horrified the caring fairy. Heliona asked if Nini wanted her master to stake her. Nini smilingly replied that her mentor was definitely not that kind of person. He would understand. For Nini Endall was indeed the kindest of beings, but not for Heliona. She already imagined her master's murderous look when he would ask her why she didn't stop Nini. The fairy shouted that Nini was obviously overestimating him. She wondered if they were talking about the same person. The fairy took hold of her little head and cried out that really, she would never understand what people were thinking, why they were going straight to where danger awaited them. She really asked Nini to think again, saying that even from the spirit's point of view, she was quite healthy now. Nini didn't let her finish. She reached out to the fairy and addressed her. Nini told her that she had thought about it a lot, whether it was really necessary to go for such a thing. However, now it was not only about becoming a spirit but also about saving the master. She said that she was going to become an artificial spirit from the beginning just to stay by the master's side. She smiled widely at the fairy, asking Heliona to understand her as well and also to watch over her for a bit. Sarah didn't understand what that meant. Heliona told Nini that in order to enter the dream, you had to shift your consciousness completely. She said that until she solved her problems and came back, she would be defenseless, so she asked her to protect her. Heliona explained this to Sarah and she listened attentively. Mistress Sarah couldn't stand it and hugged Nini terribly tightly. This surprised the girl greatly. She asked her to be sure to bring the Lord back and return herself, saying she would be here to protect and take care of them. Nini closed her eyes and snuggled into Mistress' neck. She promised. Soon she took Mr. Riley's hand and said it was time to begin. she utilized the skill of dream communication. A red aura appeared around and Nini mentally addressed her master. Her black hair flared with magic. She convinced herself just a little more. She mentally pleaded for a little more time. Her strength was leaving the girl, and Sarah, noticing this, rushed towards Nini with all her legs. It was dark outside the window, not even curtains needing to be closed. Mistress Latrina lay in her large and soft bed. She was thinking about the 7th circle mage made. She wondered what she had done that she had such a growth spurt. Latrina resented having to read her mind some more. However, I then decided that no, I shouldn't go overboard. Something rattled the girl's window and she jumped up on her bed. A black bird with red eyes appeared outside the window. Latrina wondered if their rabid dog had sent it. The girl opened the window and wondered, just as she thought, missed out, how pathetic they were. 2 people were out of the formation. She had read about all this in the letter the bird had brought. There were lines about the right leg, the head. What she read startled the girl. Her eyes opened wide. A frantic smile slowly began to appear on her face, and she spoke, saying she knew that, which meant she wasn't wrong. She wanted them, wanted to possess them, wanted them so badly that a shiver ran through her whole body, from head to toe. Her violet eyes seemed even more violet, and Latrina wanted more and more to make him hers. The sky was getting dark. Morning came again and the sun shone. The pink sky peeked out from behind the green curtains, but somewhere it was still night. Now Riley and Nini were lying in bed holding hands. Sarah stood over them and told herself that it had been 2 days. Iona replied that it wasn't already, it was just. Sarah exhaled and told the fairy that it was only 2 days by the spirit standards. Iona asked Sarah to stop sighing already, saying it would make life shorter. Sarah asked her to please forgive her, said she was human and the more time passes the more she worries, seems about to go crazy, said that the fact that she is now standing here watching is her still holding up well. The fairy replied that it was a fact that they couldn't do anything right now, saying that if they were so impatient they could go and pray to the goddess Ironessa, saying that they say that's what people do in times of need. Sarah replied that she didn't really believe in it, and asked where Iona had picked up such phrases as if you inhale, your life will be shortened, or if it's hard, pray to the goddess. Iona started to say that of course it was from the master. However, then she laughed and said that from Nini. She heard it from Nini. Sarah immediately suspected something wrong. She thought it was somehow suspicious. Iona moved a little away from the girl. A woman's voice was heard outside the door. The girl asked if anyone was in the room. Sarah immediately recognized Mistress' voice. She said yes, asking what was wrong. Latrina replied that they had just been here for 2 days and she hadn't seen them. Told her she was worried and that's why she came. Asked how Mr. Riley was doing. The girl was still standing outside the door. Sarah answered her that his condition had worsened. If he got better, she promised to let her know at once. Then Latrina asked if Nini was in the room. She entered the room without argument and said she would like to talk to her. Sarah didn't like what she did. What was especially frightening to her was that she remembered exactly locking the door. Iona was indignant as usual and asked what the obnoxious wench was. Sarah looked genuinely worried, and Latrina was getting closer and closer. Latrina came to the protagonist's bedside and asked in horror what it was, saying there was no temperature, his breathing was normal, and he was sleeping next to her, and holding hands. This was pissing Latrina off. The same frantic smile that Rebosa, Euryalus, or Cabal had on her face. Sarah, noticing this, told Mistress that she would explain everything, offering to talk. Suddenly, Iona screamed for Sarah to dodge. Blue magic cutting through the air. Sarah coughed up some blood and mentally asked her mistress why she was doing this to her. The poor maid was thrown out the window by Latrina's magic. Iona screamed and called for Sarah, but she would not help her in any way. Now Latrina leaned over the Lord's bed and said, "Here she has removed the interference, and she and he will have fun and not be in any hurry." She took Riley's face and said that she was even a little sorry that she would have to say goodbye to her status as the Duke's daughter now, but she thought the Lord was worth it. She believed he would show her beautiful memories. Nini was somewhere very deep and dark. Little was clear to her. She stood up and looked around. The girl asked for the light, stretching her arm forward. However, it turned out that she couldn't use her magic there. Nini began to call out to the master, shouting, searching. She wandered in the darkness and all the time, non-stop, she called out to the master. Then the realization that it was more like a maze startled her. The poor girl wondered how she alone would be able to find a gentleman here, but she forced herself to stop engaging in self-defeating behavior. She repeated to herself that she had already decided that she would do it. She decided that she would return with her master by all means. Suddenly, she heard some strange sound. She didn't realize at all what it was. Someone seemed to move. Green butterflies swirled around the girl. They were glowing, and so Nini immediately decided that it was probably a firefly. Then that green gust got much stronger. Nini didn't realize what it was. She had to cover her face with her hands. The black butterfly amidst all this chaos turned to Nini, calling her by name. She apologized when she noticed Nini's face, asking if she was scared of her. Nini asked who she was. Butterfly replied that before she introduced herself, she wanted to show her something. Ahead was the city. The city was covered with snow, black smoke rising into the sky. Also, it was not a city that Nini was used to. There were tall houses that Nini had only seen in her lord's visions. Nini was scared, and the butterfly said this was the world where the lord once lived. Told me it's where the snow falls and the black butterflies flutter. A quiet place with a light and bright song. It was just a commercial on a damaged screen. Nini asked the butterfly if this was it. The butterfly said yes. She said it was his past life. Those words surprised Nini. It was as if it was getting through to her very bones. Butterfly told him that then, for the first time, Nini had seen his past life. Nini was shocked. She asked about the past life of the gentleman. Said that however Butterfly immediately understood what the girl wanted to say and said that he remembered it all. This amazed Nini. She asked how the butterfly knew about it and who she was in general. The butterfly replied that she would very much like to tell, but they didn't have much time and there was so much to show and tell. That same hour, the butterfly became more human-like, wearing a dark brown cloak. She said Nini came here because of Mr. Riley. Asked if that was true. Nini said yes, it was. Said he was here somewhere. Asked if that was true. The butterfly only answered that it may or may not be here. Nini asked what that meant. Then the butterfly in the guise of a human handed her something green and magical and told her to take it and see for herself. It was something glowing brightly. Nini took it in her hand and hollered at the object. She heard someone shouting that the sword. He took the sword. It turns out this little guy. Yes, this little guy will save them. Nini saw little Mr. Riley with a big sword in his hands. They were in church and the priest was telling everyone to rejoice. Finally there was a hero. Nini gently held the balloon in her hands. She asked if it was the Lord's memories. The butterfly replied that yes, it was the memories of their past life. Said she was gnawed with guilt about it all the time. Said it seemed like too heavy a burden had been placed on him. This world, far more sullen and dangerous than the one Nini used to live in. Nini replied that here it seemed fine to her. She said it was a pretty nice place. Butterfly asked Nini if she could see any forests here. And does she see the mana that is present in her world? Nini looked around and said that speaking of which, it is not here at all. The butterfly replied that although this world does not have such things, but thanks to Mr. Riley, it looks the way it is. She said he used to be just awful. Nini asked what she meant by that word. Butterfly, for her part, said it was just beginning, asking to look that way. Nini glanced following her hand. There was a man. He was walking and wobbling. Butterfly said it would happen instantly, so it was worth watching carefully. This man stepped, and at the same moment, the asphalt beneath his feet cracked. A purple light began to pour out from there. The man was grabbed by some hands that appeared from under the ground. He didn't realize what was happening, and he kept getting enveloped and enveloped. They covered his nose and mouth. He couldn't even say anything. Soon, he was dragged underground. He tried to grab onto something, but it was hopeless. Nini was amazed. She shouted that the man disappeared in an instant. The butterfly told her that they were black hands, the evil that Mr. Riley fought in his past life. To be more precise, he fought them in the underground from where these things popped up. Nini saw through the memory capsule fragments of the horror that was happening in the street. How the soldiers were shouting to the captain that there weren't enough bullets. How they were asking him to stop, asking if he was going to kill the people behind him. How they were shouting that it looked like they'd seen demons and were getting the hell out of here. Butterfly telling Nini that people had tried to fight them too, but it hadn't worked out well. They only trusted. Some man asked everyone to step back, said he would now bat. They only trusted one hero, that was Riley, or Beck as he was called then. People were screaming and cheering for the hero, shouting that they were saved and would live. Butterfly asked if Nini would ask what he looked like. She showed her a poor guy who no longer cared about anything but saving lives. He was pretty much worn out. Nini noticed this and said he was very exhausted. She felt incredibly sorry for her master. Butterfly replied that he was, and told him that at the age of 3 he had become a sword chosen one, and later a swordsman, and since then he had been wielding his sword without ceasing every single day. At the age of 7, he first killed a man. It was an outlaw. At the age of 9, he was betrayed by his mentor and his own sister died under horrible circumstances. At the age of 10, he killed his mentor. At the age of 12, the number of people he killed, including those demons, passed 1,000. At the age of 13, because of the betrayal of a friend, he lost his parents. Because of his heroic duty, he could not even hold a funeral. For revenge, he began to pursue his friend. But at this time people were dying because there was no one to protect them. People blamed him for these deaths. The public censure became stronger and stronger, and he stopped his activities for a while. Because of this, half of humanity lost their lives, and the responsibility for this was placed on him. He received punishment. Nini asked why punish the gentleman. Butterfly replied that because it was easier. The hero was blessed by the saint, though no, he received his punishment as immortality, a body that cannot die. The saint disposed of him like a slave. In her witch hunt, there were times he killed innocents as well and continued to destroy demons. Eventually his body absorbed people's wrongs and curses. Therefore, gradually his ability to help people disappeared. Someone was looking at the bloody sword. Some kid, he asked the uncle if he was a hero. It was the same little girl who had then asked him to fulfill one request of hers. Then Beck apologized to her but said he wasn't honoring the monster's request. The girl objected. All the children said they became like this because of him. They complained that they were in pain. Very painful. Their mouths and eyes were black like lava. Nothing was alive there. The children missed their mom. The children asked the hero to kill them so that they would sooner get rid of their pain and suffering. Beck was terribly hurt to hear all this. He never wanted to kill innocent children. Then he gripped his sword tighter, though his hands were shaking. Bitter tears ran down his cheeks as he swung his cold weapon.
When the hero was old enough, he realized that he had important and difficult tasks ahead of him. He traveled to the abyss of hell to meet Satan himself and fight him for the salvation of all living beings. He still can't believe that he has remained sane, having lived such a life, and now, with the horrible memories, is in critical condition, and it seems that just a little more, and these agonizing moments from past lives will completely overtake him. She too would have wished that at least in this life he could rest. But something had happened and there was nothing left to do but shamelessly ask for his help again. Because if she did stay, a lot of people would die, and not just in this world, but in his world too. Nini is ready to turn to her, as she realizes the gravity of the situation and realizes that she has no other option to ask for help. Ask her if she is a spirit or has other supernatural abilities that might help in this urgent case. She had barely concealed this fact from Endel and Heliona, but yes, she is not a spirit, but a completely different being with unusual abilities. The girl asked her if she was a deity from another world and if this was really the one she had given her, because it was very important. Her body is too weak for this rank, and actually she can only talk to her now thanks to the help of goddess Irenessa, which makes her stronger. Next question there. Is it all true that this was awarded to her by the goddess, and that she earned it through her labor and effort? She suffered for her during this time, and we looked up to her, but she understand if she hates her for all of this. The girl asked if she was doing all this for the lore, or if she had other reasons and motives that were not known to her. This is the only way Mr. Riley can help, and he must use it without delay to save the situation. Of course she was her best way out of this situation, and then he'd want to ask her something to get the details straight. She wondered if her fate would be son and determined by her choices, if she could really choose, or if it was all predetermined. The girl smiled wryly, showing that she understood what she was talking about and was ready for further questions and answers. The events that fate had predetermined for her ended after she met her lord, and she decided her fate on her own, without anyone's help. She had high hopes, but didn't expect to get to this place serviceably and without major problems along the way to stop her. Nini understands everything, and that's enough for her to keep going despite all the challenges and obstacles. She wondered what it would take to help the gentleman, and how she could be useful in this endeavor that required her participation. She can make her an artificial spirit, but the problems she suffers from can be solved if she remains human and doesn't change her nature. There is very little time left, and you need to act quickly and decisively so that you don't miss important moments that can change everything. The girl asked her to close her eyes and focus on her thoughts to prepare for the next step and not make a mistake. When she wakes from her sleep, let her ask something of the Lord for the sake of peace, and let her take up the sword one more time. The girl said that he hated this activity with all his soul, but now there was no other way out, and it was necessary to act quickly and without doubt. She asked if she remembered the people with the purple aura in her world. It is a power not used by the Doras, it only exists in this world. If let things go, the balance of the two worlds would be lost and they would both be doomed to die. Unleashed disasters will fall upon them, which no one can prevent, unless urgent action is taken and the worlds are protected from the coming catastrophe. She knows full well that she is acting unscrupulously, but to avert disaster, she needs his help. She may not be such a powerful goddess, but she sincerely wants to save the world. Nani didn't even know what to say to her at this point when the situation had escalated and needed an immediate solution. She was confused, not knowing what to do. Asked if the gentleman is now suffering because of the memories of his past life that continue to plague him and keep him down. She wants to experience it with him, sharing all his suffering and pain so that he doesn't feel alone and forgotten in this difficult situation. The weight on his shoulders, she wants to share in the two of them to help him deal with the weight and together overcome all the challenges that lie ahead of them. The girl interjected, meaning she wants her to share his memories with her, to share his pain and ease his suffering. If sadness is shared with someone, it becomes lighter, so the master said. He didn't quite know what he was talking about then, but she does now. She said that a girl should prepare herself for the fact that she is always ready, and now she knows what to do to help him cope. From the moment the gentleman reached out to her, she felt obligated to return the favor and help him in his time of need. She had already accepted her offer, and now it was time to act decisively to make sure she didn't miss any opportunities and get the job done. This ball encapsulates all his memories, his sadness, his suffering, his regrets, and all his emotions will flow through her body and she must accept them with dignity. And also, when she wanted to say something, felt an unbearable pain that prevented her from thinking and speaking, and she couldn't understand what was happening. As it turned out, she found it difficult to maintain this reality, and once she returned, she would have to find one important thing to complete the task. It is the sacred sword without which Mr. Riley cannot handle the situation, and she must do her best to find it and hand it over to him. He's one of 3 people in their world with a purple aura, and may she find this purple man who can help them in their time of need. At that moment, the girl disappeared completely, leaving behind only the slight scent of flowers and a sense of lightness that filled the room and her thoughts. Some butterfly landed right on the girl's head, reminding her that nature is always there to support her in the most difficult moments of her life. After that, she simply closed her eyes and was ready for whatever trials a future might hold, despite her fears. She woke up abruptly in an incomprehensible place, not knowing how she got there or what to do next. But she felt strong and confident within herself. She immediately began to call out to her master, hoping that he would hear her and come to her aid, so that they could overcome all obstacles and dangers together. Dima couldn't understand where Sierra and Heliona had gone or what had happened to them while she was unconscious, but she knew she had to act. Memories of the Lord began to surface in her mind, like scraps of the past that couldn't be ignored and had to be dealt with immediately. She realized that she needed to pull herself together. After all, she couldn't give in to these memories. She needed to be strong and determined to act. Not even a single guard could be seen in the corridor, which seemed strange to her, because usually they were always on duty, guarding the entrance and keeping order. She couldn't figure out if she had slept too long or if something had happened and where they had all gone, leaving her alone in this place. She can't cry, but the tears flow, and she can't stop them, despite her best efforts to be strong and determined. She noticed that Jerem was growing, and this pleased her, for it meant that her strength was returning and she was ready for new challenges and tasks. Also, mana began to circulate better, no longer the repulsive feeling that had hindered her before, and she felt much more confident and stronger. Great! The first thing he should do is to focus and start planning his actions so that he doesn't miss any important details. At this point, he began to create some kind of obscure portal that was supposed to help them move to the right place and save the world from disaster. Then he heard some shouting from afar, and apparently it was Mrs. Lytrina trying to draw his attention to the danger coming their way. She realized that she needed to hurry up and find her own first, so she wouldn't get lost in this chaos that had sprung up around them at this moment. She had definitely heard the window break and decided to go there, figuring there might be something important there to help her make sense of the situation. At that moment she found herself right in front of some guy who looked confused and didn't understand how she got here or what was going on. She couldn't tell if she had gotten the coordinates wrong. Probably her sense of magic hadn't fully returned to her yet, and that was why everything looked so strange. And by the way, he's the one who didn't miss her last time, and if he picks on her again, there's no time for that now, we have to hurry. Debo asked who she was, for he had never seen her here before, and it was strange that she had appeared so suddenly, without warning. He didn't know that such a beautiful sorceress had arrived for the reception, for he stands at the main gate all the time, and could tell when she arrived. In a few seconds the girl was not around, and he could not understand where she had disappeared to, because just now she was standing in front of him and saying something important. He didn't recognize her, and it was amazing, because all that was gone was the scar, and the look in people's eyes had changed so much, as if she had become completely different. These two will look at her differently too, most likely, because external changes always affect people's perceptions, no matter how strange it may be. Sierra asked who she was, for she hadn't seen her here before and didn't understand why she suddenly appeared and started saying something. The girl so knew that she would not be recognized, because she had changed, and now her appearance is completely different, which makes everyone around her doubt. She noticed that the Lord didn't recognize her either, and that was unpleasant, for they had been through a lot together, and now he couldn't remember her. At that moment they heard some sound, and it made them alert, for something was going on around them, and they had to be ready for any surprises. She realized that there was no time to procrastinate, apologized to the girl and said that she would explain everything to her later, but for now she needed to act quickly and decisively. She's sure she entered Mr. Riley's mind to get his memories, because that was the only way to make sense of what was going on and find a way out. Lytrina couldn't tell if it was a temple or a chapel. It was the first time she'd seen such a structure, and from afar she could smell blood, which was alarming. She took a close look at what was inside, and saw that something strange was going on in there that required her immediate intervention and action. There she noticed a gentleman standing next to some monster, and this monster was saying strange things about humans and their nature that frightened her. There was some monster next to him who said that people were so sticky and easy to kill, but didn't understand how he got here. Even though he became a hero, in the end he is still a mortal man, and from his point of view, such people can be wiped off the face of the earth without regret. He noticed that someone had conjured something on him, but was it a blessing that heaven had not sent him, but something else, strange and incomprehensible? The guy said he was about to faint, because he himself is worried about the hero as a dandelion of God, and to whom he will tell, he will not believe his words. If he had known, he would have gone to the dark side, and he wouldn't have had to run in chains in front of people. Maybe his life would have turned out better. He invites to join him right away, asking how he feels about such an offer, but the gentleman immediately says no, rejecting his invitation. God exists and mystically acts always as he pleases and cannot free himself from his fetters, like a slave to his fate. She can't figure out what it is about Satan and heroes that seems so strange and out of place in this situation. The guy thinks there's only one thing he has to do: lose or win. It doesn't matter. The battle will tell him how his fate will turn out. The man was in agreement with him, but there was something before that, and that too had meaning in their conversation that was filled with hidden meaning. It's infuriating to see a small stray cat peeking at them, as if it has some kind of right to be here and watch what's going on, which annoys everyone. He began to ask how she dared to peek, and why she even thought it was acceptable, since she shouldn't be here meddling in their affairs. He then said that her rudeness would cost her dearly and that she would regret her action, which was totally unacceptable in this situation. The hero and Satan were conversing on their own topics, discussing something important and profound that was incomprehensible to those around them, but clearly mattered to both of them. At this point the girl sort of woke up and her eyes became clearer. She began to realize where she was and what was going on around her. The Lord tried to shut her up so she wouldn't say too much and interfere with what was going on, for her words could complicate things and disrupt the plan. It was at this point he noticed that it actually worked and she stopped talking, allowing them to continue their discussion without interference. But after that, the girl herself began to scream, and her voice echoed throughout the room, causing concern and attracting the attention of those nearby. He tried his best to calm her down so she would finally shut up and not disturb them further, but her screams were too loud and insistent. At that moment, he couldn't understand what this portal had begun to open in front of him, and what it meant for them all, for he had never seen such a thing. At that moment, the girl fell out of that portal, and her appearance was unexpected by everyone in the room, causing surprise and bewilderment. She asked the gentleman if he was all right, for his condition made her uneasy, and she wanted to make sure he was all right. He couldn't understand what was going on here, because everything looked so strange and incomprehensible that he didn't know how to react to it or what to do. Sierra was surprised that it was Nani, for she was still wondering why she had called her by her name and what it could mean. First, you need to check what condition his body is in and how he feels, if he has no pain, because his health is the most important thing right now. He begs for this woman's mouth to be shut, because her screams are making it hard to concentrate and think about what to do next and how to handle the situation. At that moment, the girl accidentally started to manifest her powers and she couldn't control them, which led to unexpected consequences for everyone. And the girl did indeed shut up immediately, as if her voice had been disabled by some invisible force field, which surprised everyone around her. The master couldn't believe it had happened, because it was so unexpected and beautiful that he didn't know how to react to it. He then thanked the girl for what she had done, for her actions had helped resolve the situation and led to an unexpectedly positive outcome. She asked if he'd slept well, but he couldn't understand why she was crying, because everything seemed like it should be fine, but something was clearly bothering her. It wasn't something worth asking now. Let him rather tell why he was here and if he remembered them being in the cave and what happened. Sierra had to explain the whole situation to him herself, because he obviously didn't understand anything and needed a detailed explanation to make sense of what was going on. He had been sleeping in the cave during the day and had a fever, ran out of supplies and no suitable medicine, so they brought him here to help. He has no idea how worried they were about him, for his condition was critical and they were doing everything they could to help and save him. Nani suggested that they leave here first and then talk, because if they stayed here, they might be suspected of conspiracy and things would get worse. She told everyone to take a deep breath and try to calm down, because panic wouldn't help anyone right now, it would only make things more difficult. The guards then began to run somewhere very abruptly and quickly, and this caused even more anxiety for everyone watching their actions. They went into the room and asked the mistress if he was all right, for they had seen him sitting on the floor and all shaking, which was alarming. They noticed the mistress sitting on the floor and shaking all over, as if she was gripped by great fear or terror, and this raised many questions for them. The guard was asking where he had been all this time, for no one had seen him, and this raised many questions in everyone's mind, demanding an explanation. He said he was lying in the sick room with a terrible fever and was unconscious, so he couldn't have gotten far in that condition. The guard received word that his mate had been seen lying in the city amidst broken glass, and he asked how this could be explained. It was common for the Ipellet family to train in extreme conditions and have servants participate, so this kind of training was nothing new to them. The guard wondered if it was training, and told her not to look at him with such pitying eyes, for it only made things harder. After that, the guard disengaged himself from them and said that they would call it a day for now, for he had other matters to attend to. The girl told him to stop lying like that, but they'd still have to hide it because that's what had to be done in this situation. He said it should be hidden, but there is another point she cannot understand. That day the Duke's daughter was not herself. She flew back from her blow as if someone else had hit her, and it was so strange that everyone thought something mystical. And then she thought, maybe the mistress was actually possessed by something, and that would explain her unusual behavior that day. Maybe she was possessed by a ghost and that's why she yelled like that, because that's the only explanation for her strange and aggressive behavior. The guy was afraid that she would guess. After all, her intuition is very good, but it looks like he was worried for nothing because she didn't notice anything. The spirit of the ancient family rode through the corridors of this ancient house, and then took possession of the body of the mistress, and it caused everyone to be surprised and afraid. The gentleman said he was going for a walk and would be back soon, for he needed to get some air and think things over. Today is the last day of the banquet, and let him have fun there, because these events don't happen every day, and this is a good opportunity. At that moment, someone was talking about a girl who had recently appeared at the event, and her presence caused a lot of discussion and whispers. This was the same girl who had killed Astroeu, and her act had caused a lot of controversy and different opinions among those present. She carried a sharp blade from the magic tower that was considered very rare and valuable, which added even more mystery to her. Everyone was really only looking at one girl at this banquet, for her appearance was so unexpected that no one could take their eyes off. A guy came up to her and asked if she would like to have a drink with him, because it was a good excuse to get to know each other better. Then a second guy came up and asked her to dance with him, and his offer was also polite and persistent. The girl politely declined and said she didn't need it, as she had come here for another purpose and didn't want to be distracted by dancing. She shied away from everything and was unapproachable, as if her thoughts were occupied with something more important and serious than the fun at the banquet. So many people, and uncomfortable clothes, it was all really a big change and she was unaccustomed to being in such an environment. Everyone really started hitting on her right away, as her unusual beauty and mysteriousness attracted the attention of many men at the banquet. The girl couldn't take the pressure anymore, and her patience was running out because she needed to concentrate on her mission. That girl goose, she simply began to run away because she was tired of answering endless questions and listening to compliments. They wanted to be answered too, but she couldn't pay attention to everyone, for she had her own business and tasks to attend to. She noticed that their looks had changed altogether, and it made her uneasy, for they were beginning to suspect something amiss, and something she doesn't particularly like, because her plans could be jeopardized if they start asking too many questions. At that moment someone grabbed her arm, and she felt her heart beat faster, for it could mean something important or dangerous. She apologized, saying she couldn't give an answer right now because she needed time to think things over and figure out what to do next. It was a gentleman who couldn't understand why she was suddenly acting like this, for she had always been calm and composed in all situations before. The girl was surprised to see the gentleman beside her, for she had not expected him to appear and did not know how to react. All at once began to discuss the appearance of the gentleman, for this event raised many questions and conjectures which demanded immediate clarification. He wondered if she was getting tired of all the questions and scrutiny, because it could be very tiring and interfere with her concentration. The atmosphere between the two of them was rather strange, for Mrs. Naney was the maid of the Appellate family, and their relationship had always remained formal. The guy said he wasn't too loud, and suggested they go instead to a quieter place where they could talk quietly. The silence was at last in this garden, which was not used for such meetings, and the place was perfect for their conversation. The girl thinks she now understood why he always looks for quiet and peaceful places, because in them you can find peace and tranquility. The guy continued to hold her hand, and it was a little unexpected, because he had never shown such feelings and emotions before. As it turned out, he had something he wanted to ask her, and it was a very important question that required a serious and thoughtful answer. He asked why the Duke's daughter behaved in such a way, and what her purpose was, for her actions remained a mystery to all. The girl couldn't understand why she was so nervous, but replied that the Duke's daughter was one of those purple aura mages, and the mistress had tried to do something, but things hadn't gone according to plan and she had turned into a vegetable. She was like this before she could do anything about it, and he'd already sinfully thought it was her, not even knowing why she could scream like that. Most likely, she couldn't handle the influx of the Lord's memories, and that was the reason for her strange behavior and condition. If the woman hadn't helped her, she would be in exactly the same condition right now, and it caused everyone to worry and fear. Memories, like the one the Lord endured, should not have come up at all, for it could have greatly affected his health. The guy couldn't understand why she was suddenly crying, but she thought she had gotten a speck of snot in her eye and it had caused tears. The guy approached her with a question, for he wanted to know what had upset her so much and why she was so worried. He said that this dress didn't suit her and suggested she choose something else more appropriate for the event and the setting. Let her not then say anything strange to his mother, for it might cause her perplexity and unnecessary questions that would be inappropriate. She smiles through her tears, but you can see that something is wrong and it makes everyone around her anxious and want to help her. In any case, it's time to finish things here and get out, because she won't be able to do anything in this state now and she needs to rest. One more thing. In case he was wondering, she figured out the problem of becoming a spirit while everyone was asleep, and it was very important to them. At this moment, the girl also wanted to address the Lord, for she had questions that needed immediate answers and clarification. She asked if she had changed much, for her appearance and behavior might have caused surprise to those who knew her before. Even Sirat and the guard didn't recognize her when she came back because her face had changed and she was worried it would raise suspicion. How does he think Mr. Yang and Mrs. Eris will be able to recognize her now, for her appearance and manners have become completely different? At this point the Lord was thinking, for he needed to consider the change and see how it would affect their future actions. He said that he did not even know what to answer, because the situation is really complicated and requires deeper thinking and analysis of all factors. In his eyes, she hadn't changed much, which was surprising, since time and circumstances would have made a big difference in her appearance and behavior. Her face is a little different, but that doesn't matter at all, because she's still the same, and that's the most important thing he appreciates about her. Even if she changed even more and not for the better, no one would hate her, because true beauty lies within. At this moment some people were heading to some place, and their actions aroused the interest of everyone around them, for it could be important. The man laughed and said that he had found the very place they had been looking for a very long time, and now they could continue on their way. Nani had already recovered and the Lord was awake, which was good news for everyone who was worried about their condition and health. The servant said that now they could go back, for all the tasks had been accomplished, and now there was nothing to prevent them from returning home. Ian's jaw is probably going to drop to the floor when he sees Nani, because she's really curious how they're all going to react to her return. The girl asked if he could go home first, as she still had some important things to do that couldn't be put off. She said she was helped to get well and now she wants to check in with the doctor who cured her and gave her invaluable help. The master said he would go with her then, for he should at least thank the man who had helped his maid in her time of need. There were also several reasons for the winter trip, and the event carried many important points to be discussed. What was the reason there? It was important to find out, because he had been having memory problems lately, and that raised a lot of questions. Apparently, because he remembers all of his previous lives, he has difficulty remembering new events and navigating the current reality. He remembered that the people with the purple aura were the reason for their trip, and that needed to be found out and all the details sorted out. The mercenary cabal, who cut off his father's hand, was the purpose of their journey, for the son must avenge his father and bring justice. The girl decided to go to him in the morning and ask him something, for she had important questions that needed immediate answers. The master asked the girl if she could still use the powers of her right eye, and that was an important question for everyone. Have her try to figure out exactly where this person is, because it could help them in their search and solve many problems. After that, the girl started using her powers and it required a lot of effort and concentration, but she was willing to do anything. She began to notice something, and it was an important discovery for everyone, for now they could move on and continue their search. The mercenary was now in the middle of the desert, and this was important information that could help them further plan their actions. After that, the girl started to fall down, because using her powers required a lot of energy, and it was exhausting her a lot. The master asked if she had not fully recovered, for the use of her eye was too much for her, and it might affect her health. The girl said that wasn't the case at all, and her answer caused everyone who didn't know what exactly was going on to be surprised. He could not understand why she was crying, for it was strange and unexpected, and he wanted to know the reason for her tears. When her lord's memories start to surface, she gets so sad that tears roll down on their own and she can't admit it. The girl couldn't admit to him that it was the memories that made her so sad, and that was her secret. He understood that she needed time to sort out her feelings and figure out how to move on with these memories. But now they knew where the mercenary was, and she decided to open a portal for them so they could all get there quickly and accomplish their important mission without delay or difficulty. The girl asked if she could trust them and return home safely without fear of trouble or surprises, for the situation was quite complicated and unpredictable. The master assured her not to worry about it and told her that everything was provided for and planned in advance, so nothing bad would happen to them. At this moment, two people were walking through the desert, trying to find the right place, which they had been searching for days without much success or guidance. Mrs. Frisia was asked if this was really the place they were looking for, and if they were not mistaken, for everything around looked quite different. She was then asked if she was going to survey so much ground here alone, for it might prove too difficult and dangerous for her alone. She asked to be given 5 hours to check everything and said that this would be enough time to complete the task and achieve the desired result. Of course, she hoped for the protection of her companions, for she needed to pray and focus on the cleansing process without any distractions. A few days ago a revelation had come upon her, and the message was quite unusual, so she asked for help from anyone who could help her. The message said someone was following them and was close. Be careful, so she didn't see anything suspicious, but it worried her. The girl realized that she could trust her mistress and she could fully concentrate on the cleansing process without being distracted by extraneous things and events. Mistress began the purification process, spreading her power to the entire circumference, and it was noticeable to all those around her who were watching. Her power began to spread all around, and the sand actually began to move out from under their feet, much to the surprise of everyone around them. The sand really began to move out from under their feet, and it was surprising, for no one had expected such an effect from her actions, which was quite unexpected. Nara was surprised that the mistress was using her power so powerfully, for she looked tired and needed rest to regain her strength. She was worried as the mistress looked tired, and that was worrisome, for the cleansing process required a lot of strength and energy, which she might not have enough of. By the way, what is that float? Most always talk about complicated things, and it only confuses you, preventing you from focusing on the main tasks and goals. At that moment, the girl noticed that someone had approached them, and this caused alarm to everyone who was nearby watching the cleansing process. It was the very mercenary they were looking for, and his appearance was unexpected, for no one had expected to see him here in this place. He said it was his good old friend named Nara, and her presence here was a surprise to everyone who had known her before. The Lord realized that it was not sand, but poison, and this made him uneasy, for things were now even more dangerous and complicated than they had seen before. The girl noticed that it wasn't just sand, and now they had to be even more careful not to get trapped and hurt. There might be another person with a purple aura, and his presence here could make their task more difficult and even more dangerous. He wondered if her eye would be able to handle something like that again, but she said it couldn't, because it took a lot of strength and energy. He knew she could use a search spell, so he asked her to try it, for it could help them find the right person. The girl began to cast a search spell, focusing on her strength and energy to complete this difficult task and reach her goal. The Lord asked if she had learned anything, for it was important to them all, and her answer might help them further by clarifying the details. She said she saw something that way, and it could have been an important clue to anyone looking for the mercenary, because they might have found him. She sees someone's footprints, and something happened there, and it made her anxious, because the footprints could lead to danger or unexpected events. The mercenary said that this guy was so annoying, because he was constantly meddling in other people's affairs, which pissed him off and annoyed him the most. But in any case, now that he had gotten what he wanted, the remaining tasks, he thought, would be done with the conviction that they were normal and doable, without much difficulty. He hopes a reply to the letter will come soon, asking what the hell she's doing and what it means for him and everyone else, including his family. The boss was asked how much they could sell these guys for, given that the girls are beautiful and talented, so it would be possible to name a high price. He thinks so, and that's what matters. But the man didn't like it at all. He started insulting them, not understanding the importance of the situation and what could happen in the future if he didn't change his behavior. They still didn't realize who this girl was. She's a saint. They said they paid a lot for the heads of saints in Solia, and it's a wonder she showed up here. To meet a saint in such a place is quite a surprise. As the last surviving member of an ancient family, he thinks he could also be of much use in the future. At this moment, a gentleman actually appeared in front of them, suddenly emerging from the darkness, and everyone immediately realized that the situation had begun to change, and one must act quickly to avoid missing the chance. He looked at them all thoughtfully, assessing their actions and reactions to his sudden appearance while trying not to give away his true intentions and plans so as not to mess things up. He realized that this is a dead end for them, and they don't know how to proceed, what to do, or what steps to take in this situation to get out of it. They will need his ability to find the purple man, and he can't let them go as they could do a lot of damage without his help, which he can't allow. They didn't know what to do and started asking the chief, hoping for his wisdom and experience that could help them break the deadlock and find the right solution. But I did not greet him, and asked him if he was a young master from the Ippolita family, known for its legendary warriors and great heroes of the past, which caused him to wonder, isn't it a surname that is connected to the boss, near the border, when he lost his arm even then, which was a tragedy for everyone and changed his fate forever. The mercenary said he was sorry, but didn't force decide everything in war. And he was lucky he only lost his arm and not his life, which could have happened. Is it so difficult for a young gentleman to understand that in such a situation it is necessary to act quickly and decisively, without wasting time on reflection and doubts, which will only complicate everything? After that, the Lord couldn't stand it and immediately started taking the force, deciding that it was the only way to deal with the current problems and protect everyone around him. They noticed that all their bodies began to tremble in pain, and realized that the Lord's power was indeed great and dangerous, capable of causing great suffering and agony to everyone around them. The Lord started counting to 3 and said that if he dealt with him, they would know not to mess with him and further try to do anything against him. In a past life, this guy said there were 6 people, which meant that if they killed his gasping friend, there would only be 1 left and they could handle it, which was entirely possible. At this point, the man moved as close to the guy as possible, and everyone around him froze in anticipation, not knowing what was going to happen next and how it was going to end, and what would happen next. The master began to say that he would put him down first and then take care of the others, and all must be ready to do so, without exception or objection, lest they be hurt. When he wanted to continue, he realized what was happening and realized that the situation was out of control and he needed to act quickly to avoid losing his advantage and making mistakes. After he woke up, a thought came to him that he couldn't get away from. Why he was holding the sword and what it meant to him and everyone else. Thoughts of the sword kept him awake, and he couldn't even say who had stabbed him, someone else or he had done it himself, not understanding how it had happened or why. Hadn't he promised to avoid the fate of the Savior, and asked what he meant? Because of this guy, his father had lost an arm, and they dared to touch the family. Because of his carelessness he lost all his loved ones in his past life, and in this life he wants to really protect his family by not allowing past mistakes to happen again, so that the terrible things don't happen again. The current situation is no different from that case. It's still the same scenario, the same mistakes, and he has to be willing to correct them in order to change everything and save everyone. He will get his hands on it, not allowing anyone to interfere, and will act decisively and quickly to accomplish his goal and protect everyone he cares about and important. What is he even trying to do? Ask everyone around him, not understanding his motives and plans, and what it means for them all and their future, which is in danger. He wants peace of mind or to keep swinging the sword, thinking that this is the only way to achieve his goals and deal with the current problems that surround him now. Good Job, he spent so long destroying everything around him because he wanted to hear those words someday, which would mean recognition of his efforts and accomplishments, which was very important to him. At this moment, the man also began to feel an unbearable pain coursing through his body, and he realized that the situation was much more serious than he had previously thought. He was then enraged and asked how he even dared to act like that without considering all the circumstances and the consequences of his actions, which could have been catastrophic. The man instantly began to attack the Lord without thinking about the consequences, relying on his strength and confidence that he could defeat him without much trouble. He was very much surprised that the guy dodged his blow, which showed his skills and preparedness for such situations despite the odds. He then decided to attack him again, figuring that the second time would accomplish his goal and the guy wouldn't be able to dodge like he did the first time. As a matter of fact, he did, but the gentleman was no longer by his side. He disappeared so quickly that the man had no time to realize where he had gone or how it had happened. He was sure that this time he would hit the guy for sure, not giving him a single chance to dodge or defend, and that would be his victory. Well, of course, the gentleman was already quite far away from the man, using his speed and agility to avoid a direct collision and maintain his advantage. The man noticed that he was dodging well, which made him annoyed and angry as he couldn't catch him and deliver a decisive blow. Not a bad thing. Then it's worth asking something of the young lord to understand his motives and plans, and to find out why he's acting this way in this situation. The guy who had interrupted their operation might have been a young lord, and that might explain his confidence and ability, which surprised everyone present. The Lord answered him nothing, preferring to remain quiet and not give away his intentions so as not to give his opponent any extra information or advantage. They tell him to bear his sword or leave it even fats, and he doesn't know which to choose, as both options have their risks and consequences. The man was furious and told the guy not to ignore him, demanding answers and action, as his patience had run out and he couldn't wait any longer. At this point, the girl began to run out to the guy, hoping to help and support him despite the danger that surrounded them at this critical moment. The man asked if she was one of the young master's maids, marveling at her courage and determination, which were not typical of ordinary maids in such situations. He apologized, but he would take care of her master himself, not giving her the opportunity to step in and risk his life, which would be a rash act. At this point his friend rescued him and started asking if he was okay, why he was just standing there and not acting. Realizing that the situation needed a quick solution, the gentleman answered nothing and remained silent, thinking over his actions and possible consequences, not wanting to make a mistake that could cost him very dearly. And the girl was looking at him very hard at this moment, trying to understand his thoughts and intentions, not knowing what he planned to do next or how to help him. She asked if it had anything to do with what had happened to him in his past life, realizing that the past could have a strong influence on his decisions and actions now. Because he has held a sword in his past life and has seen many people killed by it, he is afraid that the events of his past life may repeat themselves in this one, which scares him. Because of this, he tries not to touch the sword, but deep down he wants to hold it tightly in his hands, feeling its power and the protection it gives him. The young gentleman said, like Teres, if one is afraid of not meeting other people's expectations and being criticized, one should stay away. He said that it is better to just observe than to become a target of expectations. The solution she was able to find is a little different. Whatever happens, whatever the outcome, she just thinks it's better to do what she really wants and feels is right. If he wants to hold the sword, go ahead, and if he doesn't, then let him just let it go. There's no need to complicate things, and the answers lie on the surface, she said. No matter what decision he makes, she will always respect and support him. Regardless of what others think, the most important thing is that he himself is happy with his choice, she added. The Lord didn't even know what to say to her in response to all of this, as her words affected him deeply, making him think about his actions and the motives that drove him. And there was something else. After these words, she took his hand tightly, showing her support and faith in him, which gave him strength and confidence. And she also promised that she would do whatever he wanted, without exception or doubt, as her devotion and loyalty to him knew no bounds or limits. She is truly willing to do whatever he wants, no matter the difficulty or danger, because her feelings for him are so strong and sincere that she cannot otherwise. The Lord was quite surprised to have such a conversation with the girl, not expecting to hear such words and see such determination in her eyes, which showed her true intentions and feelings. This girl noticed something that could have changed the course of events and immediately decided to share it with the master so that he would be aware and could make the right decision. The mercenary, right at that moment, attacked the guy and she warned him about it, allowing him to dodge in time and avoid serious injury or even death. The man really longed most of all to see the lad die, and this desire was so strong that he could not restrain himself and acted impulsively. Then the man's hands simply flew off, for he had cut her off, giving him no opportunity to continue his attack and showing how strong and dangerous his opponent was. The man really did not expect such a turn of events, which caused him shock and incomprehension of what was happening. He did not know how to proceed and what to do. He didn't even know how he should react to this situation, as his plans were completely ruined and he found himself in a position where he wasn't prepared to act. He asked how it affected him, meaning that losing his hands was a disaster for him, and he didn't understand why it happened or who was to blame. Of course, the mercenary went into an indescribable rage afterward, as the loss of his hands meant the end of his career and life for him, and he wanted revenge for that. The man couldn't understand how someone like him dared to say such things without considering his power and authority, which made him even more annoyed and angry. The Lord was at all unwaveringly calm in this situation, showing no emotion and remaining cold-blooded, which further surprised and worried everyone around him. They began to fight not for life but for death, and their every move was precise and deadly, showing a high level of skill and training. So far, their battle looked evenly matched, and no one could tell who would come out victorious, as both were strong and experienced, making the fight exciting. The man was saying stop having fun and let him be more aggressive, which meant he wanted to see his true strength and see what he was capable of in a fight. The Lord then decided to use his power, realizing that he couldn't win otherwise, and it was the only way to deal with his opponent and come out victorious. The man noticed that it was bloodlust that was driving his actions, and it could have disastrous consequences if he couldn't control it. It didn't matter now if he just ignored her powers and thoughts, as the main thing was to focus on winning and not make any mistakes that could cost him his life. The gentleman then said it was over, showing his confidence in victory and that he was in control despite all the difficulties and dangers. And then he literally chopped off the man's head, showing his strength and determination. And this caused shock and horror to all those around him who had not expected such an outcome. But just as the guy thought, it annoyed him a lot and he couldn't contain his emotions, realizing that the situation was out of his control and he didn't know what to do next. The girl decided to turn to the young gentleman, hoping that he could help and find a solution that would change things for the better and save them all from disaster. At this point, the gentleman took her head, showing his seriousness and intention to find out the truth, allowing no doubt and giving her no opportunity, who avoided answering. He told her to quickly tell her how she found out about his past life, demanding explanations and not willing to tolerate any more secrets and innuendos to understand everything. At that moment, the girl burned herself, giving away her true intentions and knowledge, which put her in a vulnerable position and showed how sincere she was in her words. The Lord realized that she had learned this from the goddess of his past life, and it caused him many questions and doubts, as he had not expected this turn of events. So what Yang called the underworld was his past life, and here, working so hard, she's telling him to find the twin blades and asking for a favor, which is important. By the way, if you recall on Gavrilov that he slept in the cave, you can realize that this is not an accident, but part of a plan that was thought out and prepared in advance. Already she wondered if there was something she wasn't telling him. The fact was that unfortunately for the young lord, she had to use a sleep spell to protect him and save him. The guy had actually assumed that was the case, because everything pointed to that fact, and now his hunch was confirmed, allowing him to calm down. He wondered if it was all because she wanted to do it too. That's why he was pulling at her cheeks, trying to figure out her real intentions and desires. So now the young lord will go in search of the twin blades, which he believes will help them achieve their goals and overcome all obstacles. But the gentleman said he didn't want that, and isn't that understandable, because he prefers a different path and isn't willing to risk his life for it. And the memories of his past life make him want to eat porridge with red beans, as it was his favorite dish, which is associated with pleasant moments. The girl assumes they only need red beans, so they can do something to make this dish and indulge in a flavor from the past. Let the strain cook it for him when they return, so he can savor the flavor and remember the happy moments associated with this dish from a past life. Sira was already tired of cleaning, almost falling asleep, because the work was exhausting and long, and she had no opportunity to rest and gain strength for new tasks. The girl said that the floor was about to fail beneath her, but she didn't think she fully understood what her mistress had told her, and she wanted her to watch over those two and not solve problems for them. Riley and Nanny would like her to believe them more than she worries, as they are confident in their strength and abilities, and it will give them confidence and determination to act. She recently said the same thing to Ian, conveying to him that the girl reacts the same way he does, which means that their feelings and thoughts are similar in many ways and they understand each other. When she asked where the girl was, the girl told her not to look at her, for she had forgotten to tell him what was important and necessary, and now it was a problem. She then started looking for something and said it must be around here somewhere, but couldn't remember the exact location, which made her anxious and doubtful. Yan said that because he was worried about the master, he would go and look for him on his own. He was sure he would find him and come back with the young master. That day, when Sira came in at sunset, she left this letter and disappeared, causing everyone to be shocked and worried, as no one knew what had happened to her or where to find her. The girl was furious after that, as she thought that Sira had done wrong and her disappearance had only complicated the situation by causing more problems and difficulties. Nara thanked the gentleman for his help, grateful for his intervention and support, without which she would not have been able to cope with the difficulties and problems that had arisen. Thanks to the priestess's help, she is perfectly fine, and Nara's protection. Her body was almost unharmed, which was important for her continued recovery and healing. So it was the priests who were only able to wake up because of him, and his intervention played a key role in saving them and bringing them back to life, which deserves recognition and gratitude. But the gentleman said no, she did it all, showing that her efforts and endeavors were important and meaningful and she deserved to be recognized for her actions. At this point, The girl was very nervous when she was introduced, as she was not expecting such attention and excitement, which caused her stress and anxiety. Nara appeared to know her, which was a surprise to everyone, and it caused her even more questions and doubts, as she couldn't understand how this was possible. But she was surprised that it was someone she knew, as she hadn't expected to meet any familiar faces here, and it raised more questions and doubts in her mind. She began to think of who it could be, trying to search her memory for images and events associated with this person to see who stood before her and what to expect from him. A man who was so white that it set him apart and made him easily recognizable, but she couldn't remember where or when she'd met him before. Nara wondered if it was Nani, even though nothing had changed, why she was having such a hard time recognizing her, and it was causing her a lot of questions and doubts. The girl said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that explained her difficulty in recognizing her, as a lot of time had passed and the person's appearance could have changed over that period. It turns out she was cured. What a relief, and she was changed beyond recognition, which made her happy and satisfied, as it meant her health was fine. If you look closely, you could see that the young lord had also changed a bit, and his skin color was a bit lighter, which spoke of his inner change and development. I should note that the gentleman's color is clear now, and when I first met him his color was a little darker. She wants to say it was dirtier before, but now it has changed for the better. That wasn't what she meant, let her forget. He wanted to ask her something about the purple people she'd mentioned, how many she'd even seen Nan mentioned. The guy Cable from the Black Rain Field, the pontiff from Solia's temple, and the guy she ran into were all from somewhere among those 4 people she was talking about. If the 6 regions they talked about were taken into account, it would then be 6, so including the 4 people mentioned by the girl and the princess, that left one more person. Though she wasn't sure if it would help the Lord, she had recently seen a suspicious person who could be one of the purple people they had been talking about. She couldn't see his face because he had his hood up, but she remembered well the silver hair peeking out from under the hood, which made her suspicious. It wasn't like she was an aristocrat. She looked like an aristocrat, but it was hard to call her a mercenary, which made her personality even more mysterious and enigmatic. They asked why they were asking about them, but didn't get anything particularly important, but think it would be good to find out more about them to understand their intentions. And the likelihood that they'll have new trios they haven't dealt with yet is pretty high, and it'll give them trouble, so it's best to be ready and act early. The girl asked if he was planning to travel around the area, but he said he didn't know yet, as he was contemplating visiting the doctor who had treated her and getting a good night's rest. Then she would like to ask him a favor to take her with him, as she has something important to do and she can't do it alone without his help. Could she go with them? But the gentleman immediately replied that no, as it was too dangerous and he did not want to put her at risk and possible trouble. Nara started to say that it's a saint's request and he can at least listen to her because it's really important to her and she hopes he understands. The 2 of them seem to have hit it off in a big way and are now inseparable, making their cooperation and understanding of each other even more meaningful and important to their common goal. And so long ago, there was a divine revelation that influenced their decisions and actions, and now they are following that revelation, trying to understand its true meaning and significance. The protagonist has to realize what the divine revelation means and follows the child of the black butterfly because that's what the revelation said. Follow the black butterfly child is what it said. And the black butterfly child was Nani, so she thought she should join them to accomplish the goal. She thought it had something to do with the black butterfly he'd seen in his dream, and this was further confirmation that her guess might be correct. Well, what about the girl? Don't they walk together as if glued everywhere, so that their union and cooperation seems natural and logical to everyone around them? If a saint has a purpose, she will honor it no matter what it is because she respects his decisions and is willing to support him in any circumstance. The girl said she's not sure about it because she doesn't know the best thing to do and is afraid of making the wrong choice that could hurt them both. In the past she would have immediately agreed, but now she can't, for the young master's memories are sacred to her, and she doesn't want to risk their friendship and trust. Riley said enough is enough and asked if she understood their position. He refuses to accompany her because it's too dangerous for her and could get her in trouble. Decides she needs to deal with what she has to do first, and only then can she think about other matters and tasks so as not to complicate things even more. Then can she go with him after she clears the desert to show her determination and willingness to help in all conditions and situations. In any case, given their condition, They should be in by tomorrow night, so if she wanted to say something, it was better to do it today so as not to postpone important matters. Nara had come to the Lord since he had called for her, and wanted to know what he wanted to discuss with her, and how it might affect their future actions and plans. He asked her if it had anything to do with the desert and the plague. Here it was possible that it was the work of the purple-colored people she had seen, and she thought it was too. If witnesses are to be believed, the plague is always asking, "Please kill me," or something like that, and it causes everyone to be afraid and anxious for their lives and future. Because the plague is heading to Ansirium, an evacuation has begun. But it doesn't help anything because the plague is spreading too fast and people don't have time to escape. She asked if he was heading to Ansirium. Who cares? He asked her that because he wants to avoid the plague and doesn't know the best way to handle the situation. He then turned to a girl who was standing nearby and wanted to know what she thought of the situation and what she had to offer. Beetle doesn't have a place where the doctor lives. He doesn't live there anymore, so there's no point in looking for him there. You have to find another way. No problem. Can go back to bed because there are no other important things to do today and she needs to rest. He'll come down too, of course. He needs some sleep too, as there's a lot of work ahead and he needs to be on full alert. After that, Riley made the decision to rest too, no matter what happens or what the outcome will be. The main thing is to gain strength and be ready. He thinks it's best to do exactly what he wants and not worrying about what others think. The main thing is to be true to himself. It's true, and it's so much better, because only then can you be truly happy and not feel pressured from the outside. They're about to finish the job of mopping up the desert, and Carta thinks they better get going because they need to change locations and move on. It looks like it's going to take 3 more days to get the feeling out, so we need to spread our energies and resources to get everything done in time and not procrastinate. The protagonist asked if she could then join them after she finished her business, but he told her to work quietly and take her time. They hoped to meet soon and wished her a good journey, for there is much to do and one must be ready for anything. The Lord asked if she knew the location of the cave and suggested that she go there right away so as not to waste any time and get the matter sorted out quickly. They haven't seen Heliona lately. She's a spirit. She's probably playing or sleeping in the spirit world. He knows her. There's no way she hasn't shown up at least once. If it wasn't something serious, she would have warned them before she went missing, and now they needed to be alert and look for her. The girl said that the young master is completely right. He needs to hold her hand tightly so that he doesn't get lost in this world and get lost. This one is probably through a portal. They've traveled to some earthly climate that was very different from what they had before and now need to adapt. Then they landed on the ground and felt that something had changed, but they couldn't yet figure out what it was and needed to look around. The gentleman asked why she teleported instead of coming in through the door, as it would have been more logical and easier, and wouldn't have raised too many questions. And not in the woods. Weren't they supposed to get right into the cave? They were supposed to get right into the cave, and they don't understand why it didn't work out the way they planned. The girl at that moment noticed something and her attention immediately shifted to what was going on around her. She began to look around carefully. This is the doctor guard. He is protecting the cave, sir. And now they must be careful not to arouse his suspicions and get into trouble. They are close now and the guard was helping her train. If it's the same uncle, he should know they came with peaceful intentions. She starts to greet him and tells him they haven't seen each other in a while and hopes he remembers her and understands why they are here. At that moment the bear turned around and looked right at her, and it was unexpected and a little scary, but she tried to stay calm. The girl couldn't understand what had happened and why the bear had reacted to her appearance in such a way. She tried to remember what she could have done wrong. At this point, the bear started to attack her and before she knew it, she was in a dangerous situation and now needed to act quickly. Riley started yelling for her to run away and not try to fight back because that would only make things worse and get her in more trouble. The girl continued to stand still and didn't move at all. She was in shock and couldn't understand what was happening or how she should react to it. Riley yelled again for her to run away and not try to fight the bear because it was too dangerous and one had to escape at all costs. The girl still continued to stand still, not moving at all, as if she was paralyzed with fear and couldn't make the decision to run away. At this point, she became defensive and said that he didn't seem to recognize her, Even though they had met more than once and she remembered him well. She asked him to leave for a while so they could have a proper talk and work out any issues they had accumulated. Dare continued to be angry at the whole situation. His anger was not subsiding, and it looked like he wasn't going to calm down anytime soon. The girl asked him to calm down, explaining that they had come in peace and did not want to harm him or the other inhabitants of the cave. The girl then introduced herself by name, hoping it would help the bear remember her and calm down, for she was not an enemy, but a friend. After that, human features appeared in the bear's eyes and he began to look less aggressive, as if he was beginning to recognize her. He immediately said her name afterward, and there was a note of surprise and joy in his voice, for he had not expected to see her here. She explained that she had come with her master and something had happened to them. They were sure the portal was supposed to take them straight to the cave but ended up here. He said he would tell her everything, but let her release him first because it was uncomfortable for him to stand in that position. They couldn't get into the cave because of a barrier that had recently appeared around it, and they didn't know how to get around it. Not long ago, the Lord asked him to pay special attention to anyone who comes into the cave because he suspects someone is trying to destroy it. He was more attentive than usual, and 2 or 3 people came here, stayed too long, and he had to fight them. In the process, he lost control of himself, and he is ashamed of himself in front of his master for not being able to hold himself together. There's something wrong here. The master has never set out any barrier before. Apparently something serious happened that forced him to do so. First they will go to the cave, let him defend the place well, for there might be someone else trying to get in. The heroine asked if and how they would climb this mountain, because the path is not that easy. If she's not worried, she's well acquainted with all the defenders of the place, so they won't have to hide. They can just go. The Lord had put a barrier around the entire mountain, not just around the cave. If they teleported mindlessly, they might get hurt. There is a chance that only certain parts of their bodies are teleported and it will be dangerous, so you need to be extremely careful. She asked how long it would take them to get to the cave if they walked and if they could view the area. The girl said it would take about an hour, and they could get there if they walked without stops or delays. Riley asks Elijah, "It seems like it's been 2 hours and they should be closer than they had originally planned." The defender said it was time to change points if it happened that she wasn't recognized by any of the defenders on guard. "I guess Yulia Vasilyevna has changed, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. The new protection order must be to blame." He said he could go no farther, and suggested taking another road, which would be quicker and less tiring for all. It's a shame, of course, to use mana instead of walking, but sometimes you have to sacrifice something to achieve a goal. The girl said she had forgotten something and now they had to go back to get it or they couldn't continue on their way. At that moment, someone was watching them and they felt it, but they couldn't figure out who exactly was watching them or why. It was for people who were actually watching them at that moment, and they were clearly not friendly. The girl couldn't understand who they were, or why their presence was causing her such a sense of unease and anxiety. They began to shout that this was the territory of the Red Dragon, a very famous villain who ruled these lands, threatening anyone who dared to disturb his peace and safety, intimidating everyone with his power. It's not like they're going to make excuses for supposedly getting lost. Realizing the seriousness of their intrusion into this dangerous territory, realizing that they could bring a huge disaster upon themselves, the girl introduced herself as a maid accompanying this young gentleman, and the fur from whence and who they were. It was unclear, but they caused her perplexity and some sense of uneasiness. Who they are and why they are here, no one knows, and their motives remain a mystery to everyone around them, creating an atmosphere of tension and distrust among everyone present. They call themselves warriors, strong and brave, willing to do anything to fulfill their mission to protect their people from the threat looming over their village. The girl could not understand what it meant to be a warrior, and what the word implied in this context, for she had never before encountered such people and their outlook. They are warriors who have come to defeat the Red Dragon that is disturbing the peace of their village, destroying peace and harmony, poisoning the lives of ordinary people with its presence and constant threat. What did he just say to you? Calling her pathetic, unworthy of attention and compassion, degrading her dignity, making her angry, resentful and wanting to prove otherwise. The girl said that they didn't come here to defeat the dragon, they came to punish the one who had disturbed their peace, leaving them no other choice and no chance for reconciliation. The girl asked if they had proof that it was his fault, for without proof the accusations were baseless and unfair, violating all rules of justice. Nothing has been proven yet, but it definitely will be soon. And then they can bring charges without question, based on hard facts and irrefutable evidence that they are right. She said that means they don't even have proof, which makes all their words empty and useless, devoid of meaning and power to support their claims. Since this is not the first time the story of the victory has happened, there is nothing surprising about it, and everyone realizes that such events happen with a certain regularity. However, now that she knows their goals, she can't let them go any further, realizing the danger they could pose to those around them. Was it here to store and enlarge the man? She asked, doubting their words and suspecting they might be hiding true intentions. She told them to leave the mountain now, as they were too weak to be called warriors and could not stand a real battle. Everyone immediately began to fear her, realizing that she really did have incredible power and strength that could change the outcome of events. The girl realized that they didn't seem to understand nicely, and she would have to use more drastic measures to get her way. We need to get them away from here, she thought, realizing that their presence could hurt everyone else and cause a lot of problems. At this point, she assigned one of the humans to attack, believing him to be the most dangerous and capable of causing the most damage. At this point, someone couldn't stand it and decided to help by throwing themselves into the fight to protect their friends and stop her. He fended off the girl's attack. Nani was surprised that he fended off her attack, for she had thought herself invincible and had not expected such resistance from him. She apologized to the lady mage, realizing that they had made a mistake due to their inexperience, and promised that they would leave the mountain. They started running away, saying they were sorry and would not come here again, realizing their weakness and inability to handle the situation. Now girl was left alone, looking around and thinking about what to do next and how to continue your journey. She wondered who had repelled her attack, remembering the technique she had just used, trying to understand its nature. She seemed to have seen one of these somewhere before, but couldn't remember exactly where or when it was, which caused her confusion. The girl began to run away with the pink one, hoping to find the answer to her questions and realize what was going on around her. She began to look for the young gentleman, realizing that he could help her figure things out. He could not understand why she was hovering, and marveled at her abilities, which seemed incredible and inexplicable to him. Why she hadn't used this ability before, he didn't know, but he was sure she had her reasons. She's going to tell him to remember because of these guys so they don't get in the way and cause trouble. Yes, it's not the first time this has happened already, and they should be prepared to deal with situations like this in order to handle it. There was a hero who immediately started trying it too, but couldn't pull it off because he didn't know all the intricacies and details. That he can't move because she still hasn't conjured his wings or given him permission to fly. First, he has to go higher up to survey the area to see what's going on around them and where they are. The fog is denser than usual today, making it harder to see and making the search even more difficult and dangerous for everyone. Now they would fly straight to the Lord's cave. He wanted to find him as soon as possible and find out what had happened and what to do next. He traveled all this way to get here. He wonders what made him so detached that they can't even see him. Riley couldn't understand what had happened to him and tried to make sense of everything that had happened, desperately searching for answers to his questions, which came up one after another. Endem said he smelled like them, and he had just returned from the desert where something incredible and dangerous was happening for everyone. He was attacked by the purple man they had told him all about, and his body was covered in this human poison, causing him incredible pain. Riley cheerfully asked if he had met the guy in question, trying to figure out what had happened in the desert. When he confronted him, he said to kill himself, which sounded extremely unexpected and absurd, causing everyone to be perplexed. Ridiculous, because someone who easily takes the life of others couldn't even kill himself. Something made him feel bad, and he decided to sleep, hoping that rest would help him regain his strength and figure out what to do next. The girl said he could use cleansing magic. Doesn't it help? Wondering why his condition isn't improving. Haliliona then appeared, apologizing for her long absence, and began to explain the reasons for her disappearance and the situation. She apologized for missing and didn't say a word. She had no other choice due to the horrible state she found herself in. As she could see, although she had used cleansing magic several times, his condition hadn't improved and it was only getting worse. None of the real problems were ever resolved, and now they face even greater challenges that require immediate action. Just like Endel said, I'm the one who wanted the desert, posing a serious threat to everyone. Then Frisia's cleansing magic, pure desert, could help, but at the moment, they didn't know how to use it effectively. Desert poison and those poison, Frisia might cleanse, but they needed more information to be sure of their actions. Now you, Riley, have solved everything. The girl was wondering what they should do to find a solution to this problem and save their friend. To cure their friend, they must steal Frisia, but it was a dangerous and difficult task that required careful preparation and a plan. They still seemed to be feeling the desert, and its effects continued to affect all who encounter it. She just couldn't figure out who it was that looked suspicious with them, but since the girl was talking to this person, it meant he wasn't dangerous. Forget about him. She's sure the girl will help with him, because like she said, the cleanup will take 3 days and they can handle it. Wouldn't it be better to just tell her everything and bring her here? But she insisted that wasn't the safest way. She said, if they did that, he would show off and say they should have gone with them. They'll start by stealing it as planned. It'll be better and safer, and then they'll get to work cleaning up the desert. He's a lizard that has lived for 1,000 years and can't die so easily. If she wants, he can use temporary magic. In the meantime, they need to rest, gain strength and prepare for the upcoming events that will require a lot of energy. The girls asked where she went, and she replied that she went to the cave where the dragon lived to learn more and figure out what to do next. She must have been crazy to think she could kill him, even though she went there alone or with her friends. Rumor has it that he has a talent for effect, so she thought he might be the one they were looking for and talked him into it. I mean, she had told her many times that if she implicated her friends and they die, she would have to be held responsible. Well, Grandma said there wasn't much time left and you had to act quickly and decisively to get everything done in time. She called Gerald over to her place to discuss the next steps and figure out how they could handle the difficulties that had arisen. The girl immediately approached, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and tried not to show her anxiety, so as not to disturb the others, because her calmness was necessary for everyone at this moment. She knows the girl is worried and says that dire times are coming, but she doesn't want her to say goodbye to her life like this. After all, she is her last student that she has trained for a long time. Just let her wait for fate to find them, because if the warrior doesn't show up until the very end, it will mean only one thing: their mission will fail, and the world will change forever. Well then, she herself does not know what to do, but she must be ready for anything that may happen, because their fate has already been determined, and each of them must accept it with dignity and courage. Well then, it must be their destiny, and they must accept it no matter what happens and keep fighting for their future despite all the difficulties and trials that may come their way. They wondered if everything had been cleared, and it looked like the girls' prayers had worked, for things looked different now than they had before, and that gave them hope for a better future. Now is the perfect time to ask her if she is ready for the upcoming task, which requires great bravery and dedication, because the fate of many people and creatures depends on her decisions. Riley was surprised that she gave him a mask made by her own hands, drawing on his past memories, because every time someone does something like this, they have to put on a mask, hiding their identity. She made it herself based on his past memories. It turns out every time someone does something like this, they have to put on a mask, hiding their identity and true intentions. He asked if she could go alone, and it seemed that in his past life kidnappers always worked in pairs, but in this world wasn't she the apprentice of a great dragon, and the mask would only hinder her. The girl decided that she would go on her own, despite all the dangers and difficulties that might meet on her way, for her determination and courage knew no bounds. The fairy was telling him that he was a young smiter and he should have gone with her, but he needed to get some more sleep, have her wake him up when she got back so they could continue together. At that moment she noticed something, and this discovery could change everything they knew about their mission and the trials ahead, requiring incredible strength and wisdom. They were surprised that the girl made it through so quickly, showing her determination and incredible abilities that helped her overcome all the obstacles along the way. It was easy. All she had to do was to keep an eye on Mrs. Nora since she already had magic, so everything went smoothly and she was able to complete her task. Frisia was nervous and couldn't figure out who she had, but decided she wasn't going to be bullied, for she had a heavenly responsibility that required concentration on her shoulders. The girl warns that she has cast a watching stun spell so they can't hear them. What should they do next? Take her to the Lord to make a decision. Riley asked if they weren't friends, and that was important to everyone. because the trust between them was the basis of their cooperation and mutual aid in difficult situations. She replied that she wasn't too serious, but she'd gotten carried away with the rabbits and it had distracted her a bit from the main task at hand. But now she was ready to move on. At this point, the girl approached the dragon, examining it and trying to figure out how it could be helped so that it would regain its strength and be ready to fight. She said that it was very much like a plague that had overtaken the desert, and it was a matter of grave concern, for such diseases could destroy all living things around. Let them please say, if they can, why they want her to help this dragon, for her help could be crucial for everyone. Riley reiterated that this was his friend and he was willing to do whatever it took to save him, as friendship and loyalty were the most important qualities in their world. She asked Yulu if they were sure they had no evil intentions, for she needed to be sure of their sincerity before deciding to help. Riley said that's right, and they really want to help, with no ulterior motives or self-serving goals, just out of kindness and concern. After that, the girl kept looking at them, trying to see how sincere they were and how willing they were to fight for justice and peace together. To be honest, she doesn't understand a lot of things, but she heard them, and it gave her some insight into the situation and the ability to make the right choice. She gave him a secret blessing, hoping it would help him in the trials ahead and give him the strength to overcome all difficulties. At that moment the dragon awoke, and his awakening was an important event for all, for his power and wisdom could change the course of events. The girl asked him if he was alright and if there were any other wounds, for his condition was key to their future actions and plans. That was the end of her work, and she asked to be brought back to rest and recuperate before the next trials that lay ahead. At that moment, the dragon addressed the boy by name, and his voice was filled with wisdom and power that evoked memories of the past. Riley immediately punched him and started saying that it looked like he hadn't woken up yet and was talking in his sleep, because his words sounded strange and incoherent. The dragon began to call him by name and said he was in misery, and this made everyone wary, for his words could carry an important message. Started to say let him at least be as his maid for a little while, even though Nani lacks experience unlike him, but she tries hard and deserves praise. He was surprised that he was no longer in pain, and wondered what had happened that his wounds had begun to heal so quickly and painlessly. After that, Riley realized that their whole plan had failed and now they had to come up with a new way to achieve their goal so that they wouldn't make any mistakes. Frisia, as Riley spoke, began to say that as expected, everything had turned out just as the saint had said, and it confirmed her words and prophecies. The guy started saying that now he should saintly later repay her in full, because everything was fine, and she was only here because of the master, even though he had kidnapped her. The girl could not understand why he decided to steal her, for she would have helped him if he had asked honestly, and this misunderstanding could have been easily resolved. When she told him the revelation of the dragons last spring and his reaction seemed strange to her, it meant the reason was that they were unfamiliar with the dragon. She said he confuses her in general and his behavior seems unpredictable to her, which adds even more mystery to their relationship. At this point, Riley looked at his companion, trying to figure out what was really going on and what his companion's plans were. He thought that Riley had lost his mind, for his actions and words were becoming more and more bizarre and illogical, which made him uneasy. Riley started to say that he had helped him so many times before and you can't talk to him like that. After all, they are supposed to support each other in times of need. He almost died at the hands of a man he fought with him in the first place, and he's been asleep for a month in general. Let him get his act together already. He doesn't care at all about the people who care about him. Frisia asked Helena if they always acted like that, and the girl said that yes, because they were friends, and such behavior was quite normal for them. At first she was also surprised, but now she got used to it, because with time you realize that true friends will always be there for you, despite all the oddities and peculiarities. Riley asked if he would catch and beat the man, and the comrade said yes, because he was sure he wouldn't stop at one dessert, and that was just the beginning. And if he gets infected again on the protagonist will hope that sorry, but he's not going to save him a second time, because it's too dangerous. They decided to ask the saint about the person spreading the plague and to find out if she had met such people to understand how to deal with this threat. She said she had never seen them, but thought she would run into them sooner or later, for she had a divine revelation predicting the encounter. He said, Wasn't it the goddess who had just said that she should have gone with them so that the likelihood of meeting that man would increase and it would make sense? Among all people, she trusts the two of them the most, because they have already proved their loyalty and readiness to help in any situation, regardless of its complexity. Riley did not react to these words, for his thoughts were occupied with other things, and he was thinking about his further actions and plans for the near future. The guy as a divine girl doesn't know about the protagonist, but on his student he definitely trusts, because she has shown her dedication and skills. She had once thought that Nainis or was similar to that of a dragon, and it turned out that she was Andelsan's apprentice, which explained her abilities. He asked what time it was and she said it was like 3 in the morning, which meant they had spent a lot of time thinking and talking and needed to rest. He said he would go to bed to gain strength for the next ordeal, for they had much to do, and everyone must be ready for it. Whether they get caught or not, let them handle it themselves, for he trusts them, and believes they are up to the task and everything will end well. He thinks he'll need the power of a holy maiden to catch this man, and the more he ponders, the more convinced he becomes that the key is a secret power, but no one like him knows how to use it. In a moment that lasted for some half a day, he realized that he had to do something urgently in order not to miss his chance and complete the work he had started. The man with the document was in some sort of cave, and Riley knew he had to act quickly to prevent the enemy from escaping and completing his mission. She can't lose control here and needs to hold out as long as possible before she's caught by the people who are already close to her hideout. It was at this point that she stopped, deciding after all that it was pointless to keep running and she needed to stand up for herself and her freedom. She begged and said she didn't want to die anymore, because her life was just starting to get better and she dreamed of a future full of happiness and peace. She was told that he had lost his mind again, and that scared her even more, because she knew that no one could help or protect her now. She had said it over and over again. For 10 years, she had never wanted such strength for herself, and now it had become her curse and torment. And don't care about the secret garden he longs for, because she doesn't need that power and might if she has to pay for it with such suffering. He doesn't want to force her to use her powers, but the current situation demands it, and he realizes it can't do it without her help. The stench from his left foot he will make it fit the name, for it is the only way to stop her and finish what she has started. The girl started telling him not to dare, because she didn't deserve to be treated like that and there were other ways to solve their problems. Shouldn't she exterminate at least one city? It would be great if she could also bring a dragon or two after her to show her strength. At this point, Riley woke up, and it was still nighttime. He knew he needed to sleep longer to build up his strength before the new day. But at that moment he noticed something, and it made him wary, for it could change their plans and lead to new dangers. He could not understand where he was, for he was flying and thought he was in a cave, but it turned out to be a very different place. The guy got out altogether, and while he slept he was carried here. And now he had to figure out what to do next and how to get back to his own. He had moved his boundaries where this guy was, and now they had to act quickly and decisively to make sure they didn't miss their chance. The girl knows that they said they would work things out on their own, but she couldn't handle the teacher's stubbornness alone, and now they need to join forces. Now Riley understood everything, and he called him a jerk, saying that they should have just let him die, because it would have saved them a lot of trouble. He said as he stood up and knew how difficult it was for him to carry him here, but it was necessary for their overall safety and success. The girl said that the inspection of the cave entrance was complete, and she thought there was a person there with the same plague as they had, and needed to act immediately. Since she's put her flame on him, they better hurry, because time is working against them, and procrastination could cost them their lives. They don't want to say that it was a man who put a gentleman in front of the fire, for it could have been a trap or a test of their strength and determination. Even if she wrings their necks, winds up piercing them with ice spears, or devours their bodies with fire, they won't survive, and that's the only way to stop the plague. And that's actually what happened to this girl, because her sacrifice was necessary for the common cause, and now they have to move on. This man was very strange. There wasn't even a desire to fight in his eyes, but why he wanted to be killed himself remained a mystery. No matter how many times he killed it, it would revive and continue spreading the plague, making it a virtually invulnerable foe. The girl knew they had to find a way to stop him once and for all, or their world was doomed to destruction and suffering. She promised that she would find a way to defeat him, and together with Riley, they would devise a new plan that would bring them long-awaited victory and peace. Although he used various techniques, this man realized that her secret power could be the solution to all the problems he faced throughout his life. This cave can also be cleared of anything that happens to be in it. The deeper they go, the more dark and dense the space around them becomes. The man had long ashy hair, strange facial features, and a horrible stench around him that repelled all who approached him. This man was forever screaming in pain that could not be endured, and everyone tried to stay away so as not to hear his moans and suffering. It seems they came just in time to help with this difficult situation that could have gotten out of hand at any moment. The man was on his feet at this point, trying to deal with the pain and gather his strength for the further action that awaited him. What is happening to him? Is this really his usual state that he lives with every day, not finding peace and a peaceful existence? Their powers were the same, and it amazed everyone who watched them, not realizing how such a thing could be possible in reality. Though it's the smartest plague she's ever seen, it's not so scary that it can't be dealt with on principle. If this man tries to escape, will he be able to carry her after him? For all he needs to do is help her touch. He understood everything, and she could rely on him, knowing he wouldn't let her down in this difficult and dangerous situation. The man then began to attack without wasting any time, realizing that every second counted in this important battle. The girl gave him a sign that he should act now, and he understood her without words, beginning to carry out what he had planned without delay. Actually, the guy did exactly as his girlfriend asked him to do, without deviating from her instructions and directions. The girl said he should clear it right now so there would be no repercussions or problems in the future. The man then fell to the ground, fainting from overexertion, but knowing that he had done everything right and true. And then the cleansing process began, and everyone around felt the atmosphere begin to change, becoming cleaner and brighter. It felt like this guy's ability had to do with plague and stench, and that's what suddenly worried and scared him. She would understand him better if she could see his memories, which could clarify a lot of what was going on around him. It seems that the ability that was called a nightmare in his past life, this man also has it now. Riley had almost no mana system in his previous life, but that didn't matter because there was another power. However, a man came along who was out of control because he couldn't handle his power and started destroying everything around him. Plague breath. The more powers he used, the weaker he became, causing him to suffer because he was forcibly given this ability by another person. Once such people went out of their minds, they could not be killed, and there was only one way to stop the endlessly expanding disaster. Riley decided to turn to the girl, realizing that she could help him in this difficult situation where special strength was required. He asked for this sword to be endowed with a secret power so that they could finish what they started sooner and defeat the enemy together. The guy said they should try it, because they had no other choice but to act right now and immediately. At first, he held it back with magic to keep the enemy from breaking free and continuing to do evil around him. Now she is endowed the sword with a secret power, and it should be enough to defeat the enemy and save everyone around her. Riley said that was enough and they could move on, knowing that victory was near and within reach. At that moment, something sharp and unexpected pierced through the man, and he felt an incredible pain that instantly paralyzed him and made him collapse to his knees. As expected, despite his unusual method of operation, he still recovered using his internal reserves, which seemed to be endless and unshakable. It seemed that some unknown and abnormal force had imbued him with abilities that he couldn't control, and it frightened everyone around him because they didn't know what to expect. But he said it was impossible to kill him now, and they should leave as quickly as possible to escape and avoid imminent death at his hands. The girl couldn't understand what it even meant, and why they couldn't kill him, even using all their strength and skills in this dangerous situation. No time to explain. Let them leave through the portal the girl opened to avoid imminent doom and escape the pursuit of the enemy. The girl started shouting for them to run faster, realizing that there was very little time left and the enemy was very close, almost catching up with them. The girl and the guy started to run away quickly, not looking back and trying not to slow down their run so they wouldn't get trapped and escape. He can only be killed in one way, which requires special weapons and certain conditions to succeed and win this battle. It is the use of the sword again, for the sake of saving him and the world, for it is the only way they can save everyone and defeat this dangerous enemy. He wants to find the divine sword now, and there was already a vision in Greece that he must find Mr. Riley's divine sword to defeat the enemy. The man continued to chase his opponents, not stopping for a second, and all the time getting closer to them, not giving them a chance to escape. Riley said that it really pisses him off and he can't take any more of this injustice and powerlessness in this situation. He then threw some sort of pillow at the man to distract his attention and buy some time to escape and plan his actions. Everyone was amazed at the plague breath that came from him and could not believe their eyes seeing this strange and dangerous phenomenon. Riley explained that this guy can't control the plague, and he's also infinitely reborn after death, which is beyond anything possible. So how do they catch him? Divine power worked at least somehow, but what other options are there if they fail right now? If he wasn't in an uncontrolled state, Frisia might be able to handle him, but right now there was only one method they could use. This method he thinks is very reluctant to use, but it seems they have no other option if they want to win and survive. The guy can't just watch it from the sidelines. They have to deal with everything themselves and defeat the enemy no matter what. He's handled this kind of disaster before with other dragons, and they can corner this guy with all their strength and skill. He hopes they all survive and can see each other later, when it's all over and the world is back to normal. The girl decided to turn to the guy, realizing that without his help they will not be able to cope with this threat and save everyone around them. He too thought that there was only one way to deal with this guy, and it looked like she knew something too, since she had transferred his memories. He couldn't feel the sort energy from plague breath, which meant that this person was still hiding and not found, which made it more difficult. That they can't even tolerate Naru, and that makes things even more difficult, forcing them to look for other solutions and methods of fighting. At this point, the girl started yelling, and Riley couldn't understand what it was or why she was so scared, not knowing what to do next. Frisia had forgotten about Naru. She must be worried about her sudden disappearance, and they need to get back to the cave as soon as possible to sort things out. When the girl actually saw her mentor, she was insanely happy, realizing that everything would be fine and they would get through all the difficulties together. She knew how worried her mentor had been, thinking she had been stolen, and now they could continue their journey together without fear of danger. The young gentleman said the situation was urgent, and he apologized for disappearing without warning, without giving any information about his whereabouts or the reason for his disappearance. He also said that even though they had paired him up with others, they would need to travel together to solve any problems that arose. He was asked to wait a little while they discussed and decided on the best way forward so that everyone would be ready to proceed. The girl asked if they had met Mr. Yang, for it was he whom she sought, hoping to find and discuss with him the important details of their plans. Riley was greatly surprised by this information and couldn't believe his ears that Ian was actually anywhere near him and was so important. Let them just not say they hadn't crossed paths with him, but he had recently met him during a desert experience, and Ian looked very suspicious. They immediately remembered the girl's interaction with Ian, and it reminded them that his presence might be important to their current tasks. Riley asked where exactly Ian had gone. Perhaps he had headed to the field, for the girl had said that something important to their mission was there. They decide to go to the rain field first to see if Ian has done something unpredictable, because he's walking there alone and it's worrisome. Hence, they should first go to the rain field and then already follow the master to figure out what exactly happened and find him. Riley didn't want to stay out in the cold, so the girl suggested following Ian's trail to find a warmer place to continue the search. They decided to go together after everything that had happened, as it made sense to stay in each other's company to ensure their safety and efficient completion of tasks. And there was something else important that couldn't be forgotten, and it required their immediate attention and action to make sure it was done right. With Nera's ability, they needed to find the last person who possessed a purple aura, as his location was the key to solving their problem. At this time, the girl sat on a rock, reflecting on what was happening and planning the next steps to deal with the current difficulties and succeed. Iriel asked Lily, who was on guard duty today, though she answered reluctantly, informing him that she had a difficult job, but her labor was unnoticed. He had heard that she had dragged Hansen up the mountain recently and it had been extremely dangerous, so she should avoid such actions, to avoid putting herself at risk. The girl will never give up. Despite all the obstacles and difficulties, she will fight to the end, knowing that her efforts can make a difference. She remembered her grandmother's words about just waiting for fate to guide them to the right result, but right now it was her grandmother who was bothering her. She is sure to find someone who can save everyone here, and will do her best to prevent further problems and keep everyone safe. At that moment she saw some person approaching her, and this made her uneasy, for she had not expected such an unexpected turn of events. The girl was surprised when she unexpectedly ran into this man, and couldn't understand what exactly had happened and how it affected their current situation. She stopped him immediately, exclaiming in a spring to realize what he was doing here and what his intentions were to keep everyone safe. If she wants to enter a village, a person must show that they are good with a sword to prove their skills and earn the trust of the locals. He did seem to have a very good sword indeed, and he wielded it well, which made her confident in his ability to defend himself and fight. If it comes down to a sword fight, he won't give an indulgence, even if she's a girl, but he'll probably pardon her if she gets out of his way. The girl asked what maybe meant, because it was important for her to understand what she could expect and what her options were in this situation. He seemed to be confident in his strength and skills, which gave him confidence in his ability to handle any opponents and challenges. The man continued to remain silent and answered nothing, causing those around him to worry and question how exactly they should act in this situation. Everyone was sure it was some kind of loser, and it was interesting to see how the future situation would play out, because maybe her grandmother would scold her again. The non-slayer realized that it seemed to be part of some local tradition if she wanted to demonstrate what she had learned with her little sword as part of this challenge. However, she made a huge mistake by not taking into account all the nuances that could have significantly affected her success in this complex and demanding competition. She noticed that he wasn't that bad at his skills, and his swordsmanship could pose a serious threat to her. The man immediately became enraged after her words, which he probably took as a challenge, and it sent him into a storm of emotions. They began to fight each other firmly and resolutely, displaying all their skills and strategies in a tense battle for supremacy. The girl noticed that his skills actually did deserve respect and could be dangerous if not careful enough. But despite this, the girl continued the fight, full of determination and confidence that she could meet this challenge and achieve victory. She smiled and said he was a pretty tough opponent, which boosted morale and showed her respect for his skill. She saw his gaze now and realized that this battle required total concentration and effort to gain the upper hand in this fight. She fights him with swords, but countering his strength and technique has proven more difficult than she had originally anticipated, and that has been troubling. She introduced herself as Ariel and clarified that she had no last name, which was part of her personal history and affected her perception of others. She then asked him what about his last name, hoping to learn more about his past 10 motives that might explain his behavior. He stopped abruptly afterward, as if he had thought about her question and decided it was time to reveal more information about himself. He replied that his name was Lion, and he too had no last name like her, which could mean that their lives and circumstances were similar. They arrived at the village of Romella, which they considered to be the closest settlement to the desert, and hoped that its inhabitants would be able to provide useful information. They had had enough of the endless journey through the desert and decided to rest in the nearest village, hoping to find food and information about the Lord's whereabouts. They were tired of the desert climate and wanted to eat something tasty and fortifying, as well as visit the commissary to purchase the supplies they needed. The girl asked the protagonist if there was something wrong, noticing that he looked worried and trying to find out the reason for his agitation. Riley replied that he thought the gentleman was in this village based on his assumptions and the information he had gathered about local events. He said that he thought that the gentleman might be in this village, and this made them decide to check the place and find out the truth. The sacred sword the priestess spoke of could be the key to solving their problem, and so they decided to find out its whereabouts. Looks like they need to ask one more important thing of the locals to get a full picture of what's going on and possible hidden threats. He wants to ask the girl to find out the Lord's location and gather all the necessary information about the village so that they can effectively continue their investigation. Have her gather information about the village, recent events, and special places to identify anything suspicious and gather all the data she can. Nara couldn't figure out exactly how she would be able to do that, but since she had been given a task, she would try her best to accomplish it. Since he's asking her to do it, she'd do her best to complete the task and gather the information she needs despite the challenges. A little later, they came to an establishment in the village where they could rest and have lunch, recovering from their long journey. Riley poured drinks finding it a grace and opportunity to relax that gave him the strength to continue their journey and plan their next steps. They asked the girl to have something to eat after she took a breath and rested a bit to be ready for the next phase of their mission. He gave her a treat, believing she had worked hard and deserved it, and hoping her efforts would be rewarded and bear fruit. Riley wanted to know what useful information she could find, and she did find something important, but there was one good news and two bad news. Which one he wanted to hear first? Riley suggested that she start with the information he was interested in, and then he would hear the first bad news so that he could assess the situation and prepare for the next step. She doesn't think the gentleman was actually in this village, as despite her questions to the townspeople, no one has seen a man who might look like him. What is the second bad news? A crisis is looming over the village that could have serious consequences and jeopardize the safety of its inhabitants. Due to rumors she has heard, monsters living on the borders of the village have begun to migrate towards it, posing additional threats to the safety and peace of mind of the locals. A group of monsters so dangerous that even the two major factions, Solia and Ansalim, have made a truce to join forces against the approaching threat that will soon reach the village. She wants to say that monsters might soon come out of their hiding places and attack this place, and this atmosphere is not exactly suitable for calm conversations and planning. The girl finally pulled out the collet he was talking about, and it turned out to be a dark sweet beer, which was unexpectedly nice since you could always find something suitable for any occasion here. Riley said that the girl shouldn't worry about such things, because it was their personal business and they should focus on more important matters that needed their attention. He also noted that everything would be fine here among the monsters and other creatures, and that she shouldn't talk idly, for things were too quiet in the village soon to be threatened by monsters. The good news is that even if the two of them weren't in the village, the villagers would continue to have fun and enjoy life, thanks to a certain intervention that keeps their spirits up. All this is possible thanks to a witch who lives on the outskirts of the village and has a significant influence on its inhabitants, helping them to maintain a normal life even in difficult times. Usually witches evoke negative emotions, but in this village the witch is very different, as she lives in harmony with the villagers and helps them despite her title as a witch. She's heard that a witch doesn't use magic, which raises questions as to why she's still called a witch and what makes her special in that context. She also thinks that the woman they call a witch might be one of those people with the purple aura she's been looking for, and it could be important to their mission. Riley had asked the girl in the morning if she had found the witch and what the results were, to see how close they were to solving their current problems. There were many houses on the outskirts of the village, and if one of them showed signs of human activity, it could be a clue to finding the right person. She asked if she wanted to take a look at the place so that together they could look into the situation and assess possible clues or signs of the presence of the right person. Only one of the houses showed smoke from the chimney, and if it wasn't the right house, they could keep looking further to make sure they didn't miss any important details. They knocked on the door and asked if anyone was home, hoping to get an answer and learn more about who lived in the house and if they could help them. The same old lady came out to them and apologized for the delay, explaining that she was now alone at home without her little girl and was willing to help them in any way she could. They were surprised to learn that the old lady was blind, which added an element of surprise and difficulty in understanding her current situation and being able to help them. They greeted the old lady and explained why they had come, and if the story was long, she suggested they go inside to discuss things calmly and in detail. The old lady mentioned that her body can't stay outside for long anymore and she can't stay outside for too long because of her condition. No mention of the girl before, which means the old lady doesn't live alone, and her student spends all her time with her, providing company and support. Her child was very kind for her years, and this seemed interesting to the girl, which confirmed the kindness and helpfulness of the old woman, in spite of her blindness. The girl was interested in those words and wanted to know more about the lives of the old woman and her student to better understand their connection and current situation. Riley asked the girl to go get Nara so that her presence could be useful for further action and more information on what was going on. Something told him that this woman could indeed be a witch, as her blindness might allow her to not notice her teleporting or using magic. Riley realized that he hadn't introduced himself yet, and that was an important point to establish rapport and communication given the current circumstances. The grandmother introduced herself as Inara Lysidames, and the name immediately caught her attention, opening up new vistas in their search and interactions, which were now becoming more complex. At that moment, the girl suddenly teleported, which surprised everyone, as her magical abilities were much more advanced than they could have expected. She asked where the girl had gone, causing Riley to be puzzled as he couldn't understand how the grandmother knew about the girl's actions and movements. The grandmother then asked if Riley and the girl were lovers, which was unexpected and embarrassing since it involved their private affairs. The girl reported that she had brought in Errol-san to confirm the information and find out how the grandmother might be related to their current tasks and missions. As soon as the girl realized that the woman she came with was a mage, it caused them a sense of surprise and concern as magic could affect their situation. She heard another person breathing, clearly indicating the presence of another being in the room, despite the seeming emptiness and silence around her. He asked if Grandma really couldn't see, to which she replied that when she lost her sight, her other senses were heightened, allowing her to perceive the world around her differently. The girl then asked if the woman was a witch, assuming Nara could confirm it based on her magical color or other features. It was becoming clear from their conversation that the new guest was probably a basilisk, which added even more mystery and complexity to their ongoing research and interactions. Riley started screaming, asking what she was doing, and told the girl to check the color to see if she was really purple or had some other magical color. At this point, the girl replied that she didn't, and this caused Riley confusion, as he couldn't figure out what color this person was or what it meant. He couldn't understand what no meant, and was at a loss to figure out what color this mysterious figure actually was and what it could mean for their mission. She explained that this person had no specific color, which was unexpected, and made it difficult for them to understand and interact with this enigmatic individual. The man was definitely colorless, which added even more mysticism and complexity to their current situation, making it less predictable and more tense. At this point, the grandmother began to remove her blindfold, revealing that her eyes were covered with scars or some kind of mark that could explain her current condition. She explained that her body had already been dead for years, which was a significant revelation that could explain her unusual behavior and condition. This mark was left by a brave character years ago, and this explanation would help them understand how it relates to current events and the grandmother's condition. No one expected to see a living man who, by all accounts, should have been dead long ago, causing shock and bewilderment to all present. Perhaps her eyes possessed a black light like the mages they'd seen before, and if she couldn't open them because of her scars, that added even more mystery. It was strange that reviving dead powers was possible even for those with unusual abilities that known priests could not control or utilize. She knew it would be them, and it gave her a sense of reassurance that they were indeed on the right track and fulfilling their mission. It was good that they were on time, as it gave them the opportunity to accomplish important tasks and missions before any major changes or problems occurred. Now she could complete her mission before she died, which gave her a sense of satisfaction and completion in accomplishing her tasks. The girl said it was dangerous to stick your hands in the fire, and this warning became important because it could prevent possible injuries and accidents. But Grandma didn't care about the cautions, and she went on with her business despite the warnings and potential dangers of her actions. The girl then noticed that the room was empty, and this added even more questions as it remained unclear what had happened to the others and where they might be. The girl stopped and warned that if you continued, you could get hurt, so you should put out the fire first before trying to get anything out of the place. It looked like her mistakes in handling fire might have had something to do with the fact that she hadn't raised her properly, but the girl couldn't understand all the details and reasons why. She remembered her student, which could be related to her current state and actions, and it added even more emotions and memories to her thoughts. It seemed that this child had taken Riley-sama's weapon, which caused everyone to be somewhat perplexed and wondered about the reasons for such an act and its consequences. The girl said it was time for the second test, which was an important step in their ordeal, and it made everyone tense with anticipation. Let him try to overpower the old man with this weapon, though it's not clear how it might help the current situation, or what kind of relationship they might have with the young lord. I don't know what their relationship is with the young gentleman, but he doesn't think he can be called a grandpa anymore, which made the age categories and titles questionable. She named him that because he looks old, and that created certain problems in perceiving his role and status in current events. Ian had lived a long life as a mercenary, which was known to many and affected his reputation as well as the perception of his actions and decisions. He is no longer a young gentleman of House Ipellet, which reflected a change in his status and role in society. and raised questions about his current goals and motivation. Do answered nothing, which could mean he was confused or refusing to discuss the current situation, leaving the questions unanswered. Yet, it's actually a good thing that he's always wanted to really fight someone who is the most famous mercenary hero, which added an element of personal purpose to their interactions. Then he said he bared his sword, which signified preparation for a serious fight and indicated his determination and readiness to act. At this point, the man began to trade his opponent if he wasn't going to die at the hands of the former young lord, which added tension to their confrontation. Nara greeted and immediately apologized and then asked if they had seen a girl named Irish, which showed her concern and eagerness to find her. They couldn't understand why the stranger was looking for the girl, which made them suspicious and questioned the girl's motives and real intentions. The girl did not expect such a reception and almost cried from it, which indicated her emotional state and stress from the current events. If she was a friend of mistress, it should have just been said, which might clarify her intentions and make it easier to understand her actions. The girl asked for them to pinpoint exactly where they were now, which was important for her future actions and planning. The girl took a short path through the village behind the store, and it was her way of getting to the right place faster. She headed towards the road, which showed her determination and commitment to finding and accomplishing her tasks. They were suddenly gone, and it was unclear if she hadn't been with them, causing her to feel betrayed and alone. After that, the girl fell to her knees, worrying about why she kept getting dumped, which made her feel bitter and desperate. The man said his name was Lion, which was important to understanding his role and relationship to the rest of the characters. She had heard from a student that he came from an aristocratic family and was known for his sword skills, and it made her doubt his abilities. The man couldn't figure out how she did it, which added an element of mystery to their interaction and made it harder to understand his opponent. He also enjoyed learning the style of sword use, which showed his eagerness to improve his skills and understand different fighting techniques. When she bared her sword, he thought of how many times she had done it to protect others, which gave her actions added significance and context. The mindset with which he approached combat was an important aspect that influenced his strategy and approach to his opponent. First, he saw the man's thinking before he unsheathed his sword, affecting his perception and approach to the current conflict. He had just said that all his attempts to descend into the village had failed, as he was using his sword to save people, not for personal gain. If he uses his sword with the intention of defeating him, he wouldn't be able to become his teacher, which meant that his goals and methods didn't match. The man then immediately became enraged, an obvious sign of his emotional state and readiness for serious action. He repeated his words that he could not be his teacher, which reflected his deep concern and desire to understand why it was so important to him in his current situation. Thinking must be directed towards defense. Proper thinking is necessary when using the ball. He asks her to teach him how to do this, which showed his willingness to learn and improve his skills. His grandmother senses his sincerity, which reinforced her decision to help him and showed that she sees his true intentions. Then they decided to start with the basics, which was a logical step to build a solid base of knowledge and skills needed for further learning. At this moment, the girl continued to fight with this grandpa, which showed her persistence and determination to fight despite the difficulty of the opponent. The sword style Lion used was the same as his teacher, showing continuity and deep tradition in training. At this point, a guy appeared on the battlefield, which added surprise and intrigue to what was happening, causing everyone to question his role and motives. The girl couldn't figure out who he was, which added an element of mystery and tension to their interaction. How does he know this technique? He wished he could ask her the same question. Why does she use the same style of sword as him? Which raised questions about her connection to this style. She was the first to ask. If he didn't answer quickly, she could finish him off, which emphasized her willingness to act decisively and immediately. He's not going to let it go. He still has questions, which emphasized his persistence and desire to get to the bottom of the situation. Where did she get the sword that the young master was now holding? It was an important question concerning the origin and history of the sword. The owner of this sword should be dead, which was surprising and perplexing as to the current condition and history of the sword. The girl asked what he knew, indicating her eagerness to figure out what was going on and get answers to important questions. At this moment, the air around them jumped, creating a tense atmosphere and emphasizing the importance and tension of the situation. And then he said that grandma wasn't dead, which surprised everyone and added an element of surprise to their understanding of current events. Even she knows that Grandma is dead, which indicated her doubts and disagreements in understanding Grandma's current condition. But let him not make her talk about the things she was trying so hard to avoid, which showed her inner struggle and desire to avoid unpleasant topics. If she could, she would have killed him, which emphasized her rage and desire to avenge wrongs and injustices. Well, then Grandma would be upset, which added emotional weight to their conversation and showed the possible consequences of her actions. She asked if he was the hero who killed the Witch of Yoba Balls, who became Riley's hero, which raised important questions about his past and accomplishments. The man who killed the Witch of Yoba Balls, who became the hero of Riley, the story that connected him to important events and characters. She asked if he would just sit there like that. Her arm was already getting stiff, showing her impatience and desire to move on faster. She would introduce him to her grandmother, so let him follow her, which indicated her desire to introduce him and help with further interaction. She said they would now delay the inspection for a while until she took the man to his grandmother's house, which showed her willingness to honor her commitment. But he shouted that there was something behind her, which brought a new element of menace and urgency to their situation. Right next to this girl, some sort of portal opened up and a hand appeared from there, causing instant problems and threats to her safety. The hand practically grabbed the girl, adding an element of danger and urgency to her current situation, demanding immediate action. At that moment, the man stood right in front of her on defense, showing his determination and willingness to protect her at all costs. As he thought, the situation had gotten even more complicated. Confirming his fears and his readiness for action, he asked him to run faster, reflecting the urgency and need for immediate action in this dangerous situation. That hand has come for her, and he asks to run as far away as she can, which emphasized the seriousness of the threat and the need to avoid immediate danger. The girl couldn't understand what he was talking about. He should go with them. Wasn't he the one who wanted to see her grandmother, which emphasized her confusion and desire to understand the situation. Far more importantly, she didn't hurt herself. Isn't that right, young master? Which indicated her priorities and concern for her own safety. Ian, this guy, wouldn't tell him, which added an element of uncertainty and confusion to their interaction. This is when the arm broke free, which increased the level of danger and added pressure to the events taking place. The girl then caught the man, which showed her determination and willingness to act in a crisis. As Ian had said, the man whose hand was here now was going after her. One must flee, which confirmed the need to leave immediately to ensure their safety. But she couldn't understand, or he was crazy, because they need to take Grandpa with them, which emphasized her inner conflict and difficulty in making decisions. At this point, she remembered her grandmother, which added emotional weight and emphasized her personal connection to the situation. He doesn't know how much his grandmother wanted to see him, which indicated a deep emotional connection and a desire to help. The man said that it looked like the teacher had a student who was even more stubborn than him, which emphasized her tenacity and determination. This wench inherited the master's fate. Under what circumstances should she not die, which emphasized her importance and need to survive. The man had lost too much blood, which added elements of tragedy and urgency to his condition. And it's getting colder. The words of regret he didn't have time to say coming to mind only now, which emphasized his regret and the realization of his vulnerability. But at that moment, his teacher actually appeared in front of him, which created an instant and meaningful change in his perception and emotional state. From their first meeting to this day, which emphasized the long and important journey of their relationship and interaction. He served her honestly, which showed his devotion and loyalty to his teacher. This is the moment she addressed by name, indicating a personal and deep relationship between them. As it turned out, it was Riley. He seemed to be in a bad state altogether. He was delirious, which added an element of anxiety and urgency to the situation. Let the girl take him to Frisia first. She could handle it. She would send him off right away, which showed the need to seek medical attention and support. That they should discuss some learning points, which emphasized the need to resolve current issues and problems. Where the two disappeared out of the blue, which added an element of mystery and uncertainty to the events taking place. More importantly, it was an ominous or a flying in the air that emphasized the existence of additional threat and danger in their surroundings. It was at this point that Riley attacked her, adding an element of surprise and conflict to the current situation. Riley said he was the one asking the question here, which emphasized his determination and eagerness to get to the bottom of the situation. In the place where her students and granddaughter were, the man he was looking for had his stomach cut open, adding elements of tragedy and danger to the situation. So that's what it took. That's how she takes care of people. But let him calm down. She's been on his side the whole time, which emphasized her loyalty and support. She asked what the purple man we were looking for looked like and asked if he had killed them all, indicating her eagerness to find out key details and solve current problems. They took care of 2 of them, one they even figured out, but they couldn't catch another one, which is what caused the coverage to come running. They don't know where he is. If it was a priest, he's Rebirth, which adds an element of suspense and complicates things. She thought he'd notice too, but she was purple, she was right-handed, and she'd also spotted a purple in the woods, seemingly escaping somewhere nearby, indicating her own involvement in the events and observations. The main character couldn't figure out why they were here. It didn't take quite a sword to figure out why they were here. It looked like they were teaching him as they carried him outside the house, which emphasized his confusion and uncertainty about what was going on. It's their aura slips and disperses through the air, so it's hard to tell which way they've gone, which added an element of difficulty in tracking and understanding location. Doesn't that mean that whoever took the sword is now running away from them, which emphasized the danger and the need to react quickly. This is the point where the hand is still being spoiled by the girl, which showed her continued struggle and eagerness to deal with the current threat. It didn't look like he was using deception. He tried to cut her, but to no avail because the sword goes through, which emphasized the futility of his attacks and the need for other approaches. The girl decided that she would avenge him, which showed her determination and desire for retribution for what had happened. Grandpa died because of him, and Grandma will be sad because of him. She can't forgive such a one, which emphasized her deep feelings and emotional attachment. The girl really wanted revenge, which showed her strong desire to rectify the situation and bring back justice. She began to attack this hand, which showed her determination and aggressive approach to solving the problem. Lion realized that he needed to intervene, for the girl would simply die after something like this, which emphasized his concern for her safety and need for protection. He then realized that he was powerless, which added an element of despair and the realization of his inadequacy in the situation. Then someone started yelling that they had stupid kids, indicating that an adult and experienced person had intervened in the situation. As it turned out, it was the grandmother. She said it was all because they didn't listen to their teacher, which emphasized her frustration and desire to teach. This is not how this sword should be used, which indicated misapplication and the need for a change in approach. As a right-handed person, she had the power to bless the ball, which showed her special ability and role in this situation. The power of blessing the ball can only be possessed by one person, true to that place, and its different measures, which emphasize the uniqueness and exclusivity of this power. Every world has a goddess that prevents the existence of a unique blessing in different balls. The same goes for the sacred ball, which indicated complex and unique aspects of magic and power. Upon her death, the blessing of the ball lost its wielder. In all likelihood passed to the Lord. Well, Riley at his birth, his lower world powers returned to the man from the same thanks to the accompaniment of a black butterfly, which explained the current state and origin of the power. She's sure he's wondering how she's standing in front of him if she's been dead for a while now, all because of the mission of the very black butterfly, which added an element of mystery and mission to her actions. To take out is that when the hero finds her, she must hand him the blessed sword of salvation, which showed her duty and purpose in the situation. She was also waiting to fulfill her destiny. Let him accept it, the master of salvation. She called him a brave hero. Lion was surprised that Riley was the owner of the ball, adding an element of surprise and revelation to the current situation. Finally found his master, the main character is annoyed. He realized, so let her back off. He'll deal with it since she wants it that way. She understood and began to move away, which showed her agreement and willingness to give way. Let them look closely. Right in front of them is an example of how to properly use this sword, which emphasized the importance of training and demonstrating proper use. What is the right way to use this sword? She doesn't know who it favors more, which added an element of uncertainty and speculation about future use. But I must punish him for injuring most dear to me, for they did not deserve to be treated so cruelly by this vile and treacherous man. Then some 3 portals appeared near the guide, and he immediately realized that something unusual and dangerous was happening, requiring his immediate intervention and quick, decisive action. He immediately cut them in an instant, using all of his skills and mastery gained from years of hard training and working hard on himself and his abilities. Even if he cuts holes and the salvage still leaves a gap, the size looks smaller than what he saw at the bottom of Solia, a fact that really confuses him a lot. Strange, isn't Riber's gold the sacred? It's already in his hands and he doesn't plan on taking it away. If that's not the case, then what is? He has a very different goal in mind, and he shouted for the girl to be careful not to fall into the trap set by this cunning and extremely dangerous enemy. Riley said, "It's a very dirty trick, but that's the kind of trick she uses. How dare she traitorously use that dirty trick against their future?" He called her a vulgar dead thing who had gotten to a right-handed position that had been empty for decades, much to everyone's shock and surprise. He must have a lot of confidence, unless he hasn't yet run in and started acting like he usually does in these situations. Last time he got into a bunch of trouble for mugging a few people he's now dialoguing with. He doesn't think it's right. He doesn't mind fighting. Now it costs him nothing to repel his attacks and show who is the real master of his craft and martial arts here. But there was one but that kept him on his toes and made him doubt the correctness of his actions and decisions in this situation. Most importantly, he cannot accept that he has touched someone dear to him, thus disturbing his inner balance and peace of mind. He would make him pay for stabbing Ian in the back, and it would be a just punishment for his dastardly and treacherous act. These words immediately affected the Baba as well, who couldn't understand why Jan's name was utter and what he really meant. She couldn't understand why Jan's name had come up, and it turned out she had something to tell him. She felt guilty about what had happened to him. At that moment, help came to him, and he felt that he now had a chance to deal with this difficult and extremely dangerous situation. He couldn't understand why the man had come here in such a state, but the man insisted that he absolutely had to come and help. Everyone was already critical because he was so perky, and it all came down to one prayer that saved everyone present. At this point, his teacher approached him, asking if it was really him, and Riley apologized, but could they borrow this for a bit? She asked if it was really him, and Riley apologized, but could they borrow that soul for a bit more? Patna, his connection, had a more important ride right now. He said for everyone to step back. He's glad the offset is all right, and added that he has a lot to give. He owes it. Riley said that he would finish him off, and that it would be a just retribution for all the suffering he had caused innocent people. Lion's main point is that it's true. Riley is the same guy who was always sleeping in trees, and he was always hard to find. Or is he the same Riley who was known for his unusual abilities and incredible agility, making him a unique fighter? Riley asked the girl if she thought their plan would work, but if they didn't try it, they would never know the truth. She was right in front of him when it all happened, though, and had time to notice all the details that could help in their investigation. She wasn't kidding when they met in the mountains, but now she completely believes him, for she is definitely a disciple of the great dragon. This moment changed everything, and now they are ready to fight to the last to achieve their goal and protect their loved ones. She couldn't believe this was really happening, but now she had no choice but to go forward and fight. At this point, the girl began to help the guy, applying all her knowledge and skills to support him in a difficult moment and helped him cope with the dangerous situation in which they found themselves. She said, "We have all these portals collected and everything is ready for the next step, which will require their utmost focus and coherence to accomplish their goal." He didn't seem to have met anyone capable of such a thing yet, but that was understandable since mages probably didn't exist in the world where the young lord lived, which surprised him. They then used space distortion as she gathered all the holes that had been separated, and unexpectedly, it was effective, giving them confidence in their powers and abilities. He said that they were nasty insects who didn't deserve the slightest respect, and that he would surely destroy them all to prove his power and authority over them. How dare they play with a power of this magnitude? This power is subject only to him, and he will not tolerate anyone else trying to control and take advantage of it. The size of the hole is the same as last time. By 2 parameters it won't come out, though if it does, it will die immediately, and that bothers and stresses him a lot. His place is unknown to his master, who tried to control the situation but failed, and now has to obey his orders to avoid punishment and save his life. Hadn't he already kicked the ass of the master he served? He thought it would be over if he defeated the Demon King, but apparently, there were still vestiges of the past to contend with. If they aren't involved, this thing is running the name, and that raises even more questions that he hopes to get answers to soon and sort out. Riley said that it was Helena and that she was responsible for what was happening and that they had to stop her to save the world from the destruction and chaos she was wreaking. So what moved the gentle world to this one? What divided the people of these worlds into 6 parts and sorcerized them? The one who controls them and gives him commands. Her name is Helena, and she is very dangerous. The only one who can save this world too. He must use all his powers and abilities to overcome all obstacles and achieve his goal despite all difficulties. With this sword, Saint Helen honors him by showing her devotion and willingness to support him in this difficult struggle against the evil and injustice that threatens their world. How dare he speak her name so carelessly? It is unacceptable and insulting, and he must realize that he will have to answer for it to her and everyone else who knows her. Then a man named Ravosa started to come out. He will do justice in place of the man who has so far failed in his duties and protect the people. His original mission was to get rid of his right hand, but now he must know how he knows the man's name, and what's really behind him, what he's hiding. If he answers his question, he'll let him go, but he's not going to do that, is he? Because he doesn't trust him and suspects evil intentions and lies. He too wanted to know how he knew Elena too, and what exactly it was that connected him to this mysterious and powerful woman who was in control and had immense power. Riley told the girl to keep an eye on the bastard to make sure he didn't get away, and added that he thought it would be over soon and the truth would be revealed and they would know everything. He said it seems like the guy underestimates him, and that can play tricks on him because he has no idea what he's capable of in a fight and how dangerous he is. Maybe he should warm up for the interrogation, he thinks. He still doesn't realize the situation he's in and that he's in grave danger and facing severe punishment. He doesn't know where he belongs and he has absolutely no self-preservation instinct, making his actions unpredictable and dangerous to everyone around him who interacts with him. And it is he who should answer the questions here, because only he knows all the details and can shed light on the events and their causes, which is important for everyone. If he had known what a pain it was, he would have gotten rid of it the first time they met, but now he has a chance to correct his mistake and make things right. But they were his words, which could have turned out to be lies, and now they would have to figure out what was true and what was fiction and deception to understand his intentions. The girl couldn't tell if it was also a human dragon, dragon mech and dragon sword. They are both incredibly good and make her admire and respect their abilities. The two of them seem to know each other well, but the guy who poisons others and sleeps all the time shows such a level of swordsmanship that it's hard to call him an ordinary person, which is surprising. Lady Iris, who gave birth to Mr. Riley, was also an ordinary person, but if she was poisoned by dragon poison, she wouldn't pose any threat and wouldn't survive. She realized that her son had special abilities and that he had an important role to play in the fight against the evil that threatened their world and loved ones, and that this was his destiny. She could see that Nani with her light guiding goddess never lies. They both, despite their overwhelming power, remain vulnerable to a certain extent. At this point, they continued their battle, showing incredible resilience and determination to overcome all obstacles and achieve victory in this dangerous and brutal battle. They are both still simple people despite their amazing abilities and skills, which gives them a special humanity and makes others respect them. When this man told him to return the sword, he didn't quite understand why it was necessary, but he felt that there was some hidden meaning to it that he had yet to understand. Ultimately, it was necessary for the continuation of their mission because without this important element, they would not be able to achieve their goal and defeat the enemy. Riley noticed that his opponents had become slow, which was all they were capable of at the moment, but he wasn't about to underestimate their strength. What does he know? He still has many techniques in store and is ready to use all his strength and capabilities to gain the upper hand in this battle. It's better to use your power wisely and tactically to get the best results and minimize risk to yourself and your allies who are counting on it. After all, it would be pretty sad if he died because his hand slipped and all his courage and determination was in vain and useless. At that moment he turned his attention to his hand, which was trembling from exertion, and realized that he had to focus and use all his strength to hold on. As long as he holds her, he can get back to normal. The girl said she'd take over so he can focus on more important things. He asked if he could distract him some more to deprive him of his second arm, which would add to his advantage and weaken his opponent in battle. He asked Riley if he really thought he was going to give up so easily. Didn't he say he had a lot of trumps up his sleeve and surprises for the enemy? But judging by the expression on the protagonist's face, it surprised him a lot, and he continued to attack without losing faith in his strength and determination to win at any cost. He started laughing and asked if he thought some toothpick could break a barrier that even a holy sword couldn't break, which seemed ridiculous. He was confident that his opponent would not notice such a low gimmick, and that it would give him the opportunity to strike a decisive blow and win this battle. He has one ability that the great Helena apparently didn't tell him about, and that ability can turn the tide of battle and change everything in his favor. The Holy Sword has the ability to fully retain his mana, but it also has the ability to destroy this world's superpower, making it an incredibly powerful weapon. At this moment, Riley had broken that barrier, showing his strength and determination, and was now holding the dungeon sword they had been so eager to get their hands on. He now holds the dungeon sword they coveted so much, and it gives him confidence in his strength and ability to defeat all enemies. He was so left field and obnoxious that everyone around him just couldn't believe how smart and sneaky he was, and how he managed to always be one step ahead. Riley told him to say everything he knew about this thing to Elena, or else if he didn't reveal his knowledge, Nani would pull the memories right out of his head. He doesn't want to become an idiot like Rutrina, does he? So he'd better tell everything he knows and not try to hide important information from them. Still, he gave in and the man began to speak, which only increased the tension in the room, and everyone listened more closely so as not to miss a single detail. Riley says they'll start with the way he addresses her. Even if this person doesn't exist, Elena, this thing is still a threat to everyone. The man began to repeat that this creature had incredible strength and cunning, and that it would be very difficult to defeat her, but they should not lose hope. The hero couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He heated up the situation to the point where he went cuckoo and started acting completely inadequate. At this moment, the man was standing on some rock that was glowing with a mysterious light, and this added even more mystery and tension to what was happening. He couldn't understand what it was in general, or why this stone was so important to him, but he felt that it was of great importance and affected everything around him. This ability is unlike anything he saw last time, and now he has to figure out how it works and how to use it to his advantage. In a past life, Helena's followers were like wax candles. If they started saying things that couldn't be said, it meant that even then their words had incredible power and consequences. It can't be cured, not by salvation or the powers of Lady Thracia. His memories aren't completely gone yet, so they'll cast a slowing spell to give you a little more time. He would only have 3 seconds, so let him hurry. That would be more than enough according to her to have time to perform all the necessary actions and not make a mistake. The girl then began to do as she said, careful and focused to make no mistakes and ensure the success of their plan, which depended on every action. Then we started screaming because he incredibly demonstrated his skills and abilities, making everyone present marvel at his skill and the amazing power he possessed. He had forgotten that the man had seen everything, and now he was sure that the man would terrorize him for a long time with questions about why he had hidden his abilities and not used them before. The protagonists must figure out what his brother is doing here and how long he has been here in order to learn more about his intentions and the reasons for his presence in this place. Zim has a lot to ask him because he has a lot of questions that he wants answers to in order to better understand the situation and make the right decisions. He has tons of questions he wants to ask him, but we'll start with the most important one to get answers and understand what's really going on and why. He asked if he was the same Riley he knew, who had always been there for him, supporting him and helping him through the difficult times in their lives. Riley replied that yes, he is the one, and that despite all the events that have transpired, he remains true to his word and to his friends who can always count on him. And for today's events, he really might have thought otherwise, but like everyone else, he had secrets he kept from his family and loved ones. Then they looked at each other, and there was so much understanding and trust in their looks that they felt they could rely on each other in this difficult situation. After that he had no more questions. Riley asked where he was going and heard that he needed to get some air and would be back soon, so don't let him worry. After that, he left and Riley was left alone, thinking about everything that had happened and what more needed to be done to deal with all the challenges and dangers. He was going to tell him everything, but he didn't think it would happen today, and now he had to decide how to proceed and what steps to take. Riley returned to the man, who was in serious condition, but stabilized despite his open wounds and the effects of recent activity and fighting. His condition had stabilized, but his wounds must have opened due to the extreme activity and exertion he had experienced during the last battle and now needed help. He was running around like an eagle and now his wound had opened up, causing him to suffer and need urgent medical attention and care to prevent deterioration. The teacher noticed that he seemed to have aged a lot too. In the past such a wound would have been nothing to him, but now he needed more time to recover. The two of them must have had a lot to talk about what had happened that would be important to both of them, but unfortunately tomorrow things would change and a new chapter would begin. At this moment someone very quickly began knocking on his room, which caused anxiety and wariness among all present, who prepared themselves for possible danger. Riley told them to keep behind him, because these could be enemies and they needed to be ready for any surprises and attacks that might follow. The girl asked to wait a minute because she thinks she knows who's there. And it's not enemies, but someone they all know and who has come with important news. At that moment the doors opened and everyone saw who came. It was unexpected and caused many emotions, from Joe to surprise because they didn't expect to see her. It was Nara, who couldn't understand how they could abandon her, leaving her alone in such a dangerous situation, and now she was determined to find out what had happened. But of course now everyone remembered her, and realized how important her presence and help was in this situation, which required concerted action and cooperation. Next time she really get mad, because it's too much, it's too late, and let her in because she has a lot of complaints about them being too slow. Then all three of them went to bed, because they needed to recover and prepare for the next day, which promised to be no less intense and challenging. She fell asleep too quickly for such a loud person. After all, today had been quite a busy day, full of adventures, battles, and unexpected discoveries that had tired everyone out. She even learned how to use four-digit idioms and it seems like she's started to adapt. She's gotten a lot better compared to what she used to be. Because of all the stories she's heard today, her head is a complete mess. Mrs. Ineral's story about Mr. Yan, the story of the profile of the people. Things are getting even more complicated. When she learned that Mistress Ineral had started living for a few weeks, she was called Mistress Irale. She was to be left alone at such a young age. She feels even more sorry for her because she reminds her of herself, and she was younger and going through similar trials and hardships. More than anything else, she probably wants to talk to Mr. Yang. He thinks that the feeling of separation will be overridden by the happiness of connection, and their meeting will bring them both joy. He saw it all for himself. A man can't forget his mistress because he loves her so much and can't imagine his life without her by his side. I'm sure he wants to spend as much time with the mistress as possible, as much as he can, to enjoy her company and make up for the moments they missed. She wondered what his future plans were. She wanted to know what he was going to do next and how he was going to deal with his current problems. Riley's sure he'd like to go home, but first he has to deal with the epidemic causing the monsters to come, because the purple people will disappear once they deal with this guy. In fact, the most important mission is tracking and potions, but he doesn't know how to get to the other world, so he can't do anything to accomplish his mission. He asked her if she knew why he hasn't been sleeping lately. He can't get a good night's sleep, and it bothers him the most. Normally he would have gone to bed when something was bothering him, but this event is keeping him awake. He thinks it has to do with one of the maids who keeps bothering him. He can't ignore her when she says she wants to save the world, so much so it sounds right in his head and doesn't give him a moment's peace. Well, it sounds like the situation a man is in. If the world comes to an end, there is no future and he has to do his best. The girl couldn't understand what similar situations meant to him. What he was a man. These words caused her confusion and a lot of questions she wanted answers to. Then she remembered the words about him being in love with his teacher. This added more confusion and misunderstanding to her thoughts and feelings. There was a silence between them that lasted for several minutes. Both were absorbed in their own thoughts, trying to figure out what to do next. At that moment the witch came to them. They couldn't understand why she came here alone and without her cane, which raised even more questions. She was afraid of waking the others with loud noises, so she came out after such a hard day to talk to the main character about something important. She wants to ask the protagonist for something. Honestly, it's a request based on her personal urges and has nothing to do with their shared mission. She wants to see if he wants to sword fight her. It would be an important test for her and a chance to test her strength and skills. The one who received the blessing and the one who possessed it before. It is interesting to see who will emerge victorious in this battle, and whose power will prove more powerful. If you look at it, it seems like she hasn't lost her blessing. She's always been strong and confident in her abilities, and now she wants to prove it. She has never lost to anyone in a duel, except once when she was defeated by Yan. Now she wants to see if she can win this time. He asked the girl to bring them wooden practice swords so they could fight and test their strength without seriously hurting each other. Riley asked her not to worry, as he would control himself and not let either of them get hurt in this training battle. After a while, their battle began. Both were focused and ready to show everything they could do to prove their strength and skill. While they looked calm and their strengths were the same, they continued to fight, showing incredible skills and abilities that surprised everyone present. Lion couldn't believe his skills even after seeing them so many times already. Each time he was amazed at his skill and strength, which seemed limitless. The battle continued, and both were not going to give up. They were determined to prove their point and come out victorious from this duel that was important to both of them. No need to get worked up. He's not here to interfere. He just wants to observe the sword wielding of these two and see what they can do, as their skills are impressive. The swordsmanship of these two is mesmerizing, and he wants to see how they will prove themselves in this fight and what can be learned from them, for they have exceptional skills. He wants to observe them, for their skills are impressive, and he is curious to know how they achieved this level of skill so that he can perhaps learn something for himself. As expected from the one who received the blessing of the ball, if she had been in good condition, she would have lasted a few days, but right now her condition leaves much to be desired. However, it was clear that he had won right after that. He mulled that she was already too old for such battles, and her strength and stamina were no longer what they used to be. He said that she was too old for such battles, her strength and stamina were not what they used to be, and it affected her performance despite her experience and skill. The hero used magic to speed up his movements. If she thought it was the same feeling, fine. Let it be her opinion. After all, he only wanted to show everything he could do. She's already grateful that he fought her. Yes, he shouldn't have wasted such useful power, but she accepts her defeat with dignity. After all, it was her wish. Since her interest has been satisfied, she has nothing more to regret. He can still feel the affection coming from her. And since his interest has been satisfied, he has nothing more to think about. It can't be helped. After all, she's only human. She's solved one problem, but there are many new experiences in her life and it bothers her, though she tries not to show it. She taught the girl the art of the sword, but not the wisdom of life, and she realizes that she has not been able to pass on all her knowledge and experience, and this saddens her, for she wanted to pass on much more. She hasn't been able to fully train Lion. Her time is limited and she hasn't had time to impart all the knowledge and skills she wanted to, which makes her feel dissatisfied. And she hasn't solved the problem with the monsters that are about to invade the village. All of these worries have arisen because of the small amount of time she has left, and she realizes that there's a lot she hasn't had time for. The main character was wondering about Jen. He was her first student, and he wants to know why she didn't include him in her experiences. After all, he was important to her. He was her first student, like the heroes. If Ian was so important, why didn't she include him in her experiences and tell him her thoughts? After all, it could have helped. Since it's all so confusing, he passes on right away, where the man wants her to live a little longer. He sought her out even as he fell unconscious on the throne, for she was dear to him. She doesn't seem to have told him everything she wanted to either. It's kind of weird from an observer, and he can't understand her motives, but respects her decisions and feelings. She said he was going against the laws of nature. What's the big deal about using a time dilation spell considering he was born with memories of a past life, which is already against the laws of any nature? Considering the deeds of the goddess, it's nothing. Now she'd be able to live a little longer than before, and that makes her feel better. She's glad she was able to extend her time at least this way. Now she would be able to live a little longer than before. He was a little tired from overworking himself at dawn, but still pleased with the result. After all, that was his goal. The girl asked if he was going to leave Mr. Yang here, but he had done all he could for him, and now he had no other options, for all that was possible had already been done. He asked if she thought it was time for their yard to rest. They were all tired and needed a break after such a busy day, and it was necessary to recuperate. 1,000 monsters burst into the village and were killed in the night by the mercenaries. This is today's paper reporting on the successful defense of the village and how bravely the defenders fought. This is today's paper. It seems that the monster horde has been successfully destroyed and the village is now safe thanks to the mercenaries who spared no effort for this victory. The mystery was solved. It was the town sword witch, a first-class heroine who saved the village and protected its inhabitants from danger. Her name is now known to all. The faded light that lit up the village turned out to be a forgotten goddess. She reasserted herself and helped the villagers in their time of need, and now her name will be remembered by everyone. Riley asked where the mercenary was now. He seemed to be well rested and ready for new trials and battles, for his strength had been restored. It looks like the mercenary is well rested. Nothing bad happened, which means that everything will be fine and one cannot worry, because he is back in the ranks. But wasn't there a gentleman? His name isn't here, and he thinks the unidentified hooded character is Mr. Lion. He didn't get much attention, but he did a good job. It's good to know everyone's doing okay, of course, since they're on winter vacation with his permission, and now I wonder if they've said everything they wanted to say to each other, since it's important to them. He's very sleepy. He'll take a little nap, and have her wake him up for the evening so he won't oversleep important events and can catch up on everything. At this point, someone asked him if he wasn't tired of sleeping all day because there were so many important things that needed his attention. It was, in fact, his comrade, who was always interested in his life and wanted to help him in a difficult moment, to support him and give him useful advice. He has something to say, so let him wake up. Could he please wait a bit and come back tonight when there's time to discuss the important details? But he needs to tell it right now, because it's really urgent and can't be put off for later or it will all lose meaning. He might have realized, or the jerk was messing with him, and let him get up. For time was of the essence and matters needed immediate intervention and resolution. Hasn't the problem with the epidemic been resolved yet? He feels like after the last scene he has spoken his truth, which now needs to be discussed with others. He chased him because he found out he was in Syrium, but there's a problem. He was found first by Mole, who knows more about it. He asked him if he would cooperate, for it was important for the common cause and for their future. The success of their mission depended on it. He answered him that all was right, and that he was willing to help if it was really necessary now and could not be delayed. He'll bring his old friend, that guy, nicknamed Epidemic still, who he's been looking for a long time, and has finally found a trace of. But how would he know his friend? Doesn't he know a guy who runs the ball well and is always in, performing at his best? Let him give him the message. At the last thing the hero said before hell came in from heaven that day, he still remembers. Riley woke up at this point and asked him if he really said such a thing back then, because it was very important information for everyone. Yes, and something else about professional heroes fighting, but he still couldn't fully understand what was meant and asked for clarification. In any case, all the people he knows he understands best, so he's come for them to settle things once and for all. The girl realized that the last hero might know something. He thought about it too, the one who had been by his side in the last minute of his life. It was, in fact, the Demon King, the same one who terrified everyone around him with his presence and sinister plans to take over the world. The hero asked if he was sure he needed to come here, to this place, some abandoned and deserted place where no one had lived for a long time. There was no other choice when delivering the mansion in a hurry, because only Nani can make a copy of his body, which is necessary for the plan. At this moment, some stranger came out to them, looking mysterious, attracting everyone's attention with his unusual appearance and manners. He brought the person in question. Among all the people he knows, this guy handles a sword the best, showing outstanding skills. This kid seems to be a friend of the one who offered the deal, and they've known each other for a long time, making their bond especially strong and reliable. There is no need to solve this problem with violence, so said Disiultal. A goddess, as wise as she is beautiful, always seeking peace and harmony. He was taking a risk by bringing him here. The other dragons had said that other, harsher measures had to be resorted to in order to solve the problem permanently and irrevocably. And he was informed that he had a right, that everything was ready to begin the important business right now, without delay or wasting time. The demon told the protagonist that this was the guy, the one they had been looking for a long time and couldn't find, but now everything was clear and understandable. The one who was hiding behind the infected and proposed a deal with the dragons, because otherwise it would not be possible to achieve the desired result and avoid unnecessary losses. He was surprised at who he saw before him, not expecting to find him here, so familiar and important, and didn't know what to say first. He thanked him for bringing him here, telling him that he was the same as he was in his previous life, unchanged and still the same. Riley asked what his name was, for a name was of great importance to all their future actions and plan, as well as understanding his nature. This grandfather has his own history, but if he insists on a name from a past life, they should take that into account to properly address him. Though it is Abyss, here is his name that has meaning and represents the past, present, and future in their world full of mystery and mystery. This city is in danger. They cannot let these monsters take it. Must stop them by all means, otherwise mankind is waiting for a disaster of colossal proportions, irreparable and terrible. As the master of salvation, only he can defeat the Demon King. He is their soul and hope, the one who will lead them to victory despite all the difficulties and dangers. But it was possible according to him. He could stand up to someone who kills 100 people with a mere movement of his hand, effortlessly showing his incredible power. But she convinced him that he could do it because he was a hero. He still felt and remembered that moment when everything started and changed. He looked pretty confident at the time. Despite all the hardships he had to endure, he always maintained his courage and resilience. It's good to see that he's doing much better now and has been able to overcome all the obstacles in his path, become stronger and wiser. He brought in the right man. Now it's his turn to let him bring in the epidemic so they can deal with the problem and find a solution. Doesn't even realize what he needs. The man stands at his side and is ready to help at any moment if it is needed for the common cause. He's just an ordinary kid. After all, he was taking his own powers away from him, though he lost some memories in the process. But it's better this way because it was the past he wanted to forget. Even worse is the vessel that holds that power. But even so, he has a power he doesn't complain about. The most unpleasant thing is his inner doubts and fears. His reluctance to hurt the children reminds him of him, his past and those he loved and protected no matter what. He will break those sharks for him to protect those he cares about and show his loyalty and strength despite the odds. But their appearance is so different that it's hard to believe their true intentions, and he doesn't know if they can be trusted completely. Just have him pick him up and bring him back after he makes sure everything is okay, so have him hurry up and leave them for a bit to resolve things quickly. Riley thinks he needs to talk to this guy to understand his true intentions and figure out how he can help their cause. Heir to the Appellate family, Solia's sword had finally been determined. He had learned of his existence thanks to one newspaper he always carried with him so he wouldn't forget his face. He killed him and carried his image with him, dreaming of the place, learning much from the rich man. To him he would never feel resentment for his benevolence. It was because of him that he realized that in their past life he was also tired. It was because of him that he could live a free life without thinking about the past. At this point he caught a fish that turned out to be small, but even this small victory was important to him and his sense of self. Thanks to Winter, he realized that small things matter, and that every moment of life is important no matter what, and you have to appreciate every detail. Also because of him, our hero is looking after children. He took all the children who lost their relatives and now he is someone to take care of. Hadn't he been so desperate to protect the children in their past lives? Of course, watching him take care of such little things had taught him a lot too. Riley asked if he was mocking now, because it seemed incredible that he could manipulate little kids who didn't know anything, and who manipulated little kids because they didn't know anything, and what he just said, he infects those kids and takes care of them. He tries to trick them, the children who died in their past lives, and bring them back to life despite all the hardships and dangers. Those kids killed their parents with their own hands, and even ripped their friends to shreds. When they came to their senses, they cried at the explosion all day long, and felt guilt. And then again they killed children for no reason and suffered. Then it was a vicious circle from which it was impossible to get out. After creating such a hell, how can he talk about what's going on and manipulate the kids into making their lives a nightmare they don't deserve? Now he is playing dumb, or mocking everyone around him who tries to understand his true intentions and ulterior motives in this complex situation. Well, justice and law come first for them demons, and the winner decides what is right and what is wrong, leaving no new outcomes unopposed. If they say so, conniving and cruel, doesn't that apply more to people who often display the worst traits of their character and essence? They kidnap others, experiment on them, alter them, debilitate them, drain them, turn them into slaves, humiliate and abuse them without a shred of pity or compassion. And the upper class just brazenly observes it all, as in his past life. And in this life, people seem nasty and cruel to him. He asked if he really meant to say that it wasn't demons, but someone else who could act in such a way, wreaking havoc. He swears on all the countless lives he has lived that he has never done such a thing or ordered his subordinates to act so cruelly. He had never done such a thing or ordered his subordinates to act in such a way. What made him think and suspect such a thing at all? Riley thought about what could have made him think that and realized it could have been the goddess who had said that to him during the conversation. She apologized and said that these children could not be saved, that their fate was sealed and no one could change it in the future. Her healing powers are still not enough to save them and bring them back to normal, so she was asked to make a difficult and challenging decision. Then what should they do with those children? Not leave them in misery for the rest of their lives when you can end their torment forever. That there is a way to end their suffering. He must kill them with his own sword. Despite the gravity of this decision and all its moral complexity, hundreds of civilians could die because of a couple monsters. It's the only way for a better future for everyone hoping for salvation and peace. She convinced him that it was a good reason, that it was the only way they could save the others and ensure peace and tranquility for everyone in the city. He needs to get violent for the sake of protecting the world. If he gives up now, all his efforts will just go to waste, and nothing will come out of the plan. Now let him hurry. He needs to do justice. She asks him not to pass their faith and hopes on to someone else, for it is important. Memories epidemic in his mind. That guy wasn't lying. And now he realizes how important those words and their meaning are to all people. The child asked if something scary had happened, because he had seen the adults looking worried and tense at this point, and it frightened him. He said he took his powers and now his heart is filled with a heaviness that cannot be described in words. So heavy was the decision. He glanced at his memories, but he could sense the mana of Abyss, a protagonist-level monster that would exist in this world and in the future. At this point he was offered food, but he refused because he couldn't think about food when he had such heavy and gloomy thoughts in his head. He didn't listen to him just in case he got sick with an illness and lost his mind, because that could be very dangerous for everyone. This asshole is already sick of fighting it when it spreads the plague, pissed off if he knows it, wants to double the effect of headaches and migraines. What good is figuring things out from someone who has no powers or memories and can't help with their problems, which are becoming more and more acute? He asked me to tell him about this guy to better understand his motives and actions, to know what to expect from him in the future. Abyss is a good guy, with good leadership skills. He's smart, so everyone follows him as in charge, and trusts him with their lives and destinies. Be polite, go to bed slower. He's like a grandpa, but it makes him trustworthy and mature in the eyes of all who know and respect him. Once he said he wanted to drink something called Coke, but it was a strange request for a serious man like him, which made everyone wonder. Master Beard doesn't even know how to make Coke, much to the disappointment of everyone who expected more from him and thought he was omnipotent. This drink, which the Lord liked to drink a long time ago, is so old that a dragon like him does not need to know of its existence or flavor. They seem to have something in common, considering how they both sought out the same drink that awakens memories from their past lives. He realized something after he compared events from his past life to what had happened to Abyss and found many similarities between the two. First, demons have no desire to destroy humanity. They are just trying to find their place in the world and live in harmony with humans. Secondly, he had no choice but to follow the orders of someone else because it was the only way to preserve his life. And thirdly, the reason why the demons began to act decisively was to meet the goddess from their past life and talk to her. So what did he want and how did he get to this world? He could only do it because he killed a goddess in another world and got powers. It would have been great if he had heard it sooner. There was no point in wasting time, and he didn't have time to tell others. It's not the most pleasant feeling to think that his people were to blame for all his suffering in his past life, but it turns out he was just a fool all along. The boy was silent at this point, because he didn't know what to say, and he realized that now a lot depended on his decisions and actions in the future. He asked the hero to gather 6 people he can trust to fix this situation and show everyone the real problem and its roots. To remedy this situation, he decided to show him the real problem, the purple people he mentioned and their powers, which seemed clumsy. Then by neck people, he means those who tried to manipulate him, but did it so ineptly that their true intentions were obvious. He's going to create a 6-part plan and show them that their side is much better than they think, can invite them to join him. Whether he accepts the offer or not, he'll be able to move into that world with the kids and they grow up and start a new life. Let him not underestimate the Demon King who's been alive for 1,000 years, and though he won't say he really needs his answer, it's important. He can sacrifice the chance for revenge himself, for the future, for the world, and for all those who believe in him and hope for his victory. Sounds good. He'll get 6 people together like he said he would and let them know it's time to act and that they have a chance at success. The comrade informed him that the inspection was over and he was indeed an epidemic, just as this child had said, which now gave them a new understanding of the situation. The guy couldn't figure out why he wasn't surprised or if he already knew something but just added, and he didn't really look like a puddle, though that was odd. That wasn't the problem. He'd want to ask them something, and it was an important thing for him to do, one that required attention to get all the answers. What the hell this stuff was in general, was it coke or something else, wasn't entirely clear, and he decided to look into it as the situation was very confusing and unclear. How interesting that he had both of them looking for her, where they sell her still. She's getting ready. Let them not look, had let them tell him everything they know too. Something seems to have happened that may affect future events that he has no idea about yet, but he has a premonition that something has gone wrong. It looks like one of the 6 has already found one, and now we need to decide what to do next with this information so that we don't miss an important point and act correctly. Riley sat with the girl in his office, thinking about what had happened and trying to figure out how he should proceed in this difficult situation that demanded attention. The young gentleman lingers, wondering if all is well, and if something unforeseen has happened that might affect his plans and actions in the future. At that moment she turned her attention to the front doors, which suddenly swung open, and it caught her attention, making her wary and tense. It's strange why the young gentleman's scent is coming from 2 people, because that shouldn't happen, and she began to suspect that something was wrong here. There must be a young lord from the manor. Most likely Mrs. Sierra is confused and puppets. How he could have come without alerting her remains a mystery. Then a girl walked in and asked if Nani was here or not, which made everyone present become wary and start listening to her words carefully. The girl immediately responded and asked if something was wrong or not, but heard that the girl was doing something else instead of serving the young master. The girl couldn't understand at all what she was talking about, as the information was new and unexpected to her, requiring clarification and elaboration from other people. The girl asked her if they could talk to discuss all the details and understand exactly what was going on and how best to handle the situation. What excuse he told Mrs. Sierra to explain his actions and deeds remains unknown, but it must be very convincing and weighty. This moment the girl was strongly reprimanded by Sierra for her actions and behavior that did not conform to the expectations and standards of their surroundings. Riley changed because he couldn't think of anything else to do, and he forgot to warn her telepathically, which complicated the situation and caused misunderstandings. But she was also about levitation magic last time, made him suffer, so they'll call it that, though it doesn't matter, because it doesn't change the essence of what's going on. They both don't do it because they don't like her. It's good to have him back from Abyss. You're with the guards. Who would have thought that 2 beings who were at the same time the same death both break in the same world? It's an interesting reunion. It's enough to call him a friend. He told him to put the 6 pieces together like the purple people did. He wanted her opinion, so he came to her first to discuss the details. It's Tesha and the person he chose. He wanted her opinion. So here he is, hoping to get answers to his questions and support going forward. All these people can be trusted. She is not very capable, but they are trying, and that is the main thing, because in such cases reliability and readiness to help at any moment is important. But she sees that everyone here is human. Shouldn't there be? He still thinks of those 2, the ones who inherited the ball skill from Eneral. It's important. It's not easy. She thinks Mr. Yan will be reliable, but just recently got injured, so Ms. Iril can fit. You think they need time to think? Well, as he plans to gather those people, isn't and convince them of his past life and Elena. It won't be too hard, because he has a convincing argument. She knew he was planning to dump this whole mess on her again, which wasn't surprising since he always did that when he didn't know what to do next. The case will not be done quickly, so you need to tell his parents about it too. No need to worry. In this world this minute will not take, of course, it will be problematic if they say they are much older than their age. He suggested to continue. First they will do what they can, and then they will think about how to proceed, so that everything goes smoothly and without unnecessary problems. Sierra must be convinced first, for she is the closest, and her support may be crucial in this case, which requires care and caution. The main friend that since everything worked out this way, if she imagines that this is a vacation, and packs her suitcases, will be able to perceive what is happening more easily and calmly, without unnecessary emotions. She couldn't understand what lower world movement Great Evil is hearing about all this for the first time, as she has to understand it all without missing important details. And instead of choosing to take such a maid with her, wouldn't she be better off taking a knight who can protect her and won't get in the way in dangerous situations? The scent of intuition, isn't she the only possessor of these abilities that help her sense danger and avoid unpleasant situations in time? The girl began to worry at this point, for the situation was getting more and more tense, and she didn't know what to expect next or how to act properly. Well, at the same moment she was attacked by someone and she realized that now she had to be extra careful and cautious to avoid serious problems. She realized that it was the young lord's sword, and that surprised her, for she had not expected such an attack from a man she trusted completely. She was told she just dodged his sword with a glance, but she said she had a bad feeling about it, so she managed to do it. That's where her intuition comes in. She now realized her abilities that help her to anticipate danger and act according to the situation. Nani understands why she is worried. After all, she was worried there too. Well, let her believe in them. The young master chose her because he saw fit. This speech melted her heart and she felt that her support and involvement was important, and she was willing to help despite all the difficulties and obstacles along the way. When Riley told them to rest and pack up, they had a lot to do. She asked with that heartwarming moment a little longer. Riley said no, he is yet to convince many to join their cause and support them in this important and challenging endeavor. It really took time to convince the others to join them, for each person required a special approach and attention. Right at that moment, some girl was praying to the goddess, hoping for her help and support that could change the course of events and help them all. She confessed and had been for a long time, voicing her worries and hopes, waiting for the goddess to answer her and give her the advice and guidance she needed. It looked like this revelation would be her last, and she needed to prepare herself for the fact that she would have to act on her own, without support. Frisia could not understand what the last revelation meant, and said that his joke had gone too far, for she would always bless the ways. So there is no need to shed tears of sorrow, for she will always be with them, helping and supporting them, even if she cannot be there physically, but spiritually. She was still so foolishly hoping that he could at least give them guidance instead of a blessing, so they could act properly and confidently. When she opens her eyes, let her follow the guy who's cunning. All she has to do is an army of tips light the path he'll take. May she also not forget that he will always be her blessing, his existence will always be her heart, and she will feel his support. She asked the goddess to stay and allowed her to pray a little longer to calm down and gather her thoughts before taking action and making decisions. It was at that moment that the goddess disappeared completely, leaving her alone with her thoughts and feelings, but she knew it was up to her now. Nara asked her if she was okay, because everyone had noticed she was anxious and nervous and wanted to make sure she was going to be okay and calm. Riley came over to them. If she was tired, she could rest for a bit before talking to regain her strength and prepare for further action. The girl said everything was fine, though she was actually feeling a bit anxious and confused, but she didn't want to worry anyone. Then she saw the young gentleman, and that calmed her a little, for she knew that he was always there to support her in any difficult situation. She asked him, or had he come because he needed her for the great journey, and that was important to her, for she hoped for his support. She asked him to answer honestly about what was going on in general to figure out how to proceed and what steps to take to solve all the problems. He said that he needed them to go to the lower world, and this caused surprise and questions from all present, for no one had expected such a turn of events. They could not understand what he was even talking about, for the idea of going to the lower world seemed too strange and unbelievable for them, full of doubts and questions. She doesn't realize what's going on until the end, but follows to the lore was the goddess' final revelation, and she decides to trust those words and act on them. If they fulfill it, Tomir could become a peaceful place even without the existence of gods, and that would be a great achievement for all the inhabitants of this world. Nara realized that if the girl said so, then she should go too, for her support and participation could be important to the success of this difficult and dangerous case. He asked if he was too easily reminded of a saint, and this brought smiles to everyone's faces, for they knew he was always trying to encourage and support his friends. Everything had been solved much easier than they expected. Now all he had to do was deal with the remaining 2 points to complete his mission and succeed. At this moment some laborers noticed the guests and began to discuss who they were, for they had seldom seen strangers in these parts, and this aroused their interest. Who were these? Were the guests who had searched for Enero last time, and this surprised everyone, for they had not expected their search to lead to such unexpected encounters. Riley had heard that the city had been damaged, but everything was fine now, if it was only that. Thanks to Eneral's guests and apprentices, everyone was still alive. Sierra could understand who Eneral was if it was explained to her what was going on, for she was a bit confused and didn't know all the details and important points. The girl then began to explain everything to her, recounting all the events and details so that Sierra could understand what was going on and how to proceed with the situation. Riley asked what was suddenly wrong with him. She said she was upset because she couldn't participate in this day last winter and it disturbed her a lot. In any case, Ian should be at Eneral's. Her house is in the same place, and they decide to go there to find him and discuss all the important matters. The maid couldn't verify that everyone but her was there, and that worried her, for she didn't know what to expect or how to act in this difficult situation. So she's not going to go if she just stands there. There's no one to protect her, so she have to go on her own to figure out what's going on and find answers to her questions. Then they all walked together to the house, hoping that they would find Yang there and be able to discuss all the important matters that needed immediate resolution and attention. Frisia said it was strange, for they were always at home when they came in, and this caused everyone to be surprised and worry, for the situation was becoming incomprehensible. Nara couldn't find anyone, and that worried her, because she had hoped to see everyone at home and discuss all the important issues that needed to be resolved immediately. But at that moment she did notice that someone was home, and that reassured her, for she knew that now they would be able to discuss all that worried and troubled them. She began to shout and call out, hoping to be heard and responded to, for she had many important matters to discuss and questions to answer. At this point, someone was glad that they took a walk after such a long time, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was a good opportunity to talk and discuss everything. It was cold in winter, now I feel spring, and it lifted my spirits, because there were warm days ahead, which brought joy and hope for the best. If she gets cold, she holds him tightly by the arm. She used to do that a lot and it brought her comfort and a sense of security in any situation. Then he held not only her hands, but their faces warmed, so ruddy, alert, they enjoyed every moment they spent together and it brought them joy. At that moment they noticed those they were looking for, and this caused everyone to be surprised and happy, for now they could discuss everything that had been bothering them and needed attention. Jen and the women were very much surprised to see them in front of them, for they had not expected such an encounter and it caused them many emotions and questions. Ian laughed and asked if they were embarrassed, which made everyone smile, because he always tried to cheer up his friends and create a pleasant atmosphere. Why would he be so persuasive? There was nothing embarrassing about it. After all, they were all friends and could talk about everything openly and without too much doubt or fear. Just as it seemed, Iril and Lion were now practicing, which explained why they weren't at home, as they were always trying to improve their skills and abilities. After the duel, the atmosphere between her and her boyfriend changed. The girl was now clearly competing with him, which added tension and challenge to their relationship. She had asked him several times about his attitude towards the ball, and the atmosphere was completely different from the one at the castle, where everything was more formal. When these two return, it will be much easier to talk when everyone is gathered, because discussing important issues is best done with the full team. Iril burst in on them at this point, expressed that she had practiced hard today and that she had a great time, feeling confident and strong. At that moment she noticed their stillness and realized that something important was happening that required her attention and involvement, for such things rarely happen for no reason. They both could not understand what had happened and why they were here, for their arrival was unexpected and caused many questions and perplexities to all present. Riley said he was here to discuss something with them, and it was important to everyone, as it was about the future and the possibilities that could await them. In that case he would go train some more. let them enjoy the conversation. After all, training is important too, especially in times like this when you need to be ready for any challenge. But Riley stopped him, saying that the conversation was important to everyone and his presence was necessary to discuss all the details and make the right decision. He asked his brother to stay with him, for his opinion and support were important in this discussion which concerned their common future and the events to come. He explained everything and explained that they needed people who could stand by their side and support them on this difficult and dangerous journey to the lower world. Riley asked if they could go with them, for their support and participation would be invaluable, especially in such an important and risky endeavor. The girl immediately shouted out that she would go, for it was important for her to participate and help her friends, even if it took a lot of courage and determination. Nara asked her if she was sure, since this was no ordinary journey, but the girl replied that if even the young lord was going, she could manage. It will help improve her skills. She wants to see mosques from other worlds too, and it will definitely be a great experience that will help her become stronger and smarter. The man at this moment thought and remained silent, for his decision was important, and he realized that it was not just a choice, but a responsibility for his life and future. The girl asked if Iril would be the sixth, but he changed his mind altogether, for he thought it would be too risky for her and might hurt their common cause. He thought it would be best to take the two who had Iril's ball skill as a team of two, for their skills and experience might be more useful on this journey. The man at this point began to speak, explaining his thoughts and arguments, for it was important to him that everyone understood why he had made this choice and how it would help. Lion abruptly said that he would go instead of a man, and this caused everyone to be surprised, for his decision was unexpected and raised many questions and discussions. Everyone was surprised by this turn of events, because no one expected Lion to make such a decision and decide to take such a risky step, which requires courage. He's an apprentice too, learned the same ball skill, and he's been practicing with the girl so he knows how to work with her as a team, plus the man's wounds haven't healed yet. In that case, wouldn't it be better for him to take the position? It's a great offer for everyone, as his skills and experience could be useful in this dangerous journey. Riley couldn't understand if it had nothing to do with personal interests, if he was just trying to piss him off, or if it was a really important and well-thought-out decision. On this journey he wants to test his new sword, more specifically his new technique and mindset, for it will be an important test for his skills and abilities. As he knows his sword is not unlike a traveling warrior, every stroke was filled with foul and deceitful intentions, and it needed to be changed and purified. He only realized this when he was kicked out of the manor. His sword is no longer clean, and he realizes he needs to change his attitude and techniques. He was trying to learn from a master and he had gotten mixed up with a girl, trying to get rid of her, but he couldn't remove all doubts. However, he saw the ball technique of Ian and Iril. Their swords are meant to save others, and then he realized that his desire to join them was also a kind of payment for his mistakes. Riley said his father should have seen it, because his opinion and support would have been important, especially at a time like this when important decisions had to be made. Riley, realizing the importance of the moment, welcomed Lion to their team, recognizing his determination and willingness to face the challenges of the journey ahead. At this point, the guy kept chatting with the main character, trying to understand his motivation and the reasons behind his actions and decisions. He asked him why he was acting this way and what made him make these decisions, because it could explain a lot and help in understanding the situation. He called him Dracosha, emphasizing his strength and power, but also showing his respect and recognition of his abilities and accomplishments in battle. Normally the main character didn't like such mean and rambunctious kids, but he was his very old friend, so it didn't apply to him. Let him be part of the team, but it's not like he's an ordinary person. He's blocking the magic he's now directing at him, trying to protect his thoughts. If he's that interested, he'll tell him his story, starting with his first meeting with the main character to explain everything and clear things up. He should first explain the relationship between demons and humans in the lower world, so that it is clear what dangers they will face. In that world, he was a demon king, standing at the pinnacle of the demonic world and was the worst nightmare for mankind, causing terror and fear. But finally, the demon king was truly disappointed and destroyed by a human youth blessed with a sacred sword that changed everything. The youth of the sword blessing was the one they fought together, and that youth was the main character with whom they shared common goals and objectives. Then they were leading and Riley asked if they had gotten into a fight, because that could explain a lot and clarify their relationship and dynamics. But he couldn't understand what was going on and what exactly they were discussing, for it was all new and unexpected to him, raising many questions. Ebis said that he had finally returned, and this caused everyone to rejoice and wonder, for his return was a long-awaited and important event. He told his friend an old story that interested him more than the relationship, for it was the essence of their friendship and common goals. A guy approached him aggressively, demanding an explanation and trying to understand what was going on and what they should do now, because the situation was tense. He told them to go to this lower world or whatever it was, for time was short and they needed to act quickly and decisively. He finally realized it all. The cars, planes, and buildings he'd mentioned up until this point, he'd thought were nonsense, but they really existed. He has to see everything with his own eyes, so they should head off sooner rather than later to check things out and make sure it's real. They could not figure out who the red-haired man was, and asked if he was Nalini's doctor, for his appearance raised many questions and perplexities. She didn't know if she should tell them now, but he said he wasn't really a human but someone else, which raised even more questions. Nara realized that he was a red dragon, and that explained a lot of things, for his powers and abilities were inhuman and incredible. The girl had Putin at this moment, and she realized that now everything would change, because their team was even stronger and more powerful. The boy was sure it made no sense, but he realized that their powers and capabilities had now increased, and that was important. Come to think of it, the girl's illness was very serious, but he said he could cure her if he had incredible strength and abilities. It was like a non-human being with incredible strength, and that explained everything that was happening around them and what their capabilities were. If he is a dragon, everything makes sense, and they realized that his powers and abilities can help them on this dangerous journey. He told them to look in his cave before they left, for they could not go unarmed and unprepared. At this point the guy told them to go faster, because time was running out and they needed to act quickly and decisively to get everything done in time. Riley said he'd be back soon. Let them keep chatting as he still had some business to finish before he left. At that moment, the portal closed, causing everyone to feel confused as no one else could pass through it and go back to the world they came from. They didn't know what to do and realized they would have to wait until the situation changed and they could find another way home. At that moment, a guy came up to him and asked Yuli if they were the ones Riley had chosen for the important task necessary for the successful completion of their mission. The guy asked not to be interrupted as he only wanted to take a look at them, as they would soon be participating in a very important task that required maximum concentration and preparation. Nani said that guy was a dangerous man and recommended that everyone stay behind to avoid getting hit and avoid unnecessary problems in this situation. The guy laughed, saying they were just words, and asked if she really thought she could handle him alone without the help of the other team members. I wonder what she say after that, when she realizes she has no choice but to accept his challenge and try to prove her strength. These are Abyss-style martial arts that require not only physical strength, but also the ability to control energy to defeat an enemy. Even if she manages to surpass them and get Mary, she can buy some time for the Limonene King, who fought against the Lord but was defeated. With her current strength, she could defeat him if she put in the effort and focused on her martial arts skills. But too much time is spent warming up, which reduces her chances of success and makes her vulnerable in a fight against more experienced opponents. At that moment, the girl noticed something behind her and turned to get a better look, realizing that it could be an important clue. The guy instantly snuck up on her from behind, trying to catch her off guard and break her concentration, which could have serious consequences. Everyone began to worry about her immediately, as they realized that this fight might not end in her favor if she wasn't careful enough. At that moment, the girl fell to the floor, feeling intense pain that prevented her from continuing the fight and required immediate intervention from her friends. The power didn't materialize, which made her doubtful, and it seemed she wished she understood the man's true motives so she could get used to the constant struggle. The girl did not answer him, and continued to lie there, trying to gather her strength and figure out how she would be able to withstand this difficult battle full of unexpected twists and turns. She thinks the enemies in this world will fight the way she wants them to, but reality is often more brutal and unpredictable. She noticed that he continued to attack the others, which showed his determination and desire to achieve his goal at all costs. Sierra was ready for this, and she would make sure that none of her friends would get hurt in this dangerous fight. She will make sure to protect everyone who trusts her and help them through any challenges that come their way. The girl was able to resist despite her pain and fatigue, showing her resilience and determination to win this difficult and dangerous battle. Her eyes didn't have time to follow his movements, but she intuitively sensed he was about to strike again. Nara couldn't figure out how she should attack this agile opponent, but she decided not to give up and continue fighting to the end. Many felt that such trials strengthen friendships and understanding between team members, which was an important element in their joint success. Now they all started to confront him together, joining their forces and showing that together they can cope with any difficulties. Iril also joined them at this moment, supporting her friends and preparing for the decisive battle that would determine the outcome of their mission. But abruptly her sword broke, which was an unexpected and unpleasant surprise, weakening her combat capabilities. The guy used this moment to defeat her, showing his superiority and skill in battle, causing everyone to be surprised. Frisia told her friend to wait for her to help, realizing that in this world it was easy to become a target if one acted rashly. At this point, the girl began to get very worried, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, and she didn't know what to do to protect herself and her friends from the danger that was coming. Sierra began telling her to stand peacefully and not to panic, assuring her that he would protect her and make sure no one hurt her in this difficult situation. But at that moment the guy blocked her way, preventing her from approaching Sierra, increasing the tension and causing everyone involved in the conflict even more anxiety and fear of further developments. He said he will not let this go unnoticed and will definitely take action to solve the problem and protect his friends, showing his determination and willingness to take action in this dangerous battle. After that, he immediately got down to business, showing his determination and demonstrating his willingness to take active action to protect his loved ones and achieve his goals. Sierra then flew right into Lion, which caused everyone to be shocked and surprised, as no one expected this turn of events, and everyone began to wonder what would happen next. Lion couldn't understand what was even going on here and was trying to realize what he should do next in this confusing situation that was becoming more and more complicated and unpredictable. He then proceeded to confront the guy himself, showing his strength and determination to protect himself and his friends, unafraid to engage in battle and use all his skills and abilities. At this moment, Lion thought deeply, trying to find a way out of the situation and understand how best to act to minimize the risks and avoid unnecessary casualties among his friends. He said it was good to see the determination and confidence in the eyes of his friends who were willing to fight to the end and not back down in the face of danger, regardless of the difficulty of the tasks. But at that moment, the guy sensed something that caused him to doubt and made him more cautious, realizing that he needed to proceed with the utmost care and attention. Nani said that if she lifted a finger, he would destroy her immediately, showing his determination and strength, his willingness to do anything to achieve his goals. This guy didn't calm down and shut up, realizing that he needed to be more careful in his actions and words so as not to provoke conflict and avoid unnecessary problems. He would attack her if she tried to catch him off guard. But doesn't she realize that the outcome is already a foregone conclusion and nothing can change it? The girl could not understand what he was saying and tried to figure out what exactly he meant by his words, which seemed mysterious and incomprehensible to her. He thought that such a warm-up would be enough to show his strength and convince everyone of his determination and willingness to fight to the end despite all the difficulties. Riley asked if this number of weapons is enough for children to defend themselves in case of enemy attack and danger to their lives. Everyone had already packed up their weapons and weren't using them, but he said thanks for finding a use for them and being able to use them to protect his friends and accomplish the mission. He asked the protagonist if he needed armor and brought some to offer as help, understanding that protection is important in any situation. Riley tried to figure out why it was needed, as the armor didn't fit properly and could be useless in battle without providing proper protection and comfort. Someone said that new items won't make him stronger. It's the skills and abilities that matter, which can't be replaced by any material things and weapons, even the most powerful ones. But he hadn't chosen a gift for Nani yet, which got him thinking and finding something suitable to make her feel good and show her his care and attention. Riley apologized and said he'd give him more minutes to choose the right gift for Nani and take his time deciding. They will fly first class, but asked that he be given time to get used to his new surroundings and rest, to enjoy the comfort and amenities this class offers. Endel began to think about what first class was, trying to understand how it differed from regular class and what advantages offered its passengers. Nani noticed that she had no pain anywhere, which made her surprised and relieved at the same time, as she had expected to feel pain and discomfort. When she was hit, it felt like her bones were breaking, but now she felt perfectly fine, which surprised her and made her wonder what had happened. They couldn't understand how he did it or why it was okay, despite the force of the blow that should have caused serious harm. He'd said he'd make sure they weren't hurt, and he hadn't used his power in a while, so it didn't work out perfectly, but it still helped avoid serious consequences. Trusting in his abilities and believing in his strength is really necessary, as such experiences will help them in the future and teach them how to better utilize their skills and abilities. Let them relax. It's an easy fight to learn their weaknesses and strengths. How about some feedback? If they don't want to, he can tell the main character's story that they may not have heard before. The girl tensed up at this point, feeling the situation starting to get out of hand and not knowing how to react to the suggestion of telling the main character's story. The guy said it seemed like they already knew the story, since Riley had asked him not to tell anyone, but he wanted to share anyway. He realizes that this could cause problems, but things are different now, and everyone would benefit from this knowledge, especially if they are going to go to their world. However, without the protagonist's consent, the conversation may be very different. There may be reasons they don't know about, so it's better to make a decision after arrival. He seemed to only fuel their curiosity with his story, making everyone wonder what the future held for them and what else they might learn. Then he will give his opinion. Isn't it wise to cooperate, even if nothing is known in advance? This could be the key to success. The girl resisted to the last, unwilling to accept the story without the protagonist's consent, and trying to protect his secrets from being revealed. He was quite good at dealing with people and couldn't keep quiet. Let them not worrying, he would take responsibility for his words and actions. Let them listen carefully if they want to understand the main character. It is important to be able to listen and analyze what they hear in order to draw the right conclusions. One must listen carefully and stay focused to understand all the nuances and details with story that may prove pivotal to their future. The naked kiss didn't change anything about their relationship. It didn't take them long to choose, it took a little longer, but everything was back to normal. They all looked at him very strangely, trying to figure out exactly what he meant and how it related to their current situation. The guy said he told part of his story, and a comrade fighting a god often reveals his secrets, even the most personal ones. Everyone found out about the Lord's past life and the girl couldn't prevent it, even knowing that he wanted to keep it a secret, but was going to tell anyway. Sierra asked Julie if she knew how surprised she was when she found out the place they were going and the arrangements made in his past life. And even the warrior who protected this place, it's now clear where he got such amazing abilities and admirable skills from. She did recognize this man, realizing that his strength and skills were no accident, but the result of long training and trials. Lion at first could not understand where he got such abilities, but after the story everything fell into place and all doubts were dispelled. The girl now understood his reasons for not recognizing the saints and refusing their help, seeing that he preferred to act on his own. If he had told them everything earlier it would have been a huge relief, but why was he hiding it? After all, nothing would change and he would remain a lord. Riley realized that this was indeed the case, and his secrets couldn't hurt, but would only help him better understand his character and motives. It seemed like he just didn't want to bother her, and so he was putting off this conversation, hoping it would resolve itself in time. He asked if they got everything they needed and that borrowed ribbons to be returned later so as not to cause problems. As a saint, she will be able to help him through any difficulties, using her strength and knowledge to support him through this difficult time. He asked why she was so discouraged, and if it had anything to do with what she had heard earlier, for she had learned a lot about her master. Let her just keep doing what she's doing, because her actions in her past life and now are completely justified and right. Riley asked the girl if she would talk to him on the sidelines to discuss important matters that shouldn't be brought out in public. She couldn't figure out what he wanted to talk about in private. Maybe he wanted to reprimand her for telling Abyss about his past life. He didn't even have time to finish, but immediately started apologizing, saying that she should have taken responsibility and stopped him, but ended up failing and making mistakes. The hero, struggling to find, was still going to tell everyone what happened, why it was so important to him and his team, and what it meant. It was perfectly fine, but would anyone care to take a look at it and evaluate it to see how truly amazing and beautiful it is and how it works? It stands out so much that it's the only thing that really suits her. Talk to her about how she controls a flow of mana and why it's extremely important. He took it and he thought the color was perfect for her because he always tried to please her tastes and preferences, hoping for her approval. That's the main reason he decided to call her to this place, to show and explain to her everything he found, and to get her opinion. The others might complain that he's giving her too much, but this ring will help her supply herself with mana, and he thinks it will come in handy in the future. The reason she won't wear this ring is because she doesn't like the design of it at all. She prefers something more refined and sophisticated. Riley had heard that the ring would only work when both rings were worn at the same time and synchronized with each other, otherwise it wouldn't work. Then she decided to give it back. God, she couldn't believe that this ring really suited her, but still she made that decision. He couldn't understand why she was doing this. After all, the ring had been chosen with care and love, and he thought she would like it. But the girl was determined and gave him that ring, not wanting to wear it anymore despite his doubts and attempts to talk her into it. Riley didn't argue with her and agreed. If she thought it was for the best, then so be it. He didn't want to complicate things. Sierra noticed that they were already back and everyone around them was getting a little nervous, not knowing what was going to happen next. But she tried to calm everyone down. Sierra had said it was a strange atmosphere between them, and no one felt that way, but she could feel it, and couldn't ignore her feelings and hunches. Riley said that they were ready to hit the road, and would all get together soon to discuss the details and finalize what to do next. He said everyone stopped around him, waiting for his next order and further instructions to act on his plan. All members of the team, including the protagonist, will soon arrive in a different world. He hopes that everyone is ready and can cope with the new challenges and dangers. Frisia and Nara were fully prepared for what awaited them in the new world and were not afraid of it. They felt empowered and confident. The others were also fully prepared and looking forward to embarking on a new adventure, full of enthusiasm and eagerness to explore the unknown. The guy ordered that they all close their eyes and focus on their thoughts, trying to prepare themselves for what might happen in the coming moments. The young one from a different background knows he's watching, so kindly let him close his eyes and focus on his thoughts and feelings. Everyone began to close their eyes, expecting something unusual and amazing to appear in front of them, something that would open up new horizons and possibilities. When they opened their eyes, a different world full of wonders and unknown possibilities will appear before them, ready to provide them with new challenges and adventures. Riley had been preparing for this moment and waiting for the very moment when their homeland would appear before them, filled with memories and hopes. Riley knew immediately that they were in the homeland when he heard the conversations of the common people around them. Their voices and accents were familiar to him. He had also heard talk of a Colette without gas, and that only confirmed his hunches and assumptions. He knew they were back home. Riley had indeed returned to the world that had once cursed him and caused him so much pain. But now he felt ready for new challenges, into a world that cursed him more than death, but he was ready to face it, to overcome his fears and become stronger. Everyone was surprised that the floor was so hard and unusual. No one expected this, but it only fueled their interest and desire to explore further. Nara said that the floor was already dark and hard, whether they were really late and missed everything, but no one could give her a definite answer. Nara told them not to worry about the floor, it should be like this. They didn't seem to be too late judging by the peaceful environment. They should look around and gather information to see what was going on. Riley couldn't understand why it was just the two of them. After all, it was planned for everyone to be together, and it made him uneasy and questioning. When she opened her eyes, she realized that it was just the three of them, and that worried her a lot, because the others were supposed to be right next to them. Riley couldn't understand where the others had gotten to, and it caused him a lot of doubt and worrying. He tried to make sense of the situation. Nani didn't understand where everyone else had gone, and that worried her a lot, because they were supposed to be together, and she began to panic. It was suspicious, and they concluded that it must be his doing, for no one else could have done it. You have to use your right eye to find them. Despite the pain being too much, it might succeed and help you locate them. It was difficult to locate the others with just her angle of vision, and the situation was getting worse, adding to the stress and tension. Everyone noticed the people in strange clothing and wondered what they were doing here, for it was quite unusual and raised questions. Frasier realized that those guys seemed suspicious and whispered about them, which could mean something important that required their attention and caution. First, they need to change their clothes because they stand out too much in this setting and it can attract unnecessary attention. This world is very different from the worlds they're used to living in, and they need to adapt to not stand out and attract attention. She first suggested they move to another location where they could calmly think about the situation and develop a plan of action, avoiding possible threats. After a while, they disappeared completely, leaving the others puzzled and confused as to what exactly happened and where they might have disappeared to. Everyone realized that those people in strange clothes were superhumans, and this raised many questions and suspicions about their intentions. Strange people asked each other if they had seen it, and their conversations only added to the general atmosphere of anxiety and wariness. And his partner, of course, saw this and tried to figure out exactly what had happened, because it could be important to their mission. He was asking if these guys were superhumans, and it was an important question because it could change the way they approached the situation. Endel asked him if he could explain exactly what had happened, for it was important for further action and planning. He had put in too much effort during the warm-up and it had led to a mistake he wouldn't normally make, but now needed to address the problem. He realized at the moment he arrogantly gave the order to the dragon, and it turned out to be such a simple problem that was easy to solve. He didn't understand why he was so angry. After all, he was the one who wanted to come to this world the most and see what was going on here. Iril suggested that they just calm down for a couple minutes, because fighting amongst themselves wasn't going to accomplish anything. It was better to sit down and talk quietly. He asked if she was now giving him orders, which made him irritated, for he thought he was the one who should be in command. Ebis couldn't understand why, out of all the people in the group, he ended up with these two, for it seemed illogical and strange to him. In any case, all they can do is arrive on the scene quickly. If they move recklessly, may lose contact with their comrades. They must minimize their movements to avoid being caught by the Saint, so he hopes they cooperate and agree to the plan. Rather than wait for an incident to occur, they decided to make a quicker mess right there, hoping it would help them achieve their goals. The guy didn't even know how he should react to this, because the situation was completely unexpected and required deliberate decisions and actions. He told him that he was too emotional and impulsive, and suggested that he take a nap for a while so that it would help him calm down and get his thoughts in order. If anything, the guy instantly fell down after such a blow, not even having time to react to the unexpected attack, which caused an instant silence among the surrounding people. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. The girl asked if he was dead and if she could not worry, for he said he had just put him to sleep for a while to avoid further trouble and worry. If the others were trapped or discovered by the enemies, it would definitely cause a disaster that would be extremely difficult to escape from and avoid heavy losses. This world is so big that if something were to happen they would definitely notice it, but for now, they are focused on other goals and objectives and continue on their way. They need to determine the current timeline to see if they arrived during, before, or after their death, and only then can they operate effectively and coherently. Riley is probably doing the same thing, for he hates the Saint more than anyone else, and this feeling is deeply rooted in his heart, filling his life with hatred. Then she will check all the details with Abysnan to make sure her assumptions are accurate and not to miss any important little details in this complex and important case. It is imperative for the dragon to show respect because their pride and stubbornness can cause conflict, which can affect the outcome of their important mission and the overall situation. They will send 7 pieces of space, and they have 6 days to maximize the use of their reserve cards to achieve all of their goals and objectives. He understands her desire to rebel, but let her try to take a little time and assess the whole situation so she can take her time and make more considered and informed decisions. Riley at this point came to a warrior memorial monument that held a special meaning to him, reminding him of all the past losses and events he had experienced. It was clear now, this was a timeline in which he had already died, and that realization brought with it a host of memories and emotions that filled his mind. At that moment, people noticed the protagonist standing at the monument, and his presence raised many questions, attracting everyone's attention and arousing interest among those around him. He also had two girls with him, of course, and their presence added mystery and intrigue to the proceedings, making everyone around him wonder about the significance of their appearance. They looked like Athen, and there is no explanation as to why they were piled there. For what exactly this old moral monument is for is still unclear. It seems to have been completely forgotten even in people's memories, and if it weren't for the memorial monument, he would have started to think his past was just a dream. The girls were sad at this moment, remembering the events that had taken place, and their faces expressed the sadness and bitterness of loss that was still fresh in their hearts and minds. This place is said to be the Master's final resting place, where he sacrificed his life along with the Demon King to save this world from doom and destruction. Nara couldn't understand what was going on with the girl, but everything was fine, and she was trying to sort through her feelings and thoughts to find the answers she needed. He risked his life to save this world, then there is no one here to remember him, as the memorial doesn't even have a proper name and is abandoned. This engages her and seems unfair, for she cannot understand why such a great hero has been forgotten and his feat not properly recognized and respected. It is true, the Master in history was a figure worthy of being called a hero, but can we come and claim his memorial in this way, breaking all tradition? If a craftsman saved this world, someone should definitely remember it, because his feat deserves eternal memory and respect from all descendants and future generations. At this moment, some girl was also heading here, full of determination and memories, eager to honor a great warrior who sacrificed his life for peace. Riley noticed her at that moment, and her presence caused him to surge with emotions and memories that were deeply buried in his heart and mind. She apologized to the Master for her tardiness, and her words were full of sincerity and regret that she could not come earlier to pay her respects. And it took quite a while to gather her thoughts and feelings, so she was late, but still came to honor his memory and pay her respects. Apparently, at that moment he recognized her immediately, and her face and voice were familiar to him, and he remembered all the events that had happened between them earlier. He remembered the moment he had seen her before, and those memories were full of joy and bitterness. She ran up and started saying that her friends had turned into monsters and she was asking for help, hoping he could save them and bring it all back. She asks to save these guys, not Helena, as they are in mortal danger and require immediate intervention. Riley is glad she has grown up to be so good and caring, seeing her eagerness to help others and show kindness despite the trials and tribulations she has endured. Nara told the girl that at least someone remembered him and his exploits, which brought her some comfort and joy in this difficult moment of remembrance. At that moment, some guy bludgeoned a girl, and the incident caused instant shock and outrage among all who witnessed this horrible scene of cruelty and violence. He couldn't realize that he didn't care, for he was in a hurry and didn't want to waste any time in proceedings and conflicts with the strangers he met. His shirt is now completely soiled, and this makes him irritated and angry, because he has an important meeting to attend and he doesn't want to look unkempt in front of everyone. Nara couldn't understand how the bastard dared to act like that, and her anger was building with every second as she watched the unfair and unjust. The girl was disappointed at the sight of the flowers she had so diligently collected, for they had now spoiled and lost their beauty and freshness, which made her very sad. He asked if the money would be enough because he didn't have time to deal with her and let her take the money and solve her problems on her own, without him. The girl was shocked by this guy's behavior, and her faith in people was severely shaken after such a rude and unfair act that she didn't expect. Nara started yelling for the girl not to stop her, for she intended to teach him a lesson and show him what respect and fairness was in this world. At that moment, the girl started to defend herself, showing her strength and determination despite all the threats and dangers that surrounded her at that moment. She prescribed a slap right across his cheek, an action that caused instant shock and surprise to everyone present, including the guy himself, who hadn't expected it. The guy couldn't understand what she was doing or why she was acting like this, because he hadn't expected such determined resistance from the girl who was confronting him. She began yelling for the guy to apologize for his behavior, demanding that he admit his guilt and show respect for those around him who witnessed his act. Let him immediately apologize to the child because his act was unacceptable and offensive, and he must show responsibility and remorse for what he did. The guy couldn't understand what she was saying and asked if there was someone who could talk to the foreigner to explain the whole situation and her claims to him. I don't know what they should do, because it seems like they should leave the girl alone and stay out of her business to avoid further conflict and trouble. At this point, the hero approached and began to help the girl, showing his support and willingness to protect her from any threats and dangers that might overtake her. Riley said that everything was fine now, and they could continue on their way without worrying about any further trouble or threats that might arise. Let her be careful not to drop them, for these flowers are very important and meaningful to all who appreciate and respect them in this world. She noticed that something had begun to happen to this flower, and this made her interested and surprised, for she had not expected such an effect and change. She couldn't figure out if he was originally like this or if it had just happened, and her curiosity grew with each passing second, making her ask questions. The guy asked if there was seriously no one who could talk to foreigners, because he'd be so crazy if he couldn't figure out the situation and understand it. At that moment, Riley approached him from behind, showing his determination and willingness to step in to settle the conflict and protect the girl from possible trouble. Let him pick up what he is scatter and go back from whence he came, for his behavior was unacceptable and deserves punishment and condemnation from everyone around him. Riley asked if he had heard what the man had told him, and his voice sounded firm and determined, showing that he would not allow any excuses or apologies. He moved closer and repeated that he should leave immediately if he didn't want trouble, and his words sounded threatening and persuasive, making the guy think twice. After that, the guy was scared to death and decided not to test fate, realizing that his further actions could lead to more problems and trouble. He started to run away, but said one last time that they would get more from him, and his words sounded like a threat, leaving everyone tense and anxious. What else the phrase said as a transportation fiend, it was unclear, and he decided that he should learn more about this mysterious expression that intrigued him greatly at that moment. The girl thanked him for his help, saying that she shouldn't have bothered with such a small thing, for she was grateful for the attention, but felt bad about the inconvenience caused. They started asking her if she had hurt herself badly, but she was fine thanks to his timely help, and she was surprised at how quickly it was resolved. She couldn't understand who they were, for they looked like ordinary foreigners. Riley said they were travelers from abroad, looking for adventure and new experiences. She didn't happen to know a place to stay. They had forgotten to book lodging and were now hoping to find some cozy place to rest after their long journey. He would greatly appreciate her help if she knew of any place to stay for the night, for they were very tired and needed rest and recuperation. She asked if he was the same Ajasi from the past, for she remembered his face and wondered if they had really met before or if it was just a coincidence. This is the moment when the guy told him off and asked if he was calling it an excuse, because he was delayed because of a foreigner who may not even had any powers. But he said it was true, because they were foreigners who didn't even understand their language, and it seemed suspicious to think they were foreigners because they used their powers. In any case, he was late, and let him just bring a written apology so that there will be no more such unpleasant situations, because it will help to avoid misunderstandings and establish relations with colleagues. At this point, the boss started calling someone, trying to solve the problem, because he wanted to make sure that everything would be okay and there would be no new complications at work. He said it was a foreigner who had caught the chief's attention, and now he wanted to get to the bottom of what had really happened that day and who was to blame. It was actually the girl's house, and she invited them in, telling them to make themselves at home, and suggested that they rest a while and have some tea. She said to make them feel at home, for hospitality was an important trait of her character, and she always tried to create a cozy and comfortable atmosphere for her guests. If he wants to make a good impression, he should at least say hello, because this will help build rapport and show his politeness and respect for the people around him. The girl at this point was a little confused, not knowing how to do the right thing, because she wanted to do everything properly, but was not sure of her actions and needed advice. She asked if Riley could come over here for a moment, because she had something important to discuss with him, and didn't want to drag it out too long so as not to cause any unnecessary questions. Her mom has been feeling really bad. For the past few days she can't speak properly, she has a fever, and despite her efforts, she seems to be getting worse. She has been unable to speak properly for the past few days. Her temperature has been rising, and despite her efforts, she seems to be getting worse, for she needed medical attention. Her condition is quite grave. It must not be easy to care for her alone as she is already exhausted, but she continues to do her best to help her mother recover. Riley told her to wait and he would take a look, as he wanted to make sure everything was okay and offer his help if needed to make things better. It's decision time, but she has to help her for a while, because after that he puts it in the crosshairs and Endel, who are more experienced in medicine and can handle it better. He said that she seemed to have caught a bad cold and would be better after a little rest, for he was sure that proper treatment and rest would help her recover more quickly. Riley said that everything would be fine, as he tried to reassure her that all the difficulties were temporary and they would surely get through this problem together. This was the moment he remembered saying the same thing to a small case in a past life, for it reminded him of the importance of support and believing in the best despite any hardship. He asked her friends not to worry, because she was worried about him, and he wanted to reassure them that everything would be okay and they could work through the problems together. The girl believed him at that time, because he spoke convincingly and inspired confidence that everything would be all right, and she decided to trust his words and not to worry in vain. Riley said that everything would be fine, and this time for sure, because he was confident that he could handle the problem and help everyone in need. It's going to be okay because he's going to help her this time, and he's definitely going to save her, because he's willing to do his best to make a difference and help her get better. At this moment another group came there. It was the last dwarf back in the past life of the master, and they were ready to help him cope and solve all the problems together. Lion realized that Riley was the demon king here, and this revelation caused him to have many questions and concerns about their future and upcoming events. At that moment, someone who had caught their attention with his sudden appearance appeared, and everyone present became alert, trying to figure out who it could be. This was the same guide who said he received a report of an alien using abilities without authorization and asked them to assist in verifying identity. Nani couldn't understand what it all meant, and it baffled her why they were so insistent on demanding explanations and distrusting her words and actions. What kind of identity check was this? She'd never encountered such a thing, and she didn't understand why they were so insistent on it and causing trouble. If they can spare a minute to go with them, that will be enough. After checking their identity, if they don't cause any problems, they will be released without further questions. There's been a misunderstanding. She's never used any powers, and she doesn't even have any powers, which makes the situation even more confusing and incomprehensible to her. Once they receive the messages, even if it's a formality, they need to confirm their identity. It takes a little time, but will help avoid misunderstandings in the future. Everyone was easily surprised by the whole situation, and no one could understand why this was happening now and what had caused such a sharp reaction from the authorities. Nani said she would sort it all out and tried to calm everyone down, explaining that they should act deliberately and not panic at a time like this. The guys said don't give them any reason to be suspicious, let her keep it simple and act calm so as not to cause more problems. Well, at this point it was too late, and the girl started to use her power, which raised even more suspicions and drew the attention of everyone present to her. The guy couldn't understand what it was and was stunned by her actions, trying to realize what was going on and how he should react to this situation. She said she had created a barrier and had something to discuss with him, which further confused the situation and left everyone present bewildered. They really were suspicious, and if she made another move, she would open fire, which would create even more problems and complicate their situation. But lo and behold, when she began to approach him abruptly, he didn't even have time to tell her to stop, and the situation became even more tense and unpredictable. But lo and behold, when she began to approach him abruptly, he didn't even have time to tell her to stop, and the situation became even more tense and unpredictable. And then everything was shot, and the bullet stopped right in front of his eyes, which caused everyone to be shocked and bewildered, because such a thing seemed impossible and unbelievable. The bullet stopped right in front of his eyes, and it looked quite strange and inexplicable, for no one could understand how it could have happened at all. It seems that they won't be able to solve this case peacefully. Then they will watch everything directly from his memory to figure out what really happened. He was very much surprised that the bullet stopped right in front of his eyes, for it was very strange and looked like something impossible and inexplicable. The guy began to reload his gun, preparing for new actions, because he realized that the situation could get out of control and require drastic measures. All who just came will be remembered as simpletons with their subordinates, and both she and the purpose of their coming here will be forgotten forever. He couldn't understand how she was using multiple abilities. After all, they were illegal ability users, and it looked very strange and suspicious. People in this world don't seem to know about Manhwa or even have the ability, making them vulnerable and unable to freely use such powers. He couldn't understand what Manhwa was, but she decided to end the conversation there, not wanting to discuss the topic further and create unnecessary questions. She will quickly look into his memories to figure out what really happened and find answers to all her questions and suspicions. The traces of ability use, the current state of the world, and the activities of the saint are all spot on. She hopes there are worthy answers in his memory. The traces of ability use, the current state of the world, and the activities of the saint are all spot on. She hopes there are worthy answers in his memory. She hopes that there are worthy answers in his memory, because it will help her understand what really happened and how to solve this difficult situation. To be frank, when she saw them at the beginning, she experienced fear and anxiety. But then seeing their friendly manners, she felt much calmer and more confident. Even though they came from a different place, they were people just like her, and it helped her feel their closeness and togetherness. He's going to report the problem through translation, and that eliminates it from happening. She was so happy they were able to escape to another country, even though she used to think he was dead. It was said that a lot of things had happened, and if someone told about coming back from the other world, it would be too shocking, so it was better to offer another explanation. She is going to bring them drinks, as they are surely craving for something to drink to refresh and relax after the emotions and tense situation. They don't know what to do and are going to seek the advice of a master to get the right guidance and recommendations on how to proceed in this difficult situation. The next step is to summon Abyss, who can bring the devil here, as well as Nani with her powerful magic. They need to find her brother and Iril to continue their plans. The search for Helena will begin once everyone has gotten together and they can work out a joint plan of action to accomplish their goals and current challenges. The heroes thanked her for bringing the drinks as it helped them recover and lift their spirits after the difficult and stressful events. At that moment, Riley noticed a newspaper lying on the table and his attention was caught by the headlines, which he decided to quickly look through to keep up with the latest news. He said he would glimpse the paper to see what new things had happened and to gauge the importance of the information contained in it to their current affairs. So this person is St. Helens, and this knowledge should help in understanding the situation and planning how to proceed in their complex and confusing situation. Despite his strong desire to act immediately, he needs to be patient and hide his face as effectively as possible, waiting for the right moment to begin his actions. She, being a clever and cunning woman who had been carefully plotting even before his death, probably created many avenues of escape, and this requires special attention. So they put all the fragments together. First they follow Manu, as he is the only one who knows how to use Manu. This includes Anda, Nani and Manu himself. If he attacks using one of the 7 Mi River fragments, they can use movement magic or translations to find at least a small trail and follow him. At this point, one of the smart people found the right person, and it was Nani, who showed her smarts and proved to be a key figure in the current situation. These people are obviously representatives preventing users of the ability to commit crimes, and their actions are aimed at maintaining order and lawfulness in this situation. These people are really doing their job, but there seems to be something suspicious lurking behind the supervisor who gave the assignment, and it raises additional questions and suspicions. Long before their arrival, this organization had already been observing the vicinity of the young master's memorial, gathering information and analyzing the situation for follow-up action. Even though the memorial is abandoned and no one is taking care of it, she still hasn't figured out the situation, as there is clearly something wrong and needs to be sorted out. For starters, she decided to set a trap to identify those who were tracking their movements and thus determine who might pose a threat or interfere with their plans. She had just checked her long-ago memories and found fragments that had arrived before them, which helped her determine the direction of further search. Despite the memories she had gained, she couldn't see exactly who was there, but she would be able to make an educated guess as to their possible directions and teleport them there. Now that the traps are set, they can move on, and they should hold on tight to be ready for any unexpected turns of events and possible threats. They proceeded to the castle, scrutinizing every detail to make sure it was safe and secure, and took all the necessary measures to accomplish their task. And after a while, after all the necessary actions had been performed, they were no longer there, and they successfully fled without leaving any traces behind. The guy began to realize that he was sleeping in this place, and he had a feeling that he had forgotten something important that could help him in his current situation. He had a strong feeling that he had forgotten something significant that could help him make sense of the situation and act more effectively. At that moment, he felt that there was a strange and deep odor in the air that made him pay attention and think about what was going on around him. Given that they are not forced to work every day, it would be quite natural for them to pass out unexpectedly, as overloading can cause such effects under any conditions. Abyss realized that they had not moved despite their best efforts, which came as a surprise, as they had expected to successfully teleport and continue their journey in the right direction. Someone had used Manhwa to move a great distance, though it wasn't so significant that they couldn't overcome it, which caused perplexity and the need for further action. He told the guy to get up as it was time for teleportation, which was important for the successful completion of their current mission and future moves. From here, the activated point is about a minute's flight away on his wings. They need to leave this location and move on to reach the next target. He thinks the flow of this Manhwa belongs to either the main character or Nani, which requires further analysis to understand the source of the magical energy and its use. He asked if he could teleport them to their desired location, and it appeared to be no problem, making it easier to plan the next steps of their journey. Before doing so, it is better to use an invisibility spell to avoid misunderstandings and not to attract unnecessary attention, which is important to ensure their safety and successful completion of the task. He had prepared everything, and was indeed as empathetic and intelligent as expected. Dragon children have amazing instincts, which helps with complex situations and action planning. He didn't understand why he had to speak on such obvious things, since everything was already clear, and it made him somewhat irritated about the situation being discussed. He told the girl that there was a lot of work ahead of her, which prepared her for the tasks and challenges ahead of her in the near future. Then they all stood up and prepared to teleport, while the girl with the trump card assisted them in the process, ensuring that the next step was precisely executed. Sierra asked if he was sure leaving the girl there was a good idea. It didn't seem as important as helping Mirai's mother or exploring other territories in the future. Her intuition now tells her that they are not making a mistake, which gives her confidence in the rightness of her current actions and the need to follow the plan. They were on the spot. The outlier was near the young master's memorial. If they had arrived a little later, they might have encountered people, which would have made the situation even more difficult. The girl could not understand what was going on and asked a confident wizard who could clarify the situation and explain the events. Riley told the girl to turn around and look so she could see what was happening and realize what was going on around them. In this situation, the chief began to explain that it was like a carriage that the guards ride in this world, which helped the girl better understand what was going on around her. The problem is that redeeming people like this means that something serious has happened. Her intuition tells her that they can't just pass this event by. I wonder what the girl thinks about it, which can help in understanding what is going on and making decisions regarding further actions in the current situation. It seemed better to just walk on by, but Riley couldn't understand why that was. He was curious about what had happened, but needed to focus on finding the others and helping Mirai's mom. Not trusting her intuition, they decided to go ahead, which was their next action, despite the possible risks and the unknown. Those present also could not understand what was going on and why there were so many police cars, which caused them additional concern and interest. Everyone was talking about the fact that people had been killed here. It wasn't just the killing of 1 or 2 people, but a massacre. The footprints indicated that something terrible had happened. Riley thought about what was happening, analyzing the current situation and the possible consequences of what they had seen at the scene. Apparently, they were late, as there were only magic circles left here, indicating that they might have missed important events and activities. Since the formulas and traps were set up this way, it was clearly Nalini's work, which required further analysis and understanding of her actions and presence. He had never taught his students such magic circles, which made finding additional clues and solutions even more difficult and demanding. The girl asked what they would do next, as the tracks they had found were now useless and a new plan of action was needed. The first option was to go back to the alley and wait for someone to show up, which might have been a reasonable solution to the situation and provided extra time. The second option was a failure, and Nani noticed it immediately, directing her attention to this flaw, which immediately caught her attention with its obvious imperfection and problem. Iril, acting as the best lesser, scrutinizes the 7 fragments, each of which presents a relatively simple problem to analyze and solve, making it much easier to work through. She pretends to be the main character, managing the situation and showing herself as a key figure in the place, which earns respect and draws the attention of others to her actions and personality. She couldn't figure out if this was the trump card he had mentioned earlier. The matching model and hood would help her conceal her identity and avoid problems with her superiors. Weren't they planning to quietly capture the saint? If she acts like a young master, what would they do if she just decided to run away, avoiding their traps? She will try to imitate the intonation of the protagonist, closely following his words and manner of speech in order to accurately reproduce the right impression and fully match his style. He stated that the moment had arrived and his return had finally taken place, which had attracted considerable attention and interest from those who were aware of his return. The girl very reluctantly repeated his words, doing so with obvious reluctance, which was obvious to everyone present at the moment, and creating additional tension in the situation. Endel asked the demon lord if this was too great a risk, expressing doubt about the appropriateness of the action taken and the possible consequences. He replied that the current result was sufficient and expressed satisfaction with the way things were going, emphasizing that everything was in accordance with the predetermined plan and schedule. If someone declares himself a hero, regardless of truth or falsehood, she will definitely want to eliminate such a person by showing her anger and dissatisfaction with his statements. For those so eager to hide the existence of a hero, even removing his name from the memorial, Iril would be an extremely annoying element that would require the removal and elimination of this inconvenience. The existence of such a secret hero can lead to the creation of a cult, which is politically dangerous. The saint may attract attention and get into the newspapers, causing confusion. Now we are talking about dragon children and translation magic, which will be a key element for further developments, influencing the current situation and possible future changes. Let her not worry about her skills, as they will just create minor confusion and small disturbances that will quickly disappear without seriously affecting the bigger picture. At this moment, the girl stood directly above the memorial, which drew a significant amount of attention from those around her, emphasizing her presence and the importance of the moment. Everyone immediately noticed her presence at that moment, and it caught the attention of everyone near the memorial, creating a general discussion and interest in what was happening. She started shouting loudly that she was a hero who had died in that spot and that now he was finally back, which drew the attention of everyone around and raised many questions. Of course, her loud screams immediately caught the attention of everyone on the street, which sparked lively interest and discussion among passers-by, creating additional attention to her claim. Endel said it's a terrible game, but Ebis said the weirdness could be an advantage in the current situation, despite their initial doubts and possible risks. The man on the phone said that someone claims to be a hero, but it is impossible to say for sure yet. It is necessary to observe a little more and collect the necessary information for further analysis. Now that he has returned, it is necessary to dispose of this memorial to remove unnecessary reminders and hide the traces to minimize further problems and risks. He ordered the statue to be summoned to provide winter honors as Luba's savior, ensuring the continued respect and memory of his feat despite subsequent events. They didn't understand how he could move so fast, which immediately drew attention and made them question his actions and ability, creating questions about his real intentions. At that moment, the girl noticed the fire arrow, causing her to be shocked and perplexed as to what was happening, creating additional tension and a sense of uncertainty. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the fiery arrow, causing her to feel very confused and bewildered, increasing her anxiety about the current situation. Abyss asked the guy if all the arrows were ready, and he replied that only a couple of pieces would be released, which might not be enough to achieve the desired effect and result. But a couple of arrows will not be convincing enough, as more arrows and tools will need to be used to achieve the desired effect and impact. They must present a top-class performance to make the right impression on the audience and achieve the necessary results, creating a spectacular and memorable show. The girl could not understand what was going on and expressed her bewilderment about what was happening, which created additional tension and made it difficult to further perceive the situation. How long can she handle it while they are throwing every possible arrow at her at the same time? It creates a lot of pressure and makes it hard to defend against the attacks. People asked if it wasn't too dangerous and suggested he run away from there as soon as possible to avoid possible danger and keep himself safe. Despite all the difficulties, the girl still decided to fight off the arrows, showing determination and resilience to fight despite the increasing number of arrows attacking her. It was an amazing sight, and people started to believe that he was really a hero and not just an actor in some production or play. The girl continued fending off the arrows, even though everyone around her was having fun and enjoying what was happening, focusing all their efforts on defending themselves and completing their task. She couldn't figure out how much longer this would go on, and her patience began to run out, creating a sense of anxiety and uncertainty as to how things would continue. Time was drawing to a close, and she realized that she needed to take steps to end the current situation to avoid further difficulty and trouble. He would have loved to continue, but it couldn't be helped. Circumstances change, and he had to stop his activities to adapt to the new conditions. At this point, he began to perform some new role or action that caught the attention and interest of everyone present, changing the overall perception of the situation. The girl decided to end the fuss and ridiculous performance to save herself the trouble and get the situation back under control, ending it at an opportune moment. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion that caught everyone's attention and caused shock among those present, destroying the current situation and creating chaos. Everyone immediately did not expect such a development and tried to cover themselves from the consequences of the explosion in any way they could, creating additional complications and stress for everyone around them. Then they noticed that the hero disappeared altogether, which caused surprise and bewilderment as his disappearance was unexpected and unpredictable. The guy asked Alyona's friend if he had time to catch everything on camera, in order to have proof of what was happening and save important moments for further analysis. The girl was glad it was finally over, and was relieved to be able to complete the complicated and tense performance without further problems. She was sure it had definitely gotten attention. At that moment, someone came up behind her and asked what she was just doing, expressing their curiosity. Okay, it wasn't clear to her what they were thinking, or if they had any rational reasons for their actions, but it wasn't clear in the current situation. She was doing everything according to the guy's plan, which was assuming it would be talked about, which would help draw attention to them and make them visible. The guy's subordinates could also gather and hear the news, which increased interest and ensured the spread of information, which was part of the plan. She reported that both guys were nearby, which gave insight into their current location and allowed them to plan future actions based on their presence. The main person took on the situation and said they would discuss all of this later when they had the opportunity so as not to distract from the current tasks and problems. It seems that in a way their plan worked and the intended action produced results that were in line with the expectations and goals set earlier. He had been watching them for some time, and they seemed to have come with the intention of killing her, which created tension and required swift action. The girl realized they were mercenaries, which meant she would have to proceed with caution and prepare for possible threats from professional assassins. One of the men pointed a gun directly at her, which caused quite a bit of concern and required an immediate response for her defense and safety. They were using weapons that acted faster than mage's arrows, so she had to watch the changes in her finger movements to anticipate their next actions. At this point, the man released a circle, a clear sign that a new phase of the attack had begun, requiring an immediate response and preparation for the possible consequences. All three began firing at her at the same time, which created considerable pressure and made it difficult to defend herself, requiring quick and accurate reactions. The girl tried her best to dodge those bullets, showing agility and smarts to avoid getting hit and keep herself safe in a difficult situation. She asked them if they were unsure if they could handle her, expressing doubt in their abilities and willingness to tackle the current problem. She couldn't tell if this was reality or just an illusion that had tricked her perception and was creating a sense of confusion and uncertainty in the current situation. The hero explained to her that these were distractions and the real threat was behind her, demanding immediate attention and action to protect her from real danger. It wasn't related to magic, but rather the use of one particular ability, similar to a purple humanoid with unique abilities and actions. Let her be careful, as there is a man behind her who can throw lightning bolts and direct a strike into the ground, creating a danger that must be considered when defending. From his point of view, it sounds too simple, giving the impression that the situation is easy, but the reality may be more complex and dangerous. However, the girl followed the guy's instructions and did as he said to ensure the plan was carried out and protected in the current difficult situation. She reported that one person was left in her path, indicating that she had one last opponent to deal with in the current situation. She told this man that he was next in line, and she needed to handle him to continue with her plan and defense. He tried to defend himself against her attacks in some way, showing signs of fighting for survival and trying to avoid defeat in this dangerous situation. She couldn't tell if this was another illusion hindering her progress or a real threat she had to face and overcome. She didn't know what to do and didn't have time to dodge the attacks, so she hoped the master would tell her how best to handle the situation. He said this was no longer necessary as reinforcements had now arrived, which should change the course of events and improve the situation. Sira said they had no manners, which created a sense of distaste and lack of respect from these people, making it difficult to interact. They didn't realize that this girl wielded two blades, so they considered her a real threat, which made it difficult for them to perceive and act. The girl began asking who they were and what they were doing here, demanding an explanation and acting under orders to keep them alive if the answers satisfied her. The man saw a glimmer of hope, but as expected, it turned out to be a lie. She was young and inexperienced, and her attempts to keep them alive were ineffective. If she was really a real hero, things would have gone much faster and it wouldn't have taken so long to solve the current problems and challenges. The girl at this moment thought about 3 words that were important for understanding what was happening and further actions in the current situation. Sira couldn't understand what he was talking about at this point, giving the impression of confusion and making it difficult to understand the situation and its further development. At this point, they began to freeze into statues, signifying a transition into a new state and a change in their behavior, creating a new development. The girl had seen this before and it had to do with who was giving them orders, creating a sense of familiarity and linking the current situation to past experiences. Riley said it was undoubtedly St. Helena, and noted that the same event occurred in Rebirth, creating a connection between the events. Riley asked where the others were and she said they were on a roof, which helped clarify their current location and situation. She couldn't figure out where they had disappeared to, and she was sure they had only been there a couple minutes ago, which added to the tension and uncertainty. It doesn't seem like the girl is wrong, but it's unclear where they might have gone, given the strained relationship and possible reasons for their disappearance. Riley realized that the point of assembling a team and people was lost, as they clearly lacked the unity and cohesion to successfully complete tasks. Nani said that that was enough for today, and that they should rest to recuperate and prepare for further actions and tasks. Frisia wondered what the place was for, and judging by the furnishings, it was probably a restaurant, which added new details to the current situation. She also had a request for the guy, which required extra attention and fulfillment of the request in the context of current tasks and circumstances. She asked if he could go with her there and find out what was going on, which sparked interest and a desire to learn more about the destination. He said she could just go there with her girlfriend to check out the situation and find out what was going on without needing any additional help or intervention at this point. Nani was very tired and couldn't go on. She asked if he could go with the girl there to help sort out the situation despite her fear. At this point, they both went back, finding that the situation had changed and they needed to quickly adapt to new conditions and challenges. There was some person there who looked more like a monster, creating a sense of menace and causing anxiety among those present as his appearance was unusual and frightening. They still couldn't figure out who it was, which created additional difficulties identifying the threat and finding appropriate solutions to combat it. Frisia shouted for her to run away from that spot immediately, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and requiring a quick reaction to ensure safety. At that moment, the monster was just about to take on her, posing an immediate threat and requiring immediate action to defend herself and prevent further attacks. Lion immediately took measures to protect the girl, in an effort to keep her safe and prevent any damage or threats from the monster. He said it was definitely non-human, emphasizing that they were facing something supernatural or extraordinary that required a special approach and action. He stopped his sword with his bare hands without receiving a single scratch, demonstrating his incredible strength and ability to withstand powerful attacks without damage. As expected, everything is as she saw in the master's recollections, which confirms her assumptions and emphasizes the reality of what is happening. Helena turned him into a monster, just like those children, which showed that there was interference and magic behind the current events, altering the essence of the creatures. The girl was asked to do something to make a difference and to be proactive in addressing the current issues and threat. She decided to put up a barrier to constrict his movements and increase the distance, which was to help control the situation and set the stage for a successful confrontation. At this moment, the guy launched an attack in an effort to overpower the monster and reduce its threat, which required precision and strength to achieve the desired effect. The girl began to build her barriers to provide protection and maintain control of the situation, helping her deal with ongoing threats and problems. The monster couldn't understand at all what was beginning to happen, which created additional confusion and difficulty in fighting and interacting with it. At this point, he said he was hungry, which added a new dimension to his condition and affected his behavior and actions. Frisia was surprised that he had just spoken, as it was unexpected and contrary to her assumptions about his current state. She asked him if he was originally human, if he remembered what happened to him, and how he ended up here to better understand his situation. Lion asked the girl what they were going to do since it looked like they wouldn't be able to talk to him, and another way to solve the problem had to be found. The only way to help him was to give him eternal rest, which meant a difficult decision had to be made to eliminate the threat and ensure the problem was over. Frisia asked if she was going to kill him, even though enough blood had already been spilled. Alternatively, you could just seal him up and avoid further sacrifices. The blood on his body is his own, and it is the blood of those he has injured, which added an element of horror and tension to the current situation. She remembered the words of the main character saying that he didn't want to kill any more people because it led to the destruction of their family and friends. He hated himself and couldn't take it anymore. Maybe he didn't want to keep doing things like this either, and she should have helped with that. She remembered some girl asking her to kill them, which added further thoughts about complex morals and the need to make difficult decisions. A life in which you have to kill or be killed wherever you go represents a way of life that can lead to peace, which is also what the master felt. To ease the pain even a little, she has to take it upon herself to deal with it, as it seems like the easiest way to keep everyone safe. At this point, the girl began screaming for her to stop, demanding an immediate cessation of action and intervention to resolve the current situation. Frisia told her to stop, demanding an immediate halt to the action to avoid possible repercussions and to give herself time to think about a solution to the current difficult situation. It can't just start acting without considering all the options and consequences. You can't just write down the will and sink into a dream, ignoring possible risks and dangers. She suggested stalling for time and finding another solution, questioning why there was such a rush when all available options and ways to solve the problem could have been carefully considered. But she was right to let her mother take over, which affected her decision and behavior in the current situation, creating additional complications and tension. In a past life, the master fell asleep amongst 3 children, and this may have been one of the worst memories for the master that greatly affected his mental state. The children were all cursed or used in experiments, causing them to lose themselves to strange forces and commit massacres. That person, while in such a state, was emotionally unaware that it was related to the master, making it difficult to understand his actions and motives. Guy asked if this strange power could have been the power of a saint, suggesting that only someone like her could perform such actions and use such power. She had waited a long time for the right moment to ask her. The woman from the master's memories was indeed a saint, which could give more insight into the current situation. Could she really out of cheese bless people with divine power? And is there a possibility that the blessing could be used to heal life energy and receive true healing? She uses her power by receiving divine energy from the goddess Irenese, and perhaps a saint in this world also uses power in a similar way to accomplish her goals. However, she feels no presence of God in this world, and being a saint in a world without God seems impossible and unrealistic for current circumstances. Nani distinctly remembered meeting a god of this world in her time, which added doubt and uncertainty to her understanding of what was happening and the current situation. Or she worshipped a different god, and perhaps she was wrong in her assumptions, which required a revision of current perceptions and understanding. One thing that is clear is that the divine power that the woman uses appears to be distorted if she were indeed a saint receiving divine power from the gods. No matter how painful the curse is, she must be able to heal it in order to deal with the current threat and keep everyone involved safe. The girl began the process of healing the guy and told him to return to his human form in an effort to restore him to his normal state. The guy was really starting to become normal, which indicated that the healing process was going well and was leading to the return of his human form. Everyone watched the incident, scrutinizing the guy's return to normalcy and how it affected the development of current events. Riley asked if no one was coming, even if he conceded to the trap, trying to figure out why the expected messages or help wasn't coming in. Aren't they too busy to check the trap? This raised questions about how well they were monitoring the situation and checking for current threats. If the brother or girlfriend was alone and in danger, he or she would have heard about it, which created additional questions and concerns about a possible threat. Breaking news reported that there were several murders in the central neighborhood and the perpetrators were infected like cannibals eating people, creating an additional threat. If you don't have the ability, it is highly recommended that you avoid encountering them immediately upon detection to avoid potential threats and risks to your safety. For those in said neighborhood, it is advised to use caution and contact the police or the Office of People with Abilities immediately if faced with a threat. Once again, she would like to report that there are numerous murders in the central area at the moment, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the need for immediate action. Sierra realized that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible to avoid danger and ensure their safety amidst the current threats and complex situation. Riley suggested going back to their temporary home, where she could think about it, as it was never too late to consider other options and make decisions later. Nani said her memories were blurry and she had difficulty understanding what was happening, but she seemed to have found the information she was looking for, which was an important step in solving the problem. Without a doubt, the saint had turned that boy into a monster and several other victims, making the situation more and more complicated and requiring new solutions. If they fall into the hands of a saint, they can become monsters too, which makes them think that it takes certain conditions and circumstances to turn someone into a monster. What could have prompted the saint to do such cruel things to people, turning them into monsters and causing such harm, remains a big question and requires careful study. She thinks she's done here and feels she needs to visit the memorial as soon as possible, check the traps and see if anyone has interacted with them. What will they do with this man who has been turned into a monster? It is necessary to decide what to do with him and what measures to take in the current situation. The saint turned him into a monster, but he still harmed people, so he must answer for his actions and suffer the punishment he deserves for the damage he caused. The guy was right, and he should face the truth despite the difficulties and troubles he faced, as it is important to understand current events. Only the saint is to blame. She should be punished for her actions, not this man who was victimized. She agrees with the girl and realizes that this is hard to accept. Their mission is to catch the saint and expose her misdeeds to the world, which is their main goal, to hold her accountable and make things right. First of all, revealing the saint's actions can mitigate the punishment for that person, as it helps to show that he was a victim of her malicious actions. She realized this and decided it was time to put it on them and return as soon as possible to complete her tasks and prepare for further action. They stepped on the trap and headed out of the building. They seemed to leave in a hurry, indicating the need for an urgent change of plans and a quick response. The girl was just approaching her trap, which meant that she was close to completing her task and could continue to follow her plan. She also heard an announcement that there had been several murders in the central neighborhood and the perpetrators were infected like cannibals, adding urgency to the situation. Immediately I recognized my friends from the ad, which made it clear that they were involved in the situation, and that created a need to figure out exactly what had happened. They left because of what happened, and it raised questions about what exactly happened and the implications for current actions and plans. There was a battle on the roof of the building and she wondered if it had anything to do with the news she had just heard and how it might affect her actions. At that moment, she noticed something that caught her attention and required further consideration to understand exactly what was going on and how it was affecting her situation. Even if they let them go earlier, it still wouldn't be enough because they forced them to recycle, which caused additional problems and created a sense of anxiety. It had been too strange lately, and even the case of the murders had become too complicated to just sit and wait, forcing action and finding a solution. That's right, the latest news was falsified by that person's bosses, creating additional distrust and requiring a credibility check. These assholes are clearly hiding something fishy, and it was 100% obvious. Let them wait and see how it all unfolds and becomes clear. At this point, the guy started listening from a roof, which gave him the opportunity to get more information and assess the situation from a different perspective. The girl decided to talk to him to discuss current events and find out what was going on that required discussion and interaction with him. He recognized her immediately, indicating that their interaction was familiar and relevant to current events and discussions. She really just wanted to talk to him this time, finding out how he looked at it and how his opinion might affect future actions. Iril informed her friend that they had arrived, which meant that they had reached their goal and could now focus on the current issues and tasks at hand. The girl was surprised that they were here, which raised questions about what exactly had happened and what events had led to their sudden appearance. She couldn't understand what had happened, and it seemed like a lot to go through, especially considering the complexity of the situation and her difficulty in entering. The girl met the gentleman, signifying the beginning of an important interaction and discussion of current issues that needed to be addressed and understood. Riley was interested in what happened to them, as the guy in the strange mask was trying to go deeper into the house, which required attention and inspection. He was very strange, despite trying. No matter how many times she hit him with her spear or tried to wound him, he didn't have a single scratch on him. What an ability he had. Riley asked if his eyes were completely black, and she remembered that she had actually forgotten to mention that. Tears were streaming from his black eyes, which caused additional concern. Riley realized that the saint had taken her own again, had displayed her abilities again, confirming her malevolent actions and the need to further investigate the situation and its effect on those around her. At that moment, someone approached him, which caught his attention and required an immediate response to the current situation to understand exactly who had approached and what to do. The girl asked if the house was safe now, to which Riley replied that all the hazards in the area had been removed, providing some degree of security for their current location. Speaking of power, he wants to introduce someone important, and that was Iril. The girl became embarrassed at this point, indicating her awkwardness and need to adapt to the new situation, which also reflected her feelings about what was happening. This child has a connection to his past. She was the one who graciously gave them a place to stay. And this girl is one of his comrades and is proficient in combat skills. The girl was happy to meet a foreign girl who could talk, which created an opportunity for communication and interaction, making it easier to understand and collaborate. A girl from the future, perhaps because she had met a girl around the same age, but she seemed calmer and more confident, which set her apart from the others. To keep her from pestering to smile, she needs to cure her mom as soon as possible. To do so, they need to reunite with Endel and Frisia and continue their efforts. A few weeks later, a new phase of work began at the head office of the Ability Work Department. The recruits yelled for them to wait a minute. They must take this mission seriously, as this assignment is very dangerous. The supervisor says they don't have to worry about them. The adaptation period lasts 1 week, and the practical application period also lasts 1 week, giving a total of 2 weeks to revise and prepare for the assignment. In just 2 weeks, these monsters have completely overhauled the office record. This mission targets ruthless serial killers who have a craving for fresh human meat. Judging from the data, the situation is really crazy, as strange rumors are spreading about the killers imagining themselves to be the saviors of the world or something similar. The guy came in and asked the recruits if they got the gist of it. Time was limited, but didn't put much effort into preparing a plan. Everything has been taken and they can't appreciate them at face value. The brutal and elusive killers posed a serious threat. As it turned out, Nani was specifically saying that you don't have to catch them with your hands and make them answer for everything. The main character asks if he's doing well. It had been a few weeks since they had been out of contact and everyone was getting worried. If he knew what they'd do, he wouldn't have taken them here, and she wouldn't have to worry. The ring the girl gave him seemed like just jewelry at first, but as they separated, he began to feel warmth and it let him know she was okay. Nara decided to talk to the master to discuss current issues and find solutions to the problems they were facing. Riley said there was someone coming from behind, which immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Let them deal with them like they did last time. The two girls pounced on the monsters, which immediately attracted attention and led to the start of the battle. Of course, they didn't start fighting instantly. They seemed much more nimble than the ones they had met last time. At this point he was yelled at that enough was enough and called them criminals. It's enough to fearlessly wreak havoc on their agency's turf. Henceforth the gruesome murders are over. The agency's staff sneaked in here unnoticed. Even Sierra couldn't spot them. The man told her to show her vibe, what she could do, and that he would take care of the criminals when the time came. But at that point, Nani said they were let go. Of course, everyone recognized the girl immediately. She asked if they were tired of running around all this time. Now it's okay and she take control. Sierra asked her to stop and offered to talk. She then told them to tie them up. But it wasn't them that were tied up. It was the man. He couldn't understand why they tied him up and not their adversaries and criminals. The monsters were also tied up. They couldn't understand what she was doing. And they knew what would happen to them if they obeyed the captain. But isn't it obvious that the two she caught are the killers? But didn't she see the news? To foreign women are murderers. Now the girls brought up the fact that she had come to help them. And even the man's words sounded pleasant. If using translation magic before arriving in this world, she apologizes for being late. It seemed odd, no matter how he thought about it. Honestly, even from the first order he thought something was wrong. Didn't think the girls had been brainwashed. It warranted further investigation. The man went into a rage. She thinks she can disobey the captain and just go back to the office. The guy then turned to him, saying that young people don't just obey orders. He's too old and alone. His appearance is not surprising since a member of his team is here. The girl said, enough talking, and she wanted to deal with the situation soon. If they can think with their heads, they should have seen that something was wrong. The Central Region Agency for the handling of persons with abilities is stopping the maniacal manhunt, and a new assignment will be assigned after Captain Kim's arrest. So just let them wait for the investigation to continue. Since even after being in that position, he's still looking for excuses, and it clearly shows that his brain has been brainwashed and he's lost critical thinking. Now he must surrender without resistance. Frisia was given the command to act now. She began to heal these monsters, which surprised everyone present. Everyone was very much surprised that she started using healing. Nani said they are acting on their own free will. She has found a mate who shares her aspirations, so she is leaving. Since her goal was to cooperate with him, she decided to leave the current situation and focus on achieving her goal. And from what she just seen, it was safe to assume that the remaining brainwashed people were a couple, and she hoped for their help if an infected showed up. The guy understood and thanked her for taking care of everything to the end, which emphasized his appreciation and satisfaction with the results of her actions. Now everyone has to get to work, which meant having to switch to current tasks and accomplish them according to new requirements and plans. Let them get ready. They will have a lot to do from now on. And for those who still don't understand the situation, be sure to attend tomorrow morning's meeting. That's the end of it, and they're leaving. Since all 6 fragments were lost, we may have to wait longer. Created and directed them, but they got lost, and now the question is what to do next. Anger will not be helped. Let it calm down as the students themselves are confused. Surely it must have been the black butterfly that played a bad trick on them. She asked how things were going with the memorial. The guy informed her that they were unable to catch the criminals. They have information on the hero, the girl who proclaimed herself to be Grow. In a past life it was confirmed that it was all a lie. The phonetic gobbler spoke for the hero and concluded that there was a possibility that they were nothing more than pretenders, which required a review of their actions. But at this point, the guy fell to his knees, indicating he was physically or emotionally exhausted and needed help or support from others. Right now they don't go and grab a bigot who whines about a dead hero. She doesn't need written reports. Let her get real results. These parasites don't go away even after death. This is a woman, which indicated the need to further engage with her and consider her role in the current situation. And also this man, she will surely crush them with her own hands. Nani said the current office is working with people with abilities of a divided faction, with suspicion over height at the center of the conflict. Having established contact with a representative of the opposing faction, they were unable to gain support for covert operations. Most importantly, it felt like they had almost found the Saint. Taking Ura with him had been the right decision. Now all he had to do was wait for Ebis and Endel to arrive. Definitely so, and it turned out that their actions were justified. and they made considerable progress in capturing the saint. Why did she open that portal between dimensions? She told him he needed to go to Miroi's house. She opened the portal there and double-checked before opening it. That's when Riley started to run away. The girl asked if he was headed to an arrow, indicating her interest in his plans and the possible route he was about to take. They have to catch them, let him pick himself up and focus on the task at hand. They'll take care of everything here, and let him get back to his business. Riley said okay, and if anything happens, by all means have him contact him and be on the lookout. Then they were all left to their own devices. Now it's finally time to show the world the power of fragments. Riley realized that his messages seemed to be getting through, but why was there no response? He caught the girl's connection and asked how things were going. The people with the abilities he mentioned have attacked them, and she's doing her best to counter them. Riley practically moved closer. The girl screamed for someone to help. Riley helped her and told her to run away as fast as she could. The clothes are entirely in keeping with the taste of the saint. He asked if the fires in the village had started because of the actions of the saint. Let him answer when someone asks a question. At that moment, the stranger drew his sword and started attacking the guy with it. Riley was surprised that he had cut off his own arm to get away from him, and didn't scream. Human puppets with no will of their own that did everything on command. He remembered seeing such an ability in a past life that allowed them to be controlled with commands. But this guy was bleeding now, which indicated that he was a real person and not just a puppet. That means it's a real person being used as a puppet. The puppets started attacking the protagonist. Nani was also fighting at this point with them. Riley was getting in touch with her. He said he found a guy in a white mask and asked Lean if they had come for them too. These are unusual puppets, real people. Let her explain it to the others. Let them deal with them without killing them. They knocked one out here and let him take care of it. The girl had a panic attack at this point. Dan didn't know what to do. Iril said the young massive weapons are on their way, so they need to hold out a little longer and let her stay conscious and keep breathing. Her head hurts. She's in a lot of pain. Then, as if she had begun to lose her mind, she fell to her knees. The girl didn't know what was wrong with her at all. The girl was very much annoyed by the current situation. It was at this point that she was able to pull the stranger back a little. She asked the girl if she was okay and offered to look at her to check her condition. But at that moment, the girl abruptly grabbed her by the neck. Iril couldn't understand what had happened to the girl, but the girl just remained silent and kept looking at her. And she can't get out of her powers. If this continues, she will pass out. They continued to fight each other. After a while, the girl did wake up. Riley asked if she was regaining consciousness and said that Frisia had saved her life. When she asked where Miroi was, Riley said he should be the one to ask. The girl said that she seemed to be gone when she passed out, but she had to protect her until the very end. The girl started apologizing to the main character. He asked if Miroi had done the thing around her neck, but the girl wouldn't admit it and said she didn't. Then she said she didn't do it of her own free will, out of her power or black tears. She had been protecting her and making sure they couldn't get to her, but suddenly she sank into helplessness. Let the girl enlarge her neck wounds. If a scar remains, Miroi won't be able to look her in the eye. Riley wants to go for a little walk, and he'll be back soon. The cell message that it's been sorted out, and Tisto will no longer be able to spread raids about the heroes being back. Said it was a good job. Now all they have to do is create new aspects of their world. Once that is decided, the fate of the entire world will be in her hands. It will remain the essence of God. Let him make sure this new good news spreads. This is their third attempt and it will not fail further. Then they ran into her and told her that they had more problems. A group of 6 people were spreading rumors about the return of the heroes, and the cultists weren't alone. Nani had said that the 6 fragments had come here to set things right and end injustice. Compared to his accomplishments, they were insignificant. He couldn't figure out if what they said about the 6 fragments was true, and he was confused about the current rumors and information. They said exactly those words without leaving out a single detail. If they were fragments, wouldn't they send experienced fighters? Could this be treachery on the part of all of them? He suggests that the sudden cutoff of communication with them could be due to betrayal. In that situation, they would either help send other fragments, said that since it was uncertain, they would refrain from discussing it. The man asked if they should have an undercover investigation on their part, but she said she should personally take up the investigation of the case. Preview the clergyman against the experienced dudes. It's almost like a circus. It's probably not for making a movie. Everyone was filming what they were doing on the street. People have written that the battle isn't spectacular, but no one seems to be injured. This peaceful battle is actually useful. All of this isn't just a show of force to make the Saint afraid. She understands politics well, and this should sway public opinion. Nani checked the temple and returned, which showed her actions and the results of the check. Sierra didn't find anything either. She wondered if she was really wrong. She was sure the Saint was there, but if the girl didn't find her, then she was really wrong. She felt a stronger sensation than usual, but it seems she was wrong after all. The Saint is indeed there. More precisely, she is behind the portal inside this temple, which clarified the Saint's location. Judging from the aura, it was similar to the demon world the guy was talking about. Since she had united with the demon that betrayed her, it wouldn't be surprising if she was in that world. Riley asked if she used her right eye. She plans on using a new one now, but they just need to find a Saint. She plans on finding someone else. The girl said she wanted to find the goddess of that world. The hero couldn't understand why the girl was there. Frisia said she couldn't feel the presence of the goddess of this world. Then who was the goddess she saw? Although they met briefly, she ceased to exist. Riley said they should rest and resume their search. The girl said she was fine, at least for now. But that's when she noticed something. She said she had found it, but something wasn't right. The location of the Saint and the location of the goddess she had just seen were exactly the same, without a single difference, as if they were one person. No, as if they had become one. She had a bad feeling. It might be best for them to stay out of this portal. If Abyss was here, he would just go there without thinking. Riley couldn't figure out where he was now. Meanwhile, Abyss and Endel, where Endel is probably Abyss's subordinate, were discussing current events. The guy was saying that they are more like friends than subordinates. What's stopping him from convincing that himself, if he feels he'll be on edge, will help him? That should only a sign that he was only worried about his life. A few days later, just as Riley had hoped, rumors about him spread quickly. For now, the media was silent, not realizing what was going on. Unofficially, the sources presented it as an interesting game. All people rushed to find out information about the hero. Thus, the hero had completely resurfaced. He became an urban legend-level mystery to people. The protagonists asked if he was ready, but he said that they would wait for now until the crowd dispersed a bit, indicating that they needed to wait for the right time. After that incident, he was on the move all the time. He seemed to be making decisions and acting more emotionally. Riley said that from now on he promised himself not to pretend like he didn't know, and it was a lot crazier than he expected. It was time to get serious. He told the girl that they would start. Right now, there wasn't a single person in the Central District who hadn't heard of heroes saving the world. No sainted maiden, no hero information was known. So what if a grand turn of events happened at this moment? Perhaps people would change their attitude towards what was happening. The girl started shouting that she had come here to tell them a story about a man who had fallen in this world. A story that they were all so interested in. Everyone couldn't understand who it was in front of them. Someone called her consistently a hero. Do they really see it with their own eyes? Wasn't it this little kid who gave the speech at the memorial last time? People were even more interested than before. It's not the people here who have always been like this. Heroes, champions, rescuers, besides just following these righteous individuals. People here are always trying to take advantage of their interests. From now on, don't spread the word about what she is about to say. Let it be known to all. Now let it be allowed to be told about the man who crashed here a year ago. The protagonist of this monument, the stone spirit, the forgotten hero by all. No one could figure out if it was all true. The identity of the forgotten hero was the hero who had disintegrated this world. There was no one who didn't know him, but now his existence was hidden for a while. This seems to be the first time that a hypothesis that has only circulated on the internet until now has been announced to everyone directly. They must remember. They must realize. They must break through the imposed shell and look at the sky. Everyone was surprised that he had just destroyed the memorial. Now that he has returned, the memorial is no longer needed, as the 6 fragments gathered to do his bidding were warriors from another world. The man thinks this is the most important moment. As mentioned in the results of the study, the conclusion was that the woman didn't use her powers. This means she's using some unknown power, and if it's a power from another world, then everything falls into place. Then how likely is it that they were harmed? That's something I need to worry about. There were barriers to accessing the scene that day. so recovery was impossible. They were completely blocked off by unidentified individuals. It's hard to say if it was dangerous, because there were no injuries. They decided to move on to another topic, but it actually became a bigger problem than the existence of another world. The horrible truth that had come to light due to the latest incident. They decided to discuss the durability of Saint Helena. Volgograd asked if there was any more news about the saint, but she said there was no news. No news in the office dealing with ability work either. The number of infected human puppets is decreasing thanks to Frigio. More than half have come to their senses. People are slowly becoming suspicious. If this woman was aware, wouldn't she be very upset? Without interrupting their broadcast, an anomaly has been detected in the airspace over the Western District. Residents are advised to urgently evacuate to the Central and Southern Districts. At that moment, some person flew out of the portal. Someone is falling from the anomaly in the airspace right now. This is not a scientific alert. Let the residents nearby evacuate immediately. Everyone immediately realized it was Abyss and Endel. Everyone was finally ready and they had to catch them. Nani said that she would move everyone. At this point, they were almost completely landed. Endel complained that he was almost killed. The guy was almost done. And it was her that all the people were stuck on. He had to do a better job of protecting the lord and he should have listened to them, even if they were weaker than him. Irol started to immediately run towards him at that moment. Next time, let them be kind enough to warn before acting and not leave her alone without warning. They immediately began apologizing to her. Abyss said they were his comrades. They had come to visit the demon world for a short while. He put his seal on the remaining demons to prevent the traitors from rioting. He also dealt with their lives himself. Before dealing with the last comrade, he came across this woman. As expected, the saint was in the demon world. He would see the look on her face if she ran into him. Her face would probably become even more amused. Nani asked if they were heading to the demon world, since there was still a hole gaping in the sky. He said there was no need for that. Right at that moment, someone started coming out of the portal. It was the saint herself who had come down on her own. She told everyone to listen to her. There are still demons in this world. The demons she defeated a year ago are still haunting them in this world. They must stop it. All must unite and confront fate. It is time to overcome the corruption and face the trials. They must not listen to the whispers of the devil. Riley was also watching her at this moment. He was finally biding his time for this moment when they would meet. Of course, Riley mentally attacked her at this moment. Immediately she recognized that sword, which emphasized her ability to recognize threats and familiar objects. Riley said it had been a long time since they had seen each other, but from her perspective it had only been a year, so it was that long. He was back after a few years, and she should realize that. Saint recognized him immediately. An ideal being for all humans, a noble existence that could not be attained recklessly. A transcendent one that existed with infinite power, something that many people would normally consider impossible for humans. But the saint did not believe this. She wished to prove that the idea that humans could not become God stemmed from weak minds. By teaming up with the devil, it shook the very being of the world. Well, those who go against destiny seem to obstruct its path. Could it be that these are the last trials that fate has sent her to become a god? If this is such a cruel test, perhaps it is. Riley asks, who wants to hear his words? He's trying to kill her with this. The strangers immediately began to defend their advice. Sierra noticed it immediately and informed the young master. It was Mirai proper who had turned into a monster. Riley asked what she was doing with the child. Let him finish his business and come back here. They will deal with them. Let the two of them follow the protagonist. Let them unprotect and help him while he carries it. A first-class airplane. Does he want to take a ride on it? The guy smiled at this moment, which emphasized his satisfaction or contentment with the current situation. It was finally time for the final battle to save the world. Right at this moment, the people were scared of something. They were scared because of the dragon and couldn't understand where it came from. At first she thought it was any cockroach. It turned out to be an ordinary mosquito. Riley sprang into action regardless. He wondered if that was all he could do. Then the self also began to Takova him, which showed continued action or fighting. Endel asked if Riley was okay, which showed his care and concern for the protagonist's condition. Butterfly. Every time they dodged or blocked attacks, a white butterfly fluttered behind them, adding an element of mystery and grace. He wanted to check it out but couldn't move from his spot. Let it help him attack instead. It looked like it was time to show what he had learned from those crazy horn guys. He decided to see if she could handle it, so he used an abyss-style palm strike, really was able to land a punch, which confirmed the effectiveness of his technique. Now that Mirai was out, he couldn't control her. The imposter posing as Mirai's mother filled the dolls with strange energy. She thought the fragment had broken her tire. Apparently, they were destined to meet again. Iril knew that she was the one who had kidnapped a girl, the only child in the city to escape infection, the last child to complete her collection. She wouldn't dare take such a creature lightly. It can't be that. She was the one who turned the children into monsters in the center. The children are so naive, they didn't even realize that she killed their parents. They were so cute, exploring after her like chickens. She wanted to turn them into her creations right away. Eventually one escaped because she rushed it. She was enjoying herself, and the baby stabilized. It was mutually beneficial. She didn't even deserve the right to be called her parent. At that moment, the girl stopped her abruptly. Mirai knew it wasn't her mother. She had her everything, which emphasized her awareness and perception. She wasn't asking for this. The time they had spent together had been truly wonderful. The girl couldn't understand why she was doing this. Sis with magic, could she do her a favor? Let them bind her eyes and cover her ears. After that, it didn't matter what they did to her. The woman couldn't understand what she was carrying, how she would live without her. It was true that her mom had given her unforgettable memories, but she couldn't forgive what she had done to others. That's all she can do for the victim. That's what she wanted to say. The woman took it as ingratitude. She did everything, and that's how she repaid her. The girl stopped listening to her and immediately went on the attack. At the last, the girl only had time to say goodbye to her, and then there was a spattering of blood.